Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 332 to Chapter 383. As soon as the third tail of the nine-tailed celestial fox appeared, the spiritual energy around it increased tremendously. It was even more concentrated than the spiritual energy of the elixirs here. Black Flood Dragon was playing in the mountain spring when it sensed the situation. It glanced over and fear flashed in its eyes. With a swish, it instantly hid far away, directly into the dark underbrush, not daring to show itself. This was the strength of a nine-tailed celestial fox after growing its third tail. When it only had two tails, it was still afraid of Little Black, who hadn't transformed into a flood dragon. Now that the third tail appeared, Little Black, who had transformed into a flood dragon, was scared away. Lingyan knew that Little White's third tail had just grown out, and it would take at least some time to stabilize. It would only undergo the heavenly tribulation before transforming into a human. Little White had gained more benefits than Duguimo on this trip down the crater with Lingyan. Not only did it increase its cultivation in the Eye of the Yin formation, but it also obtained a large amount of pure yang qi from the Eye of the Yang formation. It drank the dragon's saliva, absorbed a large amount of immortal spiritual energy, and heard the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Without spiritual energy, the growth of a nine-tailed celestial fox would be very slow. It could only take a long time to grow slowly. However, Little White was practically soaking in spiritual energy, and it was immortal spiritual energy at that. There was a large amount of immortal spiritual energy sealed by Lingyan in its body. How could it not be happy when it bathed in the immortal spiritual energy? After Little White woke up, it opened its eyes and subconsciously looked for Lingyan. When it saw Lingyan standing there naked and smiling at it, a sweet smile flashed across its face, followed by endless shyness. Even though it hadn't transformed into a human, that kind of seductive behavior was enough to make Lingyan tremble. If Whitey were to transform into a human, no words could describe Whitey's beauty, no words could describe it. She was a fox spirit among fox spirits, a nine-tailed celestial fox. Little White's pair of fox eyes looked at Lingyan shyly, but it didn't dare to look. That kind of endless shyness made Lingyan's face burn slightly. Alright, apart from not transforming into a human, Xiaobai is completely no different from a young girl. I can't treat her as a fox anymore. Lingyan's face was filled with awkwardness. Suddenly, he could not help but cover his naked lower body with his hands. At the same time, he turned his strong body slightly. Little White, it's very unbearable for you to stare at people like that, understand? Hurry up and catch that little flood dragon for me. Lingyan quickly found something for Little White to do. Then, he looked around, looking for leaves or something to weave a simple cover. Then, he saw the unconscious Duguimo lying on the ground and stared at the blood-stained greenish-black robe that he was wearing. Why is he still sleeping? Lingyan frowned slightly. He was already at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9, so why couldn't he take such a small blow? He had actually been sleeping until now. Lingyan knew that he couldn't touch Duguimo now because he wasn't really unconscious. His slumber was just a facade, and he was just taking the opportunity to gain enlightenment. As for how much he could benefit from this enlightenment, it would depend on his own aptitude and perception. At this time, the stars in the sky had already disappeared. The sky was already turning white, and the sky was already starting to brighten slightly. Lingyan muttered to himself, "What date is it today?" When he saw Duguimo, he said that it was already the night of April 10th. Now that so much time had passed, it should be at least the 12th of April, right? Oh no, if it's the 12th of April, today is Ning Er's birthday. I promised Ning Er that I have to attend her birthday party. Otherwise, wouldn't that little demon girl eat me up? Lingyan entered the crater on the night of April 6th and only came out on the morning of April 12th. Before entering the crater, Lingyan did not expect to spend so much time in the crater. From the first day they met, Shui Mining had repeatedly reminded Lingyan that he had to attend her birthday party. Lingyan had always agreed to it, so he was very sensitive to this date. God bless me, I hope it's not the morning of the 13th of April. Lingyan raised his head to look at the mountain peaks around the sealed valley. He felt that each of them was at least 2,000 meters tall, and the tallest one should be more than 3,000 meters tall. He couldn't help but wonder where this place was. Lingyan wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. With his and Dugumo's skills, they could even climb up a steep cliff easily, let alone a few steep mountain peaks. Duguimo finally woke up. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Where are we? Did you get the Earth Emperor's book? Duguamo asked as he opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Then, he sat up abruptly. Why do these mountain peaks look so familiar? Hey, genius from the immortal physician sect, what are you doing? Running around naked in this deep mountain? Duguamo stared at Ling Yan's lower body with a strange expression. He thought to himself, why is this kid's thing so big? Isn't it a little too big? Ling Yan thought to himself, you're finally awake. He shook his head and smiled bitterly at Duguamo. Then, he spread out his hands and said, running around naked? You slept till dawn like a dead pig. I've been sitting here naked and enjoying the cold wind for more than an hour. Hurry up, take off your robe and put it on. Ling Yan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Duguamo. He immediately tried to take off Duguamo's robe without any hesitation. Hey, you can't take it off. This is a symbol of my identity. Duguamo struggled with all his might to prevent Ling Yan from taking off his robe. Duguamo had worn this robe for 3 years and had never washed it. If he took it off, he would probably be able to stand on the ground. He treated it as a symbol of a genius. However, Duguamo's strength wasn't as great as Ling Yan's. Ling Yan took off his robe in no time. At this moment, the two of them were fooling around like two innocent youths. Fortunately, Duguamo was wearing a short robe inside. Even though he looked a little comical after taking off his robe, he didn't have to run around naked. Ling Yan randomly put Duguamo's robe on his body. He only felt a chilly wind blowing in from his lower body. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. He had to cover his body first so that Little White wouldn't see it. Where are we? There are so many spiritual herbs. How is it? Have you seen the Earth Emperor's book? Ling Yan said gloomily, what bullshit *T Earth Emperor's book? We simply activated a heaven and earth shifting formation. It directly reversed the universe and brought us here. Look, we came out from that cave. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed to the cave that they rushed out from to Duguamo. He could let Duguamo know about other things, but he really couldn't tell him about the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. After cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance, he could use the yin-yang qi to activate the 8 trigrams Tai Chi diagram. Then, the Emperor Brush jumped out of the spatial ring and burrowed into the space between his eyebrows. The Earth Emperor's book also rushed out and burrowed into his energy center. There were also thousands of golden ancient words and the starry sky road drawn by the Emperor Brush. These were all secrets, and they were too important to Ling Yan. Moreover, the moment the Earth Emperor's book came out, it immediately rushed into Ling Yan's energy center. It was obvious that it belonged to Ling Yan. Even if others wanted to take it, they wouldn't be able to. However, this made Ling Yan even more curious. After cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance, what exactly happened to his energy center? Even though he could feel the circulation of his inner qi, it was only the yin-yang qi. The immortal spiritual energy in his body was still not under his control. Therefore, Ling Yan couldn't sense the yin-yang eyes of the yin-yang fish in his energy center. Ling Yan couldn't wait to reach the qi cultivation stage. Even if he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, he could still try to look inside himself to know what his energy center looked like. The Qianquan shifting spell. This spell is too powerful. What exactly is that beautiful light? Is it the immortal light? Why do I feel like I'm about to break through to the Xiantian realm? Duguamo asked suspiciously. Recently, he had been bewildered. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Other than the time when he drank the dragon's saliva, he knew what was going on. The rest of his cultivation had been completed without his knowledge, so he was at a loss. Ling Yan smiled slightly and asked Duguamo, did you hear those sounds? How much of those sounds do you remember? Duguamo thought for a while and said hesitantly, it seems like I remembered everything that happened before I fainted. However, I don't understand it at all. I don't even know what those things are or what they are used for. That indescribable Tao voice was deeply imprinted in Ling Yan's mind. Actually, he didn't understand it at all. However, he had to remember it. These were all opportunities that he couldn't have even in the cultivation world. He smiled at Duguamo and said with a serious expression, I don't understand it either. However, those are the principles of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps those are the contents of the Earth Emperor's book. It will be extremely beneficial for your future cultivation. Don't ever forget about it. Dugumo's body trembled as he said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that both of us have obtained the Earth Emperor's book?" Lingyan thought for a while and said, "It should be about the same." There was a rustling sound from the spirit herb bushes. As expected, Xiaobai had brought Xiaohei back. She stood proudly on Xiaohei's head. Her coquettish fox face was filled with pride as she swaggered around. Her spirited appearance was very lovable. Little White had grown 3 tails and had already grasped the basics of transfiguration. She knew from afar that Dugumo had already woken up, so she had already made 1 tail disappear. Now, she still had 2 tails. This fox is really beautiful. Furthermore, it's a 2-tailed white fox. Why does this python have horns on its head? Now that the sky was bright, Dugumo could clearly see Little White's appearance. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Very quickly, he noticed the flood dragon, Little Black. Lingyan laughed and explained to Dugumo. He said that it wasn't a python in the heart of the spell, but a flood dragon that was about to transform into a flood dragon. Now that it had successfully transformed, its body had shrunk to 1/5 of its original size. No wonder you spent so much effort to save it. So it's a flood dragon. Suddenly, Lingyan, Dugumo, Little White, and Little Black heard a commotion at the same time. They all looked towards the east of the valley. Oh my god! It's a barbarian. I was wondering why this place looked so familiar. We're actually in Xianxia. Dugumo let out a weird cry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Under the first rays of the morning sun, the east side of the valley was slightly elevated. There was a dense forest there that was flourishing with lush foliage. A barbarian who was more than 2 meters tall was standing next to a tree. He was tall, and his body was covered in reddish-brown hair. He had a high nose and a ferocious and ugly appearance. He was staring at Lingyan with vigilance and curiosity. Dugumo's family lived in the vast Hengduan mountain range. The Hengduan mountain range was the longest, widest, and most extensive mountain range in Huaxia. It was the second step of Huaxia. It was located in the southeast of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and blocked the east-west transportation of Huaxia. Dugumo had loved to travel and explore since he was young. Not only was he a genius in cultivation, but his martial arts far surpassed those of his generation. He was also an expert in spell formations and had done extensive research on the art of divination, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, all for the purpose of traveling to famous mountains and rivers. Dugumo had been wandering around the Hengduan mountain range ever since he broke through to Hotian realm level 7 at the age of 14 or 15. He had seen savages with his own eyes on the snowline of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau more than once. The Hengduan mountain range and Xianxia were separated by the Baishan province. Therefore, Dugumo would often go down the river to play in Xianxia. That was why he was very familiar with Xianxia. Dugumo was shocked not because he had seen savages, but because he knew that this was Xianxia in the northern Hubei province. He had just been at the bottom of Dragon Mountain in Qingshui City, Jiangnan province. In the blink of an eye, he had come out of Xianxia in the northern Hubei province. How could he not be shocked? One of them was at physique tempering stage 4, while the other was about to break through to the Xiantian realm. They were stronger than the savages in terms of strength and speed. Therefore, they were not afraid of the savages. They looked at them as if they were looking at lions and elephants in the zoo. Xianxia? We're in the northern Hubei province? Lingyan's heart skipped a beat at the same time. Lingyan's knowledge of geography was self-explanatory. Before entering the crater, he had studied the ancient myths and legends of Huaxia. Of course, he knew that the Emperor of Earth, Shennong, had spent a long time in Xianxia. He had tasted all kinds of plants and benefited the human race. Dugumo pointed at the tallest mountain in the distance. Look, that's Shennong Peak. It's more than 3,100 meters tall. I even went there to play last year. Then, he said in shock, legend has it that Xianxia was one of Shennong's dojos. Shennong was the Earth Emperor, and we were teleported here. Could the real Earth Emperor's book be here? At this moment, the savage suddenly sprinted over from the side of the tree. With a single leap, he covered 7 to 8 meters. His speed was extremely fast. And it's a female. Hey, genius. Legend has it that the female savage of Xianxia would often capture single men to give birth to children. Who do you think she has her eyes on this time? Duguamo wasn't afraid at all. He even joked with Ling Yun at this moment. Just as she finished her sentence, the female savage had already arrived in front of the two of them. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Duguamo and Ling Yun with her bull-like eyes. Finally, her gaze stopped on Ling Yun's face and she let out a weird laugh. Hey, genius. I was wondering why you're so handsome. You're even more handsome than me. Great, just wait for this beauty to capture you and give birth to little savages to play with. Duguamo pointed at Ling Yun and laughed out loud. Before he could finish laughing, they heard a series of loud footsteps. In the blink of an eye, a few more female savages appeared nearby. When they saw the two of them, they immediately surrounded them. Ling Yun didn't think much of it. He laughed at Duguamo and said, now, each of us has 3. Let's see who can give birth to more children. Duguamo looked at Ling Yun with disdain and said, you don't understand. They have a choice if they want to give birth. With a handsome genius like you here, they won't even look for me. Indeed, the 6 female savages quickly gave up on Duguamo and surrounded Ling Yun. Their mouths were wide open as they chattered about something. That works? Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded. Very quickly, they seemed to have finished their conversation. One of the female savages extended her fan-like hands and directly hugged Ling Yun. Ha 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 ha, do you want me to host the wedding ceremony for you? I definitely won't take any money, haha. Duguamo found it interesting and couldn't help but tease Ling Yun. Go to hell. It's more like I'll host it for you. Ling Yun knew that this was their instinct. Hence, he didn't hurt them. With a dragonfish phantom ability, he left the spot and instantly escaped from the encirclement of the 6 female savages. The 6 female savages only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Seeing the afterimage that Ling Yun left behind gradually disappeared, they were stunned at the same time. For a moment, they had no idea where Ling Yun had gone. They couldn't find Ling Yun, so naturally, they surrounded Duguamo. However, this time, they learned their lesson and were afraid that Duguamo would escape like Ling Yun. Hence, each of them moved at an incomparably fast speed. However, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Duguamo, who was about to enter the Xiantian realm. With a sway of his body moved tens of meters away, causing them to pounce on empty air again. I, the genius, have never hit women. Even if they are female savages, I won't hit them. After Duguamo landed, he laughed loudly. At this moment, Ling Yun had already carried Little White and was standing on Little Black's back. His figure was incomparably elegant. He shouted at Duguamo who had jumped out, let's go, let's leave this place. What? Leaving just like that? You're not looking for the Earth Emperor's book anymore. Duguamo exclaimed. Ling Yun laughed and said, I've already searched this place. I only found a bronze cauldron in that stone house. There's nothing else. Let's go. Ling Yun would have many opportunities to use the bronze cauldron in the future. There was no need for him to hide it from Duguamo. That would be very unkind of him. Bronze cauldron. Could it be the legendary Xianxia cauldron? We must each have half of it. Duguamo shouted as he chased after them. Ling Yun had already told Little Black to go to the mountain peak that was 2,000 meters high in the south of the valley. He laughed at Duguamo and said, Xianxia cauldron? Dream on. If we were that lucky, we would have obtained the Earth Emperor's book a long time ago. I don't care. Anyway, you have to give me half of it. I say, genius, you look really cool standing on this flood dragon. Can I go up and play? Duguamo looked at Little Black carrying Ling Yun through the forest and felt very envious. He couldn't help but want to go up. However, he saw Little Black turn its head and growl at him. Its gaze was unfriendly. Duguamo was so scared that he didn't mention it anymore. He could only use his qinggong. Ling Yun was very pleased. He laughed and said, see, this is called kindness begets kindness. I say, even if I give you that cauldron, do you know how to use it? Do you know what to use it for? Duguamo's family practiced swordsmanship. It was really useless to have a cauldron. He scratched his head and laughed. I'll just watch and play, alright? Ling Yan rolled his eyes and said, Bullsh*T. Suddenly, he turned around and saw 6 female savages jumping around in the forest. He immediately shouted at Little Black, hurry up, they're catching up. The 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White, popped her head out from Ling Yan's arms and looked back. Her bright fox eyes were filled with anger and dissatisfaction. She raised her beautiful front paw and waved it lightly behind Ling Yan. Those female savages who didn't give up suddenly felt the trees and rocks in front of them moving. No matter how they jumped, they couldn't rush over. The 6 female savages were so anxious that they cried out. When they realized that everything had returned to normal, they had already lost sight of Ling Yan and the others. Little White naturally used the illusion that a fox spirit was best at. That move just now was similar to a ghost hitting the wall. I say, you're really charming. Out of the 6 female savages, none of them chose me. That's so hurtful. Duguimo muttered to himself. Ling Yan laughed and said, what's there to complain about? If you go back now, I guarantee that they will serve you well. The 2 of them joked around for a while before Ling Yan said seriously, hey, I have to rush back to Xianxia City tonight, but I didn't bring my identification card out. What should I do? Ling Yan had to settle the car insurance for the Land Rover and all sorts of documents to open a clinic. His identification card had been in Tang Meng's hands for the past few days. Also, what date do you think it is today? Ling Yan thought about Ning Er's birthday. Duguimo frowned and said, looking at the time, the 11th is definitely over. Today should be the 12th. Without an identification card, that's going to be troublesome. We can't take the plane or train, we can only take the car, Ling Yan said gloomily. From the map, Xianxia is at least 2,000 miles away from Xianxia City. How can we make it in time by car? 2,000 miles, 10 hours should be enough, right? Otherwise, what should we do? Do we use Qinggong to run back? I'm afraid we'll die of exhaustion after a few hundred miles. Ling Yan and Duguimo could run at least 10 meters in a flash. They could run a few hundred miles in an hour, which was indeed faster than a car. However, this was only a mathematical problem. 10 meters in a flash was mainly used for combat. They had to stop and rest. If they were to run at full speed without stopping for a few hundred miles, not to mention their current realm, even a Xiantian realm expert wouldn't be able to do it. To put it bluntly, they didn't have enough inner qi. Humans were humans because they could get tired. They weren't the engine of a car. The 2 of them chatted along the way. Very soon, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were some places that were too steep during the climb. Ling Yan and Duguimo skimmed up. Little White and Little Black were already used to the forest, so they had no problems. Fortunately, this mountain wasn't considered a scenic spot in Xianxia. It was still very far away from the main peak, Shenongding. Moreover, it was still early, just in time for sunrise. They admired the beautiful scenery of Xianxia on the peak. Then, Ling Yan instructed Little Black. He asked Little Black to stay in Xianxia. If Little Black liked it, it could stay in the valley just now. He said that it would be helpful for its growth. Ling Yan would look for it there in the future. Naturally, Little Black was reluctant to leave Ling Yan. However, after Ling Yan's repeated persuasion and Little White's deterrence, it could only nod obediently. Ling Yan reminded it not to harm humans. Then, he let it go. Let's go. While there's no one around, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Yan was worried about Shui Mining's birthday. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it in time. He didn't have the mood to admire the scenery of Xianxia. He carried Little White and sped down the mountain with Duguimo. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain is a dead horse. Moreover, Ling Yan and the rest were currently in the depths of the Xianxia forest, which had a total area of more than 3,000 square kilometers. Ling Yan and Duguimo used their movement techniques and sprinted all the way. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain, passed through 4 streams, and climbed up an even higher peak. Along the way, they saw many white animals, such as white deer, white monkeys, white deer, white snakes, white bears, and so on. They even met a few golden monkeys. Perhaps it was because they had never seen humans before, but they weren't afraid of humans. They even curiously chased after Ling Yun and the rest. It was very cute. Ling Yun stood on the peak and looked at the clouds, the undulating peaks, and the endless dense forest. He couldn't help but frown slightly. There wasn't even a mountain path. If they were to run around in the dense forest like headless flies, they might get lost at any time. Didn't you come out from the Hengduan mountain range? How are you leading the way? When can we get out? Du Guimo scratched his head and said gloomily, I'm familiar with the Hengduan mountain range, but this is Xianxia. I've only been here 3 times, and I've always gone straight to the famous scenic spots. Even though Xianxia had developed quite a number of tourist attractions, they didn't even make up a tenth of the entire Xianxia. Even though Du Guimo had visited 3 times, he had always gone straight for the scenic spots and was in a hurry. He wasn't much more familiar with the place than Ling Yun. Ling Yun was anxious. He waved his hand and interrupted Du Guimo. He asked directly, what do we do now? Du Guimo chuckled. There are 2 ways. He raised his hand and pointed to the Shenandoah in the distance. First, we go straight to the highest peak. That's the Shenandoah. If we follow the mountain path from the Shenandoah peak, we'll definitely see tourists. We can go straight to the highway. Then, he pointed in the direction of the sunrise. Second, we'll rely on our abilities to cross the mountains and rivers. We'll go all the way east until we find the highway. Then, we'll board a random car. However, tourists who come to Xianxia will usually pass by Makujio town. Makujio town is just to the east of Xianxia. If we head east, we won't go too far. These 2 methods were actually the dumbest, but they were not familiar with the terrain at all and did not have a compass. If they wanted to get out of this Xianxia primeval forest, these 2 methods were the only feasible. Ling Yun looked around. If he wanted to go to the highest peak, Shenong Peak, he would have to climb over at least 7 or 8 peaks. Moreover, the mountains were getting higher and higher. If he were to head east, even though there was no end in sight, the mountains were getting lower and lower. Let's go straight to the east. Ling Yun quickly made a decision. Both of them were proficient in Qigong, so climbing steep cliffs was no problem for them. Ling Yun didn't want to take a detour. Du Guimo was puzzled. I say, genius, why are you in such a hurry? It wasn't easy for us to come to Xianxia. If we don't have a good time, how can we face ourselves? Ling Yun casually explained, I don't even know what day it is now. I promised Ning Er that I would celebrate her birthday, so I have to rush back as soon as possible. Actually, there was another important reason. Ling Yun didn't tell anyone about his descent into the crater. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu couldn't contact him for such a long time. Wouldn't they be worried sick? Who is Ning Er? We'll talk after we get out of Xianxia. Ling Yun wasn't in the mood to explain. He took Little White and flew towards the valley in the east. Du Guimo had no choice but to follow. The 2 of them used 20 minutes to arrive at another valley. The forest here was dense and lush. All kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed the forest leisurely. There's smoke in the south of the valley, Du Guimo suddenly said. The 2 of them didn't stop. They cut through the thistles and thorns along the way. As they sped towards the mountain peak in the east, they suddenly noticed thick smoke rising from the south. Wherever there was smoke, there would definitely be people. Ling Yun flew up to the top of a tree and looked towards the south of the valley. Indeed, there was thick smoke rising from a kilometer away. Dawn came earlier on the mountain than on the ground. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning. At such an early hour, and in the ancient forest of Xianxia, who would come here to start a fire? Maybe it's a hunter near Xianxia. Let's go and ask for directions. Ling Yun guessed that it was probably a hunter who had sneaked into the depths of Xianxia to hunt. He wanted to ask for directions. At least it was much better than barging around blindly. Ling Yun landed on the ground and waved at Du Guimo. The 2 of them moved one after another and dashed through the dense forest towards the place where the smoke was rising. They advanced a distance of 700 meters in a few minutes. Then, Ling Yun stopped and listened attentively to the movements in front. What's wrong? Duguamo also stopped and asked Ling Yan in confusion. With their skills, no matter who the other party was, they could just rush over and ask directly. Why did they need to stop here? It's not a person, I think I heard voices. Duguamo couldn't help but be shocked. He was about to break through to the Xiantian realm, but he couldn't hear anything from this distance. Yet, Ling Yan heard it. Didn't that mean that Ling Yan's hearing was even better than his? It doesn't sound like Chinese. Let's go slowly and listen to what they're saying. This was a primitive broad-leaved forest. The shrubs were thick and luxuriant. Standing in the middle of the dense forest, they were blocked by the layers of shrubs and leaves. They couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away. Ling Yan became cautious. If the other party wasn't speaking Chinese, then they should be foreigners. What were foreigners doing in the depths of Xianxia in the middle of the night? The two of them and the fox used the cover of the trees and quietly advanced another 200 meters. They were less than 100 meters away from the place where the smoke was rising. Even Duguamo could hear the voices from afar. Indeed, it wasn't a single person. Listening to the voices, there seemed to be quite a number of people. They seemed to be discussing something. It's Japanese. Kill. Duguamo had an extraordinary love for Japanese action movies. He could instantly tell that the other party was speaking in Japanese. Duguamo was infuriated. He immediately furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. 70 years ago, the Dugu family wasn't actually in the Hengduan mountain range. It was only because of the Japanese invasion that the country was broken and the people had no way to make a living. The Dugu family rose up to resist, but no matter how strong the ancient martial arts of Huaxia were, they couldn't withstand the bombardment of the Japanese airplanes and cannons. The Dugu family lost many experts and was almost exterminated. They had no choice but to retreat deep into the mountains. The world changed and the Japanese were finally chased out of Huaxia. However, the Dugu family took root deep in the mountains and was already used to life in the mountains. However, hatred, a deep-rooted hatred for the Japanese, was passed down from generation to generation. Duguamo was originally a hot-blooded youth. Now that he saw his enemy in front of him, how could he not be angry? Ling Yan could tell that the group of people were indeed speaking in Japanese. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. He frowned deeply. Without a doubt, these people obviously didn't just arrive this morning. It was still early, so they couldn't have entered the depths of Xianxia so quickly. In that case, they must have been wandering around in Xianxia for a long time. Why would so many people come to Xianxia in a group? Don't be anxious, let's walk a little further and see what they are trying to do. Ling Yan said to Duguamo telepathically. He used his eyes to signal for him to calm down. Then, he quietly crept forward without making a single sound. The two of them crept forward for another 50 meters. When they were about 40 meters away from these people, they each found a big tree to cover their bodies and observed carefully from the gaps between the bushes. Ling Yan was shocked when he saw that there were actually 9 people in the other party. 7 of them had a large mountaineering bag beside them. Moreover, each of them had long knives and heavy guns beside them. They were discussing excitedly around the campfire. Around the campfire, they had set up 10 small military tents. It seemed like they had just woken up and were making a fire to boil water. This was very much like a fully equipped expedition team. However, there were a total of 9 people. Why would there be 10 military tents? Where did the other one go? Damn it, it's the Japanese warriors. Moreover, 6 of them have a high level of martial arts. All of them are above Hotian realm level 7. Duguamo was even more furious when he saw that the other party was carrying hot and cold weapons. If it wasn't for Ling Yan's constant hand signals and eye signals, he would have exploded in anger. At such a distance, Ling Yan could hear these Japanese clearly even if they were to speak in a low voice. He wanted to wait a little longer to see if he could discover anything new. The two of them didn't understand the Japanese language. They chattered very quickly. When they got to the point where they were excited, they even raised their heads and laughed maniacally. Ling Yan frowned as he watched. Suddenly, the other party said something, and his face suddenly became mysterious. With a faint excitement, he lowered his voice, as if he was talking about something mysterious. Ling Yan listened carefully. He could vaguely hear the words cauldron, lid, and book. coming out of the mouth of one of them who seemed to be the leader. Ling Yan's jaw dropped in shock, and his brows furrowed. How could this be? These Japanese were probably here for the green bronze cauldron. Moreover, they might even know the secret of the Earth Emperor's book. That lid. He only found a bronze cauldron. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find the lid. Could it be that the lid was in the hands of the Japanese? These Japanese were here to find the bronze cauldron and the Earth Emperor's book. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Yan's forehead. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because of the lingering fear. Luckily, he wanted to ask for directions and decided to come take a look. Otherwise, if these Japanese really found the sealed valley that they had just come out from, he wouldn't be able to keep the spiritual herb garden that he would be using to refine pills in the future. As the person who seemed to be the leader spoke, he took out a photo from his shirt. He turned it around and showed it to the people around him. Then, he put it away smugly. He muttered something and then laughed maniacally. After a while, Ling Yan heard the sound of galloping. Those East Asians immediately stopped talking and started chatting with each other. Ling Yan and Duguimo knew that the 10th person had returned. From the sound of his galloping footsteps, they knew that he was also a martial artist. Mr. Tokugawa, I've already scouted the path ahead. According to the map, we need to climb over the mountain. In front. We shouldn't be far from our destination. As soon as the man appeared, he came to the side of the 9 East Asian people and bowed to the middle-aged leader with a flattering smile. Ling Yan looked in the direction that person was pointing and knew that they were indeed heading towards the sealed valley. His murderous intent was even stronger than Dugumo's. They actually had a map. F***CKU traitor. Ling Yan, leave this one to me. I want to kill him personally. Duguimo scolded furiously. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. This person spoke in Mandarin and was obviously from Xianxia. Duguimo almost couldn't hold back anymore. Don't worry, none of these people will be able to escape. However, that person has to be the last to be killed. I still have a lot of questions to ask him. Ling Yan's face darkened as he agreed with Dugumo's words. Without a doubt, none of these people could be left alive. Mr. Chen, you've done well. I believe that the Japanese Tokugawa family and the Huashachen family will definitely have a pleasant collaboration. Tokugawa actually spoke in fluent Mandarin. The Tokugawa team leader nodded proudly. With a smile of approval on his face, he spoke to Mr. Chen condescendingly. Although he spoke politely, everyone could see the contempt and disdain in his sharp eyes. Tokugawa looked at Mr. Chen as if he was looking at a dog. Thank you, Mr. Tokugawa, for your encouragement. I'm willing to serve you. I guarantee that you will get what you want this time. Mr. Chen still had a flattering smile on his face as he spoke to Tokugawa. His servile manner made Ling Yan and Duguimo feel nauseous. Tokugawa laughed heartily, and the other East Asians followed suit and laughed maniacally. Mr. Chen, this is the wild game that we just caught. Let's roast it and eat it. I have to say that Huaxia is really vast and rich in resources. The variety of rare animals in Xianxia is really an eye-opener. As soon as Tokugawa finished speaking, the other East Asians stood up and laughed heartily. They walked to the side of a shrub and each of them grabbed 2 animals that were dripping with blood. There was a white deer, a white bear, a white monkey, and even a golden monkey. These rare animals didn't know how to hide from people. To these Hotian realm level 8 experts, they were too easy to catch. To be honest, Mr. Chen, I love to eat raw monkey brains. This is a golden monkey from Xianxia. They are very cunning, and I only managed to catch one. Mr. Chen, do you want to try it together? Tokugawa pointed at the violently struggling Jin Sihong and spoke to Mr. Chen in an extremely gentlemanly manner. Mr. Chen only bowed and nodded with a flattering smile, as if he didn't hear the hidden meaning in Tokugawa's words. Seeing that these people were about to prepare breakfast, Ling Yan knew that there was no need to wait any longer. He used telepathy to ask Dugumo, there are a total of 10 people on the other side. How should we fight to keep all of them here? Dugumo couldn't wait any longer. He gritted his teeth and said, let's think of a way to eliminate the 4 East Asians who don't know martial arts first. Then, we'll each take 3 of the 6 experts. Ling Yan already had a handful of iron nails in his hands. He said coldly, there's no need. I have plenty of hidden weapons on me. I can cripple 6 of them at once. Then, we'll each take 2. You choose 2? Dugumo said in a low voice, I can't see through that Tokugawa's realm. Perhaps he has already broken through to the Xianxia realm. Leave him to me. He's the leader, so there will definitely be someone specially in charge of protecting him. After you're done killing the rest, come and help me. Ling Yun chuckled. Don't worry, I still have Little White. Ling Yun instructed Little White in secret. When they were fighting later, she had to stop anyone who tried to escape. Not a single one of them could escape. Little White had fought alongside Ling Yun before. She already had a great tacit understanding with him. She nodded her head lightly to indicate that she understood. Move forward another 10 meters. Using the cover of the bushes, the 2 of them moved forward silently for more than 10 meters. After exchanging glances, their figures shot out at the same time. Ling Yun had already activated the stellar condensation technique. He didn't care about the obstruction of the bushes and immediately used the dragonfish phantom ability. His figure flashed more than 30 meters and arrived beside the bonfire. His body was as strong as a dragon, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Chi, chi, chi. More than 10 iron nails were shot out by Ling Yun using the shower of flowers technique. He had already reached physique tempering stage 4, when Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3, his iron nails were already enough to render Master compassionless and Priestess heartless helpless. Now that he had internal energy, his skills had multiplied. Pft, 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 pft. More than 10 iron nails were nailed into the throats of 4 East Asians who didn't know martial arts. In addition, there were 2 East Asians who were carrying their prey with both hands. Their reactions were a tad slower and they were hit by Ling Yun's iron nails as well. They groaned simultaneously as blood splattered everywhere. The other 3 people, including Mr. Chen, reacted with lightning speed. Even though they were clumsy, they managed to dodge Ling Yun's iron nails by a hair's breadth. How fast were Ling Yun's hands? With a flick of his wrist, another large handful of iron nails appeared in his hands. Using the shower of flowers technique once again, he targeted the 2 injured East Asians. Take your life while you're down. Ling Yun was the master of fighting. He didn't hold back. With Little White around, he wasn't afraid of them escaping. Sure enough, these 2 injured East Asians had just broken through to Hotian realm level 8. They didn't seem to be proficient in Qigong. Under Ling Yun's crazy attack, they couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, they were riddled with iron nails. Baka. Tokugawa would never have dreamed that he would meet such experts in the deep mountains of Xianxia. He didn't expect that with his Xiantian realm level 1 cultivation, he would be able to sneak up on him without realizing it. Tokugawa and the 2 East Asian experts who were in charge of protecting him reacted extremely quickly. Their Qigong was also very high. In an instant, they picked up their weapons and retreated 20 meters away from Ling Yun. They didn't know how many people Ling Yun had brought with him. They thought that the matter had been exposed and that the mysterious department from Huaxia had come to stop them. They needed to observe the situation first. Swoosh! With a flash of his sword, Dugumo, who had been waiting for a long time, directly stabbed at the back of Tokugawa's neck. This was a meeting between enemies. Dugumo had long been stifled. There was no need for him to talk about the rules of the pugilistic world with these East Asians. He just wanted to kill them. At this moment, Mr. Chen, who had no one to deal with, turned pale with fright. However, he reacted quickly and hid behind a large tree. He wanted to see who was attacking them. The person who attacked them was very strong. This person already had a plan in mind. He wanted to see who would win and who would lose. If Tokugawa won, he would naturally jump out to help. If Tokugawa lost, he would choose to escape. A person who had just broken through to Hotian realm level 7 wouldn't be able to escape from Little White's illusion. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with the person with the surname Chen. With a leap, he appeared in front of Tokugawa and the other 2, forming a pincer with Dugumo. The 2 experts who were protecting Tokugawa were both at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. With Tokugawa's help, they were able to see the situation clearly. Very quickly, they shouted and launched a counterattack against Dugumo. The 4 figures entangled with each other like lightning. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't use his hidden weapons. He saw that Dugumo was already in a difficult situation under the pincer attack of the three people. He immediately used the mystical dragon Hell, which caused the three of them to slow down. Then, he raised the Devil's Blade and used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to join the battle. Blade severing heaven and earth. Tokugawa and the two experts beside him suddenly felt a piercingly cold air descend upon them after their bodies froze for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a long, pitch-black saber carrying a chilling murderous intent. The black saber radiance swept across the sky and enveloped them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at starting point. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The pitch-black Devil's Blade seemed to have transformed into a black hole that was more than a foot long. It carried a chilly aura as it swept towards Tokugawa and the other two. It was different from when he was dealing with Shangguanju and the rest. At that time, Ling Yan had only used his strength to control the blade. Now, he was using his chi to control the blade. The enemies were East Asians, and Ling Yan didn't need to be courteous to them in the depths of Xianxia's primeval forest. He used his full strength right from the start. The darking chi in Ling Yan's energy center flowed rapidly along his Ren meridian and into his right arm. Through his right hand that was holding the blade, it rushed into the blade of the Devil's Blade. It actually caused the Devil's Blade to become bone-piercingly cold as it emitted a jet-black blade. Tokugawa and the other two were taken aback by Ling Yan's attack. They didn't dare to face it head-on and retreated once again. At this moment, Dugumo took the opportunity to swing his long sword at one of the East Asians beside Tokugawa. TSK. That person hurriedly raised the narrow East Asian long sword in his hand to block. Even so, his clothes were still cut by Dugumo. Yagyukuan, are you alright? Tokugawa and the other two retreated more than 10 meters to avoid Ling Yan's majestic blade. Tokugawa hurriedly asked the East Asian expert whose clothes were cut. Baka. When Lu Xing saw that he was almost injured, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and scolded Dugumo. His beady eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Ling Yan and Dugumo stood side by side as they communicated telepathically that the three East Asians in front of them were indeed powerful and warned each other to be careful. Tokugawa and the other two were ambushed. They hurriedly avoided Ling Yan's hidden weapons and Dugumo's sure-kill attack. Furthermore, they were able to safely retreat under the pincer attack of the two East Asians. Of course, they were top-notch experts. Friends, you don't look like you're from the Huaxia Mysterious Department. Why did you ambush us? Aren't you afraid of destroying the friendship between our two countries? Ling Yan had killed 6 of them with lightning speed. 4 of them were archaeologists, paleontologists, and genetic experts. The other 2 were ordinary experts from the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa had long been enraged. Tokugawa stared at Ling Yan and Dugumo for a while and realized that the 2 of them were dressed in strange and tattered clothes. They weren't experts from the Huaxia Mystery Department at all. Immediately, he felt reassured and wanted to clarify the situation before deciding on anything else. Ling Yan stood upright with his sword in hand and laughed coldly. Friend? Who is your friend? There are so many of you, and you brought so many weapons. What are you doing in the depths of the Xianxia primeval forest? Tokugawa's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, We are a scientific expedition team from Japan. We have come to Xianxia to explore the mystery of the savages and to contribute to the scientific progress of China. Moreover, we have the permission of the Chinese government. Ling Yan laughed. Bullsh*T. Why did you bring so many martial arts experts to Xianxia for an inspection? Why were they still holding weapons? Furthermore, you have indiscriminately slaughtered the rare animals here. Is this also for a scientific expedition? Tokugawa continued to quibble. We are here to explore the depths of Xianxia. We brought weapons to protect ourselves. We caught the animals here only for paleontological research. Dugumo scolded loudly, research my **s. You want to eat the brain of a golden monkey raw? Is this also for paleontological research? Seeing that the other party had heard everything, Tokugawa's expression finally changed. He looked to his left and right and laughed sinisterly. So what if I ate the brain of a golden monkey? No one saw it anyway. Look at the 2 of you dressed in tattered clothes. Who are you? Ling Yan took a step forward and laughed. I am the left guardian of Xianxia. He raised his hand and pointed at Dugumo. He is naturally the right guardian of Xianxia. Left and right guardians of Xianxia? Tokugawa and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Then, Tokugawa asked blankly, I have never heard of a guardian in Xianxia. Ling Yan chuckled and said disdainfully, that's because you are ignorant and inexperienced. Now you finally know, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Both parties were already in a situation where they would not rest until one party was dead. Even though they were bickering, Tokugawa actually wanted to find out the truth about Ling Yan and Dugumo. On the other hand, Ling Yan wanted to get more useful information from Tokugawa. After Ling Yan had successfully cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance and reached physique tempering stage 4, he had cultivated a strange energy center. Now, it was very difficult for anyone to see through the depth of his abilities, let alone Tokugawa. However, Tokugawa could easily see through Dugumo's realm. After waiting for a long time, he realized that there were indeed only 2 opponents and there was no backup. Instantly, he felt relieved. Tokugawa raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan. Mr. Fengchen, Mr. Lusheng, the 2 of you go and deal with the young man with the strange black knife. You just have to help me hold him off for a while. After I kill the right guardian who uses the sword, I will come and help you. He took another look at Mr. Chen's hiding place and cursed in his heart. He thought to himself that he would settle the score with him later. Fengchen and Lusheng exclaimed at the same time. Simultaneously, the 3 of them raised their gleaming long knives in their hands and charged towards Ling Yan and Dugumo from the left and right. During this period of time, Ling Yan and Dugumo had already discussed in secret. Now that they were charging towards them, it was exactly what Ling Yan and Dugumo wanted. Ling Yan told Dugumo not to fight Tokugawa to the death. Instead, he told him to make use of the dense forest and use Qinggong to fight Tokugawa. As long as he could delay Tokugawa for a while, he would be able to kill the 2 fellows named Fengchen and Lusheng. Then, the 2 of them would launch a joint attack on Tokugawa and ensure that Tokugawa would definitely die. Fengchen Xiongji and Lusheng Saburo raised their knives with both hands and charged towards Ling Yan at an incomparably fast speed. Ling Yan sneered and stood still. He waited until the long knives in their hands were about to slash down on his head. Only then did he raise his knife. Swoosh! The Devil's Underworld Essence blade slashed upwards with a black glow and broke the long knives that were slashing down on him. Then, Ling Yan didn't stop there. With a flick of his wrist, the Devil's Underworld Essence blade drew a mysterious arc in the air and slashed towards their chests. It was fast and ruthless. Fengchen Xiongji and Lusheng Saburo would never have imagined that their long knives, which were forged from fine steel, would be broken by Ling Yan's blade. In their shock, they saw Ling Yan's black knife slashing towards their chests. They hurriedly raised their broken knives and dodged to the sides. Trying to dodge now? It's too late. Ling Yan roared as his body moved forward. Then, he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability and appeared in front of Fengchen Xiongji. His body was as fast as the wind. Ah! Fengchen Xiongji had witnessed Ling Yan's speed previously, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Seeing that Ling Yan was right in front of him, he was so shocked that he could only let out a miserable cry. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he waved the knife in his right hand. With incomparable agility, he swiped at the screaming Fengchen Xiongji. The pitch-black blade instantly slid across Fengchen Xiongji's neck. Fengchen Xiongji instantly stopped screaming. A thin red line appeared on his neck and rapidly expanded. He stretched his hand out to point at Ling Yan's Devil's Underworld Essence blade and gurgled as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he fell into the bushes with a plop. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck and dyed the entire bushes red in an instant. 2 moves. Fengchen Xiongji was dead. Ling Yan didn't stop after killing Fengchen Xiongji. He used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability again and appeared in front of Lusheng Saburo in an instant. Then, he struck again. Lusheng Saburo knew that Ling Yan was powerful. He didn't dare let Ling Yan get close to him. He shouted a warning to Tokugawa as he began to jump between the dense trees to avoid Ling Yan's pursuit. Ling Yan's figure flashed 7 or 8 times in a row, but he still couldn't catch up to Lusheng Saburo. As he chased after him, he snorted coldly in his heart and directly held a long iron nail in his hand. Instead of hitting Lu Xingsaburo, he aimed at the direction that Lu Xingsaburo was trying to escape in and shot it directly. Lu Xingsaburo's figure was so frightened that he stopped abruptly. He changed his direction and prepared to run again. However, he saw that Ling Yun had already blocked his way. Obediently accept your death. Ling Yun used the dragonfish phantom ability again and instantly appeared beside Lu Xingsaburo. He raised his knife and struck. At this moment, Tokugawa actually abandoned Dugumo, who he couldn't catch up to no matter how hard he tried. In a flash, he appeared behind Ling Yun. As his figure descended, he raised his hands violently and slashed at Ling Yun. This was the most famous Japanese knife technique, the downwind slash. It was a classic example of besieging the besiegers to rescue the besiegers. Tokugawa's movement technique wasn't any slower than Ling Yun's dragonfish phantom ability. Ling Yun knew that it was absolutely impossible to end Lu Xingsaburo's life at this moment. Without thinking, he shifted his body to the side and raised his knife with both hands at the same time. He would first slice off Tokugawa's long knife before anything else. Clang! Ling Yun's Devil's Underworld Essence blade and Tokugawa's long, snow-white blade clashed against each other. Ling Yun was forced to retreat 9 steps, and his body only came to a stop after crashing into a huge tree. Ling Yun felt his blood churn. He took a deep breath and focused his gaze. However, he saw that Tokugawa's long knife, which was 1.5 meters long, hadn't been sliced off. There was only a slightly deeper nick on it. Good knife. Ling Yun's heart trembled. He knew that not only was the knife in Tokugawa's hand good, but he had also used Xianxia to prevent his long knife from being sliced off by Ling Yun. Tokugawa already knew that his previous arrangement was wrong. Seeing that Fengchen Xiongji had been killed by Ling Yun, he was filled with regret. That knife just now was actually the pinnacle of his knife technique. He didn't expect that it would be blocked by Ling Yun. Ling Yun, are you alright? Dugumo asked out of concern for Ling Yun. He knew that Tokugawa was very powerful and that he was able to hide from Tokugawa's pursuit just now. Dugumo had to rely on his nimble movement techniques and extraordinary speed. Ling Yun silently circulated his yin-yang harmony balance and quickly calmed down his surging blood. The corner of his mouth curled into a relaxed smile, indicating that Dugumo was fine. Ling Yun's figure flashed and appeared beside Dugumo. As the two of them crossed paths, he took out 7 or 8 fire talismans and stuffed them into Dugumo's left hand. He transmitted a message to him to tell him how to use the fire talismans. Then, he said, I'll block Tokugawa first. You kill Lu Xing. Dugumo was overjoyed. Wow, why didn't you take out such a good treasure earlier? I could have burned that bastard Tokugawa to death. It's not that easy to burn. Tokugawa has Xianxia to protect his body. Before you can hit him with the talismans, he will slash you with his knife. After Ling Yun finished speaking to Dugumo, he raised his sword-like eyebrows and leaped to Tokugawa's side, engaging him in battle. Relying on the Xianxia to protect his body, Tokugawa didn't retreat even half a step. He brandished his shiny long knife in an airtight manner. In the blink of an eye, the two knives clashed more than 10 times. By now, Lu Xingsaburo had already thrown away the knife in his hand. Dugumo had suffered greatly from Tokugawa's pursuit just now. Now that he was facing Lu Xingsaburo, of course, he wouldn't hold back. He immediately used the Dugu family's famous solitary 9 swords. Knife-breaking technique. Sword-breaking technique. Spear-breaking technique. 6 consecutive swords forced Lu Xingsaburo's figure to continuously dodge. However, Dugumo's moves were all feints. The direction of the slashes was where Lu Xingsaburo would definitely retreat. Thus, Lu Xingsaburo's figure could only wander around in a small area. At the same time, while Lu Xingsaburo was busy dodging his long sword, he pasted the fire talismans in his hand onto Lu Xingsaburo's body. Tokugawa and Ling Yun were fighting. Ling Yun relied on the devil's blade in his hand and the yin-yang harmony balance to barely contend with Tokugawa. Tokugawa couldn't do anything to Ling Yun at the moment, but he was constantly observing the situation on Lu Xingsaburo's side. Lord Lu Xing, what are you pasting on your body? The more Tokugawa watched, the more he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly used Japanese to remind Lu Xingsaburo. Dugumo still had 2 more talismans to stick. Upon hearing Tokugawa's shout in Japanese, he guessed that Tokugawa was reminding Lu Xingsaburo. Before Lu Xingsaburo could react, Dugumo shouted, "Come!" Boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 basketball-sized red flames burned on Lu Xingsaburo's body at the same time. In an instant, he became a flaming man. Ah! Baka! Lu Xingsaburo's skin was crackling from the burning. He couldn't stand it anymore and immediately fell to the ground to extinguish the fire. Haha, it's really useful. Dugumo was stunned when he saw that Lu Xingsaburo was really on fire. Then, he shouted excitedly. He didn't know that many of these fire talismans were prepared for him by Ling Yun. Tisk, tsk, tisk. How could Ling Yun miss such a good opportunity? While he was desperately blocking Tokugawa's figure, he raised his hand and threw a handful of iron nails in the direction of Lu Xingsaburo's fallen body. After Lu Xingsaburo fell to the ground, he was busy rolling on the ground to extinguish the raging fire on his body. He didn't have the opportunity to avoid the iron nails that Ling Yun had shot at him. His body was immediately hit by 7 or 8 iron nails, and dark red blood spurted out from several parts of his body. Dugumo flew up and gently stabbed the long sword in his hand down from the sky, directly piercing Lu Xing's throat. Then, he didn't look at the breathless Lu Xing anymore. He somersaulted in the air and appeared behind the shocked and angry Tokugawa. Then, he raised his hand and slashed. From the moment Ling Yun and Dugumo's sudden appearance until now, less than 7 or 8 minutes had passed. The East Asian people that Tokugawa had brought with him were all dead, and he was the only one left, 2 against 1. Tokugawa knew that the situation was hopeless. He was slightly panicking, and the thought of escaping had already sprouted in his mind. Mr. Chen, if anything happens to me in Xianxia, I'm afraid that the Chen family won't be able to answer to the Tokugawa clan. He knew that Mr. Chen hadn't left yet, so he directly threatened him. Ling Yun laughed when he heard that. Mr. Tokugawa, do you think that you can still leave now? If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Mr. Chen from the Chen family hid behind a large tree in the distance. Seeing that Ling Yun and Dugumo had killed 8 East Asians in such a short period of time, he knew that the odds were stacked against him. Without saying a word, he shook his head and prepared to escape. Ling Yun and Dugumo were confident that Mr. Chen wouldn't be able to escape. The 2 of them firmly surrounded Tokugawa and didn't dare to relax for even a moment. If an expert of the Xiantian realm wanted to escape with all his might, they wouldn't be able to pursue him in this dense forest. Indeed, when Mr. Chen saw that Ling Yun and Dugumo didn't have any intention of stopping him, he turned around and tried to escape. However, he realized that everything around him had changed. Mr. Chen's expression changed drastically. He was dumbfounded because he saw that there were trees everywhere behind him. They covered the sky, and there wasn't a single gap. There was no way for him to escape. What's going on? Mr. Chen's mind raced as he turned his head to look in another direction. However, he realized that there was no way out for him. If he wanted to escape, he could only rush past Ling Yun and Dugumo. However, he had already seen Ling Yun and Dugumo's strength clearly. Either of them could kill him in 2 moves. He didn't dare to take the risk. Only by standing together with Tokugawa would he have a chance of survival. Mr. Chen's eyes turned rapidly as he dashed out from behind the large tree. With a few leaps, he arrived beside Tokugawa and stood together with him. Mr. Chen, we were attacked, but you hid at the side to watch the show. Isn't this a little unreasonable? Tokugawa's face was gloomy. However, with a formidable enemy in front of him, he couldn't make things difficult for Mr. Chen on the spot. He could only make sarcastic remarks with a cold expression. Mr. Tokugawa, what are you saying? You know that their identities are unknown. It wasn't convenient for me to reveal myself just now. I hope Mr. Tokugawa can understand. Mr. Chen still had a flattering smile on his face as he nodded and bowed to Tokugawa. Humph. Since you're from Xianxia and you represent the Chen family, this matter should naturally be handled by you. Tokugawa did not hesitate to mention the Chen family. In this way, it was equivalent to directly implicating the Chen family. Even if Mr. Chen wanted to escape suspicion, it was useless. He could only face it together with Tokugawa. Well said, well said. Mr. Chen cursed in his heart, but he still had a servant-like smile on his face. He then turned around and cupped his fists at the two of them. May I know your names, which family and sect are you from? Didn't you hear? We're the left and right guardians of Xianxia. Ling Yun snorted. Mr. Chen was humiliated, but he didn't mind it at all. He continued to smile and said, since the two of you don't want to say, then I won't ask. However, I am Qin Jianren from the Qin family, one of the 7 big families in Beijing. Since we met here today, I hope the two of you can give the Qin family some face. Ling Yun had heard about the 7 big families from Xianxia and knew that there was a Qin family in the capital city. He had also heard about it from Tokugawa. Therefore, he laughed disdainfully and said, is the Qin family that great? Never heard of it. However, this name of yours is really right. You're indeed AB*TCH. Qin Jianren saw that the other party didn't buy it at all. Moreover, he was extremely sarcastic towards him. No matter how B*TCH he was, he still felt embarrassed. His expression changed slightly as he said, this Mr. Tokugawa is the 4th son of the Tokugawa family, Mr. Tokugawa Takashi. If the two of you can be magnanimous today, our 2 big families can guarantee that the two of you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Qin Jianren immediately changed his strategy and started to tempt Ling Yun and Dugumo flew into a rage. Without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, he pointed his sword at Qin Jianren and said, **T. Enjoy the glory and wealth of the East Asian people? I'll kill you right now, you **TCH. Let's see how you can enjoy it then. Ling Yun gestured for Dugumo to calm down. He smiled arrogantly and said to Qin Jianren, Chen, as long as you tell me your true purpose for coming to Xianxia, I can let you live. Qin Jianren turned his head to look at Tokugawa Takashi. After pondering for a while, he said, actually, we're only here to look for something. Whether we find it or not, we'll leave Xianxia immediately. We have no other purpose. Ling Yun was already clear about this. He pretended to be interested and said, looking for something in Xianxia? What are you looking for? Hearing Ling Yun's words, Tokugawa Takashi thought that there was a chance to negotiate. He immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Left Guardian, it doesn't matter what we're looking for. There are too many secrets in Xianxia. Our main purpose is to conduct scientific research. You see, he raised his hand and pointed at the corpses around the bonfire. His heart ached and he was furious. However, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, these people are archaeologists and genetic experts from our East Asian country. We're protecting them here to ensure their safety. Ling Yun and Dugumo laughed in disdain. They treated it as a fart from Tokugawa Takashi. Ling Yun shook his head and said, since you guys don't want to speak the truth, I have nothing more to say. We'll talk after the fight. Ling Yun saw that they didn't mention anything about the bronze cauldron. He knew that there was no need to continue the discussion. He could only think of a way to capture them alive and use cruel methods to force them to tell the truth. He had only obtained the bronze cauldron in the sealed valley. He didn't get the cauldron lid, which made him feel regretful. When he heard them talking about the cauldron lid, he was naturally tempted. Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Dugumo, saying that Tokugawa Takashi definitely wouldn't protect Qin Jianren. He told him to go all out and restrain Qin Jianren first. Ling Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He turned hostile without hesitation. With his dragonfish phantom ability, he dashed in front of Tokugawa Takashi and raised his blade. Tokugawa Takashi and Qin Jianren had never seen someone turn hostile so quickly. They didn't expect him to attack so quickly. Tokugawa Takashi didn't fear Ling Yun because he had a higher realm. However, Qin Jianren was so scared that he fled like a rat. Even though Qin Jianren was only at Hotian realm level 7, his Qinggong wasn't bad. Using the surrounding trees as cover, he played hide-and-seek with Dugumo. Even though Dugumo's realm was much higher than his figure flashed a few times, but Qin Jianren managed to dodge every single one of his attacks. Dugumo had already determined that Qin Jianren was a traitor. Seeing how slippery Qin Jianren was, he was fuming with anger. He didn't care about anything else and chased after Qin Jianren. At the same time, he chopped down all the trees that Qin Jianren was using as cover. B**TCH, let's see how you're going to hide now. Dugumo chopped down more than 10 trees in an instant. Even though it took a lot of energy, it left Xianxia with nowhere to hide. The dense forest in the distance was already under Little White's illusion spell. He didn't dare to enter and could only hide in between the fallen tree trunks. However, what made Dugumo depressed was that it was easier to hide in a fallen tree than an upright one. Xianxia was trying his best to escape, which made it even harder for him to catch him. Why is it so troublesome? Lingyan frowned as he watched. Using both his hands, he shook off Tokugawa Takashi's long sword. Using the momentum, he leaped backward and threw a handful of nails at Xianxia in midair. Chi, chi, chi. This handful of nails instantly sealed off Xianxia's escape route. He hurriedly changed his direction, but Lingyan's left hand hurriedly shot out another 6 or 7 nails, sealing off all his escape routes. Dugumo's long sword trembled as he dashed in front of Xianxia in an instant. Pu, 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 pu. In one breath, he sealed off 6 or 7 of Xianxia's acupuncture points. He scolded, B*TCH, I'll let you run, I'll let you run. I'll seal you to death. Alright, hurry up and chase after Tokugawa, he's escaping. Lingyan flew backward for 7 or 8 meters just now. After helping Dugumo catch Xianxia, he realized that Tokugawa Takashi had already given up on the battle. With a tap of his toes, he leaped up the treetops and was escaping into the distance. Little White, stop him. Tokugawa's instantaneous burst of speed wasn't any slower than Lingyan's dragonfish phantom ability. Lingyan couldn't catch up in time and could only rely on Little White. Little White had been abiding by Lingyan's instructions. Now that it saw that Tokugawa was about to escape, it dashed out from its hiding place like a bolt of lightning. A white shadow rushed up the treetops and instantly pounced towards Tokugawa. Humph. It's just a little fox that knows how to use illusions. How can it be compared to our Japanese ninjutsu? Tokugawa Takashi raised his sword and slashed. Little White, get out of the way. At this moment, Lingyan had already arrived behind Tokugawa Takashi. Shocked, he hurriedly unleashed his devil's blade with all his might and slashed at Tokugawa Takashi's back. At the same time, Dugumo had also arrived. Without any hesitation, he raised his sword and stabbed forward. Little White tilted its body in midair and hastily dodged Tokugawa Takashi's long sword. However, Tokugawa Takashi's left palm struck Little White's body with a violent gust of Xiantian chi. Little White was injured and fell rapidly, courting death. Seeing that Little White was injured, Lingyan was completely enraged. With his left hand, he grabbed a handful of metal nails and threw them at Tokugawa Takashi. At the same time, with a tap of his toes on the treetops, he immediately rushed in front of Tokugawa Takashi and brandished his sword rapidly. Lingyan's metal nails were completely unable to break through Tokugawa Takashi's Xiantian true chi. If he wanted to deal with Tokugawa Takashi, he could only rely on the devil's blade in his hand. As expected, Tokugawa Takashi didn't dodge the metal nails behind him. Instead, he raised his sword with both hands and slashed at Lingyan's devil's blade. However, this time, the long sword in his hand finally couldn't hold on any longer and was broken by Lingyan's blade. Tokugawa Takashi was only concerned about dealing with Lingyan and didn't dodge Dugumo's longsword. He only had enough time to twist his body slightly before his left arm was pierced by Dugumo. The wound was extremely deep, and blood gushed out like a fountain. After Dugumo's sword succeeded, he didn't stop his movements. In an instant, he changed from a stab to a slash and slashed at the injured Tokugawa Takashi once again. Lingyan also used his Celestial Destroyer technique with all his might. The force of the blade was as ferocious as thunder and peerlessly overbearing. The black glow of the blade completely enveloped Tokugawa Takashi's entire body. Tokugawa Takashi, who was already injured and didn't have any weapons to protect himself, was finally defeated by Lingyan's 4 consecutive slashes. He could no longer use his qinggong and his body fell to the ground. Bam! Lingyan threw out another handful of metal nails and aimed them specifically at the area where Tokugawa Takashi was injured. At the same time, he used 1,000-kilogram fall to descend rapidly and raised his sword with both hands to slash at Tokugawa Takashi's head. Little White was injured by Tokugawa, and Lingyan was incomparably distressed. At this moment, how could he still care about sparing his life? Tokugawa Takashi was horrified. He couldn't care less about the metal nails and raised his right hand to block. At the same time, his head tilted violently. Pfft! The Devil's Underworld Essence blade instantly chopped off Tokugawa Takashi's right arm and half of his right shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out and instantly dyed his entire body red. Ah! Tokugawa Takashi roared and hurriedly used a secret technique to stop the bleeding. However, at this moment, Dugumo's longsword arrived and pierced his left arm once again. Tokugawa Takashi couldn't care less. He already knew that Ling Yun and Dugumo were after his life. He quickly twisted his left arm and held onto his right shoulder as he leaped up. He actually wanted to escape again. You can't escape. Ling Yun snorted coldly as he waved the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and slashed horizontally at Tokugawa Takashi's waist. Tokugawa was shocked. He no longer held on to his wound with his left hand as he hurriedly grabbed onto a tree branch above his head. His body shrank violently. Swoosh! Ling Yun's blade sliced off both of Tokugawa Takashi's legs from the knee down. I'll leave it to you, Ling Yun said to Dugumo. He no longer cared about Tokugawa Takashi, who had almost been sliced into a human stick. In a flash, he appeared in front of Little White and bent down to check on its injuries. Ling Yun quickly examined Little White and discovered that it had only suffered minor injuries from Tokugawa Takashi's palm strike. It had temporarily lost its ability to move. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He raised his hand and took out the 9 golden needles and healing talismans. He first used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to treat Little White's internal injuries before using the healing talismans to remove the bruises caused by the palm strike. Only then did he gently carry Little White and walk towards Xianxia. Throw Mr. Tokugawa over, Ling Yun said to Dugumo. Dugumo snorted coldly as he lifted his leg and kicked Tokugawa Takashi, who was in a bloody mess. That kick sent him flying more than 20 meters away. At the same time, Dugumo followed up with another kick. I asked you to eat the monkey's brain. I asked you to injure our beautiful and adorable Little White. Dugumo wasn't satisfied with Tokugawa Takashi's kicks. He cursed with every kick until Tokugawa Takashi was kicked to chin. Xianxia sighed. Ling Yun didn't care about the blood that was gushing out of Tokugawa Takashi's body. He raised his hand and took out the photo from Tokugawa Takashi's pocket. With one glance, he knew that it was undoubtedly the lid of the bronze cauldron. Can you tell me now? What are you looking for in Xianxia? Ling Yun's lips curled into a bright smile as he asked the two of them. I'm a member of the Tokugawa clan, which has the noblest bloodline in Japan. I'd rather die than be humiliated. I won't say anything. Tokugawa Takashi had reached the Xiantian realm. His vitality was extremely strong. His right arm and both of his legs had been chopped off, and he had lost so much blood. However, he was still alive because of the Xiantian qi. Ling Yun chuckled coldly. With a single thought, the huge bronze cauldron appeared from his spatial ring. He grabbed one of the handles of the bronze cauldron and placed it on the ground with a bam. Then, he asked calmly, are you looking for this? Ah. Xianxia Cauldron. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tokugawa Takashi, who was covered in blood, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes when he saw Ling Yun take out the bronze cauldron. He wanted to crawl over without a care for anything else. Xianxia, who had his acupuncture points sealed and couldn't move, also had his eyes lit up. However, when he thought of his own situation, his eyes dimmed immediately. Dugumo stepped on Tokugawa Takashi, who was crawling with his left arm. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes as he said, oh my god, so it really is the Xianxia Cauldron. This trip was not in vain, haha. Dugumo shouted excitedly. His tone and expression made it seem as if he had obtained the Xianxia Cauldron himself. However, he was extremely shocked. Ever since he saw Ling Yun, he had been carrying the Devil's Blade, one of the Devil Sect's holy artifacts. He knew all kinds of magical formations like the back of his hand. He had the magical gourd with him that could use talismans to treat illnesses. He also had the terrifying fire talisman. Furthermore, he had a treasure that he didn't know about that could store all these things. Who exactly was Ling Yun? The successor of the Immortal Physician sect? Why had he never heard of this sect before? Furthermore, Ling Yan's strength was too terrifying. He remembered clearly that when he met Ling Yan at the disco bar in Xianxia City, Ling Yan was only at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 5. Ling Yan had to dodge his attack, however, after only 5 to 6 days, when Du Guimo saw Ling Yan again at the bottom of the crater, other than being able to tell that Ling Yan's strength had increased tremendously, he couldn't determine Ling Yan's current cultivation level. Right now, Ling Yan gave Du Guimo a feeling of returning to his natural state. If he were to stand there quietly, no matter who looked at him, he would just be an ordinary young man. Other than his overly handsome looks and his attractive smile, there was nothing special about him. In fact, when Ling Yan wasn't angry, even his gaze was much gentler than before. He was calmer and more composed, no longer showing off his sharpness and intimidating aura. When he smiled, it was even more radiant and pure, making people want to get close to him unknowingly. Other than returning to his natural self, Du Guimo couldn't find any other words to describe Ling Yan. His temperament was even better than before. Furthermore, when he was with Ling Yan, even a genius like Du Guimo couldn't help but accept Ling Yan's arrangements. It was as if he was the one giving the orders. What the hell is going on? In any case, I am a rare genius of the Dugu family. How can I not compare to Ling Yan in every aspect? Ling Yan, let me go. As long as you hand over the Shinnon Cauldron to the Tokugawa clan, I can guarantee that any hatred between us will be written off. Furthermore, the Tokugawa clan will give you whatever you want. We will guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and plenty of beauties. You know, our Japanese beauties are very good at serving men. At this moment, Tokugawa Takashi was still fantasizing about obtaining the Shinnon Cauldron. The way he looked at the Shinnon Cauldron was like an 18-year-old boy watching his goddess strip off her clothes in front of him. Ling Yan chuckled as he took out a picture of the cauldron lid and waved it in front of Tokugawa Takashi. You don't have the right to negotiate with me now. If I'm not wrong, this should be the lid of the Shinnon Cauldron, right? Is it in your family now? Speak. Ling Yan used his mystical dragon hell at the end, shocking the struggling Tokugawa Takashi into a daze. He nodded his head blankly and said, yes. Ling Yan took the opportunity to ask, where is it in your family? Tokugawa Takashi opened his mouth and wanted to answer. However, he suddenly woke up and used his remaining left arm to point at Ling Yan. With a face full of shock, he said, Ling Yan, you're a demon. How do you know so many demonic techniques? Ling Yan thought to himself that this East Asian man had a strong will. He actually woke up so quickly after using the mystical dragon hell with all his might. Ling Yan laughed coldly. I naturally have to use demonic techniques to deal with demons like you. Tell me, how did you get a map of this place? If you answer me well, I will consider giving you a quick death. This was what Ling Yan was most worried about. Since Tokugawa Takashi had a map of the Sealed Valley, it meant that his family already knew about the valley in Xianxia. This was a huge problem. Ling Yan, you can't kill me. I've already relayed everything that happened here to my family. If you kill me, my Tokugawa family, or even the entire Japanese samurai family, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Tokugawa Takashi threatened Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he used the devil's blade to pat Tokugawa Takashi's head lightly. Don't try to scare me. We were in an intense battle just now. How would you have the time to relay the message? However, Ling Yan's heart trembled slightly. Previously, He Xingyan had used the Assassins Organization's communicator on him to summon the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization. That was why Ling Yan was in such a dangerous situation. Now that Tokugawa Takashi said that he had already relayed the message, Ling Yan had to believe him. Of course it was when you were capturing this piece of trash. Tokugawa Takashi turned his head with difficulty and looked at the immobilized Shinjianren. Then, he turned his head back and smiled proudly. Our Japanese technology isn't something that you Huaxia people, who only know how to use cold weapons, can understand. Ling Yan was delighted. He raised his hand and pointed at the heavy guns that had never been used before. So what if it's cold weapons? Didn't a cold weapon kill all of you? Ling Yan knew that Tokugawa Takashi wasn't lying. He must have relayed some of the events that happened here. However, there wouldn't be too much information because Tokugawa Takashi's time was limited. However, his skills had improved greatly. Without the restriction of spiritual energy, he had many treasures in his hands. He wasn't afraid of the Tokugawa clan at all. Ling Yun was afraid that an undue delay would bring trouble. He smiled coldly at the bleeding Tokugawa Takashi. Mr. Tokugawa Takashi, I don't care if you have guts or not. However, I can tell you clearly that the things of Huaxia will never fall into the hands of you East Asians. Don't worry, this cauldron lid, Ling Yun waved the photo in front of Tokugawa Takashi. I'll definitely get it back in the future. You can go in peace. With that, Ling Yun waved his right hand lightly, and Tokugawa Takashi's head fell to the ground. I say, genius, aren't you too much of a friend? We agreed that I was the one who killed him. Why did you suddenly make a move? Seeing Ling Yun swing his blade, Dugumo jumped away in fear. However, his body was still splattered with the small amount of blood that spurted out from Tokugawa Takashi's neck. It's the same no matter who kills me. Ling Yun smiled slightly. He turned his gaze to Qin Jianren and pointed at him. We agreed that it was him. Please don't kill me. I'm just a fart. Please let me go. Seeing how decisive Ling Yun was, Qin Jianren was so frightened that he couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If he could move, he would have been kowtowing profusely by now. Let you go? Ling Yun chuckled. Let you go so that you can continue to be the accomplice of the evildoer and ask for rewards from the Tokugawa clan? So that you can come back to us for revenge? You said that you would let me go. Qin Jianren's face was already ashen, and his body was trembling nonstop. Ling Yun laughed and said, You do remember this well. Then tell me, what is going on? Qin Jianren only hoped to keep his life. He hurriedly said, I'll tell you everything. It turned out that when the East Asians invaded Huaxia, they brought the flames of war to Xianxia during the later stages of the war. At that time, they conducted a large-scale exploration of Xianxia and frantically plundered the houses nearby. They obtained this cauldron lid from an old hunter's house. Because it was a bronze artifact, they knew that it was an incredible cultural relic. After asking the old hunter, they found out that the old hunter had accidentally entered a valley while hunting in Xianxia when he was young. They then forced the old hunter to bring them to find the body of the cauldron. However, at that time, the old hunter was already in his 70s. How could he endure such a long journey? After more than 10 days, the old hunter caught a severe cold just as they were about to reach the peak outside the valley. He died deep in the mountains. At that time, the war was already nearing its end. The East Asians were completely defeated. They didn't have time to explore the sealed valley and left in a hurry. However, the East Asians were cautious. They drew a map and prepared to find an opportunity to retrieve the cauldron. In the end, the cauldron lid landed in the hands of the Tokugawa clan. They found various experts to conduct comprehensive research on the cauldron lid and finally confirmed that this cauldron lid was a part of the legendary Shinnon cauldron. Moreover, this Shinnon cauldron was related to a huge secret, and that was the Earth Emperor's book. As long as they found the Shinnon cauldron, they would have a chance to obtain the Earth Emperor's book. Therefore, the Tokugawa clan began to seek cooperation with the big families in Huaxia. Finally, they reached an agreement with the Qin family in Beijing. They opened up all the connections and were able to bring such a complete set of equipment into Xianxia. The expert that the Qin family sent to accompany them and open up all the connections was Qin Jianren. Of course, Tokugawa Takashi didn't trust Qin Jianren at all. Therefore, even Qin Jianren didn't know what they were looking for. He only knew that the family sent him here to accompany Tokugawa Takashi to Xianxia to search for something. As long as they found it, he would receive countless benefits. Therefore, he acted like a servant and waited for the mission to be completed before returning to the family to receive rewards. After listening to Qin Jianren's narration, Ling Yun understood everything. He chuckled and said, So, what kind of agreement did the Qin family reach with the Tokugawa clan? Qin Jianren hurriedly shook his head and said, This is the family's top secret. How would I know? However, our family is currently ranked third among the 7 big families in Beijing. I think it's to trample on the Long family and become the number 1 family in Beijing, right? Ling Yun nodded and smiled. Then tell me, how can we leave Xianxia in the shortest time possible? Qin Jianren thought that Ling Yun was really going to let him off, so he hurriedly told him the truth. Ling Yan nodded and smiled. You've done well. Now, you can die. What? Didn't you say that you're going to let me off? Chen Jianren was shocked. Idiot, how can you believe that I'm joking? Ling Yan gave Du Guemo a look. Du Guemo snorted coldly and directly pierced his sword through Chen Jianren's throat. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Baby, don't worry. Big brother will go to East Asia one day and bring you back. Ling Yan muttered to himself as he stared at the photo of the Shenong cauldron's lid. Du Gumo, who was at the side, felt a layer of goosebumps on his back. He shivered and said, "Count me in when the time comes." Little White's injuries had already healed. It stared at Ling Yan with a pair of charming fox eyes and a sweet smile on its face. It hoped that it could transform as soon as possible. Ling Yan stared at the photo for a long time before looking at the Shenong cauldron beside him. He circled the Shenong cauldron twice before shaking his head and saying, "It's just a nice name. Other than the fact that it's made of bronze and is very old and beautiful, I don't see anything special about it." Du Gumo, can you figure it out? Du Gumo shook his head decisively. Even a genius like you from the Immortal Physicians sect can't figure it out, let alone me. Hurry up and keep it. Let's leave this place first. Ling Yan chuckled. Didn't you say that we would split it in half? This thing is too heavy. Help me carry it for a while. Du Gumo turned pale with fright. He rolled his eyes and said, "Who wants to split it in half with you? It's so huge. One look and I know how heavy it is. Do you think I'm Xianxia? Carrying the cauldron for a while?" Ling Yan chuckled. His left hand grabbed the handle of the Shenong cauldron and stored it in his spatial ring. He then said to Du Gumo, who was standing there in a daze, "Hurry up and check the bags and equipment of these corpses. Each of us will take 5, Du Gumo was astonished. They're already dead. What's the point of checking? Ling Yan smiled indifferently and was the first to walk in front of Chen Jianren's corpse. He started searching it and quickly found 2 bundles of cash on Chen Jianren's body. He waved it at Du Gumo and said, "Did you see that? You can't kill people for nothing. You have to pay for it." Du Gumo was a pure and innocent child. He was stunned by Ling Yan's actions and muttered, "You can do that?" Ling Yan didn't find anything else on Chen Jianren's body. He then went to Tokugawa Takashi's corpse. There really is a communicator. Ling Yan found a communication device on his body. However, he didn't know much about this kind of high-tech gadget, so he crushed the communication device with his hand. Then, Ling Yan said to Du Gumo, "Destroy everything except the money." Initially, Du Gumo didn't want to touch the East Asian corpses. However, now that he understood what Ling Yan wanted to do, he nodded his head hurriedly and started to help. The 2 of them rummaged through the corpses one by one. They even opened up the equipment bags of these people. Anything that could be burned was smashed to pieces. Finally, they gathered everything that could be burned in one place. Ling Yan used the fire talisman to burn everything. Ling Yan also found $180,000 in cash from the 2 equipment bags. Including the 2 bundles from before, it was exactly $200,000. He knew that the 2 equipment bags belonged to Tokugawa and Chen Jianren. The guns and ammunition were useless to Ling Yan, so he and Du Gumo found an extremely secluded bush nearby and dug a large hole to bury them. Alright, these corpses will naturally be taken care of by the rare animals in the forest. Let's go. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he and Du Gumo took Little White and sped out of Xianxia according to the route that Chen Jianren had pointed out. Poor Tokugawa Takashi. He wanted to eat the monkey's brain raw, but he didn't expect that his corpse would be left in Xianxia forever. Instead, it would be devoured by various animals. Chen Jianren had indeed done a good job. Ling Yan and Du Gumo followed the route that he had pointed out. After passing through 4 mountains, they immediately found the highway. Ling Yan had already kept Du Gumo's longsword into his spatial ring. He had also made Little White transform without a tail. Du Gumo had already seen Little White's illusionary technique earlier on, so he didn't ask too many questions. On the way out, the 2 of them came across more than 10 clear mountain springs. They had already washed the bloodstains off their clothes. Just like that, they dashed out of the highway in their wet clothes. Even though they had already washed the bloodstains off their bodies, the wanderers were still shocked when they suddenly appeared in front of them. They thought that they had met the savages of Xianxia. Because they had just gone through an intense battle and ran through the deep forest, their clothes were really tattered beyond recognition. They were even more tattered than the clothes that beggars wore on the streets. However, when they saw that the two of them weren't as tall as the legendary savages, a few wanderers who passed by boldly surrounded them and asked them what was going on. Ling Yan already had an excuse. He said that they were also tourists who came to Xianxia. In the end, the two of them got lost and wandered around the forest for a day and a night before finally finding the highway. Then, Ling Yan pretended to have forgotten about it and asked around for the date. When he found out that it was indeed Saturday, April 12th, his heart was slightly at ease. It wasn't even 8 in the morning yet. No matter what, as long as they could rush back to Qingshui City before midnight tonight, it wouldn't be considered as delaying Ning Er's birthday. There were many tourist vans in Xianxia. Very quickly, the two of them stopped one. When the driver of the tourist van saw the two of them, he didn't want to stop them. However, when Ling Yan took out a bundle of red $100 bills, the driver's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't ask anything. Instead, he invited Ling Yan, Dugu Mo, and a fox into the car as if they were a grandpa. He asked them where they were going. Dugu Mo told him to head to Makuga town first. The faster, the better. If he drove fast enough, they would pay him more. Naturally, the driver drove with all his might. Even though it was a Saturday, it was still early. The tour bus sped along the way and arrived at Makuga town within 20 minutes. Ling Yan was very generous. He gave the driver $1,000 and asked him for directions. Then, he changed to a car that was used to pick up tourists. How long will it take for you to reach Yicheng from here? Money makes the world go round. Ling Yan asked the driver as soon as he got in the car, patting a bundle of $100 bills on his hand. 170 kilometers. At a normal speed, it would take about 2.5 hours. The driver's heartbeat quickened, and his Adam's apple trembled as he replied. Ling Yan laughed. All right, how much will it cost for you to send me to Yicheng? The driver thought for a while and said, $1,000. Ling Yan laughed. I'll give you $2,000. Let's count it as 2.5 hours. For every half hour that you arrive earlier, I'll give you an additional $500. It's up to you. Wasn't the driver driving with all his might? He was driving like crazy. The driver didn't even bother to say anything. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. In the end, they arrived at Yicheng in a little more than an hour. After the driver stopped the car, he wiped his sweat and said to Ling Yan, "Little brother, I really exceeded the speed limit. This is the only speed I can go. I reckon the Transportation Bureau will fine me quite a lot." Ling Yan laughed and took out $5,000. He placed it in the driver's hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you down. Here's $5,000. Help me find a good car as soon as possible." The driver was puzzled. "Why are you in such a hurry? Just where was he going? Why don't you go to Yicheng's Three Gorges Airport to take a plane?" Ling Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We're going to the capital of Hubei province. Look at us. We lost our identification cards in Xianxia. We can't even take a train, let alone a plane." The driver thought about it and thought to himself, "You guys lost your identification cards, yet you still have so much money on you. You're really willing to sacrifice your life for your money." However, on account of the money, he didn't ask further. He only smiled and said, "Then you've found the right person. I have a friend who specializes in going there. However, he drives a BMW. As long as you can afford it, I'll give him a call." Ling Yan nodded and smiled. "All right, I'll give you as much as you want as long as it's fast enough." Just like that, Ling Yan and Dugu Mo changed into a BMW. Ling Yan directly took out $10,000 and handed it to the driver, asking him to hurry. The speed of the BMW was naturally much faster than the previous car. The driver was also a racing enthusiast. After getting on the highway, he drove straight to 180 miles per hour and didn't slow down at all. The distance of more than 300 kilometers took them only 2 hours to reach Wuhan. After chatting along the way, the man found out that Ling Yan's final destination was the capital of Jiangnan province. He then took the initiative to drive them directly back to Xianxia city. Ling Yan thought about it and asked, "How far is it from here to Xianxia?" The man opened his mouth and answered, "It's about 800 kilometers. According to my speed, including the time spent on refueling and passing the toll station, it'll take at most 6 hours. Ling Yan smiled and asked him, "Then can your body take it if you keep driving at such a high speed?" The man laughed and said, "To be honest, my body is indeed a little overwhelmed if I keep driving at this speed. However, who asked me to do this for money? As long as you give me enough money, I promise to send you back to Xianxia city safely and quickly. It definitely won't affect your girlfriend's birthday." Ling Yan laughed heartily and said, "Alright, tell me how much you want." The man was very straightforward. He opened his mouth and said, "From Yichang to Wuhan, you gave me 10,000 yuan. Actually, this is already very extravagant. To be honest, it's enough for a round trip to Xianxia city. However, I don't think you're someone who lacks money." Ling Yan raised his hand to stop him from talking. He smiled and directly asked him to state his price. The man stated a total of 20,000 yuan. Ling Yan nodded and agreed. Then, they found a gas station to fill up their gas. Ling Yan and Du Gumo found a clothing store to buy a new set of clothes. After a simple meal, the three of them set off on time at 1 in the afternoon. They headed straight for Xianxia city in Jiangnan province. The man was right. After he drove the BMW onto the highway, he continued to drive like crazy. Other than passing the toll station and refueling, the car didn't fall below 130 miles per hour, at 7:30 at night. Ling Yan and Du Gumo finally returned to Xianxia city, more than 1100 kilometers, from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 at night. This was indeed extravagant. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Exciting, this is F*King exciting. I've really broadened my horizons along the way. You guys are practically burning money. That young man could drive a BMW, so he obviously wasn't someone who hadn't seen money before. However, it was the first time he had seen someone spend 30,000 yuan just to rush back for his girlfriend's birthday. Du Gumo also stared at Ling Yan with a grin. "Genius, aren't you a little too crazy?" Ling Yan took out 20,000 yuan and added another 2,000 yuan to pass it to the driver. Then, he smiled and said, "Brother, thank you. You must be tired after driving for the whole day. Treat it as my treat tonight. Have fun in Xianxia city and slowly go back tomorrow. Grand scene, this is really grand. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it all." The driver worked so hard to rush back to Xianxia city because he wanted to earn money. Therefore, he wasn't being unreasonable. Ling Yan thought to himself, "This isn't my own money anyway. I'll spend it as much as I can. There's still more than 170,000 yuan in my spatial ring. Where are you two going? I'll give you a ride." The driver was very happy for the sake of money. Ling Yan didn't want to change cars either. He thought for a while and said, "Then, I'll trouble you. I'll give you directions. Let's go." Ling Yan pointed the way and got the driver to drive straight to Xianxia city's Xianxia Lake scenic area. When they reached the vicinity of the Qingxi Villa district, he and Du Gumo alighted and sent the driver away. At this time it was already 8 o'clock. The two of them found a more secluded place. Ling Yan took out Du Gumo's long sword from his spatial ring and gave it to him. Then, he smiled and said to him, "I say, are we still going to fight?" Hearing this, Du Gumo punched Ling Yan's chest and cried out, "You're so sick. Even Xiantian realm level 1 Tokugawa couldn't take advantage of you. What's the point of fighting? I'm not going to fight you." Ling Yan laughed and asked casually, "I'm going to celebrate Ning Er's birthday. Do you want to come along?" Du Gumo shook his head. "No, I have to hurry back to my hotel. I'm too tired this time. I'll go back and rest. I'll look for you tomorrow." Ling Yan laughed. "I say, if you have nothing better to do, hurry up and buy a phone so that we can communicate more easily." Don't forget that you still have to be my bodyguard for 2 months. Du Guimo laughed. Your phone doesn't even have battery. Even if I bought one, I wouldn't be able to contact you. Ling Yun said, don't worry, I will definitely charge the battery tonight and turn on the phone tomorrow. By the way, have you written down my phone number? Du Guimo laughed and said, your phone number is so easy to remember. I've already memorized it. Don't worry. If you want to look for me tomorrow, you can come to Qingxi Villa District 4, Mansion number 1. Ling Yun smiled. Du Guimo also told Ling Yun his hotel and room number. Then, the two of them bade each other farewell and parted ways. It was only 8 o'clock at night, neither too early nor too late. Ling Yun looked up at Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak, then at the passers-by at Qingshui Lake. He sighed in his heart as he felt that his experience in the crater was like a dream. At least it was more daunting than dangerous. I'm finally back. Time to celebrate Ning Er's birthday, Ling Yun thought to himself as a charming smile appeared on his handsome face. He lifted his feet and walked towards Shui Mining's villa. At the same time, in Miracle Dr. Shui's villa, the place was bustling with noise as people came and went like a tide. It was extremely lively. Obviously, there were many dignitaries who came to celebrate Shui Mining's birthday. Among these people, there were people from Qingshui City, some from Beijing, and others from all over the country who came just to celebrate Shui Mining's 17th birthday. Miracle Dr. Shui's villa had such a lively scene twice a year. One was for his birthday, and the other was for his precious granddaughter Shui Mining's birthday. Everyone understood Miracle Dr. Shui's temper and knew that he was living in seclusion here. Therefore, most of the people who came would leave immediately after putting down their gifts. They didn't even eat or stay for long. Miracle Dr. Shui's network was extensive. If all the people who came stayed for a meal before leaving, not to mention Miracle Dr. Shui's villa, even the entire Qingxi Villa district wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Of course, there weren't many people who knew that Miracle Dr. Shui was living in seclusion and that it was Shui Mining's birthday today. Moreover, Shui Mining's parents didn't invite anyone. Most of the people who came today were people who found out that it was Shui Mining's birthday today. The main reason why they came uninvited was to climb up the tree that was Miracle Dr. Shui. China's #1 miracle doctor, Shui Xingji, and his son, Shui Xianxia, welcomed the people who came to present gifts to Shui Mining. It was a joyous and peaceful atmosphere. Old man Shui nodded to everyone with a smile on his face. However, the stiffness in his smile was difficult to conceal, and his eyes carried a trace of haggardness and worry. All of this was because Ling Yun had been missing for too long. There were too many tragic things that happened in the past few days, if not for the fact that Shui Mining's parents had prepared a month in advance for Ning Er's birthday and invited everyone that needed to be invited. Miracle Dr. Shui would rather cancel Ning Er's birthday celebration. Other than the night that Ling Yun got into trouble at the Zhuang family, everything was fine during the entire Qingming festival. Why did Ling Yun disappear right after the Qingming festival ended? Moreover, his disappearance was so complete that it was as if this person had suddenly disappeared from this world. So many people tried to find him, but the result was the same. They couldn't find him. No one knew where Ling Yun went, and no one knew if Ling Yun was dead or alive. Many people were anxious to find Ling Yun. In order to find Ling Yun, Shui Mining didn't go to school for 4 days. Her eyes were swollen like 2 peaches from crying. How was she going to celebrate her birthday? Moreover, so many things had happened in the past few days. Even though these things had nothing to do with Miracle Dr. Shui, they were all related to Ling Yun. However, since everything had been prepared and the banquet had been set, they couldn't just cancel the birthday celebration. With Miracle Dr. Shui's status, it wasn't something that could be cancelled just like that. Miracle Dr. Shui had no choice but to force a smile and cheer himself up. He sat there and gestured to the people that followed him with a smile. Those that were of high status would stand up and send them off. As for the rest, he left it to his son, Shui Xianxia, to handle. In any case, Miracle Dr. Shui knew that Ning Er would definitely not walk out of her bedroom no matter how Zhang Manyun tried to persuade her. In Shui Mining's bedroom. Baby girl, don't cry anymore. If you continue to cry, your mother's heart will break. Ling Yun is missing, and no one can find him now. But we still have to live. A beautiful middle-aged woman who was only 37 or 38 years old sat at the head of the bed. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure. She wore a long red dress and wore her hair in a noble bun. Her beautiful eyes were filled with heartache as she looked at Xue Mining, who was sobbing on the bed. Xue Mining was wearing a nightgown as she lay quietly on the bed. Her usually beautiful black hair was now messy like a haystack. Her two beautiful eyes were now swollen like a ripe peach. Her eyes were bloodshot, and tears flowed silently down her cheeks. The pillow that she had just changed was now wet again. Xue Mining could only cry silently. She couldn't be bothered to respond to her mother's consolation. She no longer had the energy to respond. She was already at her limit. However, a voice echoed in Xue Mining's heart. "Big brother Yun, where are you? Where are you? How can you be missing for so long? It's already been 6 days, why can't we find you?" In just a short 6 days, Xue Mining couldn't eat or drink. She spent every day in tears, and she had already lost a lot of weight. Zhang Manyun sighed. She reached for a tissue and gently wiped Xue Mining's face. "Little Ning, listen to your mother. Hurry up and take a shower. Listen, there are so many guests downstairs. They're all here to celebrate your birthday. If you don't show up, it'll be too impolite." Zhang Manyun sighed softly. Xue Mining finally lifted her swollen eyelids and looked at Zhang Manyun. She pouted and said in a hoarse voice, "Manners. Manners. You guys only know how to be polite. Now that Big Brother Yun is missing, I don't care about manners anymore. Those people were invited by you guys. What has it got to do with me? Who asked you guys to celebrate my birthday? You can't even find Big Brother Yun, how can you celebrate your birthday?" Zhang Manyun thought to herself. "My dear daughter, you have been calling us almost every day, telling us to make your birthday more grand this year. Now that your Big Brother Yun is missing, you are blaming it on us. This is really, however, now was not the time to blame her daughter." Zhang Manyun knew that she had said the wrong thing. She hurriedly coaxed her daughter and said, all right. It's my precious daughter's birthday today. You are the eldest, so you can do whatever you want. However, you haven't eaten or drank for the whole day. Can I feed you some water?" Xue Mining frowned and said, "I don't want to drink. Big Brother Yun is missing, why would I want to drink water? If Daddy is missing, will you still have the mood to drink water?" Valiant. Extremely, and especially valiant. This little demon girl was indeed a little demon girl. Even when she was extremely sad, the words that came out of her mouth were extraordinarily shocking. Zhang Manyun pursed her lips slightly. "This child, how can you say that? Your Big Brother Yun is important, but no matter how important he is, can his relationship with you compare to the relationship between Mommy and your daddy?" Xue Mining buried her head under the blanket and yelled, "You're on the same level as me. You're on the same level as me. What do you know? Big Brother Yun saved my grandpa's life." Zhang Manyun sighed faintly. This Ling Yun was really too much. Why did he suddenly disappear and cause her daughter to become like this? Now, she doesn't even go to school, doesn't eat, and doesn't care about her appearance. She only knows how to find him all day long. Is this Ling Yun really that charismatic? After thinking for a long time, she suddenly had an idea. She said to her precious daughter who was burrowing under the blanket, "Little Ning, didn't you say that Ling Yun promised to definitely celebrate your birthday? Who knows, he might appear tonight." Sure enough, Xue Mining, who was covering her head with the blanket, immediately sat up on the bed. "Really? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Little Ning, think about it, has your Big Brother Yun ever gone back on his word? Zhang Manyun asked Xue Mining in a serious tone. Xue Mining didn't even need to think about it to know that he had. However, that was only to the bad guys. Big Brother Yun had never gone back on his word. Since your Big Brother Yun is a man of his word, he will definitely care about your birthday. I believe that he will definitely come back to celebrate your birthday no matter what the reason for his disappearance is. Zhang Manyun saw that her daughter was deep in thought. At the mention of Ling Yun, Xue Mining was at a loss. She stared blankly at her mother and muttered to herself, but big brother Ling Yun has been missing for 6 days. So many things have happened these past few days, but he has never appeared. Will he really appear today? Moreover, if big brother Yun really appears, and he knows that something like this has happened at home, Zhang Manyun knew that there was a way. She had to coax her daughter downstairs first. The young valley master of the miracle physician valley, Hu Xiaobai, was here today. He was here specially to celebrate Ning Er's birthday. If Ning Er didn't come downstairs, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Don't think too much about it. Isn't your grandfather trying to think of a solution? Ning Er, think about it. If your big brother Yun suddenly appears in front of you and sees you like this. This sentence was more effective than any medicine. Xue Mining jumped up from her bed. Mommy, what time is it now? I want to take a shower. Aya. My eyes are so ugly. Mommy, what should I do? Big brother Yun won't like it. Xue Mining got off her bed and looked at her dressing table. She was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Zhang Manyun let out a deep sigh. It had been an entire day. Other than making a few phone calls, Ning Er didn't get out of bed. She didn't eat or drink anything. Other than crying, she didn't do anything else. Now that Ling Yun might be coming, she was actually so excited. Don't worry. With mommy here, I will make sure Ning Er looks the prettiest tonight. Of course, Zhang Manyun knew that Ling Yun wouldn't come. However, since things were already like this, she had to let Ning Er have some hope first. It didn't matter if he went downstairs or not. At the very least, she had to let her precious daughter eat and drink some water. Otherwise, if this continued, Ning Er's body would collapse in a few days. In the living room on the first floor, the huge living room was brightly lit and noisy. Most of the people who came to celebrate Xue Mining's birthday had already left, but there were still 4 tables full of guests who came to congratulate Xue Mining. One of the tables was naturally filled with old friends of Miracle Dr. Xue. They took the opportunity to catch up with Miracle Dr. Xue. The other 2 tables were occupied by Xue Mining's parents' friends from all over the country. They were all influential people, and they were either rich or respectable. When their children celebrated their birthdays, Xianxia and Zhang Manyun went to congratulate them. Now that it was Xue Mining's birthday, it was only natural for them to return the favor. The last table was filled with young men between the ages of 17 to 25 years old. They were all the hedonistic sons of the various big families in China. Each of them looked heroic and dignified. They sat there proudly, enthusiastically discussing the hottest topics of the day. Perhaps they were flattering each other, but they had a tacit understanding of each other. Among these young men, the young valley master of Miracle Physician Valley, Hu Xiaobai, the hedonistic 7th young master of Beijing's Long family, Long Tianyu, and the 4th young master of Beijing's Li family, Li Yumin, were the core of the group. Not only were the 3 of them handsome, but their families were also incomparably illustrious. Compared to the other hedonistic sons, they were of a higher level. The 19-year-old Long Tianyu smiled and asked, Big brother Li, your Li family is a big family. I wonder what present you brought for little sister Ning Er's birthday. Li Yumin was fair and clean, and he looked refined. He smiled faintly and said, Oh, it's not anything good. I can't bring anything out. I only brought a Maybach for little sister Ning Er. I'm really embarrassed to say it, apart from Hu Xiaobai and Long Tianyu, the other hedonistic sons all took in a deep breath. They thought to themselves that the Li family lived up to its name. Their family had monopolized China's electricity and coal industry. They really didn't lack money. Although Li Yumin said that he was embarrassed, his face was filled with an extremely proud smile. He asked Long Tianyu, Tianyu, your Long family is known as the #1 family in Beijing. I wonder what present you brought for little sister Ning Er. Although Long Tianyu was young, his words and actions were rather calm. He had the style of a young master of the Long family. He said leisurely, Oh, my present is really not presentable compared to Big Brother Li's. It's just a pearl necklace with a 9-carat pink diamond embedded in the middle. I hope little sister Ning Er will like it. When the other hedonistic sons heard this, they instantly lost interest. They thought to themselves, how much can a pearl necklace cost? It's only a 9-carat diamond, and the Long family has the nerve to bring it out. However, Li Yumin was shocked when he heard this. he asked. A pink diamond? Big brother Xianxia, it seems like your long family has put in a lot of effort to let you celebrate little sister Ning'er's birthday. A hedonistic son with a screw loose asked blankly. It's just a 9-carat diamond. What's there to put in so much effort? I only gave her a 15-carat South African diamond. Long Xianxia smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Li Yumin smiled and explained, it's not about the diamond. It's about the color of the diamond. The highest quality pink diamond is worth 1 million USD per carat. Furthermore, pink diamonds that are more than 7 carats are too gorgeous and beautiful. They are rare in the world. Therefore, they can't be calculated according to 1 million USD per carat. That stupid hedonistic son was speechless. What Long Xianxia gave wasn't money at all. It was something rare in the world. Long Xianxia smiled proudly and turned his gaze to Hu Xiaobai. He asked politely, I wonder what gift did the young Valley Master of Miracle Physician Valley bring for little sister Ning'er? Long Xianxia couldn't possibly be impolite. What kind of place was Miracle Physician Valley? As long as the people there were willing, anyone who came out to practice medicine would be a rare miracle doctor. Miracle Doctor Shue's master was the Valley Master of Miracle Physician Valley. Others might not know, but Long Xianxia definitely knew about this. Therefore, he was very polite to Hu Xiaobai. Hu Xiaobai smiled faintly. Oh, you guys know that our Miracle Physician Valley is a remote and desolate place. I only brought a 900-year-old ginseng for little sister Ning'er this time. When she comes out later, I will personally give it to her. It's a pity that this ginseng is still 100 years away from becoming a 1,000-year ginseng. Sigh, Hu Xiaobai said that it was a pity and had a pained expression on his face. However, everyone could tell that he was just showing off. A 900-year-old ginseng was already a spirit. Where else could they find one? Among the three of them, Hu Xiaobai was elegant and charming, Long Xianxia was imposing, and Li Yumin was elegant. The three of them sat there and chatted with smiles on their faces. It looked like they were respectful to each other, but in reality, they had already engaged in several secret battles. Was there a need to say such a big gift? How could this be a birthday celebration? This was simply a betrothal gift. No matter who it was, if they could win Shui Mining's heart, it would be equivalent to obtaining the support of the entire Shui family. It could even be said that they had obtained everything from the Shui family. Why? Because Miracle Doctor Shui only had one granddaughter, and Shui Qingye only had one daughter. Actually, all the young men sitting at this table had a tacit understanding in their hearts. However, when they saw the gifts from the three of them, they instantly became listless. Whether it was in terms of status, family power, or wealth, they weren't on the same level. They could forget about competing for Shui Mining because they weren't even on the same level. However, we have been here for so long. Why isn't our birthday girl out yet? Even if she's dressed up meticulously, she shouldn't take that long, right? It's already 8 o'clock, time to start the banquet. That's right, if Sister Ning'er isn't coming down, how are we going to give her a gift in person? Li Yumin smiled faintly and said to everyone, did you guys notice that the seat between Big Brother Hu and Brother Long seems to be empty? I'm guessing that there's someone else who hasn't arrived yet. Everyone took a look and realized that it was indeed the case. The best seat at their table was indeed intentionally left empty, and they didn't know who it was reserved for. All the nouveau riches were momentarily stunned as they started discussing and guessing which nouveau riche this seat was reserved for. There was another person who had been staring at this seat. Naturally, it was Miracle Dr. Shui. He was getting more and more anxious as he thought to himself. It was already 8 o'clock. If Ling Yin didn't arrive by 8:30, the banquet would have to start, and he really couldn't wait any longer. Miracle Dr. Shui was an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, and his physiognomy was no small matter. He could tell that Ling Yun wasn't the kind of person who would die young. Furthermore, based on Ling Yun's strength, as long as he wasn't up against a Xiantian realm master, Ling Yun wouldn't have a problem escaping. At the very least, he had already given Ling Yun his phone number. If Ling Yun was really in danger, he would definitely contact him. Moreover, there was a Xiantian realm master protecting Ling Yun in the dark. It was impossible that something had happened to Ling Yun, but where was he hiding? Ling Yun hadn't appeared in the past 6 days despite all the major events that had happened. Would he appear on Ning'er's birthday today? I can only wait until 8:30. If Ling Yun still doesn't appear, regardless of whether Ning Er comes down or not, we can only start the banquet, Miracle Dr. Shui sighed faintly. He didn't care about the others, but there was a table filled with his old friends and brothers. They were all waiting for him to go over and reminisce after sending off the guests. Uncle Shui, when is Sister Ning Er coming down? We are waiting to give her a birthday present. Yes, Uncle Shui, Sister Ning Er's birthday is today. How can we celebrate her birthday if she doesn't show up? The nouveau riche table was filled with youthful vigor after all. They couldn't wait to show off and had already begun to make a fuss. Shui Mining's father, Xianxia, hurried over to ask his father. Sai, it's not like you haven't seen Ning Er's situation. Go up and see if you can get her to come down, Miracle Dr. Shui said to Xianxia through telepathy. Xianxia could only go upstairs with a heavy heart to get Ning Er. After a long while, everyone heard Shui Mining shouting angrily, Daddy, I won't come down unless Big Brother Yun is here. If Big Brother Yun isn't here, I won't come down no matter what you say. Everyone downstairs was holding their breaths as they waited for Shui Mining's family to come down from upstairs. Hence, the entire living room was silent for a moment. Now that they suddenly heard this sentence, they started guessing who this Brother Yun that Shui Mining was talking about was. Why was he so important? At this moment, a clear voice that sounded like a dragon's roar came from the courtyard. Ning Er, who said your big brother Yun isn't coming? Today is your birthday, how can you be so rude? You really deserve a spanking. The voice wasn't loud, but Ling Yun deliberately used the mystical dragon hell. Everyone in Miracle Dr. Shui's villa heard it clearly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The first person to notice Ling Yun's arrival was, of course, Miracle Dr. Shui, who had already reached the Xiantian realm. He even stood up from his seat in surprise before Ling Yun could say anything. The worry in Miracle Dr. Shui's eyes and the forced smile on his face were instantly replaced by unconcealable excitement and ecstasy. Miracle Dr. Shui stood up abruptly from his seat and subconsciously floated out of the room to welcome Ling Yun outside the courtyard. However, Miracle Dr. Shui suddenly remembered that he was in front of everyone. It would be too shocking if he did that. Hence, Miracle Dr. Shui took 2 steps forward involuntarily and steadied himself. He clenched his fists nervously and stood there, waiting for Ling Yun to walk into the living room. Even so, as one of the focal points of the night, Miracle Dr. Shui's actions and the change in his expression were noticed by many. The people in the living room could not help but be confused. They had never heard of Ling Yun before. Which family's young master was he from? How could he be worthy of such treatment from the 2 focal points of the night? Tonight's birthday girl, Shui Mining, actually announced in front of everyone that she would not come downstairs unless Ling Yun arrived. Even though Miracle Dr. Shui was courteous to the guests today, anyone with the slightest bit of insight could easily tell that Miracle Dr. Shui had been absent-minded today. He was forcing himself to smile. However, upon hearing that Ling Yun had arrived, Miracle Dr. Shui actually stood up from his seat excitedly before anyone entered the house. He even wanted to personally welcome Ling Yun. That was too shocking. One had to know that among the guests here today, the only ones worthy of Miracle Dr. Shui's personal welcome were his old friends. Moreover, Ling Yun's entrance seemed a little too arrogant. He didn't even see him but heard his voice first. Regardless of the situation in the villa, he dared to say that he would spank the birthday girls, but, since when did the precious daughter of the Shui family, Miracle Dr. Shui's only granddaughter, allow anyone to spank her but so casually? Moreover, not only did Miracle Dr. Shui not seem to be angry at all, he was actually very excited. With all these things added up, it was enough to whet everyone's appetite. Everyone couldn't help but secretly guess Ling Yun's identity. They wondered how heaven-defying this person must be to receive such coveted treatment. Could his status be higher than the Miracle Physician Valley's young Valley Master Hu Xiaobai, the Long family's 7th young Master Long Tianyu, and the Li family's 4th young Master Li Yumin? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Regardless of gender or age, they all turned to look at the entrance of the living room, waiting for Ling Yun to enter the house. They wanted to see what kind of outstanding young man he was. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of the villa, Shui Mining, who had just vented her anger at her father, heard a voice that she could not be more familiar with before she could finish her sentence. Amidst that calm and leisurely voice, there was an indescribable arrogance and carefree tone. It was the voice that had disappeared from her ears for 6 whole days. Shui Mining could only feel a buzzing sound in her head as the blood in her body froze. However, in the next instant, it started to boil again. Her heart clenched tightly as she felt a burning sensation in her body. Then, she started to tremble violently. She was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. She wanted to take a step forward, but she couldn't move. She wanted to open her mouth and scream, but she couldn't. Happiness came too quickly and too suddenly. She couldn't believe what she heard was real. She thought that everything was an illusion. However, there was a voice in Shui Mining's heart that was roaring madly, causing her ears to ring and her body to tremble. Big Brother Yun. It's Big Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun is back. Is he really back? Only after completely losing it would one know what happiness once was. Only after experiencing despair would one understand the joy of being rescued from a hopeless situation. Ning Er, Xianxia and Zhang Manyun naturally heard Ling Yun's voice as well. They stared at their daughter anxiously, wondering if their daughter was overreacting. Zhang Manyun was so scared that she quickly called out to the stunned Ning Er. Ning Er, did you hear that? Your big brother Yun is back. Why aren't you going downstairs? Xianxia also reminded his daughter. Really? Is Big Brother Yun really back? This isn't an illusion, right? Or am I dreaming? Shui Mining mumbled to herself blankly. Ever since Ling Yun's disappearance was confirmed, Shui Mining hadn't had a good night's sleep. She would always wake up from her dreams. Sometimes, she dreamt that Ling Yun was back. Sometimes, she dreamt that Ling Yun was in trouble. Every time she woke up, her face would be filled with tears of joy or fear. Zhang Manyun smiled gently and patted her daughter's shoulder. It's not an illusion or a dream. Your big brother Yun is really back this time. Listen, he's already in the living room. He's talking to your grandpa. Zhang Manyun said softly. Shui Mining pinched her thigh harshly, causing her to hiss in pain. She listened carefully, and her eyes finally flashed with happiness. Big Brother Yun. Shui Mining didn't hesitate anymore. She lifted the corner of her red evening gown and rushed out of the bedroom. However, she was pulled back by Zhang Manyun. Zhang Manyun thought to herself that her precious daughter had become like this because of Ling Yun. She looked at Ning Er coquettishly and pointed at the shoes that had been prepared for her. Silly child, you're wearing a gown. Who goes out to meet guests barefooted? Shui Mining had just changed into a luxurious evening gown under Zhang Manyun's persuasion. She didn't wear shoes because she didn't want to go downstairs. Now that her mother reminded her, she realized that she was really barefooted. But the pleasant surprise soon turned into worry, because she had been washing her face with tears for the past few days. Her eyes were swollen like 2 peaches, and her eyes were bloodshot. Shui Mining put on her shoes in a flurry. Suddenly, she thought of her eyes and exclaimed anxiously, "Ah! Mommy, my eyes, what should I do?" Zhang Manyun smiled sweetly. That's easy. Give me a moment, Mommy will help you with your makeup. Ling Yun was currently downstairs. Even though little demon girl could not wait to see Ling Yun, she did not want to appear in front of him in such an ugly state. She could only suppress the excitement and agitation in her heart as she changed her shoes and let Zhang Manyun do her makeup. However, before that, Shui Mining rushed to the bedroom door and shouted, Big Brother Yun, wait for me. I'll be down soon. Zhang Manyun frowned slightly. However, she couldn't do anything about her precious daughter. She could only shake her head and laugh. Xianxia nodded at Zhang Manyun before turning around and going downstairs. He wanted to see what kind of person Ling Yun was to be able to gain his father's approval and harm his precious daughter to this extent. Ling Yun had already entered the living room. The moment he entered the room, he was immediately greeted by the gazes of dozens of people in the living room. In an instant, he became the center of attention in the living room. These gazes were filled with curiosity, confusion, doubt, confusion. Of course, there was also Miracle Dr. Shui's shocked and excited gaze. However, what kind of person was Ling Yun? Even if the wind and waves hit him, he would still walk leisurely. He was just that calm and leisurely as he walked in front of Miracle Dr. Shui. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "Grandpa Shui, I'm here to celebrate Ning Er's birthday. It seems like I'm a little late, you don't mind, right?" Miracle Dr. Shui was shocked because he realized that he couldn't see through Ling Yun's cultivation. The current Ling Yun was like an ordinary high school student in the city. Other than being a little too handsome and tall, Ling Yun was no different from an ordinary person. "It's good that you're here, it's good that you're here." Miracle Dr. Shui grabbed Ling Yun's hand excitedly and pulled him closer to take a closer look. Miracle Dr. Shui was secretly puzzled. Could it be that Ling Yun doesn't have any martial arts? Or, has his cultivation surpassed mine? Or has he reached the realm of returning to the basics? That's impossible. After Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, the changes in him were simply too great. Because of that strange energy center, it was almost impossible for others to see through Ling Yun's current cultivation realm as long as he didn't show it on purpose. Everyone would think that he was just an ordinary person. Of course, the most important change was the change in Ling Yun's temperament. Ling Yun's eyes were much gentler than before. They were no longer as sharp and sparkling as before. When he smiled, his handsome face was as bright as the sun, incomparably pure. He was the perfect image of the boy next door. Having reunited after a long time, the two of them had many things to say and many things to ask each other. But now that they were in front of everyone, they held back and only exchanged a few glances and a few simple words of greeting. At this moment, Xianxia came downstairs. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't let go of Ling Yun's hand and introduced him to Ling Yun with a smile. Xianxia was Ning Er's father, so Ling Yun was naturally very polite. He smiled faintly and bowed to Xianxia respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Shui. This kid is really handsome." This was Xianxia's first impression of Ling Yun. Then, it disappeared. He pretended to be nonchalant, but in fact, he carefully sized up Ling Yun for a long time. He couldn't see anything special about Ling Yun other than his handsomeness. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just because he's handsome and saved my father's life, my daughter is already so infatuated with him. This kid is really, however, Xianxia didn't express these thoughts. He told Ling Yun that Ning Er would be coming down soon and told Miracle Dr. Shui to bring Ling Yun to the banquet. As Ling Yun sat down at the table with the nouveau riche, Ning Er's birthday banquet officially began. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. After Ling Yun took his seat, Xianxia smiled and announced the start of the birthday banquet. His words pushed the atmosphere in the living room to a climax. The most excited ones were naturally Ling Yun's table. All the nouveau riches were excited as they rubbed their palms together. They were waiting for the female lead of the night to come downstairs. Then, they would present her with the gift that their families had specially prepared. Then, they would see who would come out on top and win Shui Mining's heart. This was different from ordinary birthday banquets. At a banquet of this level, no one came here to eat. Other than congratulating, everyone had their own goals. It was just that their goals were different. This was especially so for these nouveau riches. Ever since they were young, they had eaten all kinds of delicacies. Therefore, even though Xianxia had specially invited the best chef from Beijing to prepare this banquet, and the dishes that were served were exquisite and sumptuous, not many people paid attention to it. For a banquet for a wealthy family like this, the format was far more important than the substance of the banquet. Normally, it would end in less than 2 hours. There were only 2 climaxes in the entire birthday banquet. One was when Shui Mining blew out the candles and made a wish, and the other was when the birthday gifts were given to Shui Mining. This was because the relationship between the two families could be seen from the gift-giving segment. Furthermore, this segment was the best opportunity to display the family's strength and status. Every nouveau riche was waiting for Shui Mining to come downstairs. Xianxia arranged for Ling Yun to sit in the best empty seat. He sat between the young master of the Miracle Physician Valley, Hu Xiaobai, and the 7th young master of the Long family, Long Tianyu. This made all the foppish young masters present feel displeased, and they were secretly jealous. Originally, they thought that the person who came would be an amazing person worthy of Miracle Dr. Shui and Shui Mining's attention. However, when Ling Yun came in, they looked at each other and were stunned. this was because no one recognized Ling Yun. Not only that, but Ling Yun's clothes made these nouveau riches feel that it was beneath them to sit with him. Compared to these nouveau riches, what he was wearing now was like a beggar standing in a group of extravagantly dressed celebrities. Not to mention the class, he was simply out of place. To be honest, this was a random set of clothes that Ling Yun had bought at a roadside clothing store when he had rushed to Wuhan. Otherwise, if he had worn Du Gumo's tattered robe, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter the villa district. The foppish young masters looked at each other. Their curious gazes immediately turned into thick disdain. Many of them even had cold, contemptuous smiles on their faces. She had thought that this Ling Yun was an extraordinary person. Now, other than being a little handsome, there was nothing special about him. Looks can't be used to make a living. Even the usually calm Long Tianyu couldn't believe his eyes. This was little Ning's birthday banquet. What was Ling Yun playing at? He shifted his seat to the side as if nothing had happened. He stared at Ling Yun and asked with a smile, "Ling Yun, we came earlier than you and have already introduced ourselves. May I know where your family is?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said casually, "Oh, I come from Xianxia City. My mother runs a clinic." When the nouveau riche heard this, the disdain on their faces became even more obvious. One of them laughed coldly and asked, "Then how did you get to know little Ning Er?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "We are classmates from Xianxia High." "I am a student from Xianxia High." All the nouveau riche came to a sudden realization. So they were just classmates. That made things easier, seeing that there was finally someone with a lower status than him. The dumbass who had lost face at the start felt that he had a target to mock. He pointed at the living room and chuckled. "Ling Yun, have you noticed a problem?" "Problem?" Ling Yun had indeed noticed it the moment he entered the house. At this moment, he was still thinking about it. He nodded his head and said absent-mindedly, "There is indeed a problem." The nouveau riche looked at each other again and couldn't help but burst into laughter. These nouveau riche didn't understand what Ling Yun meant. Ling Yun said that there was a problem because he didn't see anyone he knew other than Miracle Dr. Shui. Ling Yun originally thought that he would at least be able to see Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, Xuan Mei Feng, and even his mother, Qin Qiuyue, at Ning Er's birthday banquet. Even though Shui Mining was unruly, she was a very sensible person. According to Ling Yun and Shui Mining's current relationship, Ling Yun wouldn't believe that Shui Mining didn't know how to invite these people, especially since Shui Mining had met his mother before. The two of them even got along well. His mother also liked little Ning very much. If Shui Mining invited his mother, Qin Qiuyue would definitely come. Since it was impossible for little Ning to not invite them, why didn't any of them show up? This wasn't normal. That idiotic nouveau riche was finally satisfied. He snorted coldly and said, "So you knew that there was a problem? Didn't you see that there wasn't a single classmate of little Ning's? Then why is your classmate still here and not leaving?" That idiotic nouveau riche didn't know that Ling Yun was thinking about something else and didn't have the time to bother with him. He thought that Ling Yun was a pushover, so his words were getting more and more overbearing. He was practically forcing Ling Yun to leave. "Leave here? Little Ning hasn't come down yet. Why should I leave?" Ling Yun finally calmed himself down and lifted his head lightly. He looked at that idiotic nouveau riche and said with a smile that was neither servile nor overbearing. This was little Ning's birthday banquet, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Ling Yun didn't want to add any unhappiness to little Ning's birthday banquet, so he didn't pay much attention to this little nouveau riche and let him do as he pleased. Moreover, with the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade, he could go head-to-head with a Xiantian Realm Level 1 expert. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such an ordinary rich kid. Ahem. Li Yumen also felt that the idiotic nouveau riche had gone too far. He coughed dryly to smooth things over. Then, he smiled and asked Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, I wonder what present you prepared for little Ning this time?" "Eh? Birthday present?" "Little Ning didn't ask for a birthday present from me." Li Yumen really stumped him this time. Ling Yun thought to himself that he was in too much of a rush to actually not buy a birthday present for little Ning. This matter was really handled. However, Ling Yun thought about it again. When he was in the Sealed Valley, didn't he casually pluck a few ginseng kings and Chinese knotweed that had been growing for thousands of years? He could just give little Ning one of them. Even though little Ning wouldn't need it, it should be enough as a birthday present. When the nouveau riche heard this, of course, the whole hall burst into laughter. They were practically about to burst their stomachs from laughing. They winked at each other, waiting to see Ling Yun make a fool of himself. "You're here to celebrate little sister Ning Er's birthday and you actually don't know how to prepare a birthday present? Ha 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 ha." That idiotic nouveau riche didn't want to chase Ling Yun away anymore. He felt that it wasn't a bad idea to keep him here to watch Ling Yun make a fool of himself. Hu Xiaobai, who was at the side, couldn't help but reveal a disgusted expression when he heard this. He also knew that Ling Yun didn't have any family background, nor did he have any strength. Furthermore, the way he spoke was a little dull. He couldn't help but reveal a disgusted expression as he sat further away from Ling Yun. "What's that saying again?" "Oh, I didn't understand it, but I thought it was awesome. I didn't expect it to be just a slightly more handsome gigolo. I think it's a toad lusting for swan meat, ha 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 ha, mister. Ling's outfit is really trendy. Could it be the latest brand?" These days, there are many people who think they're infallible. There are also many people who like to act cool. However, in the end, they always end up as fools. The nouveau riche began to purposely discuss and ridicule Ling Yun. It was as if this would bring them a special kind of pleasure. It was just a few words that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ling Yun laughed it off. Just like that, another 5 to 6 minutes passed. Suddenly, Ling Yun turned his head and looked in the direction of the villa's staircase. Then, he frowned slightly as a trace of heartache appeared in his handsome eyes. "Our little birthday girl is coming down. Little sister Ning Er is coming down." At the corner of the staircase, Shui Mining, who was dressed in a luxurious red evening gown, revealed her snow-white shoulders. She was wearing a pair of shiny high-heeled sandals, and her right hand was carefully holding the hem of her dress as she walked down the stairs. She was elegant, and her mother, Zhang Manyun, followed closely behind her. Shui Mining was undoubtedly the only female lead tonight. The moment she appeared, the living room immediately erupted into thunderous applause. "So beautiful, yeah, little Ning's figure, TSK, she's only 17 years old. Who knows how beautiful she'll be in 2 more years, I wonder which family's descendant ended up getting lucky in the end. Sigh, I'm not worthy of the Shui family. Otherwise, I would have asked for a matchmaker a long time ago. There's still a need for matchmaking? Look at that table, what do you think those nouveau riches are here for today? Big brother Yun." Shui Mining could not wait any longer. She asked her mother to help her put on some simple makeup to cover the bruises in her eyes. Then, she immediately ran downstairs to see Ling Yun. Before she reached the end of the stairs, Shui Mining's gaze swept across the room. She immediately saw Ling Yun's familiar face smiling at her as she walked down the stairs. The anxiety and anticipation in Shui Mining's eyes instantly turned into endless joy. She could no longer care about anything else as she slightly raised the corner of her dress and rushed towards Ling Yun's seat. Ling Yun smiled as he stood up and pushed his seat away. Under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone present, he opened his arms wide. Shui Mining ran faster and faster. It was as if she was a young swallow flying into the forest as she threw herself into Ling Yun's embrace. Afraid that Ling Yun would run away again, she stretched out her delicate arms and wrapped them around Ling Yun's waist. At this moment, Shui Mining could no longer care about the makeup on her face. She directly pressed her head against Ling Yun's chest as her tears fell like rain, instantly drenching Ling Yun's chest. "Don't cry, little Ning. Everyone is looking at you. Aren't I back now? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Everyone in the living room who was applauding had their hands in midair. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. They felt that their brains were not enough. What was going on? What was the background of this ordinary-looking kid? How could he let Shui Mining go downstairs without even greeting her grandfather and father? Instead, she just threw herself into his arms without caring about anything else. Furthermore, Shui Mining was wearing an evening gown. Such a gorgeous gown was most prone to wrinkles. She did not care about it at all. Wasn't she afraid that the gown would go out of shape? Of course, the weirdest thing was still Ling Yun. Under the gaze of so many people, he casually reached out and hugged Ning Er in his arms. He didn't even care about the piercing gazes that were shooting at him from all directions. Seeing this scene, Miracle Dr. Shue's face was unperturbed. His eyes were filled with gratification as he sat down with a smile. In his heart, he was truly happy for his precious granddaughter. Sigh, this Ling Yun. I won't be able to rest easy in the future. Miracle Dr. Shue's face was truly glowing. He was extremely comfortable. Shui Mining sobbed in Ling Yun's arms for a long time. Her snot and tears drenched a large patch of Ling Yun's shirt. After a long time, she lifted her head from Ling Yun's arms and stared at Ling Yun with a pair of swollen eyes. Filled with lingering fear and grievance, she said, "Big brother Yun, are you really back? Where did you go? Do you know that we went crazy looking for you? We all thought that you..." At this point, Shui Mining immediately shut her mouth. Now that Big Brother Yun was back safe and sound, everything was fine. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. He did not expect that his trip to the crater would take so long. This was because he could already circulate the yin-yang harmony balance before entering the crater. Moreover, breaking through to physique tempering stage 4 was just a matter of lifting his feet. He was confident that he could find the yin array core in the shortest time possible. Based on his experience with the yin-yang harmony balance in the cultivation world, he knew that mastering the yin-yang harmony balance and cultivating the qi in his dantian was just a matter of time. If that was the case, Ling Yun would go down on the night of April 6th and come out on the morning of April 7th. At that time, he even thought that he wouldn't miss the morning self-study session on Monday. Moreover, the sinkhole was right there, and he couldn't run away. As long as he wanted to explore, he could go down and explore at any time. However, Ling Yun didn't expect that it would take him 3 days and 3 nights just to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance and form this strange energy center. Later on, those 3 idiots unintentionally activated the killing formation. After he retrieved the dragon's saliva, he discovered the 8 trigrams Tai Chi diagram at the bottom of the pond. After a series of bizarre encounters, he actually spent 5 days and 6 nights. When he walked out of Xianxia, it was already the morning of the 12th. It took him 12 hours to get back to Qingshui City from Xianxia. It took him 6 days and 6 nights to get back to Qingshui City from the crater. If he had known earlier, Ling Yun would have at least informed Tai Xiaohu before he went down to the sinkhole so that everyone would know where he was going. However, if that was the case, the people around him would definitely think of ways to find him if Ling Yun didn't come out after such a long time. Thinking about the perils of the sinkhole, Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu would definitely die if they went down with their skills. The ending would probably be tragic, and it would be too late for Ling Yun to regret it. A freak combination of factors led to the current situation. Other than comforting Ning Er, Ling Yun had no other choice. "I'm really back. It's my fault this time, but I promise it won't happen again. I went to look for a birthday present for Ning Er. I'll definitely give you a big surprise later." Shui Mining was so touched that she didn't know what to do. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time and almost couldn't hold back her tears. She finally managed to hold them back and gently hit Ling Yun's chest. "Didn't I say that I don't want you to give me a birthday present? Really? I don't want any surprises. As long as you can attend my birthday banquet, Ning Er will be very happy." "What? Going missing? Going to look for a birthday present?" Didn't Ling Yun say that he didn't have a birthday present? The nouveau riche behind Ling Yun were envious, jealous, and resentful when they saw how close Ling Yun and Shui Mining were. Now that they heard that Ling Yun went missing to look for a birthday present for Ning Er, they stared at each other in disbelief. Ling Yun was only wearing a half-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of green pants. He didn't even bring a bag with him, so how could he have a birthday present? The nouveau riche thought to themselves, "Let's see if you can still smile when we give you a birthday present later." At this moment, Ling Yun cupped Shui Mining's delicate but skinny face and said with a pained expression, "Ning Er, why are your eyes so swollen? They're even bloodshot." Shui Mining's eyes were swollen and bloodshot. Everyone in the living room could see that, but no one brought it up due to the occasion. Seeing that Ling Yun took the initiative to bring it up, they couldn't help but frown. They thought to themselves, "How dare you ask? Didn't I cry because of you?" Shui Mining panicked as she knew that Ling Yun had already noticed her eyes. She was so scared that she buried her head into Ling Yun's embrace and shouted, "I don't allow you to look. it's so ugly, Ling Yan chuckled and was about to speak when he heard a clear voice beside him. Little sister Ning Er, you must have been busy preparing for your birthday and didn't have enough sleep. That's why your eyes are slightly swollen. However, you don't have to worry, this is the blood circulation ointment made by our miracle physician Valley. As long as you apply it, I guarantee that your eyes will recover to their original state within 3 hours. The young Valley master of the miracle physician Valley, Hu Xiaobai, had a clear motive for coming here today. He was here to propose. Seeing how close Ling Yun and Ning Er were, he was already filled with hatred. Now that he had a chance to perform, he naturally tried to please Ling Yun. At the same time, he could show off his status. Everyone was attracted by Hu Xiaobai's voice and looked over. Indeed, they saw a small golden box in Hu Xiaobai's hand. It was very exquisite, and it was obvious that it was made of pure gold. They couldn't help but look at it in shock. Even though these ordinary people hadn't heard of the miracle physician Valley, Miracle Dr. Xue was known as the miracle doctor by the world. It must be a sect with profound medical skills. However, Ling Yan had heard of the miracle physician Valley from Tai Jingping of the Divine Fist sect when he was in the crater. He looked at the proud Hu Xiaobai and smiled. Thank you, but 3 hours is too slow. How are we going to cut the cake later? Huh. Ling Yan's words shocked everyone present. Xue Mining's eyes were so swollen that even her meticulous makeup couldn't hide it. It was already a miracle that she could recover in 3 hours, but Ling Yan actually said that it was too slow. Xianxia and Zhang Manyun were incomparably shocked. How could Ling Yan be so arrogant? He even said that 3 hours was too slow and that it would delay the cutting of the cake. Could it be that Ling Yan could heal Ning Er's eyes before she cut the cake? The cake had already been brought out and was in the middle of the living room. All that was left was for Xue Mining to make her wish and blow out the candles. However, it was about to be cut. They looked at Miracle Dr. Xue at the same time. However, Miracle Dr. Xue didn't say a word. He only looked at Ling Yun with a smile, as though he had a card up his sleeve. After being humiliated by Ling Yun in public, Hu Xiaobai felt extremely embarrassed. His handsome face turned green and red as he frowned and said, Ling Yun, can you please draft your words before you speak? Even though you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, what you said is something that no one can do. If you can't do it, don't talk about it to others. Hu Xiaobai didn't believe that there was any miracle medicine that could beat their miracle physician Valley. Everyone in the living room nodded their heads in agreement. They felt that Hu Xiaobai was right. Ling Yan's words were indeed arrogant. A certain nouveau riche who wished for the world to be in chaos quickly followed up and said, That's right, Ling Yun. Since you said that other people's medicine isn't good, why don't you show us quickly? Don't mess around when you can't do it yourself. I'm embarrassed for you. Now, everyone was frowning as they looked at Ling Yun. He had suddenly become the target of public criticism. Ling Yun smiled indifferently as he looked at the nouveau riche before looking at Hu Xiaobai, who was staring at him provocatively. He said leisurely, Who said that I can't do it? Why would I say something that I can't do? After he finished speaking, Ling Yun used his right hand to gently lift Xue Mining's face. He smiled and said, Ning Er, just open your eyes. You'll be fine in no time. Of course, Xue Mining trusted Ling Yun. With a sweet smile on her face, she raised her head slightly and looked at Ling Yun lovingly. At that moment, Ling Yun took out a healing talisman from his spatial ring and held it in his right hand. His hand moved as fast as lightning as he covered Xue Mining's eyes with the talisman. At the same time, he shouted in his mind, Appear. Xue Mining only felt a refreshing coolness around her eyes. Very quickly, she felt the swelling in her eyes recede, and her vision returned to normal. When she opened and closed her eyelids, she no longer felt that dry, swollen sensation. It's done. Ling Yan retracted his left hand and said with a smile. Huh. Ah. This is impossible. This is too magical. Ling Yan retracted his left hand, and everyone immediately looked at Xue Mining's face. They saw that Xue Mining's originally swollen eyes had not only completely recovered, but the blood vessels in her eyes had also disappeared. Her beautiful eyes were as clear and bright as the outline of the goddess Athena's statue. It was a strong contrast from before, and it instantly shocked everyone present. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ah. It's really healed. Big brother Yun, you're amazing. Shui Mining didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that she had recovered. She jumped happily in Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun was glad that he had left 7 or 8 healing talismans with him when he was treating Little Black. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble today. He couldn't possibly roll up his sleeves and use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot just to treat a swollen eye, right? Furthermore, no matter how fast the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was, it wouldn't be as effective as the healing talismans. Shui Mining was so happy that she almost kissed Ling Yun on the face. Even though she had wanted to do that for a long time, she was still a little embarrassed to do it in front of her parents and grandfather. Hu Xiaobai was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know where to put the golden ointment in his hand. His mouth was wide open as he stared at Ling Yun. His mind was completely blank. What kind of medical skill was this? How could there be such amazing medical skills? Was this specially prepared to slap my face? Or was this just a magic trick? A smokescreen? It wasn't just Hu Xiaobai. Long Tianyu, Li Yumin, the bunch of nouveau riches, and all the rich and powerful people in the living room were all dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? He looked so quiet and ordinary, but he had such amazing medical skills. Even better than the Shui family's medical skills. This was obvious because the Shui family was a family of traditional Chinese medicine. If Shui Mining's swollen eye could be treated quickly, Miracle Dr. Shui would definitely do it himself. After all, this was an important occasion, and everyone who came was a respectable person. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't treat it, but Ling Yun did. Didn't that mean that Ling Yun's medical skills were even better than Miracle Dr. Shui's? He was a genius. Many knowledgeable people, especially the table full of old friends of Miracle Dr. Shui, had their eyes lit up. This kid, he's really hiding his strength. Many people were saying this in their hearts. Xianxia and Zhang Manyun looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They turned to look at their precious daughter. That's right, it was indeed cured in the blink of an eye. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed heartily as he stood up from his seat. He coughed and said, Ning Er, since your eyes have been healed by your big brother Yun, aren't you going to blow out the candles? Everyone is waiting for you. He's here. Shui Mining replied excitedly. Then, she pulled Ling Yun's hand and walked towards the huge and exquisite birthday cake without any hesitation. Big brother Yun, why are you standing here? Help me light the candles. She couldn't help but tug at Ling Yun's hand again. Big brother Yun, what are you standing here for? Ling Yun smiled bitterly as he looked around. Then, he said to Shui Mining softly, this should be given to you by your grandpa and parents, right? I won't go over. Shui Mining snorted and said, I don't want it. This time, I want you to light the candles for me so that my wish will come true. After saying that, she hugged Ling Yun's arm and dragged him towards the birthday cake as usual, allowing his arm to squeeze her towering chest. Everyone was still in shock from Ling Yun's simple demonstration just now. Now that they saw Shui Mining dragging Ling Yun to light the candles, they had mixed feelings. It was especially so for the nouveau riches table. The shock in their eyes instantly turned into envy, jealousy, and hatred. These nouveau riches exchanged glances and came to an unprecedented consensus. No matter what, they had to work together to extinguish Ling Yun's arrogance first. They couldn't let Ling Yun continue being so smug. He would be humiliated after the birthday candles were blown out. Uncle, Auntie, look. Ling Yun smiled helplessly as he was dragged by Shui Mining to Xianxia and his wife. Xianxia. Just from the name, one could tell that Miracle Dr. Shui hoped that his son could inherit his father's business. Of course, he was also an extraordinary Chinese medicine practitioner. However, even he couldn't tell what method Ling Yun used to cure Ning Er's eyes. His opinion of Ling Yun had already changed. As for Zhang Manyun, needless to say, the way she looked at Ling Yun was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. This child is really handsome. Moreover, his medical skills are really good. He's not ostentatious at all. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Miracle Dr. Shui smiled as he walked over and patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Since Ning Er is willing, then you can help her light the candles. Miracle Dr. Shui thought to himself, stop pretending in front of me. Hurry up and celebrate Ning Er's birthday. There are still many things to discuss with you later. Each of them will give you a headache. Alright. Then I'll light the candles for Ning Er. The bright lights in the living room suddenly went out. As Ling Yun lit the 17 candles one by one, Shui Mining stood in front of her parents with a face full of happiness. She hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly and closed her eyes to make a wish. First, she wished for Grandpa to live a long and healthy life. Second, she wished for everything to go well for her parents. Third, she wished for Big Brother Yun and Ning Er to be together forever. After Shui Mining finished making her wish, she gently opened her cherry lips and blew out the candles in front of her. Surrounded by everyone's happy birthday song, she hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly. 2 streams of tears of happiness flowed down her cheeks. Her heart was filled with happiness. All the suffering she had suffered for Ling Yun over the past few days was worth it. Big Brother Yun, as long as you're by my side, birthday isn't important. Presents aren't important. Ning Er isn't important. Nothing is important. As long as you're by my side. In the hazy darkness, Shui Mining's heart was pounding. She quietly moved her mouth close to Ling Yun's ear and whispered some words. Then, before the lights were turned on, her fragrant lips quickly kissed Ling Yun's face, the song stopped, and the lights were turned on. The living room was once again as bright as day. Shui Mining's face was burning red as she picked up the cutlery and started cutting the birthday cake. At the same time, the etiquette staff in the living room opened the champagne that had been prepared a long time ago. The fragrance of the champagne filled the entire living room. Everyone was cheering and laughing. The atmosphere in the living room was at its peak in an instant. Shui Mining wasn't that patient. She only cut a few pieces of cake to show her filial piety to her grandpa and then to her parents. Then, she naughtily took a bite of the cake before raising her hand to pass it to Ling Yun. I'll watch you finish eating. Of course, Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony. He finished the cake in a few bites. Then, he smiled at Ning Er and said, Ning Er, now that the cake is finished, you should accompany Uncle and Auntie to thank them. I'll go back and take a seat first. We can talk after you're done. With that, Ling Yun didn't let Shui Mining have her way this time. He gently pushed away Shui Mining's hands that were hugging him and returned to his own seat. Just as Ling Yun returned to his seat, he heard a few cold snorts. However, he didn't care. He ate and drank as he should. He didn't care about the resentful gazes around him. In the darkness just now, he clearly heard Miracle Dr. Shui's telepathic message telling him that many things had happened in the past few days. However, Miracle Dr. Shui told him not to be anxious and to wait until Ning Er's birthday party was over. Ling Yun had a premonition that something was wrong since he didn't see anyone familiar. He knew that after Ning Er's birthday party, he would definitely hear a stormy sea. He had already mentally prepared himself to face any challenges. What should and shouldn't have come had already come. However, what was done could not be undone. He could only try his best to deal with it. Therefore, he had to eat his fill first. 20 minutes later, Shui Mining finished thanking the guests at the other 3 tables and received many birthday gifts. Finally, she followed her parents to Ling Yun's table. Everyone knew that the most exciting moment was about to come. These nouveau riches didn't directly present their birthday gifts when they arrived. They all chose to personally present their gifts to Shui Mining so that they could win her heart. However, they didn't expect Ling Yun to take the lead tonight. Naturally, they were indignant and wanted to regain their pride at this moment. At this moment, Ling Yun was still sitting there, eating and drinking crazily. It was as if he hadn't seen food in 8 lifetimes. The table was filled with delicacies, and it was as if they were specially prepared for him. Jiangnan Lu family, Lu Hongyi, presents little sister Ning Er with a pair of jade bracelets. Happy birthday, little sister Ning Er. Jiangdong Kai family, Xianxia, presents little sister Ning Er with an exquisite jade Buddha. Happy birthday, little sister Ning Er. Regardless of which nouveau riche it was, as long as they presented their birthday gifts, they would either consciously or intentionally glance at Ling Yun. Their expressions were extremely smug and provocative. Obviously, every nouveau riche's birthday gift was carefully chosen. Every gift was incomparably precious. However, those present were all wealthy people, so they weren't too interested in these gifts. They were more concerned about the highlight of the night. They wanted to see what the miracle physician Valley, Beijing's Long family, and Beijing's Li family had brought this time. Finally, Shui Mining followed her parents to Li Yuman's place. Even though she was holding a beautiful and transparent goblet, her mind was elsewhere. Her pair of beautiful big eyes was fixated on Ling Yun, who was smiling at her. She didn't even pay attention to the birthday gift she just received. She only thanked him mechanically. Now that her big brother Yun was back and sitting right in front of her, what birthday gift could be better than Ling Yun appearing by her side? Li Yumin smiled gently and stood up. He smiled politely at Shui Mining's parents before saying to Shui Mining, "Little Ning heir, you're already 17 years old. You'll be getting your driver's license soon. This time I didn't bring anything else but a Maybach 62 for you. Happy birthday, little Ning heir. I hope you like it." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Discussions broke out everywhere. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Maybach 62? The current market price is at least 12 million. Impressive. Isn't that right? And I'm sure it's more than that. Since the Li family gave him a Maybach, it must be a limited edition one. It's just that this Li Yumin is very humble and didn't brag about it. Of course, the Li family is a prestigious family with a huge business. Tens of millions is nothing to them. It's impossible for it to be an ordinary one. He's really generous, we can't compare. Old Shui, you've really struck it rich this time. Shouldn't you be happy? Now, Miracle Dr. Shui was sitting at his old friend's table, drinking and chatting. Anyone could see that he was very happy. A hale and hearty old man teased him. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed and said indifferently, "I've treated his grandfather's body before. What's so great about a Maybach? Luckily, the Li family hasn't forgotten about me." Another old man with white hair and a red face said with a smile, "Old Shui, I think you're trying to cover it up. How could they not forget you? They're obviously here for your precious granddaughter. This time, they asked this kid to come over just to let him go ahead and greet you first. At the same time, they can let the two children meet first so that they can have a good impression of each other." Miracle Dr. Shui's expression didn't change. He glared at the old man with white hair and said, "Old man, you don't have to give me a hard time. I can't decide on Ning heir's marriage. Whoever she likes will be my grandson-in-law." The hale and hearty old man spoke again. "Is there a need to look? Do you really think we old men have bad eyesight? Who does she like? Isn't that the person sitting there? Heh, look at this kid's shabby attire. He's neither servile nor overbearing in front of so many rich and powerful children. I didn't expect him to have some skills. Not bad at all." Another old man in a cyan tang suit couldn't help but say, "Indeed, this child's eyes are different from others. I can't tell what kind of feeling it is, but it's very likable. Look at the dimples on his face. Not to mention anything else, just that face alone can charm the girls outside. However, the way this child eats is really awkward." The old man in the green tang suit was very particular about people's manners. Seeing Ling Yun's disregard for his table manners, he secretly felt that it was a waste of such a handsome young man. The hale and hearty old man said again, "I say, old Shui, where did you find such a genius?" Even though he showed off his skills casually just now, it was indeed impressive. However, this bunch of nouveau riches seemed to have taken some aphrodisiac. It's obvious that they're determined to get this brat. Now that they're competing with their wealth, I think Ling Yun is going to lose this time. Miracle Dr. Shui rolled his eyes at the old man and scolded him jokingly, "You're the only one who can't be serious. This child came from a poor family, but so what? My granddaughter isn't someone who despises the poor and loves the rich. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have a birthday present, as long as he's here." To Miracle Dr. Shui, it was indeed good that Ling Yun was here. If Ling Yun still didn't appear, who knew how sad his precious granddaughter would be? Even though Miracle Dr. Shui pretended to be impartial, who wouldn't be able to tell that he was protecting Ling Yun from the shadows? The group of old men found it interesting and winked at Miracle Dr. Shui. One of them raised his wine glass and said, "Let's drink, let's just watch the show. That brat is in the limelight tonight, it's time for him to suffer a setback. Otherwise, he'll be arrogant in the future." Don't you think so, old Shui? Haha. Even though it was noisy in the living room and their table was the furthest away from Miracle Dr. Shui's table, Ling Yan still heard every single word of their laughter. He only smiled faintly and continued eating. Big brotherly, this is too expensive. Shui Mining wanted to reject Li Yuman's gift. She was extremely intelligent and naturally understood the hidden meaning behind Li Yuman's gift. However, at this moment, Ling Yan's voice rang in her ears. Of course, this is a gift delivered to your doorstep, why wouldn't you accept it? Don't ever say no. Shui Mining's heart skipped a beat. Big Brother Yun is still the same Big Brother Yun who hasn't had enough of taking advantage of others. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun coquettishly, not saying another word. Li Yuman thought that Shui Mining was going to reject him and was about to come up with an excuse. He didn't expect Shui Mining to stop halfway through her sentence. Instantly, he was overjoyed and handed the keys to the Maybach to Shui Mining personally. Xianxia, who had seen much of the world, only smiled to express his gratitude and greeted Li Yuman's elders in person. Li Yuman sat down in satisfaction. Long Tianyu immediately stood up and took out a luxuriously wrapped box from his bag. He held it in front of Shui Mining with both hands and personally opened the box in front of her. Raising his voice, he said, "Little sister Ning Er, this is a pearl necklace with a 9-carat pink diamond. I think little sister Ning Er will definitely like it, so I gave it to you as a birthday present." Happy birthday! Long Tianyu came from the Long family. Even though he was calm, his tone carried a natural sense of confidence and arrogance. Everyone couldn't help but cheer in unison, not to mention the pink diamond that was releasing a dazzling pink light under the bright lights. Just the dozens of white pearls that were the size of glass could be sold for more than a few $100,000. Anyone who wasn't as stupid as that idiot would be able to tell that such a gift was extremely rare and priceless. Even Shui Mining couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw the necklace. However, she subconsciously wanted to reject it. At this moment, Ling Yan said, "You can't reject it." According to etiquette, such a gift had to be worn immediately after opening it. Only then would it be suitable for Jing Er. Long Tianyu smiled and continued, "Little sister Ning Er, if you like it, how about I help you wear it now?" Shui Mining was in a dilemma. Deep down, she really hoped that Ling Yun would put this dazzling necklace on her neck. However, this gift was given by Long Tianyu. That would be too embarrassing. Who told you not to let me reject it? What should I do now? Shui Mining rolled her eyes at Ling Yun coquettishly. Suddenly, she turned to Zhang Manyun and said, "Mummy, help me put it on." Zhang Manyun liked such a rare gift from the bottom of her heart. It could be said that there weren't many women who could reject such a rare gift. She naturally understood Shui Mining's intention. She smiled at Long Tianyu embarrassedly and personally helped Shui Mining put on the diamond necklace. Shui Mining was dressed in a luxurious red off-the-shoulder gown. Her skin was as fair as snow. The moment the necklace hung around her neck, it immediately emitted a dazzling radiance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Too beautiful. That kind of elegance, that kind of brilliance, it was simply indescribable. Ling Yan couldn't help but secretly nod his head. He thought to himself that the Long family was indeed the #1 family in Beijing. Even though Long Tianyu couldn't personally put the necklace on Shui Mining's neck, he was satisfied to see Shui Mining put on the necklace he gave her on the spot. He glanced at Ling Yan proudly as his lips curled into a proud smile. The Long family is indeed the Long family. They are indeed extraordinary. The things they take out are indeed rare. On the other side, the spirited old man's eyes were also starting to be filled with awe as he clicked his tongue in admiration. "Old Shui, look at that silly kid, he's still eating non-stop. Will he be unable to bring out anything later? Why don't you call him over and go easy on him? Take out your personal stash and give it to Ling Yan to show him some face. Even though this kid doesn't make any noise, he's extremely prideful. If he can't take it anymore and runs away, then we won't have a show to watch anymore." Miracle Dr. Shui actually had this thought. However, after thinking for a long time, he finally decided to let it go. He liked Ling Yan not because of his wealth or family background, but because he really liked Ling Yan. Ever since he first met Ling Yan, he had liked Ling Yan from the bottom of his heart. He knew that Ling Yan was extremely prideful, back when Ling Yun performed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on him, Ling Yun could turn around and leave just because Ning Er said something that she didn't trust. Miracle Dr. Shui shook his head and smiled. There's no need for that. A birthday gift isn't important. Even if Ling Yun were to take out something worthless, I can guarantee that Ning Er would be overjoyed. The old man in the green tang suit chuckled. You seem to understand your granddaughter's feelings, Miracle Dr. Shui glared at him. Nonsense, I personally raised her for more than 10 years. If I still don't understand my granddaughter's feelings, would I still be her grandfather? After Long Tianyu sat down, Xianxia's family of 3 finally walked over to Ling Yun. Shui Mining knew that Ling Yun wouldn't be able to bring out any gifts, so she had already secretly told her parents to just walk over and not embarrass Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun was still eating and drinking without any intention of getting up, Xianxia walked past him and smiled as he asked Shui Mining to toast Hu Xiaobai. A few sneers and mockery could be heard by Ling Yun and the rest. However, Ling Yun pretended not to hear them as he was about to be full. Hu Xiaobai waited for a long time, but seeing that Ling Yun had no intention of getting up, he sneered in his heart. He stood up and greeted Xianxia and Zhang Manyun respectfully before taking out his birthday gift. He took out an emerald green rectangular jade box and opened it in front of everyone. In a clear voice, he said, Sister Ning Er, our miracle physician Valley doesn't have anything good to offer. I've only brought you a 900-year-old ginseng. I wish that our little birthday girl will always be young and beautiful. What? A 900-year-old ginseng? Isn't this the legendary ginseng king? Once the ginseng was taken out, the old man couldn't sit still anymore as they squeezed over to take a look. Even Miracle Dr. Shui's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, it seems like the Miracle Physician Valley is really looking forward to the outside world. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Miracle Dr. Shui naturally came from the Miracle Physician Valley. He was well versed in medicine, and he followed his master's orders to roam the mortal world for more than 40 years. He saved the dying and helped the injured, and he finally made a name for himself in the mortal world. Because of that, Miracle Dr. Shui was recognized as the #1 miracle doctor in China, because Miracle Dr. Shui was getting old, and because of his relationship with Miao Feng Huang, he was unable to suppress the poison in his body. Gradually, he began to lose energy and handed over all his businesses to his son, Xianxia. On the other hand, he lived in seclusion in Qingshui City. While he was trying his best to suppress the goo poison in his body, Miracle Dr. Shui brought Shui Mining along and personally taught her medical skills. Today, Shui Mining's traditional Chinese medicine skills had reached a higher level. Miracle Dr. Shui's master, the previous Valley Master of the Miracle Physician Valley, had passed away. Hence, Miracle Dr. Shui had gradually cut off all contact with the Miracle Physician Valley apart from paying respects to his master. Hu Xiaobai, you're not even 20 years old this year, but you've already reached the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. Hu Qingshan, have you been cooped up in the Miracle Physician Valley for too long that you're starting to think about the outside world? You sure know how to plot against my granddaughter. Looks like you're trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Miracle Dr. Shui not see through Hu Qingshan's plan? As long as Hu Xiaobai could marry Shui Mining, Miracle Dr. Shui's 40 years of hard work would fall into the hands of the Miracle Physician Valley sooner or later. Humph, a mere 900-year-old ginseng isn't even the king of ginseng, and you want to exchange it for my worldly business? What wishful thinking. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed coldly as he sat back down. He had stood up quickly just now, and he could already see that there was indeed a 900-year-old ginseng in the jade box. It could only be older. Everyone in the room couldn't help but gather in front of the 3 Shui family members. Their eyes were filled with envy and curiosity, and they couldn't wait for the ginseng to be gifted to them. This gift was too valuable, and Xianxia felt that he couldn't afford it. He couldn't help but turn to look at his father, Miracle Dr. Shui. As for the other gifts, as long as Shui Mining liked them, Xianxia would accept them. When the other families had a joyous occasion, Xianxia would return them with something of equal value. However, this was a 900-year-old ginseng, and it was not easy to find it outside. Miracle Dr. Shui hesitated for a moment. A 900-year-old ginseng was definitely good stuff, and he liked it very much. However, if he accepted this gift, it would be equivalent to telling miracle physician Valley Master Hu Qingshan that he had agreed to this marriage. Of course, this was unacceptable. At this moment, Ling Yun was finally full. He picked up 2 napkins and wiped his greasy lips before sending a telepathic message to Shui Mining. You don't need this, it's too trashy. In his spatial ring, there were a few ginsengs and Chinese knotweed that had been growing for thousands of years. These were for his mother and miracle Dr. Shui. Why would he care about ginsengs that were less than 1,000 years old? Phew. Shui Mining held her breasts with her slender fingers as she let out a long sigh. It was so hard to hear Big Brother Yun say no to her. However, Shui Mining changed her mind. Huh? This thing is obviously better than the diamond necklace. It can be considered a priceless treasure, but Big Brother Yun is actually willing to reject it and call it trashy? She looked at Ling Yun suspiciously and finally opened her mouth to reject softly. Big Brother Hu, this gift is too expensive. I really can't accept it. Shui Mining had already rejected the gift without waiting for her grandfather and parents to say anything. This made the surrounding people nod their heads in approval. She was indeed the daughter of the Shui family. Seeing that Shui Mining finally didn't dare to accept the gift, Hu Xiaobai felt a burst of pride in his heart. However, he had to give it to Ling Yun no matter what. Therefore, he looked at Ling Yun with disdain and said, "Little sister Ning Er, it's just a birthday gift. Why can't you accept it? You should accept it. Even though this thing is really rare, I'm willing to give it to little sister Ning Er." After saying that, Hu Xiaobai swept his gaze across the surrounding people and enjoyed their envious and shocked gazes. He was proud and complacent. There was complete silence as everyone was waiting for Shui Mining's decision. Everyone was envious and afraid that she would reject the gift again. However, at this moment, an extremely discordant and lazy voice entered everyone's ears. Is it really rare and hard to find? I don't think so. Even though you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, don't assume that others can't do what you can't do. Don't be so full of yourself, lest you become a laughingstock. These were the exact words that Hu Xiaobai had said to Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had used them and returned them to Hu Xiaobai. Everyone, including Ning Er, Xianxia and his wife, the surrounding guests, even the old man and miracle Dr. Shui, were shocked by Ling Yun's words. Isn't a 900-year-old ginseng rare and hard to find? How can Ling Yun say something like that? Why does this kid like to shock people with his words? Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Even though he displayed a miraculous skill just now, it's really too much to say that this ginseng is nothing. At this moment, even the old man in the green tang suit felt that Ling Yun had gone too far. He couldn't help but reprimand him. "Young man, think carefully before you speak. This ginseng is indeed a rare item. Don't talk about buying it, it's hard to get it even if you beg for it." Miracle Dr. Shui's heart trembled when he heard Ling Yun's words. He thought to himself, "Ling Yun, you're so full of yourself. Even if I wanted to smooth things over, I wouldn't be able to do so." Hu Xiaobai was even more pleased when he saw everyone's reaction. He raised his head and said to Ling Yun in disdain, "Ling Yun, didn't you say that you went to find a birthday present for Ning Er? Where's your birthday present then? Now, all of us have already given Ning Er her birthday present, but you're only concerned with eating and drinking. Since you said that my ginseng is worthless, why don't you take out your birthday present for everyone to see and broaden our horizons?" The moment he said that, everyone nodded in agreement. Shui Mining and miracle Dr. Shui's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. They wondered if Ling Yun had been provoked and was going to fall out with them on the spot. "Little friend, even though I like you a lot, since you said that other people's things are worthless, you should take out something better for everyone to see. Otherwise, you're in the wrong today." The hale and hearty old man stood beside Xianxia and stared fixedly at the 900-year-old ginseng as he spoke to Ling Yun with dissatisfaction. Ling Yun smacked his lips and shook his head with a sigh. It's not anything good. I didn't want to take it out to embarrass myself, but since everyone wants to see it, I'll take it out directly." "There really is?" Ling Yun's words immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. They all wanted to see what kind of amazing birthday present Ling Yun brought for Ning Er, who didn't even have a wallet with him. "However, these are all unfashionable things, so I didn't bring them with me." I left them in the car outside when I came in. Wait for me, I'll go get them now. Ning Er, get me a bigger bag. There are too many things, and I can't carry them all by hand. Shui Mining was stunned when she heard that. Big brother Yun really brought her a birthday present? This, Hu Xiaobai snorted coldly. Ling Yun, I think you can't take out any birthday present. You're trying to run away after boasting, right? I advise you to give up on that idea. You won't be able to escape. Hu Xiaobai was already a little angry after being humiliated by Ling Yun. With his cultivation in the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9, if he really got angry, he would think that he could kill Ling Yun as easily as crushing an ant. Ling Yun smiled, and his dimples appeared. He revealed a harmless smile and said, Young Valley Master of the Miracle Physician Valley, what a great title. Do you think I can escape from you even if I wanted to? Ling Yun smiled and said calmly, Young Valley Master of the Miracle Physician Valley. Hu Xiaobai thought that Ling Yun was showing weakness. He snorted coldly and said proudly, at least you know what's good for you. You're right. If you really want to escape, don't blame me for capturing you personally. If that happens, it won't end well for everyone. Ling Yun chuckled. Don't worry, I haven't given Ning Er a birthday present. Of course, I won't leave, much less run away. With that, Ling Yun turned his head to look at Shui Mining. At this moment, Shui Mining was looking at him anxiously, afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. Ling Yun smirked at Shui Mining. Then, he winked at her and gestured for her to take the bag. Seeing Ling Yun's mischievous expression, Shui Mining felt a little more confident. After all, Ling Yun had never disappointed her before. Hence, she took a big black plastic bag and handed it to Ling Yun personally. Ling Yun smiled as he looked at Hu Xiaobai. Do you dare to lend me your jade box? Hu Xiaobai glared at Ling Yun and carefully took out the ginseng from the jade box. He held it in his hand and let Ling Yun take it away. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't say anything else. He wanted to see what Ling Yun had up his sleeve. Excuse me. I'm going out to get Ning Er's birthday present. I'll be back soon. Everyone's curiosity was piqued by Ling Yun. They immediately opened up a path for him as they watched him walk out of the courtyard. Of course, Ling Yun didn't park his car outside. The reason why he came out was because he was worried that taking things out of his spatial ring would be too shocking. Hence, he just wanted to find a secluded place to take things out. At this moment, there was no one at Miracle Dr. Shui's door. Ling Yun walked to the door and took a random turn. He took out a bunch of things from his spatial ring and placed them all in a big black plastic bag. He casually carried the bag and walked back to the living room of the villa. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Oh my god. Ling Yun is really back, and he even has a birthday present? It's such a big bag, and it looks like there's quite a lot of stuff inside. It's quite heavy. I wonder if there's anything good inside. Why does it look like he's collecting junk? Did you see that? Why does that black bag look like it's glowing? Could it be that Ling Yun is a romantic and caught a bunch of fireflies? Everyone exclaimed excitedly when they saw Ling Yun walking back with a big bag in his hands. He looked calm and confident as though he had a card up his sleeve. Move away, move away. You can't touch this thing. None of you can afford to pay for it if it's damaged. I won't help you if Ning Er falls out with you. Ling Yun didn't wait to enter the house. He shouted at the crowd in the living room, causing them to scatter and make way for him. Ling Yun entered the house, but he didn't return to his original position. Instead, he went to the center of the living room, which was in the middle of the 4 big dining tables. It was the most spacious one because it was convenient for people to come and go. Ling Yun squatted down gently and placed the plastic bag in his hand down carefully. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd that surrounded him. He smiled at Ning Er, who was standing beside him, and said, Ning Er, I prepared 3 gifts for you. Which one do you want to see first? Shui Mining didn't know what Ling Yun had up his sleeves, but she was overwhelmed with happiness when she saw that Ling Yun had prepared a birthday present for her. Her body trembled as she said, I'll like anything that you give me. Ling Yun laughed heartily and said to the blissful Shui Mining, You're quite greedy. Long Tianyu was young, and he had long been tempted by Ling Yun. He was the first to rush Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, hurry up. There are so many people waiting for you to eat," he said. Ling Yun nodded his head and chuckled. He asked the MC to extinguish the lights like before and then reached into his bag to fish for something. Ah. Oh my god, it's a night-luminescent pearl. Why is it so big? Ling Yan heard the excited scream of a woman the moment he took out a night-luminescent pearl from the black plastic bag. Ah. It's really a night-luminescent pearl. It's as big as a longan. Oh my god, how is this possible? More and more women began to scream crazily. Women were born to love jewelry, let alone luminous pearls. Those who could stay here were all knowledgeable people. Pearls were already precious, and a luminous pearl that could shine on its own was even rarer. Now, not only could this pearl shine, it was also as big as a longan. Ling Yan opened his palm, and the night-luminescent pearl shone with a gentle brilliance in the dark night, illuminating the surrounding people in a hazy and mysterious manner. Everyone's faces were filled with incomparable shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. As the saying goes, a pearl in the palm, a pearl in the palm. This was truly a pearl in the palm. At this moment, no other sounds could be heard in the room except for the crazy screams of women of all ages and the excited sighs of men. Jean Manion loved jewelry, not to mention night-luminescent pearls. She didn't think much of it and stood outside the human wall. Now that she heard that it was a night-luminescent pearl, she panicked and squeezed forward. Shui Mining had never felt so blissful in her life. She was so happy that she was about to be drunk. If not for the fact that Ling Yun was squatting down, she would have thrown herself into his arms. "Big brother Yun!" Shui Mining cried out in a trembling voice. "Here." Ling Yun generously handed the night-luminescent pearl to Shui Mining. Shui Mining was so shocked that she hurriedly lifted it up with both hands and held it in front of her eyes to admire it. The night-luminescent pearl was in Shui Mining's fair and slender hands. The gentle light from the pearl illuminated her beautiful face, making her look like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. This really is a night-luminescent pearl. Oh my god, what's going on tonight? I can actually see the legendary night-luminescent pearl. Since they were in the dark, the rich women didn't care about being reserved anymore. They only kept talking excitedly. The women went crazy, and the men, including Hu Xiaobai, Long Tianyu, Li Yumin, the few old men who were blowing their beards, and even Miracle Dr. Shui, were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was really a night-luminescent pearl. What could be more shocking than giving Shui Mining a present for her birthday? However, this was just the beginning. Ling Yan reached into his pocket and took out another night-luminescent pearl. It was the same size as the previous one, and it was emitting the same gentle light. Oh my god, there's another one? Gosh. Am I King hallucinating? Is this a sale for night-luminescent pearls? There's actually another one? This time, it wasn't just the women who screamed. Even the men were so excited that they couldn't hold it in anymore. Some of them even started cursing. The lights in the villa were even brighter, especially in the area that was surrounded by the crowd. It was already brighter than the lights in the villa's courtyard. Ling Yan smiled and passed the night-luminescent pearl to Shui Mining. Oh my god, there's still more. The bag is still glowing. Another woman exclaimed in shock. Now, there were no longer any men in the innermost circle around Ling Yun. They were all pushed to the back by the crazy women. They watched as Ling Yun took out pearl after pearl, and they were so shocked that their throats went hoarse. They believed that this scene that Ling Yun brought to them would probably be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 18 night-luminescent pearls were all taken out by Ling Yun. Shui Mining's hands were already unable to hold them all. She could only hold 6 of such large night-luminescent pearls, and that was already her limit. Shui Mining passed the 6 night-luminescent pearls to her mother and 6 to her father. Finally, she held 6 night-luminescent pearls in her hands, and she was so excited that she couldn't even stand properly. It wasn't just her, even Zhang Manyun couldn't stand properly. Even Xianxia couldn't stand properly. There were a total of 18 night-luminescent pearls the size of longan fruits. One of these was already extremely rare, let alone 18 of them. Today is Ning Er's 17th birthday. I originally wanted to give her 17 night-luminescent pearls, but since I have no use for them, I might as well give them to her next year as well. Alright, 17 years old, 18 night luminescent pearls. He even gave the 18 night luminescent pearls to Ning Er, one for each year. At this time, the 18 luminous pearls in the room were shining brilliantly, illuminating the huge living room. The expressions on everyone's faces could be seen clearly. It was shock within shock, shock to the extreme. It wasn't that Hu Xiaobai, Long Tianyu, and Li Yumin hadn't seen night luminescent pearls before, but they had never seen one this big. Even if they had seen one this big, they had never seen 18 of them at once, much less 18 of the same size. What was priceless? What was rare and hard to find? This was it. Silence. Only the sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard, as well as the women's increasingly excited gasps. Not to mention them, even the men's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Big brother Yun, I don't want to hold the night luminescent pearl anymore, I want you to hug me. Shui Mining was completely intoxicated with happiness. She could no longer stand properly, and she felt like she would collapse at any moment. She only wanted Ling Yun to hug her. She only wanted to fall into this man's arms and let him do whatever he wanted. Turn on the lights. Ling Yun smiled and requested for the lights to be turned on. Now, no one would say that he was dressed shabbily, and no one would think that there was nothing special about him other than his good looks. Once the lights were turned on, everyone held their breath and looked at Ling Yun as though they were looking at a treasure. Their eyes were shining brightly, and it was as though they wanted to devour Ling Yun alive. The diamond necklace that Long Tianyu gave Shui Mining just now was still on her neck. However, under the illumination of the 18 night luminescent pearls, it lost its luster and was completely forgotten. This was a truly rare treasure. Any one of them could easily surpass the 9-carat pink diamond, let alone 18 of them. Hu Xiaobai was completely speechless. He was completely dumbfounded, and he couldn't say a single word. Hu Xiaobai didn't think that he would lose to anyone in terms of medicinal herbs or medical skills. However, the night luminescent pearls that Ling Yun took out were truly rare. Ling Yun wasn't purposely provoking him, he really did have them. Li Yumin was even more speechless. His family was rich, and the thing they lacked the least was money. However, although his family also had one or two of these rare treasures, it was absolutely impossible for his family to take them out. These were night luminescent pearls, not branded sports cars that could be produced on a production line. They weren't something that could be bought with money. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to take out so many of them. How could he take out 18 of them at once? Zhang Manyun held the 6 night luminescent pearls in her hands. She couldn't bear to let go of them. Her gaze moved from the night luminescent pearls to Ling Yun's face, then back to the night luminescent pearls in her hands. The excitement in her heart couldn't be described with words. Xianxia stared at the 6 flawless night luminescent pearls in his hands. Other than exclaiming in admiration, there was also a bitter smile on his face. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Old Shui. This grandson-in-law of yours really isn't simple. How did you encounter such a good thing? The hale and hearty old man stared at Miracle Dr. Shui with his mouth agape for a long time. At this moment, he was extremely emotional as he looked at Miracle Dr. Shui with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. This kid really hides his abilities. Where else can I find a youth like him? Why don't you give him to me? I have a granddaughter who happens to be 18 this year. Miracle Dr. Shui's mouth twitched as he swallowed hard. Then, he glared at the hale and hearty old man and scolded, "In your dreams. Do you think I don't know that your granddaughter is already 21 this year?" The hale and hearty old man chuckled. That's great. From the looks of it, this kid seems to have more. Who knows, I might be able to get 21 night luminescent pearls. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed heartily. Go to hell. If you're so capable, go find him yourself. Don't come and snatch my grandson-in-law. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun, I admit that the night luminescent pearl you took out is a rare treasure. However, you said that my ginseng isn't good enough. Hu Xiaobai was dumbstruck for a long time before he finally recovered. His complexion was very unsightly. His face had already turned the color of a pig's liver, turning purple. But since things had already reached this point, he didn't want to admit defeat. At this moment, everyone in the living room looked at Hu Xiaobai differently. They started to support Ling Yan unreservedly. You still don't want to admit defeat at this stage? The night luminescent pearl he took out might not be as good as your 900-year-old ginseng, but he took out a total of 18 of the same size. They must be better than your ginseng, right? A loss is a loss, don't force yourself. Sigh, youngsters these days. For a moment, there were all kinds of opinions, but all of them were on Ling Yan's side. Ling Yan looked at Hu Xiaobai and smiled. I haven't finished taking my stuff. That was just the appetizer, why are you in such a hurry? A 900-year-old ginseng, right? Come, let me show you what a ginseng king is. Ling Yan reached into the black plastic bag and took out a huge ginseng. He raised his hand and waved it in the air. The living room was filled with spiritual energy. Of course, only Ling Yan and Miracle Dr. Xue could feel it. Ah! Oh my god! This ginseng is so big. How is this possible? How can there be such a huge ginseng? This time, it was the men in the room who started to shout crazily. They had all gone crazy. The ginseng in Ling Yan's hand was like a newborn baby. However, it looked more like a shrunken, white-bearded old man with a full head, nose, and eyes. His beard and eyebrows were long and drooping. Anyone would like it. Oh my god, it's so big. It must weigh at least 7 to 8 kilograms, right? How can it be so big? Ling Yan, put it down quickly. Don't break it. Someone watched as Ling Yan grabbed the ginseng so casually. They were afraid that he would accidentally drop it on the ground. Miracle Dr. Xue couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. His face was filled with shock. It seemed as though his body had only swayed a little before he appeared in front of Ling Yan and grabbed the ginseng that was at least 2,000 years old. Get out of the way, hurry up, you're squeezing me to death. The spirited old man no longer cared about his status and squeezed forward with all his might. The other old men were also desperately squeezing forward, fighting to see the ginseng in Miracle Dr. Xue's hands. This was a ginseng that had truly taken on a human form. This is a ginseng that has grown for at least 2,500 years. It has truly transformed into a human form. Logically speaking, it should be able to run. Ling Yan, how did you catch him? Miracle Dr. Xue's eyes shone brightly, and his tall body started to tremble violently. This was simply unbelievable. I say, old Xue, you better hold on tight. If this ginseng king loses even a single whisker, I will not let you off. The spirited old man saw that Miracle Dr. Xue's hands were trembling violently. He was so frightened that he hurriedly extended his hands to hold on to the ginseng as he spoke angrily to Miracle Dr. Xue. Ling Yan chuckled and raised his hand to take out an even older ginseng king from the plastic bag. He casually stuffed it into the spirited old man's hands and said, Grandpa, don't worry, we still have more here. This ginseng was even bigger, heavier, and its features were even clearer. It was no different from a real old man. Oh my god, there's more. There are 2 of them. 2 ginseng kings. The spirited old man felt a sudden weight on his hands. It was so heavy that he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had been practicing Tai Chi for many years, so he quickly stabilized his body. When he looked at the ginseng in his hands, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the living room, including Hu Xiaobai, had their eyes popped out of their sockets, 2 ginseng kings at once. How was that possible? Hu Xiaobai was about to go crazy. He was the young Valley Master of Miracle Physician Valley, so he was naturally knowledgeable. With just one look, he could tell that this was indeed a ginseng king that was close to 3,000 years old. Hu Xiaobai knew that he had failed this time. Not only did he fail, but he had also failed miserably. He had lost completely, and he was completely convinced. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of unwillingness. At this moment, there were people who were fighting over the 2 ginseng kings. However, there were even more people who had already shifted their gazes away from the ginseng kings. All of them were staring at Ling Yan. Initially, everyone was guessing how heaven-defying this young man was for Miracle Dr. Xue and Xue Mining to treat him so differently. However, after looking at him, they realized that other than being overly handsome, he didn't have any family background. He looked shabby and had no concept of etiquette. He didn't even have a proper table manners when he was eating. His tone was even more arrogant. Everyone was instantly filled with disappointment and even contempt. Now, no one dared to look down on Ling Yun anymore. Instead, they looked at him as if he was a treasure. The most precious thing in the house now wasn't the 18 night luminescent pearls or the 2 ginseng kings. It was the young man who took them out. Oh my God, how much did those things cost? Alright, these weren't things that money could buy. They were simply priceless treasures. Xianxia and Zhang Manyun were about to go crazy from the shock. Perhaps, it could be said that their brains weren't enough to process the situation. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that their daughter would call them 3 times a day to ask them to prepare for her birthday party. Initially, they didn't think much of it, but now, they felt that they had made a huge mistake. Where was Shui Mining? At this moment, Shui Mining had already fallen into Ling Yun's embrace with the night luminescent pearls in her hands. She was so overwhelmed by the immense happiness and glory that she couldn't even stand straight. What Ling Yun brought her wasn't just a birthday present. He had brought her everything. No matter which woman it was, any one of these things from Ling Yun would be enough to move them to tears. Ling Yun, you really went to find a birthday present for Ning Er after running around for so long? But this birthday present is too. Miracle Dr. Shui struggled to shift his gaze away from the ginseng king in his hands. His lips were dry as he turned to look at Ling Yun. At this moment, he was beyond shocked. To put it bluntly, this was the first time in his life that he had seen such a huge ginseng king. Ling Yun chuckled as he reached his hand into the black plastic bag once more. Everyone's hearts trembled violently at the same time. Only the heavens knew what he was going to bring out this time. This time, Ling Yun took out a 2,000-year-old Chinese knotweed. Many people didn't know what it was, so they looked at him curiously, waiting for him to say what it was. Miracle Dr. Shui was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He grabbed the ginseng king with one hand and the Chinese knotweed with the other. His lips trembled as he said, "This is a 2,000-year-old Chinese knotweed. Even a bite of this thing can turn a white-haired old man's hair black in the blink of an eye. It can even cure all illnesses and extend one's lifespan. You even have this." Once Miracle Dr. Shui said this, everyone in the room erupted in excitement. Ling Yun hugged Ning Er and smiled faintly. "Grandpa Shui, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I've been looking for an opportunity to repay you, but I haven't found anything suitable. This isn't for Ning Er, it's for you. Please accept it." Ling Yun's words made everyone in the room admire him. Not only did Ling Yun speak beautifully, but he also did things beautifully. No one could find fault with him. They could only admire him. Other nouveau riches would rack their brains to bring birthday presents just to please Shui Mining. However, not only did Ling Yun bring so many heaven-defying things for Shui Mining, he even prepared the most suitable present for Miracle Dr. Shui. This was simply too thoughtful, and it reflected Ling Yun's rare filial piety. At this moment, most of the people in the room were already numb from the shock. If they continued to be so excited, no one's heart would be able to take it. Xianxia and Zhang Manyun had already kept all the night luminescent pearls. When they saw Ling Yun hugging their precious daughter, they only felt that it was pleasing to the eye. It could be said that even if Ling Yun wanted to enter the bridal room with Ning Er now, as long as Ning Er was willing, these two would push them in immediately. How could Ning Er not be willing? Of course, Ling Yun felt that he wouldn't bring up such a boring request. There was no need for him to do so. If Hu Xiaobai and Long Tianyu weren't so overbearing, he wouldn't even have done this. As the saying goes, one shouldn't show one's wealth. One shouldn't be afraid of thieves stealing, but one should be afraid of thieves coveting. All he had to do was secretly give these things to Miracle Dr. Shui and Shui Mining. Miracle Dr. Shui laughed happily. "I can't use such a big Chinese knotweed. Moreover, this thing seems more suitable for women." As Miracle Dr. Shui spoke, he kept signaling Ling Yun with his eyes. Ling Yun knew that Miracle Dr. Shui wanted him to take the opportunity to curry favor with his mother-in-law. Ling Yun was prepared. He took out a huge Chinese knotweed from the bag and placed it in Zhang Manyun's hands respectfully. "Auntie, this is for you," Zhang Manyun said with a smile on her face. "What? I have one too. This child is really..." Zhang Manyun was so excited that she couldn't even speak coherently. Actually, it was all for the Shui family. It didn't matter who she gave it to. However, the effect was multiplied when she did it in front of so many people. This gave Zhang Manyun a sense of superiority and presence as a mother-in-law. Naturally, she was extremely happy. Where else in the world could one find such a blessed mother-in-law? On the other hand, where else in the world could one find such a one-in-a-million son-in-law? One couldn't even find one with a lantern. Big brother Yun, you gave me too many birthday presents today. I don't even dare to accept them. Shui Mining snuggled into his embrace and pressed her curvaceous body against his as she said this affectionately. Ning Er, didn't you say that you'll like anything I give you? Ling Yun laughed out loud in a carefree manner. In the living room, thunderous applause instantly broke out. Wave after wave, like a crazy tsunami, it was like a tsunami, the mountains and the seas. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The thunderous applause lasted for 2 whole minutes. Ling Yan accepted it calmly, but Shui Mining blushed and buried her head into Ling Yan's embrace. The applause and cheers weren't just because he had brought a treasure that was enough to shock everyone's hearts. It was also because of his amazing medical skills. It was because of his carefreeness, calmness, and composure. It was also because of the selflessness and generosity that he had unintentionally revealed. It was also because of the golden filial piety that he had unintentionally revealed. Respect. Respect. The applause stopped, and only one person was still applauding. Hu Xiaobai smiled awkwardly and nodded at Ling Yun. At this point, everyone knew that there was no need to watch anymore. Anything that Ling Yun brought out was something that was hard to come by. The fact that Ling Yun said that Hu Xiaobai's ginseng was ordinary had already been revealed. A 900-year-old ginseng was indeed a rare item. However, it couldn't be compared to the ginseng king that Ling Yun brought out. Furthermore, Ling Yun even brought out 2 tufts of Chinese knotweed. Most of the people had already returned to their seats and made space for Ling Yun. They were shocked, excited, and amazed as they looked at the smiling Ling Yun in the middle of the living room. They pinched their thighs as they tried to verify if everything that had just happened was a dream. As the young valley master of the miracle physician valley, Hu Xiaobai naturally had a certain level of magnanimity. He smiled at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, since you have taken out your birthday present, I wonder if you can return my jade box. No matter what, I'm here today mainly to celebrate little sister Ning Er's birthday. You should at least let me give my present to her. Shui Mining smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to reject him, Ling Yun whispered into her ear, you can accept it now. A 900-year-old ginseng was also a good item. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't let Ning Er reject it. However, he had already extinguished Hu Xiaobai's arrogance. Even if he had anything to say, he would probably keep it to himself. Shui Mining listened to Ling Yun. She smiled politely and nodded at Hu Xiaobai, agreeing to accept his birthday present. Ling Yun scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I used your jade box to store something. It's also a birthday gift for Ning Er. Wait a moment. With that, Ling Yun let go of Shui Mining and squatted down again. Reaching into the black plastic bag, he took out the jade box and placed it on the table. This jade box was more than 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters square. Now, it was filled to the brim with dragon saliva. Everyone watched as Ling Yun carefully took out the jade box. His movements were even more careful than when he took out the night luminescent pearl. Could there be something more precious than the luminous pearl and the ginseng king? Otherwise, why would Ling Yun take it out at the last moment with such a serious expression? However, at this time, the crowd didn't surround him. Instead, they sat in their seats and watched. This was because Ling Yun was already surrounded by the group of old men. Ling Yun, what is this? The hale and hearty old man had an impatient temper. He didn't wait for Ling Yun to open the jade box and asked impatiently. Hee, old grandpa, don't be anxious. Won't you know once I open it? Ling Yun said to him with a bright smile. The most precious thing was the 18 night luminescent pearls, the ginseng king, and the Chinese knotweed. The most precious thing was naturally the dragon's saliva. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Ling Yun gently opened the jade box. In an instant, everyone in the room took in a deep breath. What's so good? Why is it so fragrant? It's so intoxicating. Someone couldn't help but say. At the same time, his mouth and nose were wide open as he breathed in the fragrance of the dragon's saliva. In fact, it was the spiritual energy of the dragon's saliva. It wasn't just them. Even Ling Yun couldn't help but feel strange. That was because the dragon's saliva was milky white, odorless, and tasteless. How did it become so fragrant? Ling Yun silently absorbed the spiritual energy released by the dragon's saliva and felt that there was no problem. It wasn't much different from when he was in the center of the yin-yang dragon lock spell. No, this spiritual energy seems to be purer. Ling Yun thought hard. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It can't be. Could it be because of that gourd? God, what kind of treasure is that gourd of that old monk? How could it have such a magical function? I'm rich, I'm rich. Ling Yun was ecstatic, but he tried his best to maintain a calm expression. Everyone in the living room was intoxicated by the intoxicating fragrance, but they didn't know what it was. They couldn't help but look at Ling Yun as if waiting for him to give an answer. Miracle Dr. Shui, Hu Xiaobai, and Long Tianyu couldn't help but get excited. The three of them walked forward and looked at the dragon's saliva in the jade box for a long time. However, no one spoke for a long time. Ling Yun laughed. It seemed like there were still people who recognized this thing. That saved him the trouble of explaining. However, Ling Yun didn't find it strange that Miracle Dr. Shui and Hu Xiaobai could recognize the dragon's saliva. However, Long Tianyu, who wasn't much older than him, seemed to recognize the dragon's saliva as well. Miracle Dr. Shui, Hu Xiaobai, and Long Tianyu raised their heads at the same time and exchanged glances with each other. Miracle Dr. Shui's lips moved slightly as if he was saying something to the two of them. The two of them nodded in unison. Ling Yun knew that Miracle Dr. Shui must have used telepathy. Miracle Dr. Shui covered his mouth with his hand and pretended to cough. However, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, is this dragon saliva? Ling Yun smiled faintly and nodded. He thought to himself, isn't it just a small amount of dragon saliva? Is there a need to be so cautious? I still have more than 1,000 kilograms here. Miracle Dr. Shui's body trembled violently. He only managed to stabilize himself after swaying a few times. Then, he coughed dryly and apologized to everyone present. He actually closed the jade box and carried it to his secret room. Everyone looked at each other. What exactly did Ling Yun take out this time for Miracle Dr. Shui to treat it so cautiously? Even after Miracle Dr. Shui disappeared, the overflowing aroma continued to permeate the living room. It was mellow and intoxicating. Hu Xiaobai and Long Tianyu looked in the direction that Miracle Dr. Shui left with envious expressions. They only turned their heads back when he was out of sight. Their gazes locked onto Ling Yun at the same time. Long Tianyu was also at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. Big Brother Yun, what exactly is that thing? Why does it smell so good? Shui Mining couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Ling Yun softly. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't hide it from Shui Mining. Since he dared to take it out, he naturally wouldn't be worried. Hence, he used telepathy to inform Ning Er and asked her to keep quiet. Even though Shui Mining's mouth opened wide in shock, she didn't make a sound. That was because she had personally seen Ling Yun using the 9 Dragons protection technique. Hence, she was already immune to Ling Yun's abilities. Miracle Dr. Shui only came out after a full 20 minutes. He asked Xianxia to carefully keep the night luminescent pearl, ginseng, and Chinese knotweed before returning to his seat as if nothing had happened. Come, come, come. Why is everyone standing here? Sit down, let's drink. At this point, who would still be in the mood to drink? Everyone stood up and took the initiative to leave. However, no matter who it was, they purposely ran over to Shui Mining's place to say their goodbyes and blessings to Ling Yun. Big Brother Yun, you were so impressive tonight. They were all shocked by you. Shui Mining secretly whispered into Ling Yun's ear when no one was paying attention. Finally, Li Yumin, Hu Xiaobai, and Long Tianyu came over to say their goodbyes to Shui Mining. Before they left, Long Tianyu stared deeply at Ling Yun and smiled. Ling Yun, if you have time to come to Beijing, remember to look for me at the Long family. Just say that you are looking for Long Tianyu from the Long family. I guarantee that everyone will know about it. All right. Ling Yun didn't act pretentious. He smiled faintly and nodded his head, accepting Long Tianyu's invitation. Actually, he really wanted to remind Long Tianyu to be careful of the Chen family. However, he gave up on that idea after thinking about it. That was because the games between the prestigious families weren't something that he could participate in. He didn't want to participate in either. Li Yumen also invited Ling Yun politely. If he were to visit the Li family in Beijing, he would definitely welcome him with open arms. Ling Yun agreed to it as well. In the end, Hu Xiaobai looked at Ling Yun and Xue Mining for a long time with a complicated expression. In the end, he could only sigh and accept his fate. The plans of the Miracle Physician Valley's Valley Master, Hu Qingshan, had completely failed. Miracle Dr. Xue's guess was right. Hu Qingshan indeed wanted to make use of Hu Xiaobai and Xue Mining's union to successfully open up all the connections in the secular world and expand the influence of the Miracle Physician Valley. However, with Ling Yun here, anyone who wasn't a fool would know that this path was no longer viable. Ling Yun, can you tell me what realm you are in? Hu Xiaobai used telepathy to ask Ling Yun as he turned around. Of course, Hu Xiaobai wasn't an idiot. If Ling Yun was an ordinary person, how could he have obtained so many treasures that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see in their lifetime? However, no matter how he looked at it, there was no doubt that Ling Yun didn't have any martial arts cultivation. Thus, he could only choose to ask himself. He paused for a moment. However, he didn't hear Ling Yun's reply. Knowing that Ling Yun didn't want to reveal his strength, he could only shake his head and laugh bitterly before leaving with his hands behind his back. The guests in the living room left very quickly. Only Xianxia and his wife, Ling Yun, Xue Mining, and the various hired helpers were left. The bustling atmosphere instantly came to an end. The indifferent smile on Ling Yun's face finally turned solemn. He used telepathy to ask Ning Er, can you tell me now? What exactly happened when I wasn't around? Ning Er's expression changed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xianxia rushing over with a smile on his face. He said to Ling Yun in a very friendly manner, Ling Yun, Ning Er's grandfather wants you to go to his secret room immediately. He has something to discuss with you. Ling Yun nodded his head quickly and walked in directly. I want to go too. Xue Mining was afraid that her grandfather wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Thus, she quickly picked up her evening dress and chased after Ling Yun. Our precious daughter has really become someone else's this time. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly at Zhang Manyun, who was beside him. Zhang Manyun smiled coquettishly as she rolled her eyes at her husband. All right, stop pretending. Your daughter has found you such a good son-in-law. I don't know how happy you are in your heart. Just laugh if you want to. Zhang Manyun was the first to burst into laughter before she even finished her sentence. Her laughter was so loud that it seemed as if she was trembling like a flower. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Serious reminder, don't smash your computer after reading this chapter. Just wait for Big Brother Yun to explode. At the same time, I would like to thank the brothers who have tipped Old Boo and voted for him. I would also like to thank Old Ma Sky for tipping 10,000 yuan. I'm in a rush to write, so I won't be listing your names. Miracle Dr. Xue's secret room was huge. It was more than 100 square meters, and it was divided into 3 rooms. One was used to discuss secret matters, one was used by Miracle Dr. Xue to practice his martial arts, and the last room was naturally Miracle Dr. Xue's storage. Only after entering did Ling Yun realize that the inner walls of the secret chamber were made of real steel. It would be impossible for anyone to come in and steal anything. Moreover, this secret room was completely soundproof. No matter how loud the commotion was, no one outside would be able to hear it. Ling Yun was accompanied by Xue Mining as they arrived at the room for discussion. He sat opposite Miracle Dr. Xue. Xue Mining had been holding on to Ling Yun's arm ever since they entered the secret room. Her big eyes were filled with nervousness and uneasiness. She opened her mouth a few times as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Miracle Dr. Xue didn't mention anything about what happened at the birthday party. He didn't even ask where Ling Yun had been these past few days or what he had experienced. He only looked at Ling Yan worriedly as if he was trying to figure out where to start. Ling Yan's brows were tightly knitted, but he wasn't nervous. He was mentally prepared. Grandpa Shui, no matter what happened, no matter how serious it is, just tell me directly. I can handle it. Ling Yan had long guessed that something big must have happened since no one he knew attended Ning Er's birthday party other than Miracle Dr. Shui and Shui Mining. Big brother Yun, don't be too angry. Shui Mining said carefully as she looked at Ling Yan's face nervously. Ahem. Miracle Dr. Shui coughed lightly and said, Ning Er, you know more about what happened in the past 6 days than I do. Why don't you tell Big Brother Yun about it? Shui Mining furrowed her brows and bit her lower lip. She sorted out her thoughts and was about to speak when she heard Ling Yun ask, Ning Er, tell me first, how are my mother and Ling Yu? Of course, Ling Yun was most concerned about Qin Qiuyue and Ning Ling Yu. At the same time, he believed that as long as his mother was fine, the situation would not be too serious. After all, Qin Qiuyue was almost at Xiantian realm level 3. Her realm was above Miracle Dr. Shui's. He did not expect Shui Mining to lower her head after hearing Ling Yan's question. This made Ling Yan's heart skip a beat. If something happened to his mother, he would lose this protective umbrella. If his enemies came looking for him, then none of the people around him would be able to escape. Ling Yan's face darkened as she grabbed Shui Mining's arm and asked, What's wrong, Ning Er? Did something happen to my mother? Tell me. Shui Mining shook her head, but she quickly nodded and whispered, Auntie Qin is fine, but just like you, she disappeared. What? Ling Yan could no longer sit still. He stood up and asked in shock, when did this happen? Shui Mining also stood up with Ling Yan and said, Big brother Yun, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly, there are many things that can't be solved in a short period of time. Ling Yan's mind raced. His eyes were like a blade that had been tempered by thousands of years of ice and snow. He pursed his lips and thought for a while before sitting down in silence. Everything that happened in the past 6 days had happened. There was no point in being anxious now. Ling Yan could only understand the whole situation first. Auntie Qin disappeared on the same night as you. However, it can't be considered as a disappearance because she left a note for big sister Ling Yu. Ling Yan was slightly relieved after hearing that Qin Qiuyue left a note. He then asked, What note? What did it say? Shui Mining did not have to think about it to explain the events of the past few days. Big sister Ling Yu told me that she saw a note left by Auntie Qin when she woke up on Monday morning. It said that Auntie Qin had to go out of town to settle an urgent matter and would be back in 2 or 3 days. Within these few days, no matter what happens in the family, you will be in charge. Ling Yan thought to himself that he had entered the crater on the last night of the Qingming festival holiday. The next day was Monday. Qin Qiuyue must have thought that Ling Yan would be attending classes normally from Monday onwards. Furthermore, she knew Ling Yan's true strength. As long as Ling Yan was around, nothing would happen to the family. Before Ling Yan went down to the crater, he sent Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to Qingshui Wharf's mansion number 9 so that his mother could protect them. However, his mother had something urgent to attend to and had asked Ling Yan to take care of the house instead. Ling Yan had already made many enemies before he entered the crater. Without Ling Yan and Qin Qiuyue around, how could nothing happen to the family? Ling Yan hurriedly asked, Then did my mother say where she went? Was it something important? Shui Mining shook her head and said, No. Sister Ling Yu said that from the handwriting, Auntie Qin left in a hurry. Because the handwriting was very messy, there were only a few dozen words in total. Ling Yu nodded and asked again, Then my mother hasn't returned yet? Did Ling Yu call her phone? Shui Mining still shook her head and said, Auntie Qin didn't bring her phone with her. Ling Yan muttered, She said she would be gone for 2 to 3 days, but it's been 6 days and she hasn't returned yet. Ling Yan thought for a while and felt that Qin Qiuyue should have been delayed by something. Up until now, Ling Yan had not met anyone with a higher realm than his mother. Then what about Ling Yu? How is she now? Sister Ling Yu is currently in the house she rented. She is taking care of the person in charge of your clinic, Yao Rou. Ling Yan was so shocked that his jaw dropped. These two had never met before. Furthermore, what happened to Yao Rou? What's going on? Things had gotten out of Ling Yan's imagination because when Shui Mining mentioned Yao Rou, she did not seem jealous at all. Shui Mining sighed faintly and shook her head. Big brother Yun, I think it's better if you don't ask. I'll tell you one by one and you'll understand everything. This is what happened in the past 6 days. Shui Mining finished and began to narrate the events in chronological order to Ling Yun. On the 7th of April, Ning Lingyu woke up and found a letter from Qin Chuyue leaving home. She immediately called Ling Yun but was notified that he was not in the service area. This was because at this time, Ling Yun was at the bottom of the 400-meter crater and had already entered the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. It was impossible for his phone to receive any signal. However, Ling Yun had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably during this period of time. Therefore, even though they couldn't contact him, they didn't pay much attention to it. On the 8th of April, Tuesday, something happened at Zhuang Meifeng's house. The Sun family from Beijing sent many people over to arrest the entire Zhuang family. They wanted Zhuang Tianda's family to explain clearly where Niao Fenjiao, Sun Xing, and the 4 masters of the Sun family had gone. When Zhuang Meifeng received the news, she rushed back to the Zhuang family because she was worried about her mother and sister. She was immediately arrested by the Sun family and her whereabouts were still unknown. On this day, everyone was anxiously looking for Ling Yun, but they still could not contact him. Therefore, everyone started to feel that something was wrong. That night, Xiao Mimi left Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9 in a hurry to search for Ling Yun. However, she also disappeared that night and had not been heard from since Wednesday. On the 9th of April, Wednesday, Li Yifeng was investigated by the disciplinary department. The reason was that Ling Yun had bought 2 mansions at half price. On the same day, Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao, was temporarily suspended from his duties and isolated for investigation due to his improper handling of the case. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, personally took charge of all the work that Tang Tianhao was in charge of. He did a few big things on that day. First, he sealed the 2 mansions that Ling Yun had bought at half price. Second, he arrested Tai Xiaohu for extortion from Qingyun Productions. Third, he said that the source of the huge amount of wealth was unknown. All of his bank accounts were sealed. At the same time, he was investigating the case of the people from Qingyun Productions being kicked into eunuchs by Ling Yun. Everyone was anxious when Ling Yun's whereabouts were unknown. Ning Lingyu became homeless. At the same time, because Ling Yun had disappeared for 3 days and she could not contact her mother, Ning Lingyu had already gone crazy. Naturally, she was not in the mood to go to school anymore. At this time, the class monitor of Class 1, Xie Zhenyan, started to pester Ning Lingyu. When Tang Meng heard about this, he went to settle the score with Xie Zhenyan. In the end, he was seriously injured. On the 10th of April, Thursday, which was the day before yesterday, Ling Yun's clinic that was about to be renovated was destroyed by a group of people from Xianxia. Because Yao Rou tried her best to stop them, she was seriously injured. On top of that, she was also poisoned by an incurable parasite. Along with her, the 7 to 8 workers who were renovating the clinic suffered the same fate. It was also on this day that Ning Lingyu received a call from her neighbor, Li Hongmei. She said that Qin Chuyue's original home, the People's Clinic, was forcefully demolished by the demolition team. They used bulldozers and excavators to flatten it. Yesterday, in school, bang. With a loud bang, Ling Yun smashed a large hole in the marble coffee table in front of him, sending debris flying everywhere. Enough. Ling Yun could no longer listen to her. The veins on his forehead were popping out. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was an earth-shattering tragedy. Ling Yun was enraged. With a swoosh, he straightened his body and stood up. His tall figure shook violently and he almost couldn't stand. Big brother Ling Yun. Shui Mining was so frightened that she stood up immediately. She grabbed Ling Yun's arm and shook it gently. She comforted him. Big brother Ling Yun, the main trouble this time is the actions of the city. Grandpa and I suspect that all of this is instigated by the Sun family. Therefore, even if you don't appear, Grandpa can only use his connections to deal with the Sun family. However, the Sun family's influence is stronger than Grandpa's. Ling Yun's blood was boiling. His breathing was rapid. He was already at the peak of his rage. He gritted his teeth and nodded his head. I understand, Ling Yun, sit down first. This matter is not something you can handle alone. Miracle Dr. Shui said solemnly. He allowed Ling Yan to vent his anger first. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The Sun family is really angry this time. I've heard that Sun Xing's father, Sun Tianbiao, came to Qingshui personally with many experts. He's determined to find out the whereabouts of Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing. I've already sent word to the Sun family. If anyone dares to touch the people around you before you return, it would be equivalent to going against me, Shui Jingqi. Therefore, Sun Tianbiao doesn't dare to act recklessly for the time being. Miracle Dr. Shui quickly said a few words. Seeing that Ling Yan had no intention of sitting down, he could only stand up and say, Ling Yan, I know you are very angry now, but I have something important to tell you before you go out and do your work. Ling Yan finally raised his head and met Shui Jingqi's gaze. Grandpa Shui, what is it? In the past 5 to 6 days, there's an old man in his 50s who has been asking about you. He even appeared near your mansion number 1 a few times. I've followed him secretly, and he should be close to reaching the Xiantian realm. Shui Jingqi said. Ling Yan was confused. He had never interacted with an old man at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Why was he asking about him? In the past 2 days, he seems to have found out that you have a rented house and has been loitering there frequently. Moreover, he seems to be secretly protecting your sister. Shui Jingqi continued. If you see him, you must pay more attention. He might be able to help us. Ling Yan nodded suspiciously. Grandpa Shui, what does he look like? Miracle Dr. Shui said directly, that old man is in his 50s. He's of medium height, short hair, and has a square face. He has thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. Even though he's close to reaching the Xiantian realm, he should be able to hold his own against a Xiantian realm level 1 master. He's one of the newest forces in Qingshui City. There's another force that's also secretly looking for you. It's Green Dragon. However, Green Dragon is also secretly protecting our people. As for why, I don't know. Ling Yan was even more confused. Will Green Dragon protect my people? Could it be because of Tai Xiaohu? That shouldn't be the case. Tai Xiaohu betrayed Green Dragon. Not only did he beat up Green Dragon's men, but he also beat up Green Dragon's boss daughter, Long Wu. I should be thankful that Green Dragon didn't find trouble with him. Why would they help him now? However, this wasn't the time to dwell on these questions. He turned his head and asked Ning Er, how is Tang Meng now? Are his injuries serious? At that time Uncle Tang was already in trouble. That was why Xie Zhenyan was so arrogant that day. Not only did he pester Sister Ling Yu, he even told Tang Meng that he was doomed and that he would lose for sure. In the end, Tang Meng was so angry that he got into a fight with him. However, Xie Zhenyan was really powerful. He broke Tang Meng's arm and leg. Good. Good. Xie Zhenyan, oh Xie Zhenyan. Your foxtail has finally been revealed. How dare you treat my brother like this? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Yan was so angry that he laughed. His fists were cracking. Ling Yan's face was so dark that it was scary. He asked angrily, Xie Zhenyan beat Tang Meng up to this extent. Is the Public Security Bureau not going to do anything? Shui Mining was also so angry that she gritted her teeth. Xie Zhenyan's father, Xie Zhenting, is the deputy mayor of Qingshui City. He is in cahoots with the current director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong. Now that Uncle Tang is in trouble, who would care about this? Shui Jingqi furrowed his brows. Ling Yan, because Tang Meng's internal and external injuries are very serious, I could only treat his internal injuries and set his broken bones. Then, I let him rest slowly. Your medical skills are better than mine. See if you can help him recover as soon as possible. Ling Yan nodded his head. He still had 6 to 7 healing talismans, which should be enough to treat Tang Meng's external injuries. How is Yao Rou now? What about the renovation workers? Ling Yan asked. Miracle Dr. Shui furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, the person who used the goo is very skilled. I can only suppress the poison temporarily, but I can't eliminate the root of the problem. The renovation workers are not in serious condition, but the main problem is that the young lady was poisoned by the goo. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to her. However, I don't know why your sister's body is able to resist the poison. Therefore, she has been taking care of her for the past 2 days. The murderous intent in Ling Yun's eyes intensified. He could not stay here any longer. Therefore, he said to Xianxia, Grandpa Shui, I'm going to take revenge now. This time, I might cause a huge commotion. Ling Yun wanted to kill. He wanted to kill a lot of people. Xianxia nodded his head. There are some things that I can't do. I saw your moves just now. As long as you are not facing a Xiantian realm expert, you should be able to hold your own. If a Xiantian realm expert comes looking for trouble with you, you have to inform me immediately. I will be there immediately. Ling Yun nodded his head and said gratefully, so many things have happened these few days. Thank you, Grandpa Shui. I'm leaving now. If it wasn't for Xianxia's secret support, the people around Ling Yun would have been annihilated with the power of the Sun family. Big brother Ling Yun, I will go with you. Shui Mining hurriedly grabbed Ling Yun's arm when she saw that he was about to leave. Ling Yun hesitated for a moment. He stopped in his tracks and said to Shui Mining, Ning Er, today is your birthday. You don't look too good. I think you should stay at home. Shui Mining shook her head like a rattle drum. So what if it's my birthday? If I don't see you today, I won't even celebrate my birthday. Ling Yun scratched his head and frowned. But you can't help me with anything, Shui Mining shouted, why can't I help you? I can drive and support you. Also, big brother Ling Yun, do you know where Tang Meng is now? There are still many details that I haven't told you. Miracle Dr. Shui said, Ling Yun, you won't be able to come into contact with the people from the Sun family tonight. Tang Meng and your sister alone will be enough to keep you busy. You should let Ning Er bring you to see them first. Ling Yun thought about it and agreed. He couldn't leave Tang Meng lying on the bed because of him. He also didn't want his sister Ling Yu to be in so much pain and anxiety. Ling Yu would collapse if that happened. Big brother Ling Yun, wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. I'll be done in a minute. Shui Mining rushed out of the secret room after Ling Yun agreed. After Shui Mining rushed out, Miracle Dr. Shui sighed faintly and said to Ling Yun, this time, your opponents are complicated. The first one is the Sun family. They have a lot of power. Even though I have the title of Miracle Doctor, I can't be as direct as the Sun family. The Sun family can just make a few calls from Beijing, and it's enough to change the entire Xianxia city. Don't blame me for some things I can't do. Ling Yun waved his hand and said apologetically, Grandpa Shui, what are you saying? I believe you have tried your best. After all, you are just a doctor with connections. You don't have the power to kill like the people from the Sun family. Ling Yun can't thank you enough for supporting me until now. Furthermore, I know better than anyone that everything that has happened is because of me. These enemies are actually all targeting me. The people around me are only implicated and have suffered an undeserved calamity. Miracle Dr. Shui nodded slightly. Ling Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. As long as you handle this matter properly, I believe that you will be able to get through this crisis safely. Oh yes, you have to save that young lady called Jiao as soon as possible. Even I have to admire that young lady's perseverance. Ling Yun nodded and said, Grandpa Shui, I'll be leaving now. With that, he appeared outside the room in a flash and strode out of the secret room. He heard Miracle Dr. Shui's voice coming from behind. Ling Yun, you can do whatever you want this time. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Ling Yun returned to the living room. He waited anxiously for a while and saw Shui Mining rushing down from the second floor. She was wearing a round-neck t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans. She was holding her phone in one hand and her car keys in the other. She was rushing down from the second floor at lightning speed. Ling Yun did not waste any more time and left the villa with Shui Mining. They went to the garage to get their car. Both of them quickly got into the Ferrari. Shui Mining started the car and sped out of the Qingxi Villa district. Big brother Yun, where are we going first? Shui Mining asked. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, is Tang Meng near here? If it's on the way, we should look for Tang Meng first. I can heal his injuries in an instant. All right. Shui Mining stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari sped towards the People's Hospital of Qingxi District. It was 10 o'clock at night, the time when there was no traffic jam. Moreover, the hospital was not far from the Qingxi Villa district. It was not even 5 kilometers away. They arrived at the entrance of the hospital in no time. Grandpa was the one who arranged for Tang Ming to come here. The director of this hospital knows Grandpa. This way, Tang Ming can recuperate in peace. On the way, Shui Mining kept telling Ling Yun the details of the past 5 to 6 days. However, the more she spoke, the angrier Ling Yun became. Which room is Tang Ming in? Ling Yun asked as he brought Ning Er into the hospital. He was extremely anxious now and wished that he could split himself into many clones. He's on the 2nd floor of the surgical building, room 203. Follow me. After entering the surgical building, Ling Yun and Shui Mining did not take the elevator. Ling Yun gently held Shui Mining's soft waist and rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor without touching the ground. Ling Yun quickly rushed to the entrance of room 203 and pushed the door open. Immediately, he saw Tang Ming lying on the bed. Tang Ming. Big brother Yun. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Under Miracle Dr. Shui's care, Tang Ming was placed in a single patient room. At that moment, Tang Ming's long hair was gone. It was shaved bald by the nurses and wrapped in thick bandages. It was obvious that his head was injured by Xia Zhenyan. Tang Ming's right eye had been punched by Xia Zhenyan. His entire right cheek was swollen like a big bun. He could not even open his eyes. Even now, he could barely open them. These were all minor injuries. Tang Ming's real injuries were on his right arm and left leg. His right forearm was fractured while his left leg was fractured. Both of them were now wrapped in a thick plaster cast. He was lying on the bed, unable to move at all. It was a pitiful sight. When Tang Ming saw the boss that he had been thinking about countless times, Ling Yun suddenly pushed open the door and appeared in front of him. Tang Ming thought that he was dreaming while he was unconscious. Seeing Tang Ming's pitiful state, Ling Yun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The darking qi in his energy center rushed out and circulated rapidly in his meridians. The air around him instantly turned cold. Boss, is it really you? Are you really back? I'm not dreaming, am I? Tang Ming used his left arm to support himself. He was so excited that he actually sat up on the bed. It had been 6 whole days. So many tragedies had happened and Ling Yun was still nowhere to be found. Tang Ming had suffered such a huge change in such a short period of time. He was on the verge of breaking down. Now that Ling Yun had suddenly appeared in front of him, Tang Ming could not believe that it was all real. However, as Tang Ming struggled to sit up, the pain in his body told him that it was all real. His boss, Ling Yun, was back. It was not a dream. Tang Ming, my good brother, I've let you suffer. Don't move and don't say anything. I'll treat your injuries first. Ling Yun stretched out his hands and pressed down on Tang Ming's shoulders. He wanted to force him to lie down, but he realized that he could not move him at all. Shui Mining rushed into the ward. Tang Ming finally understood that the boss he had been thinking about day and night had finally returned. She had appeared right in front of him. Unable to hold it in any longer, Tang Ming threw himself into Ling Yun's arms and bawled his eyes out. Over the past 6 days, his family had been through an earth-shattering tragedy. He had gone through countless hardships, crazy beatings, serious injuries, ridicule and humiliation from the other party, and the worry for Ling Yun's life and death. These nightmarish experiences had caused him to grit his teeth in anger. However, he had not shed a single tear. He gritted his teeth and endured it, almost grinding his steel teeth into pieces. He believed that nothing would happen to his boss. He believed that his boss would definitely come back to take revenge. It was because of this firm belief and this slim hope that he had persisted until now. Finally, Ling Yun had appeared in front of him. He could not hold it in any longer. His tears flowed down like a broken dam, instantly drenching Ling Yun's shirt. Crying required energy as well. Tang Ming's head was swollen to the point that it felt like it was going to split open. The right side of his face was swollen and his injured right eye was filled with tears. His broken bones were hurting even more as he sobbed. However, Tang Meng did not care about it at all as he continued to cry. He was like a child who had accidentally fallen and injured. No one came to help him up. He cried his heart out. Pitiful. Boss. Where did you go? I thought you didn't want us anymore. How could you do this? Ling Yan's eyes were red and his Adam's apple was trembling. He tried his best not to let the hot tears in his eyes fall as he patted Tang Meng's back gently. Shui Mining's cheeks were already filled with hot tears when she saw this sad scene. She raised the back of her hand to wipe her tears, but she could not stop wiping them. It's okay now. I'm back. It's all my fault. Big brother Yun, I swear that I'll make them pay 100-fold for all the humiliation and pain you've suffered. As Ling Yan spoke, he secretly removed the gauze on Tang Meng's head. When Tang Meng was not paying attention, he pulled out the needle and thread that were used to stitch up his scalp. There were a total of 13 stitches. As the needle and thread were pulled out, fresh blood flowed from the stitches and dyed Tang Meng's head red. Ling Yan had already taken out 4 healing talismans. Without waiting for Tang Meng to scream, he stuck one of them on the wound on Tang Meng's head and shouted, "Activate." Tang Meng first felt a burning pain on the top of his head. Before he could react, he felt a cooling sensation coming from the wound on his head. After an indescribable feeling of comfort, the wound on his head had disappeared and was as good as new. Not even a scar was left behind. Only a few bloodstains on his head were a silent reminder of the injury he had suffered. Ling Yan did not stop there. He stuck another healing talisman on the right side of Tang Meng's face and shouted, "Activate." Tang Meng's right eye and face were as good as new. During the birthday party, Shui Mining was the one being treated. Naturally, she did not see how Ling Yan treated her. Now that she saw Ling Yan treat Tang Meng, she was stunned speechless. It doesn't hurt anymore. Big brother Yun, is this your healing talisman? Tang Meng was shocked to find that the pain in his head was gone and his vision was restored. He was so happy that he forgot to cry. Don't move. I'll get you out of bed immediately. You'll be full of energy and we'll take our revenge. Ling Yan could not help but smile when he saw Tang Meng's surprised expression. At the same time, he asked Shui Mining to help remove the cast on Tang Meng's right arm and left leg. Ling Yan used his hands to break the cast while Shui Mining removed the gauze. Soon, the two of them were free of Tang Meng. Ling Yan used 2 healing talismans on Tang Meng's right arm and left leg. Half a minute later, Tang Meng happily raised his right arm and stretched his leg. Then, he rolled up from the bed. I'm a good man again. Big brother Yun, your medical skills are amazing. No matter who it was, it would be normal for a patient to recover from his pain in the blink of an eye and become like a normal person again. Humph. Xia Zhenyan, if I don't beat the sh*t out of you, I'm not Tang Meng. Tang Meng gritted his teeth as he stood on the bed and shouted angrily. Beat the sh*t out of him? How can I let him off so easily? Ling Yan smiled and observed Tang Meng carefully. Seeing that his internal injuries were no longer a problem, Ling Yan was relieved. Miracle Dr. Shui was indeed a miracle doctor. Even though he was not as magical as Ling Yan, it was still easy for him to treat internal injuries of this degree. Wash off the bloodstains on your body and change out of your hospital gown. We have to rush back to the rented house as soon as possible. Tang Meng's injuries were all external and not difficult to treat. A few healing talismans would suffice. However, Yao Ro was still in the rented house. She was suffering from the goo poison and Ling Yan had to rush back to treat her as soon as possible. When Ling Yan thought of that gentle-looking girl who was more unyielding and strong-willed than anyone else, enduring unbearable pain, his heart ached as if it had been pierced by a needle. All right. Now that Ling Yan was back, Tang Meng felt like he had a pillar of support. He jumped off the bed and quickly found a set of clothes. Like an arrow, he dashed into the ward's bathroom. Ning Er, let's help Tang Meng pack his things. We'll just take them all away in one go. After Tang Meng dashed into the bathroom, Ling Yan instructed Ning Er to pack up Tang Meng's things in the ward. What are you guys doing? Ning Er is here. This is... Where's Tang Meng? Just as the two of them were busy packing Tang Meng's clothes, a woman in her 40s walked into the ward with a thermos. She was Tang Meng's mother, Xiang Wenhui. Xiang Wenhui was tall and pretty. However, she was already middle-aged and had lived a comfortable life. Her body was slightly plump, but her figure was still in shape. She looked noble and wealthy. However, she had been taking care of Tang Meng for 3 days and 3 nights. Coupled with the fact that she was worried about her husband, Tang Tianhao, her face was haggard and her eyes were bloodshot. Even her footsteps were weak. Of course, Xiang Wenhui knew who Shui Mining was. When she returned from fetching water, she realized that there were 2 more people in the ward. However, her son was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but be shocked. "Auntie Xiang, Tang Meng is bathing in the bathroom. We are helping him pack his things." Shui Mining stood up and said to Xiang Wenhui obediently. "Tang Meng still needs to be hospitalized. Why are you packing his things?" "Ah? What did you say? Tang Meng is bathing? Who's going to help him bathe?" Xiang Wenhui was stunned. The injuries on Tang Meng's body were all external. How could he walk and bathe? "Mummy, I'm fine. I'm bathing myself. Big brother Yun has already healed my injuries." Tang Meng could not be bothered with a proper bath. He simply washed off the blood stains on his body and wiped his body before changing into his own clothes. "What? He's healed?" The shock on Xiang Wenhui's face was indescribable. Her hand loosened and the thermos instantly left her hand. Ling Yun saw it clearly. In a flash, he rushed to Xiang Wenhui's side and gently took the thermos that was filled with hot water. Then, he stood up with a sincere smile on his handsome face and said respectfully, "Hello Auntie, I'm Ling Yun." It was impossible for Ling Yun to disrespect Tang Meng's mother. When Ling Yun was handling the securities account, Tang Meng's mother had helped Ling Yun a lot. After that, Tang Tianhao had mobilized 50 armed police officers to save him. Because of that, the Tang family had fallen into such a state. How could Ling Yun not respect his mother? Furthermore, Tang Meng was his sworn brother. "You're Ling Yun?" Xiang Wenhui could not help but sigh as she looked at Ling Yun carefully. He was indeed a dragon among men. However, this child had caused too much trouble. Xiang Wenhui's emotions were complicated. However, this was not the time to think about such things. She was most concerned about Tang Meng's health. "You're saying that Tang Meng has been healed by you? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yun smiled and turned towards the direction of the washroom. Tang Meng had already changed his clothes and walked out. The truth was right in front of her, there was no need for Ling Yun to say it. "Son." Xiang Wenhui rushed forward and hugged her son as soon as she saw Tang Meng walking out of the washroom. Tang Meng was also extremely emotional. He pressed his head on Xiang Wenhui's shoulder and sobbed, "Mom, I'm fine, I'm really fine. I told you so many times, as long as Big Brother Yun is back, he will definitely be able to treat my injuries." Indeed, when Xiang Wenhui was by Tang Meng's bedside, she heard Tang Meng talk about Ling Yun the most. He repeatedly comforted his mother, saying that this small injury was nothing to Ling Yun, so Xiang Wenhui could rest assured. Xiang Wenhui only thought that her son was comforting her because this was a fracture and an external injury. No matter how good his medical skills were, how could a person with a fractured leg be able to immediately jump around? But now, her son was really alive and kicking in front of her. Other than being amazed by this miracle, Xiang Wenhui was filled with joy. To a mother, the most important thing was that her son could recover from his injuries. Tang Meng leaned on Xiang Wenhui's shoulder and kissed her for a while. Then, he stood up straight and said to Xiang Wenhui, "Mom, now that Big Brother Yun is back, there are still many things waiting for us outside, so, therefore, they had to leave immediately without delay." Saving a life was like fighting a fire. Xiang Wenhui was naturally an extremely smart person. She had long heard about Ling Yun's various miracles from her husband and son. Now that Ling Yun, whom her son had been longing for day and night, had finally returned, she knew that this was the best time for revenge. Thus, she nodded her head lightly and smiled. "You guys don't have to worry about anything here, just leave it to me. You guys go do your own things." From Xiang Wenhui's point of view, if Ling Yun could even treat Tang Meng's injuries, what else couldn't he do? "Thank you, Mom." Tang Meng couldn't help but touch his big bald head and chuckle. Zhang Wenhui patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly and turned to Ling Yun with a smile. Ling Yun, these few days, Tang Meng has told me many things about you. I won't be unreasonable and will hand Tang Meng over to you. I hope you can take good care of him. Ling Yun did not expect Tang Meng's mother to be so open-minded. He nodded his head and reassured Zhang Wenhui. As the three of them were leaving, they heard Zhang Wenhui instructing them from behind, remember not to go overboard when you deal with Xie Zhenyan from the Xie family. The three of them were stunned. Tang Meng thought to himself, since when did my mighty mother become so kind? Ling Yin could not help but frown, but Zhang Wenhui continued, just break his arms and legs, at least leave him with a breath. Hearing this, Tang Meng staggered as he turned around and complained, Mom, can you not speak so loudly? I thought you were a Buddhist just now. Don't worry, Auntie Shang, I'll make sure that Tang Meng doesn't die. Otherwise, how will he suffer? Ling Yan laughed out loud. However, Ling Yan thought to himself that only a mother like Zhang Wenhui could bring up such a good-for-nothing son. Like mother, like son, the little demon girl giggled when she heard this. She and Zhang Wenhui got along well. She could not help but give Zhang Wenhui a thumbs up and winked mischievously. Without delay, the three of them quickly left the Qingxi District People's Hospital. This time, Tang Meng drove to the rented house. Right now, Ling Yan's 2 mansions were sealed, and his clinic was smashed to pieces. Only this rented house was still intact. Luckily, it was rented. Otherwise, it would have been sealed as well. How's Uncle Tang? Once they got into the car, Ling Yan asked about Tang Tianhao. Tang Meng's face was solemn as he replied angrily, he's temporarily suspended from his duties. He's being isolated by Luo Zhong. This time, the enemy caught us off guard. They're using all their power to deal with us. Ling Yan knew that his enemy was coming at him aggressively. While he was missing, they launched a thunderous attack on the people around him. Before he could figure out what was going on, they had already taken control of the situation. They could casually find an inconspicuous reason to start an investigation on a provincial city's party committee secretary. Within the same day, they were able to remove Tang Tianhao from his duties and isolate him. Other than the Sun family, no one else had the ability to do this. This was the power of the officials. Furthermore, it was the Sun family's power in Beijing. This situation was complicated and not easy to solve. Right now, Ling Yin could only try to turn the situation around bit by bit. However, before that, he definitely had to save people first. Where's Tai Xiaohu? Ling Yan's face was solemn as he asked about Tai Xiaohu. Tang Meng replied angrily that Huang Feiyang from Qingyun Productions had already escaped. However, for some reason, he came back. After he appeared, he insisted that Tai Xiaohu was extorting money. Then, Luo Zhong ordered for him to be arrested on the spot. He's now locked up in the Public Security Bureau. Ling Yan's intestines were green with regret. At that time, he was benevolent. After getting the money, he calculated that Huang Feiyang would definitely escape from Qingyun Productions. That was why he let him live. However, he didn't expect that this person didn't leave. Instead, he hid in Qingshui City and waited for an opportunity. At such a critical moment, he came out to report the case. Didn't that mean that Tai Xiaohu would be caught? It's all my fault. If only I had used some tricks on him. Ling Yun was filled with hatred. If he had placed a restriction on Huang Feiyang like how he dealt with Dao Yong, Huang Feiyang wouldn't have taken the opportunity to bite back even if he had 100 guts. Oh, that's right, Big Brother Yun. My father's old subordinates, those middle-level police officers led by Kong Ruiyong from the criminal police force, as long as they went to the Zhuang family that night, they will all be temporarily suspended. Ling Yun exhaled heavily and said in a low voice, I got it. Don't worry. Even though this matter is complicated, the mastermind is definitely the Sun family from Beijing. As long as we eliminate the people from the Sun family, all the problems will be solved. The Sun family had instigated Qingshui City's government from the shadows. Qingshui City's executive deputy mayor, Xie Zhenting, and the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, took the opportunity to encircle and annihilate Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao's factions. Coincidentally, both of them were involved with him, which was why they were in trouble. As long as he uprooted the Sun family's influence in Qingshui City and freed Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, the two of them would be able to turn Xianxia city upside down. The most important thing was still the Sun family. Right now, Ling Yan even had the thought of killing his way into Beijing and removing the Sun family from the 7 big families. However, he temporarily suppressed that thought. There were many hidden talents in Beijing. Even Long Tianyu from the Long family was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. If Ling Yan went to Beijing now, it would be no different from walking into a trap. Ning Er, it's your birthday today. I haven't given you my blessings. Happy birthday. As long as Tang Meng saw Ling Yan, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. At this moment, his brain was alive again, and he returned to his usual self. Shui Mining snuggled tightly in Ling Yan's arms. She pouted at Tang Meng, who was driving. Big brother Yun. What's there to be happy about? However, I received Big brother Yun's birthday present. I'm really happy. Tang Meng laughed. Even if Big brother Yun gave you a straw, you would still feel extremely happy. Shui Mining burrowed her delicate body into Ling Yan's arms. She mumbled, that's. Ling Yan wrapped his arms around Shui Mining's shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. Hurry up and drive, he said. Ling Yan was really anxious. Tang Meng was already driving at 140 miles per hour, and he still felt that it was too slow. Tang Meng didn't waste any time and stepped on the accelerator. The Ferrari was like an arrow that left the bow as it sped towards the rental house. 10 minutes later, Tang Meng parked the car in front of the rented house. Before the car was fully parked, Ling Yan had already opened the door and glided out of the car. In the dark, he flew into the courtyard and opened the door for both of them before entering the house directly. A pungent stench wafted out of the house. Ling Yan knew that it was a highly toxic poison. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Tang Meng and Shui Mining, asking them to stay in the car and not move. Miracle Dr. Shui was right. With such a powerful goo poison, a normal person would definitely be poisoned immediately. Only Ning Lingyu's immortal spiritual body could resist such a powerful goo poison. No one else would be able to get close. In Ling Yan's bedroom, Ning Lingyu sat by the bed in a daze. Her big and lively eyes were dull and lost. She stared blankly at Yao Rou, who was lying on the bed. She held a wet towel in her hand and wiped Yao Rou's body mechanically. 2 days ago, something happened to Yao Rou at the clinic. After Miracle Dr. Shui used acupuncture techniques to suppress the goo poison in her body, he sent Yao Rou here and asked Ning Lingyu to take care of her. Since the night before yesterday, Ning Lingyu had not taken a single step out of the house. She took care of Yao Rou carefully. She fed Yao Rou water and fed her food. She used hot water to wipe her body. She also took care of her urine and feces. She was extremely attentive. When she was really sleepy, she would occasionally take a nap. Basically, she hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only was Yao Rou poisoned by a powerful goo poison, she was also injured in the process of stopping the Xianxia people. Her chest was also hit by the master of the goo poison. That person didn't dare to kill in broad daylight. It seemed like he didn't want Yao Rou to die so easily. He was extremely ruthless and his technique was exquisite. Not only was Yao Rou's body unable to move, but she also couldn't die for a long time. She had to endure the torture of the goo poison constantly. Now, there was a dark green palm print on Yao Rou's chest. It had already started to fester and the stench was coming from that print. Yao Rou was enduring the pain in her body that felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. It was impossible for her to fall asleep. She was completely naked and her delicate body was trembling violently under the light. However, she gritted her teeth and did not allow herself to make a sound. Ling Yan entered the house quietly. His sharp eyes looked into his bedroom and instantly, his murderous aura filled the air. Lingyu, I'm back. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Hearing Ling Yan's voice, Ning Lingyu's body trembled violently. She was just about to wipe Yao Rou's body, but her hand froze in midair. It was as if she had turned into a statue of a goddess. Ever since Ling Yan's disappearance, Ning Lingyu had been mentally and physically exhausted. She had been looking forward to Ling Yan's return at all times. Ning Lingyu's worry, anxiety, and hope for Ling Yan surpassed everyone else's. Ning Lingyu turned her head slowly in disbelief. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Ling Yun, who had suddenly appeared by her bedside. "Big brother, you're back." Ning Lingyu's haggard face broke into a smile. Her eyes flashed with a hint of relief as she stood up and threw herself into Ling Yun's arms. However, just as she stood up, her body swayed twice. Then, she felt her vision blacking out and she fell backwards. Under the tremendous pressure and shock, Ning Lingyu had already completely collapsed. Her body had already exceeded its limit and she was exhausted. When she saw Ling Yun appear, she was pleasantly surprised and relaxed. She fainted immediately. "Lingyu." Ling Yun rushed forward and hugged the limp Ning Lingyu. Then, he carried her out of the bedroom and went directly to Xiao Mimi's room. He placed Ning Lingyu on the bed and gently covered her with a thin blanket. "Sleep. Have a good sleep. You've been supporting me for too long." Ling Yun did not wake her up. Instead, he chose to let Ning Lingyu sleep. Her body and mind had been drained too much. She was almost out of energy. Ling Yun could imagine how much pressure Ning Lingyu had to face alone. Her mother had left without saying goodbye, her brother's whereabouts were unknown, and the family had been through a series of tragedies. It was a miracle that she had been able to last until now. If not for the fact that Ling Yun had made Ning Lingyu a celestial spiritual body, her body would have collapsed long ago. Of course, the fact that Ning Lingyu was able to last until now had a lot to do with her stubbornness and perseverance. Otherwise, even a celestial spiritual body would not have been able to withstand such torment. Phew. Ling Yun let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with endless self-blame. He suppressed all his anger and left the room in a flash. Back in his bedroom, he said to Yao Ro, who had already opened her eyes, "Ro you've suffered. Don't say anything, I'll treat you now." Yao Ro was completely naked. Ning Lingyu had only covered her lower body with a thin blanket. Her entire body was covered in a dark green aura. There was a dark green palm print on her chest, but it did not swell. Instead, it had sunk in and started to fester, emitting a pungent stench. Ling Yun's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he was furious. He had already made up his mind. After treating Yao Ro, he would go and annihilate those Xianxia people tonight. As he spoke, he had already taken up the 9 golden needles and performed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Yao Ro. After cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance and reaching physique tempering stage 4, Ling Yun's energy center and meridians were 100 times stronger than before. The spiritual energy in his body could now be described as majestic. Furthermore, this was the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva. Using the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva to treat the goo poison was no different from using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Ling Yun only performed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot once, and a dark green goo worm flew out from the center of the black palm print. It flew out at lightning speed, trying to escape? Too late. Humph. Ling Yun snorted coldly. His left hand stretched out at lightning speed, and he used his index and middle fingers to pinch the goo worm between them. The ugly body of the dark green goo worm squirmed and struggled, but it was unable to escape. Hence, it turned and burrowed into Ling Yun's fingers. Ling Yun's cultivation of the stellar condensation technique had reached the 11th minor realm. Such a small goo worm naturally could not poison him, let alone burrow into his skin. Die. No matter what, Ling Yun had finally met his first enemy. He vented all his anger on this dark green goo worm. Including his thumb, he used 3 fingers to pinch this dark green goo worm, then, without waiting for the dark green liquid to splatter out, a ball of flame the size of a basketball appeared on Ling Yun's hand and burned the goo worm into ashes. Almost at the same time, at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, in the southwest corner, in the clothing store opened by the Xianxia people, a middle-aged man in his 40s had a strange dark green color on his face. He almost vomited blood on the spot, but he gritted his teeth and suppressed it. Humph, that girl was just saved by someone. He destroyed one of my goo worms. The middle-aged man from Xianxi said sinisterly. In the room, another man with a long face said coldly, "If I'm not wrong, it should be that young man from last time. He was the one who saved that boss Wang and destroyed Elder Lan." A dark green aura appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged man in his 40s. He laughed coldly and said, "Humph, it's fine if he doesn't appear. If he dares to appear, I'll let him have a taste of the power of my goo." After Ling Yan forced the goo worm out of Yao Rou's body and killed it, he immediately used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to treat Yao Rou's internal injuries. Under the effect of his spiritual energy, the dark green palm print on Yao Rou's chest gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Yao Rou's skin also returned to its original crystal white color. Ling Yan, where did you run off to? You've made us so anxious. Yao Rou's internal injuries were gone. Without the goo worm wreaking havoc in her body, she was no longer in pain, and her body had stopped trembling. Yao Rou's first sentence was actually not about herself but about Ling Yan. Obviously, she had always placed Ling Yan in the most important position in her heart. Don't speak. Wait until I've treated your external injuries. After saying that, Ling Yan pulled out the golden needles and took out all the remaining healing talismans. He used them all on Yao Rou's body, not letting go of even the slightest injury. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? My Rou air is so beautiful. Ling Yan smiled as he looked at Yao Rou, who had already sat up. Yao Rou then realized her appearance and pouted at Ling Yan coquettishly. I was so ugly just now. You saw it all. Ling Yan's heart ached. He extended his arm and pulled Yao Rou into his embrace. He said with a pained expression, but my heart aches so much. Did you have to work so hard for a clinic? Don't ever do this again. Yao Rou's eyes turned red as tears streamed down her face. She sobbed and said, Ling Yan, I didn't protect our clinic well. Don't worry, Rou air. I'll make whoever destroyed my clinic pay 1,000 times over. I'll make them regret coming to this world. Ling Yan's smile disappeared, and a thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. At this moment, those Xianxia experts who were strutting around had no idea that they had been sentenced to death by Ling Yan. Wait for me for a while. Ling Yan said gently to Yao Rou before leaving the house. He found a small bowl and brought it into the bedroom. Then, he took out the magical gourd and poured a small bowl of dragon saliva into it. The intoxicating aroma of dragon saliva filled the entire bedroom. At the same time, it drifted into the living room. In the blink of an eye, the pungent stench disappeared without a trace. It smells so good. Yao Rou had been enduring the pungent stench from her body for so many days. Now that she smelled such an intoxicating aroma, she couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Ling Yan used telepathy to tell Tang Meng and Shui Mining outside that they could enter the house now. Both of them had been waiting outside for 20 minutes and couldn't wait any longer. They immediately got out of the car and rushed in. Hearing the commotion of the two of them entering the house, Yao Rou quickly covered her body with the blanket. At the same time, Ling Yan shouted, Tang Meng, don't you dare come in. Shui Mining, on the other hand, rushed into the bedroom without any hesitation. After seeing the situation in the room clearly, her expression changed a few times. She tried her best to hold it in, but in the end, she couldn't. She bit her lower lip and stomped her feet angrily. With Shui Mining and Ling Yan's relationship, they were only one step away from being engaged. Seeing the situation in the room, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Yao Rou carefully looked at Shui Mining. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She just lowered her head deeply. The atmosphere in the bedroom became slightly awkward. Ling Yan scratched his head for a long time before saying to Shui Mining, Ming Er, Rou Er is older than you. You should call her big sister. Since there was no way to avoid it, Ling Yan didn't have to. He took the opportunity to say it directly to save himself from all kinds of trouble in the future. Shui Mining had a warm and kind heart. Ling Yan believed that there was no better time than when Yao Rou had just recovered from her injuries. Big sister Rou Er is also older than you. You should also call her big sister. Shui Mining pouted her lips and said angrily. In the end, she couldn't do anything to Ling Yan. It wasn't that Shui Mining couldn't do anything to Ling Yan, but she couldn't bear to. She knew that Ling Yan's anger was at its peak. She was trying her best to suppress it. Her heart ached for Ling Yan, so of course, she wouldn't make things difficult for him. Pfft! Shui Mining's words almost made the speechless Yao Rou laugh. Finally, she blushed and raised her head to look at Shui Mining. Little sister Ning Er, you're the oldest. Big sister won't fight with you. Fight. After fighting for so long, Yao Rou was too embarrassed to say Ling Yan's name. Big brother Yan is really too bad. Big Sister Ro, you must help me keep a close eye on him. Shui Mining tilted her head and thought for a long time. She thought of Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she became. She could only accept a seemingly unacceptable reality. You guys take your time. I'm going out to discuss something with Tang Meng. Ling Yan's cunning plan worked. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk as he floated out of the house. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Big Brother Yun, what's so fragrant? I'm almost drunk. In the living room, Tang Meng felt that his nose wasn't enough. He opened his mouth and took in deep breaths. It's dragon saliva, real dragon saliva. We'll use this to change your physique in the future. Ling Yan smiled. Big Brother Yun, where did you go? How did you get such a thing? Tang Meng asked in shock. Ling Yan thought for a while and decided that it would be better not to tell her where he went. He smiled and said, now is not the time to talk about this. What do you think we should do next? Ling Yan had cured Tang Meng and Yao Rou. Ling Yu was only mentally exhausted. Ling Yan didn't care what he should do next. He had to destroy the lair of the Xianxia experts tonight, however, it was still early. Ling Yan planned to go over after midnight. Therefore, he wanted to listen to Tang Meng's analysis first. Big Brother Yun, my sister-in-law and the Zhuang family are under the control of the Sun family. Tang Meng said. Tang Meng had always recognized Zhuang Meifeng as his sister-in-law. Therefore, the sister-in-law he was referring to was naturally Zhuang Meifeng. Big Sister Xiao went out to look for you on Tuesday night and has been missing ever since. Ling Yan knew that there was a 90% chance that Xiao Mimi had bumped into members of the Assassins organization. She had either been captured, killed, or escaped. There was no fourth possibility. As for Uncle Li Feng and my father, that's a game between the officials. We can't interfere for now. They are also actively thinking of ways to deal with it. With just you alone, we obviously can't go against the entire Sun family. Therefore, we can't go head-to-head with the Sun family for now. Tang Meng still had a lingering fear when he thought about how Ling Yun went against the 4 experts of the Sun family alone. He didn't know how many experts Sun Tianbiao had brought. Therefore, Tang Meng didn't want Ling Yun to go head-to-head with the Sun family like last time. Ling Yun chuckled. Who said I'm the only one here? Ling Yan still had Dugu Mo, who was half a step into the Xiantian realm, and Little White, who had reached the transformation stage. With her speed, illusion, and cultivation techniques, she could easily take on a Hotian realm level 9 expert. Hearing this, Tang Meng's expression changed. We have helpers this time? Ling Yan smiled and nodded his head. However, Tang Meng thought for a while and said, even if we have a helper, we still have to get to the bottom of the other party first. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a look of praise before laughing out loud. Brat, at least you know that knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the key to victory? I've already told you that you can't beat Xie Zhenyan, yet you still dare to cause trouble for him? Tang Meng snorted. Humph, there are things I can do and things I can't do. Xie Zhenyan did it because you weren't around. You don't know how arrogant he is in school now. If he dares to pester Ling Yu so brazenly, I will fight him even if I can't beat him. You weren't around, and Tai Xiao who was caught. If I don't beat him up, who will? Humph, even though he beat me to this state, I also gave him a good beating. Tang Meng said through gritted teeth. Ling Yan laughed out loud. Xie Zhenyan only knew some martial arts, and he wasn't even at Hotian realm level 1. Naturally, Tang Meng would be able to beat him up. Big Brother Yun, in my opinion, the Sun family dealt with us mainly by taking down my father. Then, they made use of Luo Zhong, the director of the Public Security Bureau. They took the official route, which was why they seemed so passive. If we can think of a way to get Luo Zhong to remove the restrictions on you, we will be able to take back a large portion of the initiative. We will be able to open up the situation immediately. Ling Yan thought for a while before nodding his head heavily. Yes, let's do that. We will look for Luo Zhong directly. I have a way to get him to remove all the restrictions on me. Let's save Tai Xiaohu first. With that, Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Shui Mining and Yao Rou, who was already dressed, walked out of the bedroom. Ling Yan waved at Ning Er and said, "Ning Er, with Tang Meng accompanying me, you don't have to participate in the following matters. I'm worried about Ling Yu and Sister Rou staying here, so I'll let them stay at your place for a while. What do you think?" Right now, the safest place was definitely Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion. Hence, Ling Yan asked Ning Er directly. Furthermore, Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and Yao Rou had been worried for so many days, and they were still in a state of shock. One of them had just recovered from a serious injury, and their bodies needed to be nurtured properly. Staying at Miracle Dr. Shui's house could also be considered a form of recuperation. If not for the goo poison in Yao Rou's body, Shui Mining would have done so a long time ago. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, "I already discussed it with Sister Rou just now. By the time you came, the cucumber was already cold." Ling Yan laughed and said, "All right, let's not delay any further. Let's go now." With that, Ling Yan dashed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom and carried Ning Lingyu, who was still in a deep sleep, on the bed. He said to the three of them directly, "Tang Meng, close the door, let's go." Very quickly, the five of them left the rented house and rushed towards Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion. Along the way, Ling Yan's sharp senses detected that there was an expert following them. Ling Yan could feel that the expert was very strong, but he did not seem to have any intention of hiding himself. He was just following Ling Yan's car at a moderate pace. Ling Yan thought to himself, this should be the expert who is half a step into the Xiantian realm that Miracle Dr. Shui mentioned. He was indeed protecting Ling Yu in the dark. What kind of person could he be? Ling Yan was very puzzled. He had never crossed paths with an expert who was half a step into the Xiantian realm in his 50s. Could it be that this expert was sent by his mother to protect his sister? This was the only possibility. However, on second thought, it did not seem right. If this was the case, then with so many things happening in the family, this old man should at least have helped to stop them. However, he did not seem to have done anything. The journey was silent. When Ling Yan and the rest arrived at Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion, the stalker was long gone. Ling Yan did not pay much attention to it. After all, he would definitely appear again. When Miracle Dr. Shui heard the car engine, he personally came out to welcome them. When he saw that Yao Rou and Tang Meng were both alive and well, he could not help but nod at Ling Yan in approval. He sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. "Good lad, you actually healed both of them in the blink of an eye. This old man is really speechless." Ling Yan laughed and sent a telepathic message to Miracle Dr. Shui, explaining his purpose of coming here and asking him to take care of Ling Yu and Yao Rou. Miracle Dr. Shui nodded and sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. "The expert who is half a step into the Xiantian realm is nearby. You have to be careful." The two of them communicated very quickly. Then, Ling Yan personally carried Ling Yu into the mansion and sent her directly to Shui Mining's bed. He then reminded Shui Mining carefully before walking out again. Ling Yan was already in a hopeless situation. Right now, he had no more worries. When he walked out of Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion, the murderous intent on Ling Yan's face was so thick that it could drip water. "Big brother Yun, where are we going now?" Tang Meng turned around and asked Ling Yan, who was in the passenger seat. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and said sternly, "Let's go to mansion number 1 first." After parting ways with Du Gumo, Ling Yan asked Little White to wait for him at mansion number 1. Now that he was going to kill someone, he naturally had to bring Little White along. This place was too close to mansion number 1. In less than 2 minutes, the Ferrari stopped at the entrance of mansion number 1. Ling Yan got out of the car and saw the 2 seals on the door of the mansion. With an angry grunt, he tore them down and threw them in the air. Luo Zhong, how dare you seal my mansion? I think you must be tired of living," Ling Yan said coldly. Did they really think that Ling Yan was a law-abiding, pure child? If that was the case, why would he work so hard to improve his strength? Furthermore, the current laws were basically prepared for the commoners. The officials could simply trample on the laws and do whatever they wanted. If you don't believe me, just look at the son of a famous singer in Beijing, the Li family, who was known as the #1 spoiled brat in history. A white shadow flashed, and Little White rushed out from a corner of the mansion. In an instant, it burrowed into Ling Yan's arms and rubbed its head against Ling Yan's chest. Tang Meng was dumbfounded as he pointed at Little White. Big Brother Yun, does a Little White have two tails? Why did it turn into one? Ling Yun thought to himself that it had turned into three tails, alright? He chuckled and said, yeah, it turned into one. Soon, it won't have a tail. Little White would need at most a week to transform into a human. After that, it naturally wouldn't have a tail unless it revealed its original form. Let's go. Ling Yun casually told Tang Meng the name of the hotel that Du Gumo was staying at. It was almost midnight. Tonight, Ling Yun was going to destroy the Xianxia people's nest. No matter how strong the other party was, he had to bring out the spirit of a lion hunting a rabbit and trample all of them to death. Ling Yun wanted to establish his dominance. He wanted to use this matter to announce to everyone in Xianxia City that he, Ling Yun, was back. Tang Meng got into the car, and Ling Yun told Little White to get into the car as well. Then, he smiled and cupped his fists towards the crown of a huge tree in the night sky. Senior, I'm really sorry that you're chasing after my car like this. Why don't you come down and let me give you a ride no matter where you go? Big Brother Yun, who are you talking to? Tang Meng popped his head out of the window and asked curiously. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed across the night sky. A black shadow instantly glided across the night sky for 60 to 70 meters and landed gently beside the Ferrari without making a sound. Ling Yun took a closer look. It was an old man in his 50s. He was of average height, had short hair, and had a square face. He had thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. If he wasn't the mysterious expert that miracle Dr. Shui mentioned, who else could he be? My surname is Chui. You can call me Chui Lao. After the old man landed, he sized Ling Yun up from head to toe. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy and praise as he nodded his head. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun didn't expect Chui Lao to show up so easily and announce his name immediately. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Chui Lao was still scrutinizing Ling Yun, afraid that he couldn't see him clearly in the dark. He took 2 steps forward and studied Ling Yun's face carefully. That look of joy was as though he had seen a rare treasure. It was even more joyous than when Ming Er saw the 18 night luminescent pearls, the 2,000-year-old ginseng, and the Chinese knotweed combined. Ling Yun's brain was a little overwhelmed. He raised his hand and scratched his head in confusion. Even though I'm indeed very handsome, there's no need for an old man like you to look at me like that, right? Big Brother Yun, this is? Tang Meng instinctively thought that Chui Lao was the helper that Ling Yun mentioned. Chui Lao's qigong was even more impressive than the 3 masters from the Assassin's organization. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng. Who am I supposed to ask? He cupped his fists at Chui Lao again and smiled brightly. Chui Lao, right? What advice do you have for me since you've been following me? Chui Lao didn't have the time to answer Ling Yun's question. He was all smiles as he studied Ling Yun. His heart surged with excitement as he thought to himself, similar, really similar. That brat, Ling Hao, was right. There's no need for any DNA verification. One look and I can tell that Ling Yun is the son of 3rd young master. Chui Lao was, of course, the expert that Ling Lai had personally sent after the Ling family's secret meeting to bring Ling Yun back to Beijing to acknowledge his ancestors. Chui Lao arrived in Xianxia City on Monday night. After he arrived, he used all sorts of channels to investigate and found out that Ling Hao's information was all true. He immediately confirmed that Ling Yun was the son of the Ling family's 3rd young master, Ling Xiao. However, Ling Yun had already disappeared, and no one could contact him. The whole world was looking for Ling Yun, and Chui Lao was naturally looking for him in secret. Over the past 5 to 6 days, many tragedies had happened to Ling Yun's friends and family. However, none of these had anything to do with Chui Lao. Without Ling Yun's appearance, Chui Lao couldn't possibly expose himself. Therefore, he had been investigating both openly and secretly. While investigating the ins and outs of the entire incident, he had also secretly protected Ming Lingyu. As Chui Lao's investigation deepened, He realized that all the major events in Xianxia City were related to one name, Ling Yun. Cui Lao was extremely shocked because Sun Tianbiao from the Sun family had personally come to Xianxia City to deal with Ling Yun. Due to the complexity of the situation, Cui Lao could temporarily leave it at that. However, Ning Lingyu was the biological daughter of Ling Yun's adoptive mother. He couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Therefore, for the next 3 days, he stayed near the rented house to protect Ning Lingyu in secret. Tonight, Ling Yun, who had been missing for 6 days, finally showed up. Boss Cui was overjoyed and no longer wanted to hide his tracks, so he showed himself. Cui Lao really liked Ling Yun. In the Ling family, other than old man Ling Lai, Ling Yun's biological father, Ling Xiao, was the closest person to Cui Lao. How could he not be excited now that Cui Lao had finally seen Ling Yun? Another reason was that Cui Lao realized that Ling Yun actually possessed supreme martial arts. Cui Lao was ecstatic when he saw Ling Yun float into the rented house and land soundlessly. That was because that seemingly simple Qinggong actually showed that Ling Yun was at least at Hotian realm level 5. Moreover, there was a young girl in Ling Yun's rented house who had been poisoned for 3 days. No one could cure her, but she walked out happily as if nothing had happened. What did that mean? That meant that Ling Yun had amazing medical skills, wasn't this a gift from the heavens that fell from the sky? Cui Lao followed Ling Yun all the way here in his excitement. Young master. Ling Yun, how did you know I was hiding in that tree? Cui Lao asked curiously. He had almost called him young master just now. Cui Lao, how did you know my name is Ling Yun? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Cui Lao thought to himself, this kid really has character. I'm a half-step to the Xiantian realm, yet he dares to challenge me. This character is really similar to his mother. Not only are their eyes similar, but their character is even more so. However, Cui Lao sighed in his heart when he thought of Ling Yun's biological mother. He explained, I heard from this kid just now. Cui Lao pointed at Tang Ming in the car. Ling Yun laughed and continued asking, I'm afraid that's not right. Tang Ming never calls me by my name. He always calls me Big Brother Yun. How did you know my surname is Ling? That was the key. It was obvious that Cui Lao, who had appeared out of nowhere, knew Ling Yun's identity very well. However, Ling Yun could feel that Cui Lao had no ill intentions towards him. All he showed was love and kindness. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to it. He was just curious and wanted to clarify things. Cui Lao thought to himself that third young master was amazing to be able to observe such small details. He was extremely excited. However, with Tang Ming around, Cui Lao naturally couldn't reveal his purpose and intentions. Therefore, he changed the topic and smiled faintly. Young master. Ling Yun, where do you want to go now? Why don't I accompany you? Ling Yun didn't want to force Cui Lao to say anything. Therefore, he smiled mischievously. I'm going to fight in a while. I wonder if Cui Lao is willing to help. Help? How could they not help him? Cui Lao nodded his head hurriedly and laughed. You brat. You've hit a nerve. I haven't fought in a long time. Let's go now. For Ling Yun, not to mention fighting, Cui Lao would even kill someone. Ling Yun laughed heartily. He didn't expect Miracle Dr. Xue to be right. He was indeed a friend and not a foe. It was so easy to find a helper. Ling Yun would be a fool not to take advantage of an opportunity. Tonight, Ling Yun was going to trample those B***stards who destroyed his clinic. Therefore, he wouldn't be modest and directly invited Cui Lao to his car. We still lack a strong helper. Let's go and pick him up first before going to fight, alright? Ling Yun turned his head and said to Cui Lao after getting into the car. As you wish. Alright. Tang Ming stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared to life. This time it only took 4 to 5 minutes for them to arrive at the entrance of the hotel that Du Gumo was staying in. It was only a few kilometers from Villa District No. 1 to here. When Du Gumo first came to Xianxia City, he stayed in a 5-star hotel near Xianxia Lake for the convenience of exploring the crater. This was because it was very close to Dragon Mountain. Ling Yun got Cui Lao and Tang Ming to wait in the car while he got out of the car and entered the hotel. According to the room number that Du Gumo told him, he went straight to it. After Du Gumo returned to the hotel, he paid the deposit for 2 weeks of accommodation before taking a comfortable hot shower. Just as he was lying on the bed and watching television with relish, he heard a knock on the door. Don't tell me it's another beauty taking the initiative to serve me? So annoying. Women are all tigers. Du Gumo mumbled. Before opening the door, he opened his mouth and said, I said I don't want any service. Ah? Ling Yun? Why is it you? Ling Yun chuckled and snapped his fingers at Du Gumo. Mr. Bodyguard, let's go. Let's go kill someone. Du Gumo almost fell to the ground. He had just come out of the crater, and he hadn't even enjoyed himself yet. Why was he going to kill someone again? This was a city, so how could he kill someone just like that? Ling Yun, this city is different from the crater. This person can't be killed just like that. Du Gumo started his long speech again. Ling Yun smacked his lips and looked at Du Gumo with disdain. Then, he said, I say, do you still want to drink the dragon's saliva? If you do, quickly put on your clothes and follow me. If not, you can continue watching your television. Drink, drink. Who said I don't want to drink? Wait for me, I'll be done in a moment. Upon hearing the dragon's saliva, Du Gumo didn't care about anything else. In a flash, he rushed back to the guest room. The speed at which he put on his clothes was faster than his swordsmanship. The two of them left the guest room and arrived outside the hotel. Then, Du Gumo and Cui Lao, who was in the car, were shocked at the same time. This was because the two of them immediately realized that the other party was actually an expert who was half a step into the Xianxia realm. Cui Lao thought to himself, my young master, what are you trying to do? Why did you randomly drag out another expert who was half a step into the Xianxia realm? Furthermore, he was a youth who wasn't even 20 years old, this child. Everything that Ling Yun had done was beyond Cui Lao's imagination. Could it be that the heavens have taken pity on us and the future of the Ling family will depend on this son of the third young master? Du Gumo was also in a daze. Who exactly was Ling Yun dealing with tonight? Why was there an expert who was half a step into the Xiantian realm in the car? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and get in the car. It was already past midnight. The moment Ling Yun thought of revenge, he couldn't wait any longer. When everyone got in the car, Du Gumo carefully cupped his hands towards Cui Lao and said respectfully, Junior Du Gumo pays his respects to Senior. Cui Lao's heart trembled as he hurriedly asked, little kid, could it be that you're from the Dugu family? Du Gumo didn't suspect anything and naturally nodded his head in agreement. Cui Lao, on the other hand, was speechless as he thought to himself, this is really the will of the heavens. Back then, when all the famous sects and ancient martial arts families united to deal with the Ling family, the Dugu family naturally sent their experts. Even though many of them didn't participate in the battle, they were the main culprits who forced Ling Xiao to cripple his own martial arts and marry someone else. They were the culprits who forced Ling Xiao to never see Ling Yun's birth mother again. Sigh. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the Ling family and the young master to acknowledge his ancestors. Cui Lao was lost in his thoughts and didn't notice that the Ferrari had already stopped at the southwest corner of an intersection. They are all experts in the use of venomous insects and poisons. You better protect yourselves. Tang Meng, drive back to mansion number 1 first in case those venomous insects accidentally hurt you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Meng didn't want to leave, but Ling Yun glared at him and said in a low voice, didn't you hear about the pitiful state big sister Ro was in? What would you do if you were poisoned? Tang Meng thought about it and knew that he wouldn't be of much help here. If he was really injured by those poisonous bugs, he would have to trouble Ling Yun to help. Thus, he didn't insist and nodded his head silently. Ling Yun and the other two got out of the car. After Tang Meng drove off, he sent a telepathic message to Little White. Little White, after we enter, use an illusion to seal all the doors and windows. Don't let a single person escape. Little White nodded. Ling Yun waved his hand and walked slowly towards the Xianxia people's shop with Cui Lao and Duguimo. Cui Lao had already covered his face with a mask. Obviously, he still didn't want to expose his whereabouts. Bam! With a kick, Ling Yan smashed the door of the Xianxia people's clothing shop into smithereens. In a flash, he dashed in. Cui Lao and Du Guimo naturally followed closely behind. Little White immediately used a perfect illusion. At this moment, if the people in the clothing shop wanted to look outside, they wouldn't be able to see anything. This clothing shop was very big, even bigger than Ling Yan's clinic. The entire second floor was used for living. Without a doubt, those who destroyed Ling Yan's clinic were now on the second floor. Is there anyone here who's breathing? I'm here for revenge. Hurry up and come out to die. Ling Yan was full of confidence since he brought 2 experts who were half a step into the Xiantian realm for revenge. He was furious and had no qualms at all. Ling Yan scanned the first floor quickly and realized that there wasn't anyone there. Thus, he used his dragon fish phantom ability and rushed to the corner of the stairs. Cui Lao saw that young master's realm was impressive. Just based on this movement technique alone, he was already at Hotian realm level 6. Ling Yan rushed to the corner of the stairs and looked up just in time to see a middle-aged man in his 40s blocking the second floor staircase. He was leaning over and staring at him with a sinister smile on his face. Ling Yan could see clearly that there was a dark green aura on this person's forehead. He smiled faintly and walked up the stairs step by step. Did you bring people to destroy the clinic across the street? He asked coldly. The middle-aged man in his 40s laughed sinisterly. Brat, you broke my absolute life goo. I haven't gone to look for you yet. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep tonight. You're crazy enough. Ling Yan did not answer. Instead, he continued to ask, it's one thing for you to destroy my clinic, but why were you so cruel to an innocent girl? What did those renovation workers do to you? Why did you hurt them? The middle-aged man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The weak are prey to the strong. Why are there so many whys? Serves them right for being a hindrance by staying there. All right. Ling Yan didn't say anything else. He took another step forward and snorted coldly. The strong prey on the weak, what a hindrance. Then, you shall die. With that, Ling Yan stretched out his fist and used the Tiangang demon fist. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly and didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his dark green palm and slapped it towards Ling Yan's fist. Ling Yan, be careful. Cui Lao was shocked. He could see clearly that this middle-aged man was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. He could defeat Ling Yun without using Gu, but Ling Yun was still so arrogant. Wasn't he courting death? Cui Lao didn't expect Ling Yun to be so direct. He wanted to stop him now, but it was already too late. Bam! A loud sound rang out as the fist and palm collided. Cui Lao was so shocked that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Du Guimo, on the other hand, was enjoying the show, waiting for the middle-aged man to be unlucky. Ah! With a scream, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Ling Yan's punch. His body flew more than 4 meters away and only stopped when he hit the wall behind him. The weak are prey to the strong, right? Then, I'll let you know who's stronger and who's weaker. Ling Yan didn't show any mercy. With the dragonfish phantom ability, he rushed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him in the chest. The dark yin qi in Ling Yan's body surged, and the yin qi in his energy center flowed into his right hand. Using the overbearing strength of the Tiangang demon fist, it entered the middle-aged man's chest at lightning speed. Pfft! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of the middle-aged man's mouth. He was scared out of his wits. Ling Yan dodged the blood that spurted out of the middle-aged man's mouth. He looked at the middle-aged man who was slipping down the wall as if he was looking at a dead dog. Does it feel good to be bullied? This? Cui Lao originally thought that Ling Yun was in deep trouble. However, when he opened his eyes, he realized that Ling Yun was fine. The one who was severely injured in 2 moves was actually a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. He was stunned. Ling Yun was able to severely injure an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 with just 2 moves. What did this mean? The shock in Cui Lao's heart was indescribable. What followed was a crazy surge of joy. What did it mean for the heavens to have eyes? Indeed, the heavens had eyes. Back then, third young master Ling Xiao had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 before the age of 20. However, Cui Lao didn't expect Ling Yun, who was only 18 years old, to have reached Xiantian realm level 9 as well. Of course, this wasn't in the information provided by Ling Hao. Moreover, Ling Yan had formed a mysterious energy center, and Cui Lao couldn't tell Ling Yan's true cultivation base. He could only analyze it bit by bit according to Ling Yan's performance. He couldn't see through Ling Yan's realm. Could it be that Ling Yan's current realm was higher than his? He had reached the Xiantian realm. If he were to pass this news to Old Master Ling and Third Young Master, how excited would they be? Cui Lao was so excited that he almost burst into tears. The Ling family finally had a successor. How was it that the Ling family of the capital, a secular family, was able to stand toe-to-toe with the Long family of the capital in the past? It was because the members of the Ling family had extraordinary talent in cultivation. Their genes were inherited in this aspect, and this was publicly acknowledged by all the sects and ancient martial arts families. As long as the members of the Ling family focused on martial arts from a young age, they could break through to the Xiantian realm by the age of 20 unless they had no interest in martial arts. When the Ling family was at its peak, they had Ling Lai, who was at Xiantian realm level 4, Ling Xiao, who had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 before the age of 20, Ling Zhen, who had just broken through to the Xiantian realm, and Ling Yu, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. However, after the tragic battle 18 years ago, the Ling family gradually declined. This wasn't only because the Ling family could no longer obtain the support of the hidden sects and ancient martial arts families. It was also because Ling Lai had regressed to Xiantian realm level 1, and the genius Ling Xiao had crippled his own martial arts. Even though he had recultivated, his meridians and energy center were damaged, and he could only reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 5. Now, the only expert the Ling family could send out was Ling Zhen, who was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 2, but now, the illegitimate son of the Ling family, Ling Yun, had shocked Cui Lao the moment he appeared. How could Cui Lao not be excited when he saw his unparalleled combat strength? Cui Lao couldn't wait to pass this shocking news back to the Ling family and tell Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. The Xianxia people on the second floor had already rushed out, but they were stunned when they saw that Ling Yun had beaten the middle-aged man to the point that he couldn't even stand up. You. Why aren't you poisoned? The middle-aged man pointed at Ling Yun in disbelief. Ling Yun laughed coldly. Even Miao Xiao Miao's golden silkworm goo might not be able to hurt him at the 11th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, let alone this middle-aged man. What's so great about knowing how to use goo? I specialize in countering goo poisons. Ling Yun laughed coldly as he took another step forward. TSK, tisk. 3 goo worms shot out from the middle-aged man's hands, aiming for Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun didn't panic. He used his palm to knock the 3 dark green goo worms to the ground and stomp them to death. His gaze turned cold as he said, I see that you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. The horse-faced man roared crazily, let's go together and kill him. Yes, let's go together. Kill him. The rest of the Xianxia people roared as well and rushed forward. Ling Yun waited for a long time, but he didn't see any more experts of a higher realm. He knew that there were only so many of them, led by this middle-aged man in his 40s. Obviously, the old man who had been crippled by Ling Yun went back and reported Ling Yun's strength. That was why he invited a Hotian realm level 8 expert to deal with Ling Yun. They thought that they had overestimated Ling Yun's strength. They didn't expect Ling Yun's strength to be so unfathomable after he came out of the crater. Humph, how dare a grain of rice shine? You made me put up such a huge formation for nothing. Ling Yun snorted coldly. As he fought, he turned to Duguimo and Cui Lao and said, there's no need to trouble you. I'll take care of them myself. Bam, 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 bam. Ling Yun punched one after another. Before he could finish speaking, everyone was sent flying by him. All of them had broken tendons and broken bones. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. None of them were in one piece. Among them, the horse-faced man suffered the heaviest injuries. Ling Yun shattered his energy center with one punch, completely crippling him. Ling Yun clapped his hands lightly and pointed at the middle-aged man. He laughed and said, you're right. It's indeed the law of the jungle. However, you're weak and I'm strong now. Can we discuss how to eat now? Devil, you're a devil. That middle-aged man raised his trembling finger and pointed at Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with fear. Ling Yan's eyes were cold. He raised his palm and patted the middle-aged man's raised arm lightly. With a crack, the middle-aged man's arm was broken by Ling Yan. It was worse than a comminuted fracture. Ling Yan's current arm strength exceeded at least 1,000 kilograms. It would be a miracle if this middle-aged man's arm could withstand it. Ah! A miserable cry. Ling Yan laughed and said, "Don't call me a devil. I'm not a ghost. You should call me the Devil King, the Supreme Devil King." Cui Lao was shocked to see Ling Yan's ruthless attacks. He turned to look at Du Guimo, but he saw that Du Guimo didn't seem surprised at all. When Little White was injured by Tokugawa Takashi, Ling Yan's performance was much crazier than this. Du Guimo had already seen it for himself. "Alright, now tell me, who's the boss of this shop? You guys destroyed my clinic. We have to talk about compensation. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Huh? Compensation? This? The Xianxia people were stunned when they heard Ling Yan's request for compensation. Why was he still asking for compensation after beating them up so badly? Cui Lao was stunned as well. He thought to himself, "Young master, so you're here to fight with someone just to ask for compensation. Even though our Ling family has declined, we are still one of the 7 big families in Beijing. We control the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Water Resources. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Is there a need to ask for compensation after beating people up?" Cui Lao once again looked at Du Guimo with his mouth agape. However, he saw that Du Guimo was still watching with great interest, as if he had long known that Ling Yan would be like this. After killing someone, Ling Yan could even find money from the dead body, let alone a living person. Yeah, compensation, it can't be, right? You guys injured my girlfriend, injured my renovation workers, and destroyed my shop. Are you going to let it go just like that? Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh coldly when he saw the Xianxia people's shocked expressions. This was just the beginning. The middle-aged man's expression was miserable. He knew that he had really kicked an iron plate by coming here rashly. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and then raised his hand to point at a struggling person on the ground. That's more like it. Ling Yan stood up and lifted the man up from the ground in a few steps. He chuckled and said, "Alright, stop rolling around on the ground. Isn't it just 2 broken ribs?" That person was about 36 or 37 years old. He was skinny and shriveled. Among the people who attacked just now, other than the horse-faced man, he was the one who attacked Ling Yan the most ruthlessly. Therefore, Ling Yan was also the one who broke 2 of his ribs with 1 punch. Cough cough. That person was picked up by Ling Yan like a little chick. The pain from his broken ribs was unbearable, and he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Bam! Ling Yan threw him to the ground harshly before squatting down in front of him. "Come, tell me, what's your name?" Lan Jinghe. Even in his wildest dreams, Lan Jinghe would have never imagined that he would hire his uncle, who practiced venomous sorcery, to harm others just because he couldn't compete with them. Originally, everything was going smoothly. Just as he was about to succeed, this young man in front of him ruined his great plan and even caused his uncle to be crippled. After they fled back to their hometown in Xianxia, Lan Jinghe and his uncle really couldn't take this lying down. Hence, they found a real master of voodoo and asked him to deal with Ling Yan to take revenge for themselves and his uncle. This venomous sorcery expert was naturally the middle-aged man who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. After they returned to Qingshui, they immediately reopened their business. Then, this middle-aged man naturally led the group of Xianxia elders to Ling Yan's clinic and opened his mouth to look for Ling Yan. He was extremely arrogant. At that time, Ling Yan was in the crater's Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Hence, they destroyed Ling Yan's clinic to vent their anger. This clinic was painstakingly renovated by Yao Rou. Furthermore, it was Ling Yan's, and the renovation was completed on the same day. Yao Rou saw it as more important than her own life, so she tried her best to stop him. The middle-aged man practiced venomous sorcery all year round, and his personality was already twisted. He destroyed a flower and injured Yao Rou with 1 palm strike. At the same time, he poisoned her with the venomous deadly goo. This matter originally had nothing to do with the renovation workers who were waiting to be inspected. However, these workers were all honest men. Seeing such a hard-working and kind lady being beaten up like this, they couldn't stand it and came forward to stop him. The middle-aged man couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, so he simply used the venomous sorcery to injure them. He could use the blood of these workers to nourish his deadly goo. Yao Rou was seriously injured, and the renovation workers were also poisoned. The clinic that had just been renovated was smashed into a mess. The Xianxia people could be considered to have taken half of their revenge. Hence, they returned to the clothing store happily. Before they left, they even said that as long as Ling Yun didn't appear, they would wait for him in the clothing store. Otherwise, they could forget about opening the clinic. They would destroy it every time it was renovated. This time, Lan Jinghe came back with a complete victory. He thought that he had found the right person this time and that he would be able to completely dominate Ling Yun. Immediately after, he was so pleased with himself that he would go to Ling Yun's clinic twice a day to admire his masterpiece. The middle-aged man and the horse-faced man who came with him were all left behind by Lan Jinghe. They were waiting for Ling Yun to come to him for revenge. Then, they would use the venomous sorcery to cripple Ling Yun. That way, things would be settled once and for all. However, what made Lan Jinghe dumbfounded was that the two experts he invited were defeated by Ling Yun in less than a minute. They didn't even have the strength to retaliate. "Oh, Lan Jinghe." Ling Yun nodded his head and smiled playfully. "Tell me, how much do you think I should be compensated?" 100,000? Lan Jinghe knew that his life was in Ling Yun's hands now. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Ling Yun's eyes turned cold. "Pooey." He spat on Lan Jinghe's face and scolded in a deep voice, 100,000? Ask this expert you invited. What kind of venomous sorcery did he cast on my girlfriend? What does it feel like to be afflicted with it? The pain that Yao Rou suffered after being afflicted with the venomous sorcery was definitely endless torture. She couldn't even beg for death. Ling Yun wanted to kill someone just by looking at her, but Lan Jinghe still wanted to compensate 100,000. Wasn't that nonsense? Lan Jinghe's face was spat on by Ling Yun, but he was so scared that he didn't even dare to wipe it off. He said in a cold sweat, 300,000? Ling Yun was a little annoyed. "I say, do you really not know your situation, or are you pretending to be ignorant? Do you really think that I'm here to do business with you?" His gaze swept across everyone who was struggling on the ground. Then, he said coldly, "All of these people, including your life, how much do you think it's worth? Be straightforward and give me a number." Ling Yun still had many things to do, so he didn't have the time to tease him. Thus, he directly revealed his trump card. Lan Jinghe was scared stiff. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling like a sieve. He thought to himself, a country has its laws. This is a city. Do you think you can kill people just because you say so? Give it to him. Give everything to him. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was sitting by the wall spoke. He could tell that if Lan Jinghe didn't know what was good for him, someone was going to die soon. When Lan Jinghe heard this, he knew that he was completely screwed this time. Saving his life was more important, so he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said while trembling, "Please, don't kill us. As long as you let us go, we'll give you anything you want." Ling Yun snorted coldly and said with a smile, "See, wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? As long as there's life, there's hope. Save your lives first, so that you can come and destroy my clinic in the future, right?" Lan Jinghe fell to the ground with a plop. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He cat out as if he didn't care about money, and he repeatedly said, I won't dare anymore." Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He only said indifferently, "Take out all the money you have. I'll see how many lives I can buy. If you don't take enough, you'll die." Lan Jinghe's face was ashen. He trembled and said, yes. I have 2 million cash in my shop." "What? Only 2 million cash? I'm sorry, but it's only enough to buy 2 of your lives. What about the remaining 10 people?" When Ling Yun said that, not to mention Lan Jinghe's people, even Cui Lao shivered when he heard it. Cui Lao thought to himself, "Young master, since you've already saved that little girl, those renovation workers probably won't be a problem for you. How much money can you spend to renovate a clinic?" 2 million, this can only buy 2 lives? Ah. 2 lives? Lan Jinghe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He almost forgot about the pain in his ribs. But I really don't have any more money. Lan Jinghe turned his head to look at the people on his side. All of them were looking at him with pleading eyes. No matter if they were good or bad, they were all humans. Who didn't care about their lives? Ling Yan looked around and pretended to be nonchalant as he said, this shop looks pretty good. It looks like it's worth a lot of money. Since you destroyed my shop, should I destroy yours too? However, it would be a pity if I really destroyed it. TSK. Even a fool could understand the meaning behind Ling Yan's words. Lan Jinghe smacked his lips. He was dumbfounded. His shop was more than 600 square meters. Including the various clothes in the shop, it was worth more than 20 million, not to mention, that was exactly the value of the lives of 10 people. Lan Jinghe's heart ached as if it was stabbed by a knife. He clenched his teeth and said, I'll give you this shop. Ling Yan smiled leisurely. Hurry up, take the money and write a receipt. Don't write that it's a gift to me. Say that I spent 30 million to buy it, understand? Ling Yan's move was ruthless. This way, no one would be able to get back at him. Understood. I understand. Lan Jinghe was filled with fear, regret, and heartache. Why did he come back for revenge? Wasn't he just a demon king? Furthermore, he was even more terrifying than a demon king. Ling Yan knew that Lan Jinghe couldn't walk anymore. He directly carried him to the room and found the 2 million in cash. In front of Lan Jinghe, Ling Yan stored them all into his spatial ring. Lan Jinghe looked at his 2 million in cash disappear in Ling Yan's hands. There was no need to describe the shock on his face. He thought to himself, did I really offend a demon king? Or is it a deity? As such, Lan Jinghe's heart was filled with even more fear. He only wanted to escape from this place and not have anything to do with Ling Yan anymore. He obediently took out a pen and paper and seriously wrote a receipt. He admitted that he had sold his shop and everything in it to Ling Yan for 30 million. After signing and leaving his fingerprint, Ling Yan smiled coldly and kept the receipt. He carried Lan Jinghe back to the original place. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. He would like to express his gratitude to the chief of Old Ma's Sky. Old Bu was extremely grateful and could only try his best to write a good plot as a token of gratitude. On May 15th, he would continue with his outburst of 19,000 words. Against Luo Zhong, in addition, because Old Ma's Sky became the first chief of the novel to have 1,000,000 words, Bu Zhong swore that he would continue with the outburst of 10,000 words every day for the entire month of June. After Ling Yan returned, he once again threw Lan Jinghe to the ground. Bam! Lan Jinghe fell to the ground. How could Lan Jinghe's small body withstand such torture? After Ling Yan threw him twice, his body was already broken. His internal organs were all displaced, and he coughed up blood again. Ling Yan stared at the goo expert and glanced at the horse-faced man. He laughed coldly and said, at least this Lan guy knows his place. He's willing to spend money to buy your lives. Alright, I'll keep my word and let you go now. The middle-aged goo expert's eyes lit up when he heard that. He thought that his life was saved. However, before he could rejoice, Ling Yan had already appeared in front of him. Seeing Ling Yan sneer at him, the middle-aged goo expert was shocked. He said with a trembling voice, you've already injured us to this extent, and we've already given you the money. What else do you want? Ling Yan chuckled. What else do I want? What do you think? It's the law of the jungle. Don't worry, since I promised to spare your life, I definitely won't kill you. Bam. 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 Bam, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Ling Yan used his stellar condensation technique and Tiangang demon fist to their limits at the same time, smashing the middle-aged goo expert's chest and elixir field. Ling Yan didn't know what Hotian realm level he was at, but after exchanging punches with this goo expert, he knew that if he didn't rely on the stellar condensation technique and Tiangang demon fist, he wouldn't have been able to gain much from that exchange. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to beat this goo expert up with just 2 punches. In other words, this voodoo master might not be so seriously injured. What he was really afraid of were the 2 half-step-inborn masters behind him. Ling Yin didn't want to leave behind such a scourge who was always thinking about him for revenge. Therefore, he decided to get it done once and for all. He stepped all the way to the end and directly destroyed this goo expert. That master of voodoo indeed used his chi to resist at the beginning, but he had suffered a great loss when facing Ling Yin head-on. How could he resist Ling Yan's fist that had reached its limit? Ling Yan had shattered his protective inner chi with just 2 punches. The rest was like beating a drowning dog. After 3 punches, blood spurted out of the venomous master's mouth. With each punch, he spat out blood. Ling Yan completely destroyed the elixir field of the voodoo expert. At the same time, the middle-aged man's ribs were all broken. Ling Yan only stopped. Ling Yun stood up. Everyone could see that this middle-aged man was already on the verge of death. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling, and he slid down the wall like a pile of mud to the ground. Don't you like to make people beg for death? Today, I'll let you know what it's like. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he waved his hand. With 2 chi-chi sounds, 2 large needles directly drilled into the eyes of the voodoo master. Ah! The voodoo master, who had already fainted and was on the verge of death, was blinded by the needles. He screamed in pain again. Now, it's your turn. Ling Yin didn't look at the completely destroyed voodoo master anymore and walked directly to the long-faced man. I didn't do anything. I just came with him. The long-faced man saw Ling Yun, who was as terrifying as a devil coming out of hell, walking towards him. He already knew that things were not going well. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and kept moving backward. Helping the evildoer do evil, helping the evildoer do evil, humph. Ling Yan's figure flashed and came to his side. He stomped hard on the long-faced man's elixir field. Pfft. The long-faced man's elixir field was already destroyed. Now that he suffered such a stomp, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered directly on the roof. Humph, you dirted the house that I spent a lot of money to buy. You deserve to be beaten. Ling Yun didn't let it go. He went forward and stomped twice again. This time, he stomped on the long-faced man's legs. Kacha! Kacha! 2 crisp sounds could be heard. The long-faced man let out 2 terrifying screams and directly fell to the ground. He had completely fainted. When the other Xianxia people saw this, they all kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to scream, afraid that Ling Yun would find them. The others were just ordinary people. They weren't the masterminds, so Ling Yun didn't make things difficult for them. Ling Yun glanced at them and said coldly, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I know that you guys destroyed my shop out of loyalty, so I won't make things difficult for you." His figure flashed and came in front of Xianxia. He snorted coldly and said, "What happened previously is in the past. If you came back to open your shop obediently, I definitely wouldn't make things difficult for you. But since you found people to deal with me and my girlfriend, I naturally won't go easy on you." Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed to the northeast corner of the intersection. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, my clinic will continue to be open, and your shop will continue to be my business. I guarantee that I won't move. If you want to find more people to take revenge, you can come. I'll wait for you. However, you can do it once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. If the people you find still can't beat me the 3rd time, then you have to be careful. No amount of money can save your life. Do you understand?" Xianxia was so scared that he nodded his head vigorously. "Understood, understood. Oh, no, I won't dare to do it again." Ling Yan stood up and smiled. "Now, this is my place. You have to leave now. I don't care what method you use, but all of you have to get out of Qingshui City within an hour. From today onwards, if I see any of you, there's only one outcome. Death." After Ling Yan finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared. He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs. Scram. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Little White to remove the illusion. Otherwise, these people wouldn't even be able to get out. When those Xianxia people who could still move heard this, it was as though they had been granted amnesty. They didn't care about their injuries and pain anymore. 3 of them carried one person and dragged the 2 crippled people and Xianxia out of the clothing store. They were so scared that they pissed their pants and fled. They were really scared. Ling Yan was too fierce. Too ruthless. After witnessing Ling Yan's ruthlessness, they felt that it would be best if they never saw this devil king again. How would they dare to come back for revenge? Cui Lao watched the entire process from start to finish, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He thought to himself that the future young master of the Ling family, the only son of the 3rd master, was actually such a formidable character. If he were to bring him back to Beijing, wouldn't Beijing be in chaos? Wouldn't he be causing trouble for grandfather Ling every day? If Ling Yan was ruthless, he wouldn't be. He was extremely well-behaved and showed mercy to those ordinary people. He only taught them a lesson. Ling Yan wasn't ruthless at all. He had crippled the other party the moment he attacked. Not only that, he had also crippled an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 and a Hotian Realm Level 5 expert. He had crippled their martial arts and blinded their eyes. Yes, the middle-aged man wasn't dead, but he was already injured to this extent. He would be lucky if he could live for another week. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this young master of the Ling family really loved money more than his life. In the blink of an eye, he had bought a clothing store worth more than 20 million renminbi on 2 floors, with an area of more than 600 square meters. Even a bandit wouldn't be able to rob money so quickly. Cui Lao thought about those hedonistic sons in Beijing who only knew how to bully men and women. Those people couldn't even be considered hedonistic compared to this young master in front of him. Cui Lao had a million reasons to believe that if Ling Yan really returned to the Ling family wouldn't need to think about enduring humiliation or recuperating. Grandfather Ling Lai wouldn't need to hide his strength and bide his time. The Ling family would be Ling Yan's captain every day, possessing peerless martial arts, taking revenge, killing 1 to warn 100, merciless, and the most frightening thing about him was that he would laugh and joke around, seizing every opportunity to reap benefits. This, coupled with his identity as a direct descendant of the Ling family, what did Ling Yan have to fear? Alright, Cui Lao thought to himself. 3rd young master Ling Xiao, I finally know which part of your son isn't like you. This young master of ours doesn't care about any rules at all. Wherever he is the sky. He's someone who won't take a single loss. However, Ling Yan's lawlessness was very similar to his biological mother's. Cui Lao couldn't help but think of Ling Yan's biological mother again as he sighed in his heart. Ling Yan stood at the same spot and admired the clothing store that he had just obtained. He felt rather satisfied and thought that this clothing store would be used to sell high-end clothing in the future. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let boss Wang Hongyuan help him with his business and earn money. Moreover, he wouldn't have to buy clothes in the future. He could just take them from here and leave. Let's go, I'll show you my clinic. *CK, the clinic that was just renovated was destroyed by this bunch of idiots. I lost so much money because of them. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he shouted at Cui Lao, who was in a daze, and Dugu Mo, who was bored out of his mind. He walked out of the shop and brought Little White to the clinic across the intersection. Sigh. It's a pity that my shop store was destroyed by my kick. I still have to renovate it. Ling Yan's heart ached as he muttered. Cui Lao and Dugu Mo, who were following behind him, looked at each other in dismay. However, when Ling Yan reached the intersection, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and raised his head slowly. The smile on his face became more and more radiant as he aimed his face at the surveillance camera at the intersection. Cui Lao and Dugu Mo naturally stopped in their tracks as they stared at Ling Yan in shock. They had no idea what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Ling Yan extended his blood-stained right hand and pointed at the surveillance camera with his index finger. He muttered something and laughed coldly. That action. Cold. Arrogant. Domineering. Sharp. Luo Zhong, I, Ling Yan, am back. I want you to see me. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Ling Yan retracted his right hand after he finished speaking and walked towards his clinic with both hands behind his back. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. At 1 o'clock in the morning, at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, Ling Yan stood in front of his ill-fated clinic with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but frown as he gazed into the clinic. I've really been smashed to smithereens. I can only renovate now. Actually, he didn't need to look in at all because all the windows and doors of the clinic had been smashed into smithereens. Glass shards were everywhere in the clinic, and the newly added tables and chairs were strewn all over the floor. None of them were intact. At the entrance to the second floor of the clinic, there were a few puddles of blood that had already turned black. A few flies were buzzing around it. It was a ghastly sight. Obviously, on the day of the incident, Yao Rou heard the commotion from the second floor and rushed down to stop the Xianxia people. That was where she was injured. Humph. It's too easy for them to let them off just like that. Ling Yan scolded in a low voice after seeing the mess in the clinic. Alright, they got what they deserved. Let's just forget about it. Cui Lao tried to persuade Ling Yan when he saw that he was about to explode. Ordinary People's Clinic. Ling Yan, the name of your clinic is really interesting. It's just that it doesn't really suit your style. Du Guimo muttered as he looked at the sign erected at the entrance of the clinic. Ling Yan thought to himself, I didn't name this clinic. It's the name of my mom, alright. He walked to the corner of the intersection and looked towards the Qingxi Tsuyuan International City Garden in the southeast direction. He thought to himself, Zhang Ling must be worried sick after being missing for so long, right? Thinking of Zhang Ling, Ling Yan naturally thought of Chao Shanshan. Why hadn't there been any news of Chao Shanshan after being back for so long? That didn't make sense. He had to find a chance to ask Tang Meng about it. Let's go. I have to ask the renovation workers where they are and see how they're doing. Even though Ling Yan could enter the second floor of the clinic to take a look, the first floor was in such a state, so there was no need to look at the second floor. Ling Yan flagged down a taxi that happened to pass by. The three of them got into the car and quickly returned to mansion number 1. Tang Meng did not have the key to mansion number 1, so naturally, he could not enter. Therefore, he could only sit in the car and wait for Ling Yan to return. Tang Meng, where's the key to mansion number 1 now? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng. Tang Meng rolled his eyes and said, Big brother Yun, the mansions have been sealed. Where do you think the keys are? Of course, they have been confiscated by the Public Security Bureau. The keys to both mansions have been confiscated. Ling Yan gritted his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, Luo Zhong, you really dare to play around. Since that's the case, I'll let you have your fill of fun tomorrow. However, now wasn't the time to look for Luo Zhong. Ling Yan asked Tang Meng to give Shui Mining a call and find out where the renovation workers were. Then, he went to look for them. Before he left, Ling Yan intended to let Cui Lao and Du Guimo return to their respective homes and meet up the next day. However, both of them rejected him at the same time and had no intention of leaving. To Cui Lao, Ling Yan was the young master of the Ling family who had been wandering outside for 18 years. In Cui Lao's eyes, Ling Yan was the future successor of the Ling family. It was fine if they didn't meet before, but now that he had found Ling Yan, how could he part with him so easily? No matter how strong Ling Yan was, Cui Lao had to play his part and protect Ling Yan well. He couldn't let Ling Yan come to any harm. If Cui Lao found Ling Yan and something happened to Ling Yan under his watch, how would Cui Lao have the face to answer to grandfather Ling and third young master Ling Xiao? Therefore, Cui Lao had already decided that from the moment the two of them met, he would never let Ling Yan leave his protection range. Du Guimo was simply bored. Anyway, when he returned to the hotel, other than watching television, he would meditate and cultivate. It wasn't as exciting and fun as running around with Ling Yan. Just from the fact that Du Guimo snuck out of the Hengduan mountain range alone, Ling Yan knew that he wasn't someone who could stay idle. It was impossible for Ling Yan to ask him to go back now. Seeing that the two of them clearly indicated that they weren't leaving, Ling Yan had no choice but to bring them along. The 7 renovation workers lived in the western suburbs of the city. They had been doing renovation work in Qingshui City all year round, so they decided to rent a dilapidated house here. They weren't picky when it came to earning money. They lived in 2 rooms and shared a bed. The place they lived in was even more dilapidated than the house Lu Li's family rented. Even with Shui Mining and Yao Rou's directions over the phone, Tang Meng still spent a lot of effort to find where they were staying. He parked the Ferrari in front of a shack that was about to be demolished. The four of them got out of the car and quickly found the place where the renovation workers were staying. Without hesitation, Ling Yan walked to the door and knocked. There was a commotion in the room, and the person inside asked cautiously. Ling Yan immediately recognized the voice of the foreman. He smiled and said, "It's me, the boss of the clinic that you guys are renovating." "Io. Why are you here at this time?" "Please wait, I'll open the door for you." The door opened quickly, and a simple and honest man appeared at the door. It was the foreman. When he saw Ling Yan standing outside with three strange-looking people behind him, he was so shocked that he almost closed the door again. How could he not be afraid? Cui Lao was wearing a black night suit, Du Gumo was still wearing a green robe, and Tang Meng was bald. Furthermore, there was a snow-white fox squatting beside him. Looking at the expression on the foreman's face, Ling Yan knew that he was shocked. He smiled brightly and said, "Don't be afraid, they're all my friends. They came with me." "Hey, this is Tang Meng." The foreman took a closer look and realized that the bald man was actually Tang Meng. Only then did he calm down and say, "Oh, it's Mr. Tang. How did you shave your head in just a few days?" Before the incident, Tang Meng would go to the clinic almost every day to monitor the progress of the renovation. Therefore, he was very familiar with the foreman. Tang Meng rubbed his bald head helplessly and laughed awkwardly. "Hey, worker Sue, it's getting hot, so I decided to follow the trend and shave my head bald to cool down." Tang Meng's hatred for Xie Zhenyan increased by a notch. "It was such a pity that I had such long hair. When the time came, I would definitely pluck Xie Zhenyan's hair strand by strand." Come in, come in. Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Seeing that Ling Yan and Tang Meng had come in the middle of the night, worker Su knew that they were definitely here because of the clinic's destruction. He hurriedly invited them into the house. The other workers also got out of bed and enthusiastically brought chairs for Ling Yan and the other three to sit down. All of them looked at the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White, in amazement. Ling Yan sized them up under the light and realized that there was a faint dark green color on their foreheads. They had indeed been poisoned. However, these workers were able to move freely. Obviously, their injuries weren't serious. Moreover, the master of the goo had planted his fatal goo in the bodies of these workers. His goal was to devour their blood essence and nourish the goo, not to kill them. Therefore, they didn't feel any pain at all. However, their bodies were getting weaker day by day. Sigh. That Miss Yao is really pitiful. Those Xianxia people made her into such a state. As men, we can only watch helplessly. The clinic that we worked so hard to renovate was destroyed by them. Worker Su sighed as he sat down. After Worker Su sat down, he looked apologetic and self-reproachful as he lamented to Ling Yan. Ling Yan glanced at these simple men one by one and smiled. "Worker Su, don't worry. We can renovate it after it's destroyed. It's fine. I'm here today mainly to save you guys." He didn't beat around the bush and quickly stated his intention. "What? He's here to save us?" The workers were all stunned. "Didn't that old Chinese medicine doctor treat us? We don't feel anything wrong with our bodies now." Worker Su asked in confusion. Ling Yan knew that miracle Dr. Xue must have helped them suppress the goo in their bodies. However, he couldn't force it out. This was too shocking, so miracle Dr. Xue didn't tell them. He smiled faintly and said, "Worker Su, do you guys feel that after the incident, you've been eating more and more, but your bodies are getting worse and worse?" Worker Su and the workers were all stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and thought to themselves, no wonder Ling Yan could open a clinic. His judgment was too accurate. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "This is because you guys have been poisoned by the Xianxia people's sorcery. You can't tell in a short period of time, but in the long run, you might lose your life at any time." "Ah. What? Then what should we do?" All the workers were shocked when they heard this. "Ling Yan, then what should we do?" Worker Su asked hurriedly. Ling Yan smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, everyone. The reason why I rushed here is because of this matter." After saying that, he secretly inserted 9 silver needles into his hand and smiled at Su Gong. If Su Gong trusts me, take off your shirt, and I'll help you insert a few needles. I guarantee that you'll be fine in no time. Worker Su looked at the 9 shiny silver needles in Ling Yan's hand and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He turned back to look at his brothers and hesitated. Worker Su, don't hesitate anymore. Big brother Yun has already treated Sister Ro. What are you still worried about? Tang Meng chuckled. What? Miss Yao is fine. Then. They still remembered Yao Ro's pitiful state. Now that they heard that she had recovered, they were naturally shocked. Worker Su, don't worry. I'll be fine in 3 minutes at most. Ling Yan smiled brightly as he held the silver needles in his hand. Sure enough, Worker Su was relieved. He took off his shirt and waited for Ling Yan to apply the needles on him. Ling Yan aimed at the position and easily used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Su Gong. In less than a minute, he forced the dark green young goo worm out. Humph. Ling Yan snorted coldly as he grabbed the goo worm and flattened it. Then, he opened his palm and said to everyone, look, this is the thing that's wreaking havoc in your body. Worker Su is fine now. All the workers exclaimed in unison when they saw the dark green baby goo worm flattened by Ling Yan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. All the renovation workers were extremely angry at the vicious voodoo master. They couldn't help but stomp their feet and yell at him. All of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Ling Yan chuckled. All right, stop scolding him. I've already avenged all of you. He's blind now, and he won't live for more than a few days. Worker Su stared at the dark green goo worm in Ling Yan's hand with shock and fear. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. I didn't expect that person to be so vicious. Little brother Ling Yan, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't come to save us, we would have been killed by this evil thief. Ling Yan shook his head with a faint smile. Worker Su, you don't have to thank me. Speaking of which, this incident was indeed caused by me. You guys suffered an undeserved calamity, and it was only right for me to save you. Come, let me force the worms out of your bodies one by one. Worker Su stood up, and a young renovation worker sat in his seat. Ling Yan followed the same procedure and forced the goo worms out of their bodies one by one, killing them all on the spot to prevent future trouble. When Ling Yan forced the goo insect out of the body of the last worker, the goo master who had escaped from Qingshui City spat out another mouthful of blood. He wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 days. After treating everyone, Ling Yan used the excuse of going out to wash his hands. In fact, he found a secluded place and used the fire talismans to burn the corpses of the 7 goo worms before returning to the room. When he entered the room, Ling Yan was holding 10 bundles of 100 yuan bills in each hand. He placed the 200,000 on the table and said to the dumbfounded Worker Su, all of you almost lost your lives because of me. Take this money and share it with your brothers. It's a small token of my appreciation. This, little brother Ling Yan, you can't do that. How can we accept this money? Worker Su hurriedly stuffed the cash into Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan came in such a hurry in the middle of the night, saved all of their lives, and gave them so much money at once. Cui Lao and Du Guimo couldn't figure Ling Yan out. They had witnessed Ling Yan's viciousness when facing the Xianxia people just now. They thought that Ling Yan wasn't wrong to call himself the Devil King. However, in the blink of an eye, how did he turn into a living bodhisattva? Since Ling Yan had already taken out the money, he naturally wouldn't take it back. He waved his hand at Worker Su and chuckled. Worker Su, you definitely have to take this money. There's also your salary for renovating the clinic. Don't you want it anymore? Worker Su was taken aback and said in shock, but that clinic was destroyed again. Moreover, we've already agreed on the price for the renovation of the clinic. It's a total of 30,000 yuan. We don't need so much. What's more, you rushed over in the middle of the night and saved the lives of 7 of us. If you give us money back, how can we take it? Worker Su's words were clear and logical, and his face was full of sincerity. Ling Yan didn't know what to say, so he turned to Tang Meng and gave him a look. This was Tang Meng's forte. He chuckled, walked over, and patted Worker Su's shoulder. Worker Su, don't reject it. There aren't many people who can make my big brother Yun take out money of his own accord. I think you should accept it. What's more, Big Brother Yun's clinic was destroyed by those people. It still needs to be renovated. I don't think you should look for other jobs this month. Rest well for 2 days and recuperate. Then, you can renovate Big Brother Yun's clinic as soon as possible. What do you think? Worker Sue nodded hurriedly. That's for sure. Needless to say, this is definitely our job. Don't worry, this time, we won't need anyone to watch over it. We'll do our best to renovate it, and it'll be better than the last time. But we don't need so much money. The renovation workers were envious of the 20 bundles of red 100 yuan bills. However, they were simple and honest people. They shook their heads and expressed that they couldn't accept the money. Ling Yun smiled. Alright, Worker Sue, it's decided. Since you've already renovated the clinic once, it's a walk in the park this time. I'll leave the renovation work to you. You don't have to rush it, as long as it's completed by this month. I'll pay you when it's done. Since Ling Yun had already given them 200,000 yuan, Ling Yun didn't care about the tens of thousands of yuan. He had to be a good person to the end. This? Worker Sue stared blankly at Ling Yun for a long time before turning to look at his brothers. He saw that their eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, excitement, and gratitude. They couldn't believe that such a huge pie would fall on their heads. What are you hesitating for? Worker Sue, accept it, we're leaving. Tang Meng chuckled. Worker Sue threw the money in his hand onto the table and grabbed Ling Yun with both hands. Little brother Ling Yun, don't worry. Give me half a month, no, give me 10 days. I promise to tidy up and renovate your clinic so that you can open for business as soon as possible, he said excitedly. What a good man. He's really a living Buddha. We've met a good man. The other renovation workers couldn't help but praise Ling Yun. They were indescribably touched and felt an inexhaustible energy. They had to renovate Ling Yun's clinic no matter what. This young master of our Ling family is really... Cui Lao nodded in satisfaction. The shock that Ling Yun had given him in this short period of time was simply too great. Of course, Cui Lao had seen a lot of money after following grandfather Ling for so many years. Ling Yun's small amount of money was nothing to him. What shocked Cui Lao was Ling Yun's miraculous acupuncture skills, his body that wasn't afraid of goo poison, and the unique charisma that he exuded. Ling Yun was always able to do the same thing beautifully. Regardless of whether it was killing someone or saving someone, the changes were as smooth as flowing water. It was as if it was a part of nature. Du Guimo had seen Ling Yun's medical skills before, but those were external injuries treated with the healing talismans. He had never seen Ling Yun use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Now that he saw the miraculous acupuncture skills, he thought to himself, Ling Yun's immortal physician sect is really amazing. Could he really be able to save someone? Ling Yun smiled at the excited Worker Sue. Worker Sue, since you've said so, can I hand my clinic over to you? Worker Sue nodded vigorously. Don't worry, our bodies are fine now. I can feel it myself, and there's no need to rest. We'll go to your clinic early tomorrow morning. We'll eat and sleep there. I guarantee that you'll open for business in 10 days at most. In his eyes, Ling Yun was no longer an employer but a benefactor who had saved his life and given him money. How could these simple country bumpkins not be loyal to him? Ling Yun smiled and cupped his fists at everyone. Then, he bade farewell to Tang Meng and the rest and drove straight to the rental house. In the car, Ling Yun hugged Little White affectionately and stroked her soft and smooth fox fur. He turned to Cui Lao and smiled. Cui Lao, I might have a tough battle in the next 2 days. My life might be in danger. So, are you here to help, or to help, or to help? Cui Lao was so angry that he almost slipped out of the car seat. He stared at Ling Yun, amused and angry at the same time. Brat, did you give me any other choice? I'll help, of course I'll help. Cui Lao had already done his research. The Sun family's large-scale invasion of Qingshui City was aimed at Ling Yun. That would undoubtedly be a tough battle, and he would definitely help without Ling Yun asking. Ling Yun could tell that this Cui Lao, who had appeared out of nowhere, was obviously not going to leave even if Ling Yun chased him away. Therefore, Ling Yun was happy to joke around with Cui Lao. No matter where you came from, as long as you were willing to fight for me and stand on my side, Ling Yin would accept you all. As for Dugumo, there was no need to ask. He was a super bodyguard that Ling Yin had spent a huge meal to hire. It would be a waste if he didn't use him. The four of them returned to the rental house quickly. Ling Yin didn't even open the door. Instead, he grabbed Tang Meng and jumped into the courtyard. Cui Lao and Dugumo didn't even need Ling Yin's instructions before they flew into the courtyard as well. The four of them came to the living room. Ling Yin leisurely sat on the sofa and passed his phone to Tang Meng for him to charge. Then, he looked at his shiny bald head and laughed. Tang Meng, your hairstyle looks pretty cool. I think you should just maintain this hairstyle from now on. After returning to Xianxia City at 7:30 p.m., Ling Yin celebrated Ning Er's blissful birthday. He cured Tang Meng and Yao Rou. Then, he destroyed the Xianxia people's nest and chased them out of Xianxia City. He took revenge for destroying the shop and saved 7 renovation workers. After all that, Ling Yin finally had the time to take a breather and relax. Tang Meng rubbed his bald head and exclaimed in annoyance, "How can I do that? Big brother Yun, a bald head isn't my style." Ling Yin was stunned. Wasn't that his catchphrase? When did this brat learn it? He stood up personally and found the Longjing tea that Zhuang Meifeng had bought. He poured some tea and placed it on the coffee table. Then, he looked up at Tang Meng and asked, "Tang Meng, why haven't I heard from Xianxia since I returned? Where did she go?" Cui Lao and Dugumo's expressions changed when they heard Ling Yin mention Xianxia's name. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. "Big brother Yun, I thought you knew everything since you didn't ask." "So, you don't know?" Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to Xianxia? The Chao family was one of the 7 big families in Beijing. Who would dare to provoke her? Ling Yan frowned and said, "No one told me." "How would I know? Didn't you see how busy I was tonight?" "What happened?" Tang Meng tilted his bald head and thought about it. With Ning Er's personality, it would be weird if she would mention Xianxia to Big Brother Yun. He chuckled and said, "Boss, don't worry. It's nothing much. Xianxia returned to Beijing. She returned early last Tuesday morning. When she left, we didn't even know that you were missing." "What did she go to do?" Ling Yan asked. "Go on a blind date. What else could she be doing? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. What? Blind date? Ling Yan quickly raised his hand and dug his ears. Did I hear wrongly? Xianxia had bathed in the same bathtub as Ling Yan, and the two of them had even rolled around on the bed in Xianxia's room. Even though Ling Yan had resisted the urge to take Xianxia's body, it was not much different from that. Ling Yan would rather believe that the sun rose from the west than believe that Xianxia would go on a matchmaking session with someone else. Actually, it's not that. Her family helped her with a marriage, so Xianxia went back to cancel it. Ling Yan was enraged when he heard that. He raised his hand and gave Tang Meng 2 hard knocks on his head. Can't you be more precise with your words? Matchmaking and canceling an engagement are 2 different things. It's the complete opposite. Ling Yan couldn't be blamed for being anxious. His liver almost trembled when he heard that. If his own woman dared to go on a matchmaking session with someone else, then Ling Yan wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. Tang Meng rubbed his bald head and gritted his teeth in pain. At this moment, Ling Yan asked, "Did she say anything before she left? Why isn't she back yet?" Tang Meng became more honest this time. He thought about it seriously and said, "She said that she couldn't contact you no matter how hard she tried. She was extremely anxious and asked me to pass on the message to you when she managed to contact you. She told you not to worry and that she would rush back immediately after canceling the engagement. Ever since she boarded the plane, she hasn't switched on her phone. I've called her so many times, but she couldn't get through." Ling Yan furrowed his brows as he thought to himself that this might be another troublesome matter. He clearly remembered that night when he and Xianxia went for a dance. When both of them were talking on the field, an overseas call had come from America. At that time, Xianxia said that the person who called was her cousin from the Chen family in Beijing. He had been calling and harassing Xianxia for more than a month, the Chen family again, getting engaged as soon as she came back. And the Chao family really agreed? The efficiency of the Chen family is really high. Ling Yan thought to himself. Cui Lao, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear as he thought to himself, my young master, how many times have I done that? This time, Ling Yan had offended the Sun family because of Zhuang Meifeng from the Zhuang family. Furthermore, Cui Lao had seen Xue Mining and Yao Rou. Looking at Ling Yan's attitude now, it seemed like the precious daughter of the Chao family had not escaped Ling Yan's grasp. In this aspect, Ling Yan wasn't like Ling Xiao or his biological mother. As for who she was like, Cui Lao really didn't know. Thinking about it, Ling Yan felt that Chao Xianxian's position in the Chao family was very high. Furthermore, the power of the Chao family in Beijing and the Chen family in Beijing was not that far apart. Nothing would happen to Chao Xianxian in Beijing. The most likely scenario was that after Chao Xianxian went back, she acted too strongly and angered the elders in her family. Hence, they temporarily restricted her freedom and prevented her from returning to Qingshui. Thinking of this, Ling Yan felt relieved. If you don't come back by the time I'm done here, I'll go to Beijing to look for you. Ling Yan sorted out his thoughts and quickly put Chao Shanshan's matter aside. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to do. Tang Meng, do you know who was the mastermind behind the demolition of my old house on Linjiang Road? Thinking about this incident, Ling Yan was infuriated. Without the consent of the owner, who could forcefully demolish someone else's house? Where was the law? Without thinking, Tang Meng said, Big Brother Yun, do you remember when we beat up that Tian Buetao from the high-tech district's Linjiang Road Street office? Ling Yun nodded. Of course I remember. Could it be him? Ling Yan thought to himself. Not only did I beat up Tian Buetao, but I also beat up his nephew, Tian Xiaoguang. Tang Meng laughed coldly. Tian Buetao doesn't have that much power. This matter should be handled by the demolition office. Do you know who's in charge of the demolition and reconstruction of Linjiang Road? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, could it be Go Lianqing? Tang Meng nodded. That's right, it's Go Lianqing's Lianqing Real Estate. You kicked Go Lianqing into a eunuch. With such a huge grudge, there's no way Go Lianqing and Go Junfa won't let it go. Furthermore, the Public Security Bureau has already confirmed that you were the culprit and is currently investigating you. Since you haven't been around for the past few days, it would be strange if they didn't think of demolishing your house. At this point, Ling Yan understood everything. Tian Xiaoguang, Tian Buetao, the demolition office, Go Junfa, and Go Lianqing were all in the same boat. If the street office, demolition office, and Lianqing real estate worked together to demolish an unoccupied house, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Furthermore, now that Uncle Li and my father have lost their power, Xia Zhenting, Luo Zhong, and Go Lianqing are in cahoots with each other. Now that they're in control of the situation, they're at their peak. Otherwise, no matter how evil Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan are, they wouldn't dare to retaliate so crazily. Alright, they're really capable. Ling Yan smiled wickedly as he nodded his head. Alright then, let's fight demolition with demolition and fight violence with violence. Tang Meng was shocked as he asked, Big Brother Yun, you mean? Ling Yun chuckled. Whoever demolishes my house, I'll demolish his house too. That way, we won't owe each other anything. Du Guimo didn't think much of it, because what Ling Yun had done was a matter of course. The logic was simple. Since you tore down my house without my permission, then I'll have to tear down your house. However, Cui Lao was shocked when he heard this. He thought to himself, my young master, even if you didn't agree to the demolition, they must have planned it out in advance and made thorough preparations. When the time comes, all the forces in the land, sea, and air will attack together, and you'll be in the wrong no matter how unreasonable you are. They have too many tricks up their sleeves. However, you want to demolish someone else's house? That's a piece of real estate. Is it something that can be demolished just like that? He hurriedly opened his mouth to dissuade Ling Yun. He wanted Ling Yun to think of another way to teach the enemy a lesson. However, he didn't expect Ling Yun to say in a low voice, Cui Lao, you don't have to dissuade me. I've already made up my mind. Let's do it. Demolish my house? Not to mention my house, as long as it's my property, you can't touch it without my permission. Do I care what you do? I'll demolish your house first, then we can sit down and discuss other matters fairly, for example, compensation. Otherwise, how could he establish his dominance? Ling Yan wanted to establish his dominance this time. It's getting late now. Let's have a good rest. Tomorrow, follow me to demolish my house. Ling Yan smiled coldly as he ended the conversation for the night. Actually, demolishing the house wasn't the goal. Ling Yan's real goal was to blow things up and lure Luo Zhong or Go Lianqing out. As long as they dared to show themselves, Ling Yan would teach them a lesson. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he bade farewell to the three of them and returned to his bedroom with Little White. Cui Lao, Du Guimo, and Tang Meng looked at each other. Du Guimo immediately sat down cross-legged and began his cultivation. Cui Lao didn't say anything to Tang Meng. He only nodded at him and closed his eyes to cultivate as well. Tang Meng was excited for a long time. Suddenly, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He directly collapsed onto the sofa and quickly fell asleep. Ever since Tang Meng was injured, he had been in so much pain that he couldn't sleep. Now that Ling Yan had healed him, he relied on this wave of excitement to endure until now. It was already quite a feat after Ling Yan entered his bedroom. He closed the door. His gaze swept across the room and saw the various clothes that Zhuang Meifeng usually wore. He started to think about her. Soon, his gaze landed on the computer table. He was shocked to find an envelope with the words to Ling Yan written on it. Of course, Ling Yan recognized that it was Zhuang Meifeng's handwriting. He hurriedly took the envelope and tore it open. Hubby. Where did you run off to? Didn't you promise me that you would never leave me again? I'm really worried about you. Hubby, we haven't been able to contact you for a day and a night. Sister Lingyu, Sister Xiao, we are all very worried about you. Auntie left early yesterday morning due to an urgent matter. Lingyu can't contact her either. What should we do, hubby? The Sun family is here again. This time, they have captured my parents and sister. This whole thing started because of me. I can't avoid it. I have to face it. If you come back, please don't blame me, hubby, we still can't contact you. Sister Lingyu is completely panicking. She's about to cry. Sister Xiao is also very worried. We are all so worried about you. Hubby, I'm going home. This is my own matter. I can't let my family suffer because of me. Don't worry, I won't say anything about you even if I die. This trip is unpredictable. After you come back, regardless of whether I'm in trouble or not, don't rush to save me like last time. I don't want to see you get into trouble because of me again. Love you. Meifeng. April 8, 8 p.m. The letter was not long and Ling Yan could tell that it was not written in one go. Instead, it was written casually before and after the incident with the Zhuang family. She waited until 8 o'clock on Tuesday night, and when she realized that she could not get in touch with him, she took the initiative to return to the tiger's den. Humph. Sun Tianbiao, if nothing happens to Zhuang Meifeng, I'll let it go. If she loses even a single hair, I'll wipe the entire Sun family off the face of Beijing. Ling Yan snorted coldly as he kept the letter carefully. Then, he floated onto his bed and started to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. April 13, Sunday, 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan stopped his cross-legged meditation. He got out of bed and went to the courtyard to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Who knew how many experts had come from the Sun family? Ling Yan wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. The more strength he had, the more assurance he would have. Ling Yan didn't know how many levels of the Hotian realm he had reached, but he knew that he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 4, even though Ling Yan's strength was many times stronger than when he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 4 in the cultivation world. His energy center and meridians had also expanded many times. That was why he was still at physique tempering stage 4. After an entire hour, Ling Yan felt that his stellar condensation technique had improved tremendously. He could break through to the 12th minor realm at any time. Only then did he stop deliberately cultivating. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Cui Lao and Du Guimo, who were already walking around in the living room. He smiled and said, "Wake up that lazy pig, Tang Meng. We're going to demolish the house. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian." Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. It was especially hot in Xianxia City today. The sun was like a blazing furnace that roasted the earth. It was only 8 in the morning, but the temperature had already reached 30 degrees Fahrenheit. After Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Cui Lao, and Du Guimo had their breakfast, Tang Meng drove Ling Yun, Little White, and Little White back to his house. He parked Shui Mining's flashy Ferrari in the garage before changing into his Hummer and heading straight for Linjiang Road. Along the way, Tang Meng muttered to himself, "Big brother Yun, this. How are we going to demolish a house without a bulldozer and excavator?" Cui Lao and Du Guimo looked at each other and agreed. How were they going to demolish a house without a bulldozer and excavator? Furthermore, even if you could hire someone, they wouldn't follow your instructions if they saw that you weren't demolishing your house. They might even be afraid of taking responsibility. Ling Yun chuckled. Who said that we have to use a bulldozer and excavator to demolish a house? Don't worry, as long as I find a house, I promise to demolish it cleanly. Ling Yun didn't need a bulldozer or excavator at all. He had the Shenong cauldron, the Devil's Underworld essence blade, and the fire talisman. Ling Yun had the strength, so why would he need an excavator? Ling Yun was prepared to use the Shenong cauldron to smash it. If it couldn't be smashed, he would use the Devil's Underworld essence blade. That blade could cut through hard rocks like tofu, so what pillar couldn't it cut through? He wanted to show Xie Zhenting, Luo Zhong, and Go Lianqing that he, Ling Yun, was back under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Demolishing my house is out of the question. This time, Ling Yun didn't care about the cameras, phones, and other high-tech equipment. Since he wanted to establish his dominance, the more impressive he was, the better. The more people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, how could it be called establishing his dominance? Ling Yun wanted to let everyone in Xianxia City know that they couldn't touch him or demolish his house. 8 o'clock in the morning was the time for work. The traffic was terrible, but Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. He sat in the front passenger seat of the Hummer and hummed a tune leisurely. He didn't know that Tang Meng and Cui Lao were so nervous that they were sweating profusely. Tang Meng's nervousness was mainly due to his excitement. His blood was flowing rapidly, and his hands were sweating profusely as he held on to the steering wheel. He wasn't sure if it was due to the heat or excitement. Boss was going to show off his godly prowess and demolish a house with his bare hands. That was a rare sight. Of course, Tang Meng was excited. Cui Lao was nervous because he was having an intense internal struggle. It wasn't a problem of Ling Yun demolishing the house. Ling Yun's identity had already been confirmed, and there was no doubt that he was Ling Zhao's son. Even though the Ling family was on the decline, even if Ling Yun demolished the house of the leader of Xianxia City, the Ling family still had the power to settle it for him. Cui Lao was thinking about whether he should expose his identity. Ling Yun was obviously going to tear down the house in front of everyone, so how could the reporters from Xianxia City not come? How could the citizens not watch? As long as these videos and information were posted on the internet, all the big families in Beijing would know that he was with Ling Yun. They wouldn't even need to think about it to instantly understand the relationship between Ling Yun and the Ling family. It was broad daylight now, and the sun was shining brightly. Cui Lao couldn't possibly wear a mask. Cui Lao wanted to stop Ling Yun from doing so, but he decided against it after some thought. According to his observations, Ling Yun's personality was one that would kill without hesitation. If someone demolished his house, it would be good enough if he didn't kill them. It was better than killing them secretly. Young master has been wandering alone for 18 years and has suffered so much. It's good to let him show off. Cui Lao suddenly coughed lightly and said to Ling Yun, who was humming a little tune, "Ling Yun, since someone demolished our house, it's only right for you to return the favor. However, due to my identity, I can't do this with you in broad daylight." So, Ling Yun laughed and said, "Cui Lao, I told you to go back and rest last night, but you wouldn't listen. Why are you messing around with us kids while you're dressed in black? You should go back and rest well. There's still a fierce battle tonight." Zhuang Meifeng was still under the control of the Sun family, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Xiao Mimi was nowhere to be found, and there was no news of Chao Shanshan either. Ling Yun couldn't wait any longer. He decided that after teaching Luo Zhong and the rest a lesson, he would storm into the Zhuang family at night and uproot the Sun family's forces. That way, Xianxia City would be much more peaceful. Chui Lao laughed lightly and said, I'm not in a hurry to go back. When you guys arrive, I'll get out of the car myself. You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. With Chui Lao's skills, as long as he didn't want anyone to see him, ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice him. Chui Lao could choose not to show himself with Ling Yun, but he would definitely protect him in the dark to prevent anything from happening to Ling Yun. If the Sun family really came to find trouble with Ling Yun in broad daylight, Chui Lao naturally wouldn't have much to say. He would just show himself and deal with it. Tang Meng drove the Hummer all the way to the east. After exiting the eastern outer ring, there were fewer cars on the road. Tang Meng increased his speed, and 40 minutes later, the Hummer stopped at the entrance of the People's Clinic. Ling Yun didn't wait to get out of the car. He looked at the clinic from the Hummer. The entire place was completely flattened, they're really efficient. This broken courtyard that my mom bought was at least 200 square meters, and it only took them 2 days to demolish it like this. They're really *king professional. Ling Yun clicked his tongue in wonder as he wondered how fast he could demolish a house. However, he didn't feel any heartache at all. He now had 2 villas, a clinic, and he even bought a clothing store yesterday. Of course, he wouldn't care about this broken courtyard. Ling Yun, go ahead and do whatever you want. No matter what happens, I'll take care of it for you. I'll make a move first. Chui Lao said as he opened the car door and disappeared in a flash. Ling Yun was extremely puzzled as he listened. He was even more curious about this Chui Lao. If this was said by my mom or Miracle Dr. Xue, I wouldn't find it strange. However, this mysterious old man only stayed with me for a night, and he's just going to let me do whatever I want. No matter what happens, he'll take care of it for me? Don't tell me he's thinking of taking me in as his disciple? He was puzzled, but Tang Meng and Duguimo were even more puzzled than Ling Yun. Now that Chui Lao had left, they asked Ling Yun curiously, Big Brother Yun, who exactly is this powerful old man? Even though his cultivation level is high, why do I feel that his tone is so arrogant? Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng with disdain and said, if you had his level of martial arts, you could be so arrogant too. Although that was what Ling Yun said, he felt that there was more to Chui Lao's words. From Chui Lao's tone, it wasn't as simple as saying that he would take care of Ling Yun if an expert came. It was as if he had enough power behind him to deal with everything that happened. Could he be someone hired by the Green Dragon Gang to help me? That's going to be fun. Ling Yun chuckled and stopped thinking about it. He brought Tang Meng, Duguimo, and Little White out of the car and walked toward Li Hongmei's shop. Li Hongmei had noticed this Hummer a long time ago. That was because Tang Meng's Hummer had been here many times in the past, so she recognized Tang Meng's car. Ling Yun strode into the shop with the bald-headed Tang Meng on his left and the long-haired Duguimo on his right. The 3 of them were all 1.8 meters tall, and when they walked together, it was needless to say that they had an imposing aura. Ling Yun, you're finally here. Let me tell you, something big has happened to your family. Li Hongmei was still as warm-hearted as ever. Seeing Ling Yun enter the shop, she hurriedly lowered her voice and said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded his head and smiled. Auntie Li, I've already seen it. Do you know who demolished my mother's house? Li Hongmei let out a deep sigh and said, who else could it be? On Thursday afternoon, Hades Tian from the street office brought his nephew and the people from the demolition office over with a bulldozer. Before we could even react, your house was demolished. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other. Indeed, it was done by Tian Buotao and Tian Xiaoguang. Since that was the case, things would be much easier. Ling Yun smiled nonchalantly and asked casually, since they came and demolished the house, didn't anyone ask about it? Didn't anyone do anything about it? Li Hongmei pouted her lips and sighed again. They had the official demolition permit in their hands, and they brought dozens of city enforcement officers with them. Who do you think could do anything about it? Hades Tian has been on this street for so many years. Not to mention that there was no one in your family, even if all 3 of you were here, they wouldn't have been able to stop him that day. Pausing for a moment, Li Hongmei sighed again. I did speak to Hades Tian. He said that even if there was a demolition permit, it would still require your mother's consent and compensation. After all, this is your mother's property. However, Hades Tian said that your mother isn't in Xianxia City and couldn't be contacted. He didn't want to delay the demolition process, so he demolished it first. Ling Yan laughed coldly. It seemed like this Hades Tian was very clear about his situation. Cui Lao was right, this was really a thorough plan, including the demolition of my house by the street office, the sealing of my villa by the Public Security Bureau, the investigation of my source of income, the arrest of Tai Xiaohu, and Xie Zhenyan daring to pester Ling Yu at the same time. This was simply a chain of events. Oh yes, Ling Yun, where did your mother go? I've called her so many times, but why can't I get through? Li Hongmei was concerned about Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun knew that Li Hongmei had a good relationship with his mother. He smiled and said, my mother went on a business trip and didn't bring her phone. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Auntie Li. Li Hongmei thanked him. Ling Yun then asked, then do you know where the demolition office is? Also, where is Hades Tian's house? Who doesn't know? Nah, continue walking 600 meters to the east. On the right side of the road is the temporary demolition office. Our area is going to be demolished soon. Hades Tian's house? That's even more so. I heard that he has a house in the city, but it's too far away. He usually stays in his villa in Linjiang Garden. There's a total of 3 houses. His nephew, Tian Xiaoguang, also lives there. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Li Hongmei watched as Ling Yan's smile grew wider and wider. Why did Ling Yan ask all these questions? Why was he smiling? Was he muddle-headed from anger? Ling Yan, are you all right? Let me tell you, don't even think about finding trouble with Hades Tian. Everything has to wait for your mother to return from her business trip. Listen to me. Ever since Hades Tian was beaten up by the 2 of you, he's been waiting for revenge. If you go now, you'll be walking right into his trap. Ling Yan chuckled and asked Li Hongmei with interest, Auntie Li, there's going to be a good show later. Do you want to watch? Li Hongmei was puzzled. What's there to watch so early in the morning? You're not really going to find trouble with Hades Tian, are you? Ling Yan laughed and winked at Li Hongmei. When my mother comes back, I'll ask her to treat you to a meal. Auntie Li, I'll make a move first. Ling Yan waved at Tang Meng and Du Guimo before walking out of Li Hongmei's shop and into the Hummer. This child, why are all the people he's bringing back so strange looking recently? That fox is so seductive, it actually looks like a human. After Ling Yan left, Li Hongmei walked him to the door and watched as the Hummer drove slowly towards the east. What? East? Is this child really going to Linjiang Garden? Li Hongmei's heart skipped a beat. At the east end of Linjiang Road, temporary demolition office. Although it was Sunday, everyone was off except for this department. That was because people were at home on Sundays, and it was the time for them to work hard. At 9:30 a.m., the demolition office was already filled with people. One of them looked to be about 36 or 37 years old. He was tall and burly, his hair was neatly combed, and his face was expressionless. His eyebrows were arched, and his triangular eyes were hidden behind a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. He pretended to be a gentleman, but his smile was sinister. This person looked somewhat similar to Go Junfa. He was Go Junfa's uncle, Go Lianshan. What Tian Buetao had said in Qin Qiuyue's clinic back then was right. Linjiang Road was indeed facing demolition. However, the original plan was for May. The reason why it was brought forward by half a month was because of Go Lianqing. In order to bet with Ling Yun, Go Junfa had asked Go Lianqing to fork out 100 million yuan. Even the wealthy Go Lianqing felt that his funds were insufficient. He had no choice but to sell a prosperous hotel to fill the hole. Now that Go Lianqing was short of funds, he urgently needed to borrow a loan from the bank. To borrow a loan, he needed a project. He had started the Linjiang Road project at the last minute in order to complete the demolition as soon as possible. As long as he could demolish and flatten the entire area, he could use the billboard to circle the area and get a loan from the bank. Furthermore, ever since Go Lianqing had been crippled by Ling Yan's kick, he had a nagging feeling that his future wasn't looking good. He was constantly on tenterhooks, feeling as if he could collapse at any moment. Every sound that came his way was like rain, and he was in a state of panic. Currently, Go Lianqing was still recuperating in the high-class ward of the provincial hospital. However, he was able to walk now because that thing had been removed. As long as the stitches were removed, there wouldn't be any other problems. However, Ling Yun didn't let him off easy back then. Even though Go Lianqing could walk now, he could only walk with the support of something. He couldn't even straighten his back, and he was extremely weak. Go Lianqing handed the demolition of Linjiang Road over to his biological brother, Go Lianshan. Now that Go Lianshan knew that Ling Yun had beaten up his nephew, Go Junfa, and crippled his biological brother, Go Lianqing, with his authority, wouldn't he be able to demolish Ling Yun's house, not to mention negotiating the demolition fees? He didn't even need to give his consent. He would just demolish the place forcefully and talk about it after the demolition. Go Lianqing had the executive deputy mayor and the director of the Public Security Bureau to back him up. Furthermore, Qin Xiuyue and Ling Yan's whereabouts were unknown. Ling Yan's only sister, Ning Lingyu, was left at home. However, Xia Zhenting's son, Xia Zhenyan, was constantly thinking about Ning Lingyu. It was only a matter of time before she ran away. Go Junfa had already told Go Lianshan about all of this, so he could demolish the house in any way he wanted. After he was done, he had to tell Go Junfa how he did it. Go Lianshan originally thought that it would be difficult because it required the approval of the street office. However, he didn't expect the deputy director of the street office, Tian Buetao, to nod his head like a chicken pecking at grains. He couldn't wait to raise both his hands and feet in approval when he heard that Ling Yan's house was going to be demolished. He asked around and found out that both Tian Buetao and his nephew had suffered under Ling Yan's hands before. They were thinking about how to take revenge. Now, both parties were in cahoots with each other. On Thursday afternoon, after drinking together, they took advantage of the alcohol and destroyed Ling Yan's house in the afternoon. After flattening Ling Yan's house, Go Lianshan could finally let out a sigh of relief for his brother and nephew. He gave Go Lianqing and Go Junfa a call respectively. At the same time, he gave Tian Buetao and Tian Buetao a Qinggong demonstration. There was no need to mention that unparalleled arrogance. This wasn't just a matter of revenge. It was a matter of momentum. They demolished Ling Yan's house without any hesitation. Naturally, it was for the other residents to see. The other residents didn't understand the contradictions in this matter. All they saw was the forceful demolition of Ling Yan's house. This was extremely beneficial to Go Lianshan's upcoming work. What happened in the past 2 days proved that this was the case. Their work was carried out extremely smoothly. Even though they kept the demolition fees extremely low, under their threats and promises, everyone signed the papers regardless of whether they were willing or not. Today was Sunday, and it was naturally very important to Go Lianshan. Therefore, even though he had played with 5 mistresses in one go and was already weak in the knees, he still came to the office early in the morning for a meeting. The purpose of the meeting was actually to arrange the work for the day. Go Lianshan was giving a lively speech in the office. He didn't notice a Hummer parked by the roadside outside the office. Is this the legendary demolition office? Ling Yin sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the eye-catching signboard in front of the house through the window. He thought to himself that there were quite a number of people in the office. With his hearing ability, he could naturally hear Go Lianshan's words clearly. He heard Go Lianshan speaking excitedly. We must not let those tenants unite. We must take them down one by one and try our best to lower their asking price to the lowest possible. Chasing one away is another. Anyway, after we kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, those people won't dare to ask for too much. Ling Yin frowned slightly as he listened. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? You actually dare to kill my family like a chicken? I'm really sorry, you're really wrong. Let's go in and meet them. Ling Yin laughed coldly as he pushed the door open and got out of the car. He didn't wait for Tang Meng and Du Guimo as he walked straight into the office. Go Lianshan's back was facing the door. He was so engrossed in his speech that he naturally didn't notice Ling Yun. He was still giving his speech to urge people to pee when he suddenly noticed that everyone in the office was looking at the door. Go Lianshan turned his head and saw Ling Yun walking in leisurely. He was momentarily stunned as he thought to himself, who is this rash young man? How dare he barge in here for no reason? The demolition office in Huaxia had a strong sense of mystery. Ordinary people would take a detour when they saw it. Who would take the initiative to come here? However, Go Lianshan swept his gaze outside and quickly saw a Hummer parked outside. He knew that the person who came was definitely not ordinary. Hence, he suppressed his anger and put on a fake smile as he asked, "Hello, I'm the director here, Go Lianshan. May I know why you're here?" Go Lianshan? Ling Yan thought to himself, what a coincidence. There aren't many people with the surname Go. Furthermore, he's called Go Lianshan and looks similar to Go Lianqing. They must be biological brothers. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Oh, I just feel that this place is fun and wanted to come in for a walk. At the same time, I want to find out some things from you." Come in for a walk? Go Lianshan and his subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. What kind of place is this? Is this a place for a student like you to wander around? Go Lianshan's face darkened as he faintly felt displeased. Go. This isn't a place for you to find out things. Can't you see that we're having a meeting here? Ling Yan laughed heartily and said, "Is this a meeting about how to lower the price, how to break them one by one, and how to make an example out of them?" Go Lianshan, let me ask you, did you bring people to demolish the People's Clinic on the west side? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Go Lianshan and went straight to the point. I brought people to demolish it. So what? That's not right. You, who exactly are you? Why do you care about this? Go Lianshan already felt that something was amiss. Why did he feel like he had seen this kid before? Very quickly, he recalled that it was on his nephew, Go Junfa's phone. This is Ling Yan. Ling Yan is back. Oh my god, didn't Go Junfa say that Ling Yan had been missing for a week? Why is he back? Furthermore, he came looking for this place the moment he returned. Go Lianshan recalled that Go Lianqing had told him about how terrifying Ling Yan was. His heart trembled as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. When Ling Yan saw the change in Go Lianshan's expression, his lips curled into a disdainful smirk. You remember now? Go Lianshan shouted crazily, "It's you, Ling Yan. How dare you appear here? Don't you know that the Public Security Bureau is preparing to put you on the wanted list?" Oh? That's rather fresh news. Thank you for telling me. Ling Yan chuckled as he walked straight towards Go Lianshan. You, what are you trying to do? Go Lianshan exclaimed as he saw Ling Yan walking towards him. You, what are you trying to do? Go Lianshan exclaimed as he saw Ling Yan walking towards him. You tore down my house without saying a word. What do you think I'm trying to do? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows as he reached out with his left hand and grabbed Go Lianshan gently. He lifted him up as though he was lifting a chick. I want to tear you apart alive. However, on account of the 3 years of friendship I have with your nephew, I'll spare your life. There was nothing special about this restriction. It was just that he couldn't move his entire body. Every 3 to 5 minutes, a few of his meridians would flow in reverse. It was so painful that he didn't want to live anymore. Ling Yan then carried Go Lianshan to the door and threw him out onto the streets like he was throwing rubbish. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get out of here. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The people from the demolition office were all shocked. They weren't pretending to be afraid, they were truly afraid. To be honest, no matter how powerful these people were, they still had to follow the country's procedures. They had to use all sorts of threats and bribes, as well as the cooperation of other relevant departments to complete their demolition tasks. However, they didn't follow the procedures when demolishing Ling Yan's house. They demolished it secretly. At that time, all of them broke out in cold sweat because this wasn't the rumored demolition by force. This was the demolition of someone's house when they weren't at home. Go Lianshan's assistant had reminded him about this before, telling him that this was against the rules and that it would be troublesome if the owner came looking for trouble. However, Go Lianshan treated it like a fart. Qin Shuiyue wasn't in Qingshui City, and Ling Yan had been missing for a week. There was only the powerless Ning Lingyu left at home. What about Go Lianshan's side? He had Xie Zhenting and Luo Zhong at the top, and he had thugs at the bottom. Furthermore, he had Tian Buotao and his nephew. One of them was the head of the street office, and the other was the captain of the city enforcement officers. What did Go Lianshan have to be afraid of? Back then, Go Lianshan's words were truly impressive. It's their luck if they don't come back to stop us. If anyone dares to come back to stop us, let's see if the city enforcement officers will squash them like ants. We don't even need to call for help. In the end, Go Lianshan and Tian Buetao gave the order and flattened Ling Yan's house in the blink of an eye. Originally, these workers were still afraid that Ling Yan's family would come out to cause trouble. However, after 2 days of peace and quiet, they thought that everything was fine. Just as they were about to go all out, they didn't expect Ling Yan to come back. Furthermore, he was so domineering as he came to their doorstep, subdued Go Lianshan, and threw him out. Go Lianshan was a man who weighed more than 170 kilograms. How much strength did Ling Yan have to be to throw him out so easily? Firstly, they were illegal. Secondly, they were unreasonable. Now that Ling Yan had come to their doorstep, how could they not be afraid? All of them were trembling with fear and trembling. They no longer had the arrogance they usually had in front of the commoners. 2 of the more cowardly ones were so scared that they wet their pants. 2 of the bolder ones saw Ling Yan throw Go Lianshan out. Their first reaction was to take out their phones to call for help. However, Ling Yan's glare scared them so much that they dropped their phones on the ground. Ling Yan looked at them with a smile and said kindly, "You want to call someone, right? Call as many as you want, but you have to get out and call the police. Don't disturb my work. Get out of my sight. A bunch of trash." Ling Yan was going to tear this office apart. After everyone had left, trembling with fear, Ling Yan chuckled and gathered all the documents that had been thrown on the table. He burned all of them with a fire talisman, leaving nothing behind. Then, he took out the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and chopped all the obstructing tables and chairs in the office into pieces. Then, he used the Devil's Underworld Essence blade to cut through the bottom of the wall. Ling Yan's right hand that was holding the blade exerted some force. His body moved along with the blade, and he quickly circled the office wall. He directly cut the entire building from the top of the foundation. Hee, isn't it just tearing down a building? It's no different from cutting a piece of tofu. Ling Yan laughed coldly as he kept the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and slowly walked out of the door. Other than Du Gumo, no one outside knew what Ling Yan had done in the office. They only knew that he had started a fire and walked around the office. They didn't know Ling Yan's motive for doing so. Ling Yan walked out of the office and looked up at his masterpiece. He chuckled in his heart. Then, he used the Dragon-Fish Phantom ability and walked around the wall like a bolt of lightning. As his body floated in the air, he struck both of his palms at the wall. Just when everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what Ling Yan was doing, Ling Yan's body stopped. Then, they heard a terrifying ka-la-la sound. God! This building is going to collapse. F***CKME, it's going to collapse, it's going to collapse. Quick, get out of the way. Ka-la-la. The sound became louder and louder. Finally, the people within 500 meters of Linjiang Road could only hear a loud boom. The office of the demolition office collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. The people nearby choked and coughed violently. Tang Meng was stunned. He thought to himself that boss was too fierce. He hadn't even reached Tian Buetao's house, but he had already demolished the office of the demolition office, after Ling Yan chased everyone out of the office. The people on Linjiang Road knew that something had happened and rushed over. Now that they saw that the temporary office had collapsed, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Yeah, didn't they want to carry out the demolition? Why did their own building collapse instead? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Humph, that's right. Who asked them to be so arrogant all day long? It's as if we, the tenants, owe them money. They deserve it for lowering the price so low. Who is that? Hey, look, isn't that Qiu Yu's son, Ling Yan? Ling Yan is back. Ling Yan is back for revenge. Yes, I've seen him before. It's Ling Yan. How did this kid lose so much weight? Looking at him now, he should only weigh about 70 kilograms, right? How did he manage to tear down such a huge office all by himself? This is too fierce. The people on Linjiang Road were discussing among themselves. There were all sorts of comments. However, for the past 3 days, they had been suppressed by the group of people led by Go Lianshan. Now that they saw Go Lianshan's office collapse and Go Lianshan lying on the ground like a dead dog, all of them felt extremely relieved and cursed him in their hearts, because the commotion was too big. All the tenants on Linjiang Road had already rushed over. After Li Hongmei sent Ling Yun off, she felt even more uneasy. She could vaguely feel that something was wrong. Now that she heard the commotion, she naturally ran faster than anyone else. Oh my God! This? Li Hongmei couldn't believe her eyes. Ling Yun just told her that there would be a show to watch. So, it turned out that he was going to demolish this demolition office. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun saw that 200 to 300 people had gathered. He patted the dust off his body and smiled at the crowd. Dear fellow villagers, on Thursday, I wasn't at home. This bunch of scumbags secretly demolished my house. Now, I'm here to take revenge on them. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The crowd erupted into a round of applause. Some people even cheered loudly. All right, no problem. We have long disliked them. It's great that they demolished it. Good job, Ling Yun. No one would care about such scumbags even if they were beaten to death. That's right, what a bunch of scumbags. My courtyard is 400 square meters, and they only give me 600 yuan per square meter. I can't even afford a down payment anywhere else. In an instant, there was a hubbub of voices as everyone cheered for Ling Yun. The commoners all felt proud and elated. Ling Yun pressed his hands lightly in the air to signal for everyone to be quiet. Then, he turned to Go Lianshan and the workers under him and said, Today, I'll speak on behalf of the people of Linjiang Road. All of you listen up. When you go back, tell your boss, Go Lianqing, that if he wants to demolish our houses, he has to come up with a price that satisfies everyone. Otherwise, don't even think about demolishing another house. Ling Yan's words were too beautiful. The surrounding residents couldn't help but clap and cheer loudly again. The workers under Go Lianshan were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They kept quiet out of fear and wished that they could find a hole to hide in. Also, you guys secretly demolished my house. I will definitely find a place to reason with you guys. This matter isn't over yet. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he gave Du Guemo and Tang Ming a look. He single-handedly picked up Go Lianshan, who was lying on the ground in pain, and boarded the Hummer. Fellow villagers, all of you have been bullied badly by Hades Tian all these years, right? He and Go Lianshan brought people to demolish my house. I'm going to demolish his villa now. Do you want to come and take a look? The crowd was already agitated. Now that they heard that Ling Yun was going to find trouble with Tian Buetao, how could they not go? Ling Yun, I'll lead the way, let's go, let's go. Hee, Tian Buetao really doesn't have a good memory. It's only been a few days since Ling Yun taught him a lesson. How dare he bring people to demolish someone else's house? Isn't he courting death? Sigh, he deserves it. All these years, Tian Buetao has been eating at my shop for 20,000 yuan. He doesn't even write me an IOU. Let's go and take a look. Ling Yun instructed Tang Ming to slow down the Hummer so that the people behind could catch up. The group of a few hundred people walked to the east end of the road and turned south. They headed towards Linjiang Garden in a grandiose manner. Ling Yun sat in the car and lowered his head to look at Go Lianshan, who was trembling in pain. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? As long as you tell me, I'll relieve your pain. No. No one. Go Lianshan's teeth chattered as he struggled in pain. Ling Yun looked at him and laughed. He gave him a thumbs up and praised, Good, you have guts. Let's see how long you can last. Ling Yun had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Very quickly, they arrived at the entrance of Linjiang Garden. Ling Yun instructed Du Guemo to look after Go Lianshan. Then, he got Tang Ming to park the car and got out. F***CK, what's going on? Are they crazy? The security guards at the entrance of Linjiang Garden were so shocked that they didn't know what was going on. Ling Yun smiled at the three guards and asked, Excuse me, how do I get to Director Tian's house? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Oh, Director Tian's house? It's at the southernmost part of the district, one of the 3 biggest villas. It's really beautiful. Perhaps it was because the morning sun was too hot, or perhaps it was because he was stunned by the grandeur in front of him, or perhaps it was because he was bewitched by Ling Yan's bright smile, but one of the 3 security guards replied without thinking. "Thanks." Ling Yan smiled at the 3 security guards and gave Tang Meng, who was following him, a look. The 2 of them entered the district side by side and walked towards the south side of the district with their heads held high. "Big brother Yun, are you really planning to tear down Tian Buetao's villas? Won't it cause too much of a commotion? Furthermore, do you think villas are that easy to tear down?" Tang Meng whispered to Ling Yun as they walked. Ling Yun snorted coldly and replied casually, "Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to tear down all 3 villas. The bigger the commotion, the better. I'm afraid it'll be boring if it's too small." Tang Meng rubbed his bald head, which was slightly itchy from the strong sunlight, and muttered, "But the villas are all 2-story buildings. What if you're inside and the house collapses halfway through the demolition? What if you don't escape in time and you're trapped inside?" Ling Yan laughed out loud. So that's what Tang Meng was worried about. He rolled his eyes at Tang Meng and said, "Do you think I'm you? Why would I do something so ridiculous? Just relax and watch the show. There will be a lot of people coming later. It'll be more than enough for you to handle." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he immediately rushed Tang Meng to leave. He was afraid that Tian Buetao would receive the news in advance and hide in fear. That would be really boring. Not only did Ling Yan want to tear down Tian Buetao's villa, he wanted to do it in front of him. He wanted Tian Buetao to know what it felt like to watch his own house get razed to the ground. The 2 of them walked very quickly. Following the twists and turns in the district, they gradually distanced themselves from the people behind them. They quickened their footsteps and walked south for another 3 minutes before arriving at the southernmost part of the district. 3 beautiful villas appeared in front of Ling Yan and Tang Meng. Each of the villas was at least 300 square meters in size. Each of them had 2 floors and was facing the south. Their designs were unique and exquisite, and the surroundings were filled with flowers and trees. It was quiet and elegant. Ling Yan looked at the overall layout of Linjiang Garden and sneered, "Tian Buetao, this grandson, has good taste. These 3 villas have stolen the good feng shui of the entire Linjiang Garden. Unfortunately, they will be razed to the ground soon." Tang Meng did not care about the 3 villas. Instead, his gaze landed on the 3 cars parked in front of the villa in the middle. An Audi, a BMW, and a Mercedes-Benz. "He's just a department head, but he sure knows how to make money." Ling Yan listened attentively, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He pointed at the biggest villa in the middle and said to Tang Meng, "Tian Buetao is at home, and there are many people at home." "Many women, Tang Meng was shocked. Many women?" Ling Yan nodded his head and looked behind him. Noticing that some people were catching up to them, he hurriedly said to Tang Meng, "Take out your phone and prepare to take a video. There will be some juicy news later. Hurry up and follow me upstairs." Catch Tian Buetao in the act? Tang Meng was the most excited when he heard this. He took out his iPhone and followed Ling Yan to the entrance of the villa. The last time Tian Buetao was harassed by Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yan and Tang Meng had taught him a good lesson. His chubby face had swollen to the size of a steamed bun. He had to stay in the hospital for 2 days before the swelling subsided. After he was discharged, Tian Buetao immediately found out that his nephew, Tian Xiaoguang, was also beaten up by Ling Yan. Tian Xiaoguang was even more pitiful than him. He was enraged. One was the deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office, while the other was the captain of the city enforcement officers. The 2 of them had been tyrants on Linjiang Road for a long time. No one had ever dared to touch their whiskers. However, in less than 12 hours, they were both beaten up by Qin Qiuyue's son. How could he take this lying down? However, Tian Buetao naturally knew that Dao Yong had brought a bunch of people to destroy Qin Qiuyue's clinic. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Tian Buetao had asked Dao Yong about this matter after the incident, but Dao Yong was completely different from his usual self. He ignored Tian Buetao's questions and didn't say a single word about the incident. At that time, Dao Yong's body had already been restricted by Ling Yan's unique technique. The few minutes at midnight every night were worse than death. He knew how powerful Ling Yan was and could not wait to hide from Ling Yan. Of course, he would not help Tian Buetao deal with Ling Yun. Tian Buetao was also a shrewd person. Through various sources, he gradually understood some things about Ling Yun. He knew that with his strength alone, it was impossible for him to provoke Ling Yun. Thus, he decided to endure it for the time being and wait for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Qin Chuyue's family. Since Dao Yang's method could not be used, Tian Buetao could only rely on the power of the government. He believed that no matter how powerful Ling Yun was, he would not be able to go against the government. Finally, after much consideration, Tian Buetao's opportunity finally came. The slums on Linjiang Road were going to be demolished in advance. He was just thinking about how he could use this opportunity to take revenge on Qin Chuyue and her family. However, he didn't expect Go Lianshan to come looking for him and suggest to demolish Ling Yun's house. Tian Buetao was naturally elated. However, he cautiously reminded Go Lianshan that Ling Yun was not to be trifled with. If he did that, he would definitely retaliate. After all, Tian Buetao had learned his lesson after being beaten up by Ling Yun. However, Go Lianshan patted his chest and guaranteed that they were not the only ones dealing with Ling Yun. Ling Yun had gotten himself into big trouble and had been missing for 3 to 4 days. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Qin Chuyue was also not in Qingshui City and could not be contacted. Go Lianshan told Tian Buetao that his brother, Go Lianqing, had already made arrangements. Even if the sky fell, the deputy mayor and the director of the Public Security Bureau would be there to hold it up. Ever since they flattened Qin Chuyue's courtyard on Thursday, Tian Buetao and Go Lianshan had been extremely pleased with themselves. Over the past 2 days, Tian Buetao had been hanging out with Go Lianshan because of the demolition. Both of them were extremely lecherous people. Last night, the two of them had fun at the nightclub until 1 in the morning before returning home. When it came to matters like demolition, money and authority were naturally unavoidable. In order to speed up the demolition process, Go Lianshan had already given Tian Buetao a huge sum of money. Tian Buetao had a great time last night. Coincidentally, his wife wasn't in Qingshui City. Therefore, on his way home, he crazily called all 9 of his mistresses to his villa in Linjiang Garden to share a bed with them. Tian Buetao's 9 mistresses were labeled as his 3 harem and 6 courtyards. Most of them were female university students in Qingshui City. There were also 3 to 4 young and beautiful young ladies in the vicinity. After Tian Buetao called his favorite 3 harem and 6 courtyards over, it was naturally a night of wild revelry. It was not until 5 in the morning that he finally fell asleep from exhaustion. Right now, Tian Buetao had just been awakened by his mistresses. He had taken some aphrodisiac and was having fun with them on his custom-made bed. The commotion was too loud, and naturally, it was heard by Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled evilly as he brought Tang Meng to the entrance of Tian Buetao's villa. In order not to make any noise, he took out the devil's blade and inserted it into the gap of the door. With one slash, he cut the door lock open and gently pushed the door open. "Once you're ready for the shoot, I'll bring you upstairs," Ling Yun said to Tang Meng using telepathy. Of course, Tang Meng could hear the crazed screams coming from the 2nd floor of the villa. He couldn't help but nod his head excitedly. Ling Yun lifted Tang Meng up with one arm and used his dragonfish phantom ability to fly to the 2nd floor of the villa. He immediately found the bedroom where the sound came from and placed Tang Meng down. "Are you ready?" Ling Yun was worried and asked Tang Meng once more. Tang Meng was extremely excited. He quickly suppressed his laughter and nodded his head. Ling Yun raised his leg and kicked the bedroom door. Bam! The bedroom door opened. Without hesitation, Tang Meng rushed in with his iPhone 5 and started shooting wildly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. F***CK, is this the live version of a Japanese action movie? TSK, this scene is way too explosive. Tang Meng held onto his iPhone 5 and moved his body slowly. He constantly adjusted the angle of his camera as he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but praise Tang Meng. Ling Yun was also dumbfounded when he entered the room. He was so shocked that he forgot what to do next. This was because the scene in Tian Buetao's bedroom was so erotic that it exceeded Ling Yun's imagination. This was obviously a bedroom that had been modified. The size of the bedroom was at least 80 square meters, and the most eye-catching thing in the bedroom was the huge bed. It was the most eye-catching because the bed was so big that it could accommodate 10 people sleeping on it side by side, but it still didn't feel crowded. The windows of the bedroom were closed with thick curtains drawn. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, not a single ray of light could penetrate the room. The lights on the ceiling emitted a rose-red glow, illuminating the entire bedroom in a hazy and ambiguous manner. The overall style of the bedroom was also mainly pink, rose-red, and light purple. When people were in the room, they couldn't help but think in that direction. It was able to arouse the most primitive impulse in a person's heart. Only the silk sheets on the large bed were a dazzling bright yellow, looking very noble and luxurious. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it, or simply lie down on the bed. Of course, none of these could compare to the scene in the room right now. The alluring bodies of 9 women, more than 10 white thighs, the wild and blurry moans, and the twisting waists that resembled snakes. When Ling Yun and Tang Ming rushed in, the 9 women were all on the bed. Some were sitting, some were lying, and some were overlapping their bodies. They were all serving the king like Tian Buetao in the middle of the bed. Each of their faces was flushed, and their eyes were hazy. Their bodies were twisting like snakes, and their breathing was rapid. It was the most primitive and craziest scene in the world. The wild and seductive moans were coming from their mouths. Unlike what Ling Yun had imagined, not all of the women in the room were naked. Instead, they were more or less wearing some clothes. Their clothes were colorful, black, white, red, and purple. They were colorful, enchanting, charming, and seductive. Ling Yun was dumbfounded because of this. He had always been busy cultivating or dealing with various matters, so when had he ever seen such a scene? Ling Yun might not understand it, but that didn't mean that Tang Ming couldn't either. This brat was recording the scene, and it had already triggered a reaction in him. Black pantyhose, stewardess uniform, nurse uniform, student uniform, bunny girl, kinky lingerie. Holy sh*t. That woman was tied up? The loud banging sound was like a bolt from the blue. Naturally, it startled everyone present. One by one, the women woke up and subconsciously covered their faces. Some of them even frantically searched for the clothes they wore when they came over. In an instant, Tian Buetao, who was in the middle of the bed, was exposed. Ling Yun immediately saw that Tian Buetao, who was originally surrounded by the girls, was lying on the bed with his limbs tied up. That young girl was lying on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Just as Tian Buetao was enjoying himself, he heard a loud bang from the door. He originally thought that a woman had gotten off the bed and left the room, but the sound of the door slamming was too loud. Instinctively, he turned his head around and cursed, "Who the f***ck is it?" Gah! Tian Buetao instantly stopped moving. He was completely dumbfounded. The reason why Tian Buetao dared to play so crazily in his villa was because he knew that this villa was for him to have fun. Ever since he had finished renovating it, other than him and his woman, no one else had entered it. Seeing that Tian Buetao had turned his head, Tang Ming naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He aimed at Tian Buetao's face and body, as well as the woman beneath him. There was a saying that extreme joy begets sorrow. This time, Tian Buetao's extreme joy begets sorrow. When he saw that the people who barged into the house were Ling Yun and Tang Ming, he knew that he was finished. Tian Buetao still didn't know what was happening outside. He also didn't know why Ling Yun suddenly appeared here. However, in this era where a mistress could ruin a corrupt official, Tian Buetao was very clear about what it meant to be caught red-handed and recorded. Completely finished. Including his official career, his life, everything was finished. There was no way to salvage it. Furthermore, the person who caught him was his archenemy, Ling Yun. 2 days ago, he had forcefully demolished Ling Yun's house. There was no other choice. With lightning speed, Tian Buetao pulled himself away from the tied-up woman and crawled to the side of the bed. With a putong sound, he jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Ling Yun and Tang Ming. He kowtowed loudly. At the same time, Tian Buetao violently slapped his own face. He kowtowed to Ling Yun and Tang Ming while slapping his own face. With a pleading look in his eyes, he said to Ling Yun, "It's all my fault. No matter what you want, I can give it to you. I just hope that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. I'm a beast." No, I'm worse than a beast. I shouldn't have pestered your mother in the past. I shouldn't have brought people to demolish your house, Pa. Ling Yun bent over and gave Tian Buotao a resounding slap. This slap was better than 10 slaps he had given himself. In an instant, Tian Buotao's face swelled up. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It would have been better if Tian Buotao hadn't mentioned Qin Shouyue. However, the moment he heard Tian Buotao mention his mother in such an occasion, Ling Yun wanted to cut him into pieces. Shut up. You think you're worthy? Ling Yun scolded in disgust as he stopped Tian Buotao. With that, Ling Yun raised his head and said to the panicking women who were frantically searching for clothes, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and untie that woman. Tian Buotao, you already have so many women. Why would you rape a young girl? Who do you think you are?" Tang Meng was still busy filming. However, after hearing Ling Yun's words, he knew that Ling Yun had misunderstood. He hurriedly whispered into Ling Yun's ear, "Big brother Yun, this isn't rape. This is for fun. It's for the thrill. That woman definitely likes to play this, eh?" Ling Yun's face turned red. How could there be such a thing? This Tian Buotao really knew how to play, wasn't he? Ling Yun knew that he had made a huge mistake. He hurriedly changed the topic. "Hurry up and untie her. Let them put on their clothes and go downstairs. There are already many people outside." Ling Yun heard it clearly. With this delay, the people who came later had already arrived outside the villa. The crowd was like a boiling cauldron of voices. Those women had been partying the entire night. Their clothes were thrown everywhere. At this moment, they couldn't care less about whose it was. They picked them up and put them on, hoping that they could cover their bodies. However, there were a few ladies who seemed to be used to such things. When they saw that the person who came in wasn't the police, they immediately felt more at ease. Not only did they not immediately search for their clothes, they even intentionally swayed their bodies in front of Ling Yun to tease him. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yun's face, be it when he was angry or smiling, was simply too mesmerizing. Compared to Tian Buotao, Ling Yun's face was like the difference between clouds and mud. Even though these women weren't the most beautiful, they were still above average. They weren't old either. Their breasts were perky, their waists were slender, and their bodies were exquisite. Their eyes were soft and hazy. They kept glancing at Ling Yun's face as if they wanted to eat him up on the spot. Ling Yun could feel their enchanting gazes landing on him from time to time. He almost had an abnormal reaction. The Ling Yun now was no longer the Ling Yun of physique tempering stage level 3. He had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 4. His energy center had also been successfully cultivated. His yin-yang harmony balance was even more successful. When faced with the temptation of women, he no longer had to suppress his desires and rely on the clear heart technique to control himself. If Zhuang Meifeng or Xianxia dared to roll in the sheets with Ling Yun again, he wouldn't hesitate to eat them up on the spot. He definitely wouldn't give up halfway like he did in the past. "Ling Yun, they are all my women. As long as you let me off this time, I can let them accompany you. I'll give you as many women as you want." Tian Buotao's mind was buzzing. In order to protect everything he had, he was willing to go to any lengths. As long as Ling Yun agreed to let him off, he was prepared to give him anything he wanted. Scram. Ling Yun snorted coldly before saying in a low voice, "Hurry up and find some clothes to wrap that ugly thing of yours up. I'll bring you downstairs." Tian Buotao's face turned ashen as he exclaimed, "Downstairs? What for? Let's talk this through. Really, as long as you let me off, you can take away all my assets, including my house. I can give you anything you want." Ling Yun laughed out loud. "Oh? Other than women, assets, and houses, what else can you give me?" Tian Buotao was tongue-tied. He tried to think for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything else. Ling Yun was greedy for money, but Tian Buotao's assets were nothing to Ling Yun. That was because everything Tian Buotao owned might not even be comparable to Ling Yun's night luminescent pearl. Ling Yun's gaze swept across the room. Looking at the disheveled women, he said in a low voice, "I have a grudge against Tian Buotao. I'm only looking for him. There's nothing else for you to do here." Hurry up and leave, this mansion is about to be demolished. What? The 9 women were shocked. They didn't dare to dawdle anymore. They picked up their bags and rushed downstairs without even looking at Tian Buetao, who was kneeling on the floor. These women understood that Tian Buetao's reputation would be tarnished. He was no longer of any value or threat to them. I beg you, let me off. Tian Buetao was still trying his best to plead. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Didn't you hear the commotion outside? Hurry up and put on some clothes and follow me down. Otherwise, I'll throw you out of the window. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he ignored Tian Buetao and smiled at Tang Meng. Hey, have you finished filming yet? Tang Meng asked. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I've already filmed everything that needs to be filmed. It's definitely going to be a hit, hee hee. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Xianxia City Public Security Bureau. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, was sitting in his office. His face was ashen as he stared at a video that was being played repeatedly on his computer. The video was of a crossroad. A tall figure walked to the center of the intersection with his hands behind his back. He then stopped, turned around, and raised his head to look at the camera. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that was getting more and more radiant. Suddenly, that person raised his hand and pointed. His eyes became cold and sharp. That action and expression were domineering and arrogant. Wasn't this Ling Yan from the crossroad of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road? Who else could it be? Every time Luo Zhong saw Ling Yan raise his hand and point at the camera, his heart would palpitate uncontrollably. He felt as though Ling Yan was standing right in front of him and pointing at him. Provocation, this is definitely provocation. Ling Yan, this is Xianxia City. I don't believe you can do anything you want. Luo Zhong couldn't help but remind himself after his heart palpitations. It was as though he wouldn't dare to face Ling Yan if he didn't encourage himself. Without a doubt, Ling Yan was back. Luo Zhong was wondering if he should order for the arrest of Ling Yan. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Luo Zhong quickly paused the video and coughed. Come in. It was a female police officer who came in. She walked to Luo Zhong's desk and stood up straight. She saluted Luo Zhong and said, reporting to Director Luo, there's big news. Luo Zhong's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. His expression changed slightly as he asked, what news? What else could it be? Of course, it was about Ling Yan tearing down Go Lianshan's office. After Ling Yan left, the workers from the demolition office immediately called the police. After Luo Zhong heard that, he slammed his fist on his desk and said angrily, this Ling Yan is too presumptuous. He's lawless. That female officer pursed her lips and wanted to say something. Luo Zhong stood up and said, what else is there? Hurry up and say it. The policewoman nodded her head solemnly and said, according to the latest news, Ling Yan has already brought a lot of people to Linjiang Garden. They said that they were going to tear down the villa of the deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office, Tian Buetao. When Luo Zhong heard this, his jaw dropped as he mumbled, what? Demolish someone else's villa? Why are you still standing there in a daze? Pass down my order, get all the police and armed police to move out. We must stop him before he demolishes the villa. I'll be there soon. Just as Luo Zhong finished his sentence, his phone rang. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was Go Lianshan calling. Hence, he picked it up without hesitation. I'm sorry, Chief Luo. I've disturbed you during the weekend. Let me tell you, Ling Yan is back. He tore down my office and kidnapped my brother. Now, I don't know if Lianshan is dead or alive. Please help me. 2 weeks had passed since Go Lianshan was kicked by Ling Yan and became a eunuch. After losing his manhood, he started to speak in a more feminine and shrill voice. Luo Zhong nodded his head and said, oh, I already know about all that. This Ling Yan is simply lawless. I've already ordered for him to be arrested. We'll talk after he's captured. Go Lianshan sat in his own intensive care ward with a worried look in his eyes. He furrowed his brows and said, thank you, Chief Luo. No matter what, you have to rescue my brother, Go Lianshan. You have to protect his life, Luo Zhong sighed heavily and nodded his head. Don't worry, Ling Yin wouldn't dare to harm anyone's life in broad daylight. I know this in my heart. I'll rush over to the scene now and save your brother. When Go Lianqing thought about Ling Yan's viciousness, he couldn't help but rub his bare lower body with his right hand. His mouth twitched violently as he expressed his gratitude to Luo Zhong once more before hanging up the phone. It's hard to predict who will win if we go all out. After hanging up the phone, Go Lianqing stood up slowly and looked out the window of the ward. He let out a long sigh as he muttered to himself. The business magnate of Xianxia City, the formidable Go Lianqing, suddenly let out a sigh after analyzing the complicated situation. The sun outside the window was getting hotter and hotter. It was nearing noon, but he had an inexplicable feeling as though it was already dusk. He felt extremely unsettled. Xianxia City's SC district, in an elegant and quiet private room at a certain Shangdao Coffee. Two stunningly beautiful women sat opposite each other as they sipped on the coffee in front of them and chatted flirtatiously. One of them had light makeup on. She had an oval face that was fair and rosy. Her forehead was bright and clean, and her eyebrows were thick and slender. She had a small nose, and her lips were slightly upturned. Her lips, which were originally delicate and alluring, were smeared with red lipstick. She was alluring but not eye-catching. Her jet-black hair was tied up in a noble bun, which accentuated her elegance. Her snow-white neck was as slender as a swan's, and she had a pair of slightly narrow phoenix eyes with long eyelashes. When she looked around, she exuded a natural sense of dignity and pride. The most beautiful thing about her was that there was an extremely alluring beauty mole on the left side of her lips. This beauty mole wasn't big, but it made her already beautiful face come alive. It was as though she was the brightest star in the night sky. She was as eye-catching as a diamond, embellishing the entire night sky. With every frown and smile of hers, that beauty mole seemed to come alive. It was so alluring that no one dared to look at it, yet they couldn't help but want to. With one look at the beauty mole on the left side of her lips, it was obvious that this was Zhang Ling's and Jiangnan Province's provincial hospital's chief surgeon, Liang Fingyi. Liang Fingyi was still wearing a translucent chiffon shirt and a snow-white camisole skirt with a deep V-neck. On her feet was a pair of bright red high heels. Whether it was her appearance, temperament, or dressing, Liang Fingyi exuded a noble, elegant, mature, and charming aura. The beauty opposite Liang Fingyi looked to be about the same age as Liang Fingyi. She was about 27 or 28 years old. She had ear-length hair, snow-white skin, and a pure and beautiful face. Even though she wasn't as enchanting as Liang Fingyi, she exuded a strong sense of intellectual beauty. Her actions were elegant and fitting. When this woman walked out, everyone in Jiangnan Province would recognize her. This was because she was the #1 host of Jiangnan Province's television station, Su Lingfei. Liang Fingyi and Su Lingfei were high school classmates, just like Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu. During their high school years, they were once the top campus belles. It was just that after graduating from high school, one of them entered the medical university to study medicine, while the other entered the media university to study broadcasting. Fortunately, they were both in Beijing, so they never stopped interacting. Now that both of them were working in Xianxia City, they naturally became good friends. Today was Sunday, and just like every other weekend, the two of them went to the Shangdao coffee shop to have coffee and chat. Su Lingfei stirred the coffee in her cup, her beautiful eyes staring at the absent-minded Liang Fingyi. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Fingyi, why do I feel like you've changed for the past 2 weeks? Why? Do you have someone in your heart now?" Liang Fingyi rolled her eyes at Su Lingfei and said, "Go to hell, how is it that I have someone in my heart? It's my sister's child. She's about to take her college entrance examination, but now she's heartbroken because of a boy. She's crying all day and can't even study. How worrisome." As she said that, Ling Yan's bright smile seemed to appear in front of Liang Fingyi's eyes again. She hurriedly shook her head to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in her heart, but she couldn't help but blush. Su Lingfei also sighed softly. "Sigh, girls nowadays are really different from our era. Puppy love is prevalent. Not to mention high school girls, even middle school girls getting abortions are a common occurrence. This isn't considered news anymore." Su Lingfei sighed softly. Su Lingfei was the #1 female anchor in the provincial television station's news program. She had lost count of how many times such incidents had been broadcast in her program. Naturally, she wasn't surprised at all. Liang Fingyi frowned and sighed softly. Actually, that niece of mine, Zhang Ling, hasn't been affected by puppy love. You've met her before, and she's just like you. She's very passionate about broadcasting and has vowed to enter Beijing's media university. Su Lingfei asked curiously, since Zhang Ling is so determined, why can't she study? That little girl is very weird and has her own opinions. Why would she become like this for a boy? Su Lingfei was indeed puzzled. She had seen Zhang Ling a few times, but she had never heard of her liking a boy. Why would she suddenly give up her college entrance examinations for a boy? Moreover, the college entrance examinations are in a month's time. Once they're over, you'll have all the time in the world to date. Why does it matter if it's just 1 or 2 days? Liang Fingyi sighed dejectedly. Just as she was about to reply, Su Lingfei's phone suddenly rang. Su Lingfei picked up the phone and stood up abruptly after listening to a few sentences. Liang Fingyi raised her head and looked at her helplessly. What's wrong, my beautiful anchor? Did some rich guy ask you out again? Su Lingfei's pretty face changed slightly. There's big news, I have to rush to the scene now. Liang Fingyi giggled. What news is it that's worthy of you, the #1 anchor, going to the scene personally? Su Lingfei said as she grabbed her bag, there's not enough time. On Linjiang Road, someone called Ling Yun tore down the demolition office. He's going to tear down someone's villa now. I have to rush over now. What? Ling Yun? Liang Fingyi couldn't sit still and stood up immediately. Linjiang Road, in a house with a single door. The tall and mighty Dao Yong, who had a hideous scar on his face, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He frowned as he paced around the courtyard with a grave expression on his face. Dao Yong was the boss of Linjiang Road. No matter what happened on Linjiang Road, he would receive news very quickly. Naturally, he knew immediately that Ling Yun had demolished the demolition office. Now, Dao Yong already knew that Ling Yun was rushing to Linjiang Garden to demolish Tian Buetao's mansion. He was hesitating, and a complicated struggle was going on in his mind. Brother Dao, hurry up and make a decision. Which side are we on? At this moment, Zhan Long, Zhan Hu, Zhan Lang, and Zhan Bao were all standing anxiously in the courtyard, waiting for Dao Yong to make a decision. Don't rush me. Can't you see that I'm thinking about this? The hideous scar on Dao Yong's face twitched as he shouted in a low voice. Even though Dao Yong knew that Tian Buetao had brought his men to demolish Ling Yun's house, he had tried to contact Ling Yun. However, Tian Buetao had already been arrested, so how could he have contacted Ling Yun? The officials had brought a few dozen city enforcement officers with them to demolish Ling Yun's house. A small underground force like Dao Yong had no way of interfering. Moreover, Ling Yun had been missing for so long. If Dao Yong had jumped out to stop Tian Buetao at that time, it would have been equivalent to declaring that he had broken off all ties with Tian Buetao. Now that Ling Yun had returned in such a domineering manner, he tore down the demolition office the moment he returned and even threatened to tear down Tian Buetao's mansion for revenge. If Dao Yong still acted like he didn't know anything, he wouldn't have a good ending no matter who won. If Dao Yong helped Ling Yun, and Ling Yun was eventually arrested, the officials, led by Tian Buetao, would definitely beat Dao Yong up. It would be good enough if he could escape Qingshui City successfully. However, if Dao Yong helped Tian Buetao, he wouldn't be able to stop Ling Yun. He wouldn't be able to remove the restriction Ling Yun placed in his body. He would definitely die. He really couldn't make a decision. On one side was Ling Yun, who controlled his life. On the other side was the official Tian Buetao. Now that Ling Yun had appeared, both sides were like fire and water. Dao Yong had no choice but to choose a side. Dao Yong didn't know how many cards Ling Yun had in his hands. From his point of view, Ling Yun's individual strength was abnormally strong. He could only bet on a life-and-death battle with Tian Buetao. More importantly, who would win? Dao Yong lit up a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. Suddenly, his thick eyebrows furrowed as his eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Help Ling Yun. The 4 of you, bring some capable brothers to Tian Buetao's mansion. Listen to Ling Yun's arrangements and cooperate with him no matter what he's planning." Dao Yong threw the remaining half of his cigarette on the ground and gritted his teeth as he made his decision. if he helped Ling Yun, it didn't matter if Ling Yun won or lost. Perhaps the seal on his body could be removed in the end. If Ling Yun won, it would be the right bet. However, even if he lost and was arrested, he could still think of a way to escape Qingshui City after Ling Yun removed the seal on him. If he didn't help Ling Yun, he wouldn't be able to live past the 8th of June regardless of whether Ling Yun won or lost. That was because Ling Yun had personally said that he still had one last seal on his body. He would ask Tai Xiaohu to help him remove it on the 8th of June. "Boss, you're not going?" Zhan Long asked Dao Yong suspiciously. "It's not that I don't want to go, but I'm different from you guys. I've killed someone. I'm afraid I'll be arrested by the police before I can help Ling Yun." Dao Yong replied in a low voice. Since Ling Yun dared to threaten to tear down Tian Buotao's mansion, he probably doesn't need you guys at all. You guys are just there to help him deal with the chaos. To put it bluntly, you guys are just there to boost his reputation. If Ling Yun wins, you guys will benefit greatly in the future. If he loses, you guys can just push all the blame onto me. At most, you guys will be locked up for a few days before being released." After Dao Yong finished speaking, he suddenly let out a desolate laugh. He looked at his 4 brothers and said, "Of course, you guys don't have to go. It's not a big deal for us to be cowards for once. It's just that I'll be the unlucky one in the end. Being a coward wouldn't affect his brothers much. However, if he didn't choose to go, he would be the unlucky one." Zhan Lang burst into laughter. "Brother Dao, why are you saying such discouraging words? Let's go. Regardless of whether Ling Yun wins or loses, we'll use everything we have to get Ling Yun to remove the restriction on you." Zhan Long also said heroically, "Brother Saber, all these years, you've led us brothers to live a good life. Now that you're at a critical juncture of life and death, it's only right for us to do something for you. Brothers, let's go." Zhan Long, Zhan Hu, Zhan Lang, and Zhan Bao bowed to Dao Yong at the same time. One by one, they took out their phones to call for help before leaving Dao Yong's courtyard. Dao Yong looked at the 4 of them and stood there for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Good brothers, whether it's a blessing or a curse, it all depends on this bet." Unlike Dao Yong, who was in a dilemma, the boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan, had also received the news. He immediately gathered his men and drove to Linjiang Garden with his daughter, Long Wu, without hesitation. Seriously, Ling Yun disappeared for an entire week. Who knows what he's doing? The moment he came back, he created such a huge mess. He's really good at creating trouble. In a black Benz, Long Kuan and Long Wu sat side by side. Long Wu furrowed her brows and shook her head to express her dissatisfaction with Ling Yun. Long Kuan had been calm the whole time. After hearing Long Wu's complaints, he laughed and said, "Can you still call yourself a man if you can't create trouble?" Ling Yun disappeared for so many days. How can he not be angry when he comes back to find so much trouble at home? Then, with a satisfied smile on his face, he looked at his beautiful daughter and said with a smile, "Daughter, do you know why Dad wants you to study law? Look at you now, you can help Ling Yun, right?" Long Wu pursed her lips and snorted coldly. "Humph, he created such a big mess. Even if he's good at law, he won't be able to protect himself." Long Kuan smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, Ling Yun doesn't need our help. This time, we just need to give him a boost." Long Wu said bitterly, "If he wants to tear down someone else's mansion, the police will definitely come." "Daddy, do you think your green dragon can go against the police?" Long Kuan laughed proudly and said, "Who said we're going to go against the police? We're going to reason things out with the police, alright? Otherwise, why would Dad bring a law graduate student like you who graduated from Harvard University in America?" After receiving her father's praise, Long Wu lowered her head in embarrassment and said, "The laws and conditions of the 2 countries are different." Long Kuan laughed coldly and said, "But the laws in the world are the same. Ling Yun did the right thing. Since someone else destroyed his house, why can't he destroy someone else's house? If Luo Zhong knew that he was anxious, why didn't he care? I think he thought that he took down Tang Tianhao and got carried away. He doesn't know that there are some things in this world that can't be decided just because he has a gun." Long Kuan seemed to feel that his anger wasn't vented yet. He continued, "If I'm not wrong, Luo Zhong will definitely come personally this time. When I see him this time, I will definitely have a good chat with him. Linjiang Garden, Tian Buetao's villa. Right now, there was already a sea of people. The people who lived in Linjiang Garden also knew that something big had happened in their own district, so they all ran out of their houses to take a look. They had long surrounded Tian Buetao's villa. There were so many people that not even a drop of water could pass through. They looked in shock at the 9 young ladies who came out of Tian Buetao's villa. Their clothes were messy, their hair was messy, their breasts were half covered, and their long legs were exposed to the air. They were all dumbfounded. Oh my God, could this be the legendary Tian Buetao's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Of course it's true. Tian Buetao must have earned a lot of money from this demolition. He must have been so happy last night that he called all these women over to have fun. F***ck, isn't this Hades Tian a little too lecherous? So many beautiful women, and he wants to have fun together? This is really... Sigh. Girls nowadays are really sinful, we can't let them go. Hades Tian is dead for sure this time. F***ck, we finally don't have to listen to him anymore. Hades Tian must still be inside. Let's wait for him to come out first. In an instant, the crowd was so agitated that the 9 women couldn't leave at all. They lowered their heads and used their hair and hands to cover their faces. They stood in a circle and endured the finger-pointing of the crowd. He's out, Tian Buetao is out. Heh, he's really inside. He's only wearing red underwear. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't let Tian Buetao come out after he was fully dressed. He waited for Tian Buetao to find his own underwear and put it on before kicking him out of the door and telling him to hurry down the stairs. When Tian Buetao heard the commotion outside, he knew that he couldn't escape this time. He dilly-dallied and refused to go down the stairs, so he was basically kicked down by Ling Yun. Tang Meng followed behind him and occasionally helped Ling Yun kick him. At the same time, he scolded, "Now you know how to be embarrassed? Wasn't it fun when you played with 9 women? F***ck, you really know how to play. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself to the point of death?" As he scolded and kicked, he quickly reached the entrance of the villa. Tang Mei raised his head and looked at the sea of people outside. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Big brother Yun. Isn't this a little too big of a commotion? Ling Yun, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He chuckled and said, "This is nothing. Just wait and see, it'll be even livelier in a while. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Where did Dugumo go? Didn't he follow me? Ling Yan walked out of the door and scanned the crowd. He realized that Dugumo was nowhere to be seen. He knew that Dugumo must have gone into hiding because he didn't want to join in the commotion. Ling Yan turned his head to look at Tian Buetao, who was only wearing a pair of red underpants. Lifting his hand, he struck a few acupuncture points on his body before kicking him down the stairs. "Tian, how did you demolish my house the other day? Today, I'm going to demolish your mansion. Open your eyes wide and take a good look," Ling Yan said to Tian Buetao, who was lying motionless on the ground. Then, he put on a bright smile and said to the crowd, "Everyone, you all know that this Thursday, Tian Buetao brought his men to demolish my house. Now, I'm going to demolish his house as well. Everyone, do you think that this is fair?" "Fair. We support you. Demolish." The crowd was in high spirits as they cheered. At the very front of the crowd were the poor people who lived on both sides of Linjiang Road. They had been bullied by Tian Buetao for so long. Now that Tian Buetao had fallen, it was only natural for them to vent their anger by yelling at him while he was down. Ling Yan laughed out loud. He raised both his hands in the air and pressed them down. Then, he used the mystical dragon howl and said loudly, "Everyone, please stay away from the mansion behind me. Retreat to a safe area. In 5 minutes, this mansion will collapse." Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by more than 1,000 people at the scene. Everyone couldn't help but be curious, and they all looked up to search for him. Without a bulldozer or excavator, such a big mansion would collapse in 5 minutes. How was that possible? Unless Ling Yan used explosives, it was impossible for such a big mansion to collapse. However, when they thought that Ling Yun might use explosives, the crowd couldn't help but retreat to a distance of 20 meters away from the mansion and watch from afar. Within 20 meters of the mansion, a large empty space was immediately cleared. Other than Ling Yun and Tang Meng, there was no one else. Ling Yun nodded silently. In that case, no matter which direction the villa fell, it wouldn't hurt anyone. Just as he was about to instruct Tang Meng to carry Tian Buotao away, he saw the crowd move. More than 30 people pushed through the crowd and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Since Dao Yong's men were the closest to Linjiang Garden, they were naturally the first to arrive. Ling Yun smiled when he saw the 4 people at the front. They were the 4 King Kongs that had followed Dao Yong to destroy his mother's clinic. Have you finally made your choice? This Dao Yong is quite smart. Every day, Dao Yong's men collected protection fees, guarded the places, and opened the casinos. Who among the shop owners here didn't know them? As soon as they saw them appear, they naturally made way for them. Their voices also became much softer, afraid that they would get into trouble. Ling Yun, on the day your house was demolished, our brother Knife couldn't get in touch with you. He tried his best but to no avail. He could only watch as your house was demolished. Brother Knife feels sorry for you. Now that he heard that you're here for revenge, Brother Knife asked us to come over and help you. We'll listen to your every command. Zhan Long and the other 3 walked in front of Ling Yun and Tang Meng. They spoke respectfully and went straight to the point. Ling Yun didn't reject anyone now. He laughed and said, "All right, thank you. I don't need your help here." Ling Yun pointed at Tian Buotao on the ground. This villa is about to collapse. All you have to do is carry him far away so that he won't be crushed to death. Zhan Long frowned when he saw Tian Buotao on the ground. He beckoned for 2 of his men to carry him far away. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. This is my brother, Tang Meng. You guys should have met him before, right? I won't say anything else. All you have to do is listen to Tang Meng's instructions. Keep an eye on the commoners. Don't let them get too close and injure themselves. Before Ling Yun went down to the crater, he had arranged for Tang Meng to go to Dao Yong's place to settle the paperwork for the Land Rover. That was why Tang Meng had met Zhan Long and the others before. Tang Meng rubbed his bald head. He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately called for Zhan Long and the other 3 to retreat far away. He got the people they brought to block the crowd so that they wouldn't get hurt. After Ling Yun arranged everything, he smiled faintly. He turned around and was about to enter the villa when he heard the ear-piercing sound of police sirens. The police cars were here. Naturally, the police cars drove straight in. They parked the police cars outside the crowd. Then, the police officers got out of their cars and rushed in. They looked at Ling Yun, who was standing at the entrance like a god, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. These were the police officers from the Linjiang Road police station. After receiving the order, they naturally rushed over. They were only a few minutes slower than Dao Yong's men. Listen up. What you're doing now is illegal. We won't allow you to demolish other people's properties. One of the police officers shouted at Ling Yun through his megaphone. Ling Yun laughed coldly. Now you're saying that what I'm doing is illegal? Why didn't you guys stop them when they were demolishing my house? With one look, he knew that these people were just small fries. They didn't even have the right to speak to him. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered with them and rushed into the villa. All the police officers were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Originally, they thought that even if the police couldn't stop Ling Yun from demolishing the house, they could at least buy some time. Once the people from the Public Security Bureau arrived, they wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect Ling Yun to completely ignore their existence. The few police officers discussed for a while. 2 of them were about to enter the villa when Tang Meng said, "Hey, if you're not afraid of being crushed to death, go ahead. I'm telling you, this villa will collapse in less than 5 minutes. I'm not trying to scare you." What did you say? Such a nice villa will collapse in less than 5 minutes? Did he bring explosives? The people from the Linjiang Road police station had a good relationship with Tian Buotao. They called each other brothers. Of course, they didn't want to see his villa being demolished. Even though Tang Tianhao had temporarily lost his power, Tang Meng had interacted with the Public Security Bureau too many times over the years. He looked down on the police officers below him. Therefore, he smiled faintly and said, "I don't have explosives. However, if you don't believe me, you can go in and try. I won't stop you." Before he finished his sentence, a loud "Hadong! Hadong! Hadong!" came from the villa. At the same time, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently. After Ling Yun entered the villa, he didn't hesitate anymore. He took out the bronze cauldron and grabbed one of its legs. Then, he started smashing it against the load-bearing wall of the villa. The bronze cauldron was almost 1 meter in diameter and weighed more than 2,000 kilograms. However, it was like an ordinary person holding a sledgehammer in Ling Yun's hands. He was very skilled. A very thick load-bearing wall was smashed by Ling Yun in 7 or 8 hits. Ling Yun had thought about it carefully. Even though a 2-story building was huge and looked like a gigantic object, it was actually easier to demolish than a 1-story building. That was because as long as the load-bearing wall at the bottom was destroyed, the building would collapse on its own when it couldn't support the second floor. Therefore, Ling Yun only needed to find a few key points. The crowd outside could feel the huge commotion. They couldn't help but open their mouths and exclaim in shock. "Oh my God, what is Ling Yun doing inside? Why is there such a huge commotion? Yeah, this is too shocking. I feel like there's an earthquake. My feet are shaking. Could he really tear down such a big villa?" Looking at the commotion, it's hard to say. "Forget it, let's hurry and hide further away." Ling Yun consecutively smashed 2 decorative and half-load-bearing stone pillars in the villa. Then, he smashed 2 horrifying holes in the 2 corners of the walls. The villa was filled with smoke and dust. It was a complete mess. Ling Yun stopped and raised his head. Looking at the shaking villa, he thought to himself that it was about time. If he continued to smash, he might really be smashed into the villa. Even though Ling Yun had reached the 11th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, he wouldn't be hurt even if the entire villa came crashing down on him. However, wouldn't he still end up with a face full of dust? Even though that was domineering and shocking, it was too embarrassing. It wasn't Ling Yun's style. I'll smash another hole in that corner. Then, I'll go out directly." Ling Yun pondered for a moment before walking towards the southeast corner of the villa. Once again, he raised the bronze cauldron in his hand and smashed it violently. Whoosh! 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 After the 4th hit, there was a loud crash. A huge hole was smashed in the southeast corner of the villa, just big enough for Ling Yun to crawl out. At this time, the people outside could see that the villa was like a bamboo pole in the wind. It began to sway left and right, and the shaking was getting stronger and stronger. "Oh my God, this villa is really going to collapse. Really, it's starting to sway, it's getting stronger and stronger. Quick, dodge, dodge. F***ck, it's really going to collapse." At this time, not to mention the people, even the police were so scared that they hid behind them. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be smashed into the villa. Ling Yun was prepared to use his dragonfish phantom ability at any time. However, he frowned when he saw that the villa hadn't collapsed even after swaying for a long time. He flew into the villa and smashed the bronze cauldron against a pillar with all his might. Rumble! The white pillar broke with a loud sound. Ling Yun knew that the villa was definitely going to collapse. He immediately put the bronze cauldron back into his spatial ring. At the same time, he used his dragonfish phantom ability and flew out of the collapsing villa. He landed 20 meters away. Boom! A deafening sound shook the earth and the mountains. The villa collapsed with a loud crash. Debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. In less than 5 minutes, a beautiful villa of more than 300 square meters was turned into a pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. The smoke and dust blurred everyone's vision, and no one saw what happened before the villa collapsed. When everyone opened their eyes again, all that was left was a pile of rubble. Oh my God! Ling Yun really tore down a mansion? How? How is this possible? Hades Tian must be heartbroken this time. Even though this villa is in the suburbs, it's impossible to take it down without at least 5 million yuan. It's not just the villa, there are also the things in the villa. He spent a lot of money just to renovate it. How can Ling Yan have such destructive power? I thought he was going to use explosives. From the sound of it, it seems like he used something to smash the load-bearing wall. The people that Dao Yong sent over saw that Ling Yan had really torn down Tian Buetao's mansion. Every single one of them was dumbfounded and felt that everything was unbelievable. The police officers at the Linjiang Road police station were all dumbfounded. Ling Yan first demolished the demolition office, and then he demolished Tian Buetao's villa. What should they do now? Cui Lao stood in a secluded spot far away from the human face as he watched everything quietly. The muscles on his face twitched as he muttered, "This kid, he really tore down someone else's mansion." At that moment, Tian Buetao, who was being guarded by two of Dao Yong's underlings, felt the pain and fear in his heart as he watched Ling Yan turn his palace into a pile of rubble. Tian Buetao's affair with women had been exposed, and he had begged Ling Yan to no avail. He knew that his career would definitely be over, and he would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, with his connections, he knew that he wouldn't be punished too harshly. He would only lose his position. Even if he lost his official position, he would still have money and a house. He could still live like an immortal. With his connections, even if he were to start a business, he would still be able to prosper. However, now that he saw Ling Yun demolish his villa, how could he not feel the pain? That was a total of 6 to 7 million yuan. Tian Buetao's main emotion was fear. How did Ling Yun demolish such a huge villa in such a short period of time with his bare hands and nothing else? How did the loud noises come from the villa come from? What kind of person did he provoke this time? Dao Yong had caused trouble for him, and he had killed him. His own nephew had been beaten up by him, and he had demolished his mansion right under the noses of the police. Yet, none of his good friends had dared to stop him? Tian Buetao could hear it clearly. Dao Yong's men had suddenly appeared on Ling Yan's side and listened to Ling Yan's orders. Just what kind of tricks did Ling Yan use to make Dao Yong stand against him? Also, what did Ling Yan do to his body? Why couldn't he move at all? Thinking about this, Tian Buetao's face turned ashen. His eyes flashed with endless regret. He regretted provoking Ling Yun. Ling Yun casually patted the dust off his body. With a cold smile on his face, he walked in front of Tian Buetao. Ignoring the stunned policeman around him, he lowered his head and smiled at Tian Buetao. "Tian, when you brought your men to flatten my house, you probably didn't think that such a day would come, right? I remember telling you not to provoke me in the future. Originally, after that incident, I didn't intend to find trouble with you anymore. However, you just wouldn't let me go. You just had to seek your own death." With that, Ling Yan stood up and looked towards the east. With a faint smile, he said, "2 more to go." Since he had already started, there was no reason for Ling Yan to give up halfway. He wanted the whole of Qingshui City to know that Ling Yan couldn't be bullied. At this moment, the policemen seemed to have regained their senses. Seeing Ling Yan turn towards the east, they hurriedly rushed forward and blocked Ling Yan's way. "Ling Yan, you have broken the law. We are now officially arresting you. Please follow us to the police station." A man who looked like the superintendent of the police station said to Ling Yan with an unconcealable fear on his face. Ling Yan looked at him with interest. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "The law? The law, right? Alright, let me ask you. My house was forcefully flattened by Tian Buetao and the people from the demolition office. Did they break the law? Did they break the law? What were you guys doing at that time?" Ling Yan's retort left the director speechless and speechless. That's right, Ling Yan was right. On Thursday, Tian Buetao brought his men to flatten Ling Yan's house. Even though they knew about it, they turned a blind eye to it, thinking that it was only natural. Now that the tables had turned and Ling Yan was asking him about it, how was he supposed to answer? They did it to complete the demolition mission. They had no choice. If you think that there's a problem, you can go through the proper channels to solve it. We are a harmonious society. The director thought for a long time, but he was really at a loss for words, so he could only say this. Ling Yan laughed coldly. To hell with the demolition mission. All I know is that my house has been flattened. Where do you expect us to live? Demolition? Did we say that we weren't cooperating? Did they ask us? Where's the agreement? Where's the contract? Get Tian Buetao to show us. This. Ling Yan's every question hit the nail on the head. The superintendent couldn't answer him at all. They really couldn't answer. It was fine if Ling Yan's family didn't seek justice for this matter. As long as anyone came out to seek justice, they would shut up obediently. The surrounding citizens also joined in and expressed their support for Ling Yan. They said that the street administration, the urban security team, and the demolition office were too much of a bully. How could they demolish someone's house so casually? Was there still any justice left? This. Ling Yan, what they did was very inappropriate. However, you have to go through the proper channels to solve the problem. For example, you can appeal to the law, the superintendent said awkwardly. He didn't have the face to stay there any longer. However, the director of the city's public security bureau was coming soon. He still had to do his duty and stall for time. Ling Yan knew that he was stalling for time. However, he didn't care at all. Even if the Emperor of Heaven came today, he would still demolish it. Ling Yan laughed heartily. All right, thank you for your reminder. Of course, I'll take it to court. I'll demolish his house, so he can take it to court as well. However, all of this will have to wait until I'm done demolishing his mansion. Whatever you say now is useless. Yes, demolish, demolish. You didn't talk about the law when demolishing someone else's house. Now that you see your own house being demolished, you're talking about the law. Is the law only useful at times like this? Ling Yan smiled at the superintendent after receiving support. He stuck out his thumb and pointed behind him. I know how difficult it is for you now. You don't dare to touch me. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have been caught in the car and taken away. Would you talk to him about the law? Would you talk to him about harmony? If I demolished your house without saying a word, would you come and talk to me about this? Would you fight to the death with me? Ling Yan pointed at the superintendent and all the policemen around him and said, Answer me. If I went to your house now and demolished your house without saying a word, would you fight to the death with me, or would you sit down and talk to me about harmony? No one answered. All the policemen lowered their heads. Yes, if someone went to their house and demolished their house without saying a word, who wouldn't fight to the death? A policeman lowered his head and muttered softly, But they're tearing down your shabby yard, and you're tearing down their villa. Ling Yan was so angry that he laughed out loud. Is this the law you're talking about? No matter how dilapidated the yard is, it's my family's property. It's my family's property. What right does he have to demolish it? If what you're saying is true, then if my house is better than yours, I can demolish your house. Is that what you're saying? Well said. A crisp and sweet voice rang out from the silent crowd. Ling Yan looked up and saw a tall girl wearing a beige skin-tight top and a pair of denim hot pants. She squeezed through the crowd and walked over. Her face was very clean and fair. It was as pure as a snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountains. Her big eyes were charming and lively. Her lips were slightly thick, but it added a special kind of charm to her pure, fair, and beautiful face. Men would be unable to extricate themselves from it. A strong body fragrance wafted into Ling Yan's nostrils, causing him to be slightly startled. Long Wu. Ling Yan didn't expect Long Wu to be so beautiful after removing her smoky makeup. She was on the same level as Miao Xiaomiao and Shuang Meifeng. Especially her figure, it was even better than Miao Xiaomiao's. Of course, what shocked Ling Yan the most was the fact that Long Wu appeared in front of him without any makeup on. The contrast between before and after was too strong. Long Wu saw the change in Ling Yan's eyes when he saw her. She was extremely proud of herself. She tilted her head slightly at Ling Yan and snorted proudly. However, she didn't say anything to Ling Yan. Instead, she stood directly between Ling Yan and the director and smiled sweetly. Hello, I'm Ling Yan's lawyer. You can discuss any legal matters with me. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Huh. All the policemen were dumbfounded when they saw Long Wu suddenly appear. Ling Yan even had his own lawyer. How were they supposed to negotiate? Ling Yan alone was enough to make them speechless, let alone a professional lawyer. You can let the police arrest people, but let them talk about the law. Sorry, that's what the courts do, they can't do. At this moment, Long Wu solemnly said to the policeman, I have the right to appeal against all the unfair treatment my client has received. Long Wu said a bunch of very professional legal terms, then took out her lawyer's certificate from her bag and showed it to the police. Ling Yan was amused as he lightly patted Long Wu's shoulder. Hey, I didn't expect you to be a lawyer at such a young age. I'm impressed. Long Wu lifted her hand and removed Ling Yan's hand. Can't you see that I'm working? Go and do what you need to do, don't be a hindrance here. Ling Yan laughed heartily and nodded his head proudly. He casually said, then take your time to talk. It's best to find a shady place to talk. The sun here is too hot. Don't tan yourself. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he walked towards the mansion in the east. He wanted to continue tearing down Tian Buetao's mansion, and no one would be able to stop him today. Ling Yan knew that there would be a lot of people coming today, but he didn't care. All of this was to lure one person out, and that was the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, Tai Xiao, who was in Luo Zhong's hands, and the keys to both his mansions were in Luo Zhong's hands. His bank accounts were all sealed by Luo Zhong. Ling Yan had already issued a challenge to Luo Zhong last night. He believed that if Luo Zhong wasn't blind, he would definitely have seen it. As Ling Yan walked past the crowd, he noticed that there were more than 100 people in the area with Long Wu's arrival. Moreover, these people were all young men in their 20s. They looked quite fierce, and Ling Yan knew that they were definitely from the Green Dragon sect. The Azure Dragon is really helping me. What's going on? I slapped Long Wu once, and she really tolerated it? However, I didn't expect this little girl to be so beautiful. It's just that her temper is too fierce and arrogant. It's not easy to control her. With that in mind, Ling Yan quickly walked past the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the villa on the east side. People knew that he was about to demolish this villa, so they naturally hid far away in fear. Ling Yan looked at the tightly locked door of the villa and smiled coldly. He lifted his leg and kicked the door open. Then, he walked in. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, it started again. The two villas were slightly smaller than the one in the middle, but the design and layout were the same. Moreover, Ling Yan was experienced in demolishing villas. This time, he found a better location and was faster. In less than 3 minutes, the entire villa was on the verge of collapse. Oh my god! Another villa is going to collapse. This Ling Yan is too amazing. Is he really going to tear down all 3 of Tian Buetao's mansions? This is going to kill Tian Buetao's old life. Hee, 3 mansions, that's at least 15 million yuan. As a section-level official, other than these 3 mansions, he probably wouldn't have much left. Now, they're all in ruins, he deserves it. He can't blame anyone else. Who asked him to demolish other people's houses just because he's an official and has connections? That's right, he deserves it. After so many years of tyranny, he finally met his match. However, I really didn't expect that the person who came to deal with him would be Zhou Yu, a child he picked up from the streets. Amidst the discussions from afar, the villa on the east side began to gradually collapse. Finally, with a loud bang, another villa collapsed. Tian Buetao, who was lying on the ground, saw his 2 mansions turn into ruins in front of his eyes. His heart ached so much that his eyes turned red. He couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. His heart was broken, and it was too late for regrets. This time, Ling Yan didn't even stop. After demolishing the mansions on the east side, he directly turned around and walked towards the west side. There was only 1 villa left. From the east side to the west side, there was a total of 200 meters. In the middle, there was a dense crowd. When they saw Ling Yan walking over, they all looked at him with complicated expressions. Everyone dispersed in all directions, not daring to get close to this dust-covered youth. Ling Yan was too terrifying. When someone demolished his house, he didn't hesitate to demolish the other person's mansion. He didn't listen to anything and didn't care about anything. He directly used the simplest and fairest method to solve the most complicated problem. No one could find fault with Ling Yan's methods. However, everything he did, no matter who it was, would cause an indescribable fear in their hearts. Yes, fear. Ling Yin couldn't be bullied, Ling Yin couldn't be provoked, even though this was Linjiang Garden in the eastern suburbs of Qingshui City, which was at least a 15-minute drive from the city center. The news of Ling Yun demolishing 2 mansions with his bare hands had already spread throughout the entire city. Without a doubt, Ling Yun had successfully established his dominance. Small characters like Tian Buetao, as long as they weren't blind or deaf, would know that there was a young man named Ling Yun in Qingshui City that they definitely couldn't afford to offend. Alone, Ling Yun silently circulated the stellar condensation technique and slowly separated the crowd. He walked towards the mansion on the west side. As he got closer and closer, he suddenly heard a delicate shout from behind him. Ling Yun, stop right now. Stop demolishing. Ling Yun furrowed his brows. He felt that this voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. However, he didn't turn around. Instead, he calmly asked, "Why can't I demolish anymore?" A flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard, accompanied by a woman's heavy breathing. As she ran, she shouted, "Ling Yun, what you're doing is illegal. You'll go to jail." Ling Yun finally remembered who that voice belonged to. With a carefree smile, he turned around abruptly. The woman behind him didn't seem to expect Ling Yun to actually turn around at this moment. She immediately plunged into Ling Yun's embrace. "Liang Fingyi. Why are you here?" Ling Yun hugged a soft and fragrant body and pulled her into his arms. Since it was a gift that came to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. You, how dare you call my name directly? Let go of me." Liang Fingyi saw that she had unexpectedly fallen into Ling Yun's embrace. Her expression immediately changed, and she immediately struggled out of Ling Yun's embrace. Her body was covered in dust from Ling Yun's body, but she couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. She angrily and anxiously said to Ling Yun, how can you do things like this? These 2 mansions are worth more than 10 million yuan. You demolished them just like that. Can you afford to pay for it? Ling Yun chuckled. Of course I can. Moreover, I don't need to pay for it. How is Zhang Ling? Liang Fingyi saw that Ling Yun still had the mood to talk about this at this time. She immediately glared at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, "She's fine, my **s. To think that you still remember Zhang Ling. Her eyes are about to go blind from crying because of you." Ling Yun said apologetically, "When I'm done with my work these 2 days, I'll go and see her." Liang Fingyi lowered her voice and asked, "Where did you go? Do you know that my Zhang Ling isn't even going to school because of you?" Ling Yun said casually, "Oh, then hurry up and call her now. Tell her that I'm already back. I'll go and find her after I'm done with my work." Liang Fingyi snorted coldly. "Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. I've already called Zhang Ling on the way here. She's already on her way here." Ling Yun thought to himself that her temper was quite impatient. He then nodded and said, "All right then, I'll take advantage of the fact that Zhang Ling isn't here yet. I'll probably be done in 3 minutes at most." What? 3 minutes? Liang Fingyi had just arrived and had just gotten out of the car. She didn't see how Ling Yun demolished the first 2 mansions. Now that she heard that Ling Yun only took 3 minutes to demolish one of the mansions, she was in disbelief. However, she quickly composed herself and said, "Ling Yun, listen to me. Don't do that again. The people from the television station are here, and they're filming you. It's a live broadcast. The entire Jiangnan province will know about this very soon." Ling Yun chuckled as he looked at Liang Fingyi. "What right do you have to make me listen to you?" Liang Fingyi's expression turned sluggish. After a while, she said, "Because I'm Zhang Ling's aunt. Because I'm older than you." "Is that reason enough?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Not enough, definitely not enough. It's really not enough. You should find another reason, you." Liang Fingyi thought to herself that Ling Yun was simply lawless. She thought for a while before staring at Ling Yun and saying slowly, "Because I can't watch you break the law. On the way here, there are police cars everywhere. I heard from Su Lingfei that the director of the Public Security Bureau is here personally." Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Luo Zhong was indeed here personally. This was great news for him. Ling Yan laughed out loud and clapped his hands lightly. He then nodded and said, "All right, since the director of the Public Security Bureau is here, I'll give him some face. I'll demolish the mansions when he's here. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." After saying that, Ling Yan started to size up Liang Fingyi. This woman was really sexy and charming. Sigh, it was a pity that she was Zhang Ling's aunt. Otherwise, Liang Fingyi noticed that Ling Yan was staring at her from head to toe. She felt uncomfortable under Ling Yan's gaze and couldn't stand it anymore. "What are you looking at? I really don't know where you got the guts to demolish 2 villas just like that. How is it? Are you hurt anywhere?" Liang Fingyi limped over to Ling Yan as she spoke. She started to size up Ling Yan, who was covered in dust. Even though Liang Fingyi was wearing high heels, she was slightly shorter than Ling Yan. Occasionally, when she bent down, the 2 lumps of white crystal clear breasts could be vaguely seen in Ling Yan's eyes. Looking at them made Ling Yan's heart burn with lust. Ling Yan pretended to be nonchalant as he said, "I'm fine, but you seem to have sprained your ankle. Does it hurt? Do you want me to treat it for you?" After being reminded by Ling Yan, Liang Fingyi really felt a burning pain in her ankle. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, "It's all your fault. I couldn't stop you no matter how hard I tried. My ankle is already swollen. Do you think it hurts?" Ling Yan chuckled as he reached out to grab Liang Fingyi's soft arm. "Alright, let's not talk under the sun. Let's find a cool place to rest." Ling Yan had just received a telepathic message from Du Gumo, saying that Go Lianshan couldn't take it anymore. Liang Fingyi swatted away Ling Yan's hand and insisted on walking on her own. However, a sharp pain came from her leg, and she almost fell. Ling Yan's eyes were sharp, and he grabbed Liang Fingyi's waist and pulled her into his embrace. "Don't force yourself, I still have things to do over there. Let's hurry up." Ling Yan ignored Liang Fingyi's shouts and struggles as he carried her and used the dragonfish phantom ability. They were already out of everyone's sight. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The place where Ling Yun was originally standing was only an afterimage. When they looked for Ling Yun again, they couldn't find him. Liang Fingyi felt that she was suddenly flying in the air, but it felt like she was swaying. She was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that the 2 of them were no longer in the same place. They had arrived at the north side of a small building. The noise of the crowd could be heard from afar, and it seemed even quieter here. "Oh my god, this." Liang Fingyi opened her sexy mouth and stared at Ling Yan in shock. It was as though she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "This is Qinggong." Ling Yan chuckled and didn't explain further. He placed Liang Fingyi's delicate body gently on the grass before squatting down and taking off her high heels. Liang Fingyi was wearing skin-colored transparent stockings, and Ling Yan felt that her exquisite feet were very smooth. He couldn't help but slide them lightly in his hand, and Liang Fingyi couldn't help but tremble slightly. What are you doing?" Liang Fingyi let out a rapid gasp and couldn't help but struggle lightly. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and it was obvious that her feet were in pain. Ling Yan looked at her seriously and said, "What else can I do? Your ankle is injured, and it will be swollen to the point that you won't be able to walk very soon. I'm taking advantage of the fact that you can still move to treat it. Stop bragging. You don't have any ointment or painkillers. How can you treat it just like that?" Liang Fingyi knew that Ling Yan's medical skills were miraculous, but she had never seen it before, so she didn't believe it at all. Ling Yan thought to himself that if he still had healing talismans, one would be enough to treat it completely. However, he had used up all of them at Roer's place, so he could only use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. He took the 9 golden needles in his hand and smiled at Liang Fingyi. "Don't move around, I'll give you a few needles, and you'll be fine soon." Ling Yun using the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot for such a simple sprain was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. He only used the 9 golden needles to prick a few acupoints around Liang Fingyi's ankle before transferring some spiritual energy into it. Liang Fingyi's sprained ankle quickly became less swollen. "Try standing up," Ling Yan said to Liang Fingyi with a smile as he pulled out the 9 golden needles. Liang Fingyi stood up in disbelief and twisted her ankle lightly. When she felt that it really wasn't painful anymore, she stomped her feet in disbelief. She couldn't help but look at Ling Yan strangely. Zhang Ling didn't lie to her. Ling Yan's medical skills were indeed amazing. She finally experienced it today. Let's go. Ling Yan didn't say anything else as he turned and walked towards the lawn in the distance. Naturally, Du Gumo was sitting there. Seeing Ling Yan walk over, Du Gumo chuckled. I say, did you really tear down 2 mansions? I think you must have gotten yourself into big trouble today. Ling Yan laughed out loud. I've only torn down 2 mansions, and I'm going to tear down another one later. However, this time, I'm going to do it in front of the bureau chief. Let's see how he's going to stop me. Liang Fingyi, who was following closely behind, heard that Ling Yan was still thinking about tearing down other people's mansions. She said anxiously, Ling Yan, can't you think of another way? Furthermore, you've already torn down 2 mansions. You'll definitely be taken away by the police today. Ling Yan glanced at Liang Fingyi before raising his hand and pointing at Go Lianshan, who was groaning in pain on the ground. He said to Liang Fingyi, listen to what he has to say first before deciding whether I should tear down Tian Buetao's mansions. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he raised his leg and kicked a few of Go Lianshan's acupoints, temporarily relieving his pain. Then, he smiled at Go Lianshan and said, all right, you can tell me what's going on now. Who ordered you to tear down my house? Why are you so daring? Tell me who's supporting you from behind. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he turned to Liang Fingyi and said, hey, pretty lady, do you have a recording function on your phone? If you do, can you help me record what he says? Liang Fingyi's phone was the latest Samsung model. Of course, it had a recording function. She knew that this was very important to Ling Yan, so she nodded her head and took out her phone to turn on the recording function. It's my brother and nephew. They asked me to do this for revenge. They said that Xie Zhenyan's father, Deputy Mayor Xie Zhenting, and the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, will definitely be fine. If you dare to come back and cause trouble, they'll arrest you immediately. Go Lianshan was almost sobbing as he explained everything. He had no choice. The restriction that Ling Yan placed on him was too cruel. It was even worse than the 10 great tortures. He couldn't even faint if he wanted to. After holding on for more than 40 minutes, he couldn't take it anymore. Right now, he would rather die right after he finished speaking than to endure the pain of having his meridians flowing in reverse. After listening to a few sentences, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered anymore. He smiled faintly and walked to the side, waiting for the arrival of the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong. Right now, he had already obtained enough cards for himself. Even if he couldn't topple Luo Zhong, he could at least make him stop for 2 days. Because this matter was too important to Ling Yan, Liang Fingyi didn't dare to be careless. She recorded everything that Go Lianshan said from start to end. After listening to it, she finally understood why Ling Yan wanted to demolish Tian Buetao's house. Humph, I would demolish it too if it were me. Liang Fingyi snorted coldly after waiting for Go Lianshan to finish his last word. Her face turned pale from anger. Ling Yan laughed out loud and patted Liang Fingyi's shoulder lightly. Don't be angry. Didn't we demolish 2 houses already? When Director Luo arrives, we'll demolish the 3rd one. Liang Fingyi glared at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, why do you like to pat people's shoulders so much? You have no respect for your elders, really. Ling Yan laughed out loud and said to Du Gumo, there are too many people over there. It's not convenient for me to go over. Go and bring Tian Buetao here as well. When Director Luo arrives, we'll have a good talk with him. Du Gumo shook his head helplessly as he stood up and left. Ling Yan plopped down on the lawn and leaned back with one hand on the ground. He chuckled and said, Go Lianshan, if you had said all this earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less pain? Go Lianshan looked at Ling Yan as though he had seen a devil. His eyes were filled with fear, but he didn't dare to show any signs of anger. If he had known that Ling Yan had such capabilities and methods, not to mention his biological brother and nephew, he wouldn't have thought of taking revenge even if he had suffered a loss. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yan's individual capabilities were too strong. There were too many things that he could change by himself. He had only done a few things today, but the cards in Ling Yan's hands were enough to put him in an invincible position. Ling Yun, I apologize to you on behalf of my brother and nephew. From today onwards, the Go family will definitely not provoke you or think of seeking revenge. What do you think? Go Lianshan weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He already knew that his side was bound to lose. Hence, he started to find a way out for his family. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, Go Lianshan, it seems like you're a very smart person. However, I can tell you clearly that it's too late. I gave your brother and nephew a chance. In fact, I gave them 2 chances. What a pity, Ling Yan had his own sense of propriety no matter what he dealt with. Whoever provoked him and to what extent, Ling Yan would usually retaliate on the spot and give them the most appropriate punishment at once. Those who deserved to be killed would be killed, and those who deserved to be released would be released. Regardless of whether it was Tian Buetao, Tian Xiaoguang, Go Junfa, Go Lianqing, or Qingyun Productions, he only punished them once. That was all. He didn't have any intention of killing them all. However, when he returned to Xingshui City from the crater, he didn't expect that all his enemies would join forces to launch a counterattack at the same time. Even powerful forces like Miracle Dr. Shui, Li Feng, and Tang Tianhao couldn't handle it at all. Everyone was implicated, which made Ling Yan extremely angry. He decided that he had to kill them all and use this as a warning to avoid future troubles. Hence, Ling Yan decided to establish his authority in Xingshui City. Otherwise, wouldn't he be in deep trouble if something happened every time he left Xingshui City? Seeing that Ling Yan had no intention of letting them off, Go Lianshan could only smile helplessly and resign himself to fate. Du Gumo returned very quickly, but he didn't bring Tian Buetao over personally. Instead, a few of Dao Yang's underlings carried Tian Buetao over. When Liang Fengyi saw that Tian Buetao was naked except for a pair of red underpants, a disgusted expression appeared on her face as she turned her head to the side. Ling Yan looked at Tian Buetao, who looked like a dead dog under the sun, and said faintly, Tian, did it feel good to demolish my house? How do you feel now? Does it still feel good? Tian Buetao was thrown onto the lawn. His entire body was aching and itching from the sharp grass, but he couldn't care less about it now. Now that he finally saw Ling Yun, he hurriedly begged, Ling Yun, I demolished your house, and you demolished 2 of my mansions. Oh, you can demolish the 3rd mansion too. I don't think I'll find trouble with you anymore. No matter what compensation you want, I can give it to you. I'm just begging you to let me off, and we'll mind our own business from now on, alright? Ling Yan had already sent a telepathic message to Liang Fengyi, asking her to continue recording. Then, he said to Tian Buetao in a low voice, letting you off will depend on your performance later. The director of Xingshui City's Public Security Bureau is coming soon. I want to see what you have to say then. When Tian Buetao was lying on the ground, he kept thinking about how Ling Yun demolished his 2 mansions all by himself. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Ling Yun wasn't an ordinary person, he was someone who could demolish a 300-square-meter mansion in 3 minutes with his bare hands. He was someone who could immobilize him with just a wave of his hand. If Ling Yan wanted to take his life, wouldn't that be child's play? Today, Ling Yan was only here to demolish his mansions. If Ling Yan were to come at night and kill him without anyone knowing, he wouldn't have anything to do with his mansion and position anymore. That was because he would already be dead. No matter how much money, how much power, or how many women he had, what use was it to a dead man? As the deputy director of a street office, Tian Buetao was naturally a smart person to be able to survive so well in Linjiang Road. After he figured this out, he immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Ling Yan was someone who could take his life directly. Ling Yan looked at Go Lianshan before looking at Tian Buetao. His lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't say anything. Both of them were smart and knew how to adapt to the situation. However, their fates weren't in Ling Yan's hands. Instead, they were in Luo Zhong's hands. The police sirens were loud, and they were getting closer and closer. Ling Yan and Du Gumo raised their heads abruptly. They knew that the highlight of the day was about to begin. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Dozens of police cars sped along Linjiang Road with their sirens blaring. Very quickly, they stopped at the entrance of Linjiang Garden. Once the police car stopped, uniformed police officers, special forces, and armed police officers rushed out of the cars. Each of them was fully equipped with live ammunition. Very quickly, they surrounded the entrance of Linjiang Garden. The car of the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, arrived very quickly. He didn't get out of the car and only ordered the police to run forward to control the situation. Actually, there was no need for the police to control the situation. The boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan, had brought more than 100 brothers, which was no less than Luo Zhong's force. In addition, there were more than 30 of Dao Yong's subordinates. At this moment, Ling Yan had already demolished both of Tian Buotao's mansions. With enough cards in his hands, he was just waiting for Luo Zhong to arrive so that he could humiliate him. That was why he had been resting in the shade, waiting for Luo Zhong to come. Liang Fingyi looked at the dust on Ling Yan's face and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she called Ling Yan over and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust off his face. Really, you're already a grown man, but you only know how to use brute force. Don't you know how to be more particular? Liang Fingyi continued to scold Ling Yan as she wiped his face. She didn't seem to notice that Ling Yan's eyes were on her chest. It couldn't be helped, it was simply too alluring. Ling Yan didn't want to look away, but he couldn't bear to. Liang Fingyi naturally felt it, but she didn't know why she couldn't bear to scold this big boy. She sighed in her heart and thought to herself, look. Yo, I'm helping you with your lawsuit and dealing with that female anchor from the provincial television station. Look at you, enjoying the gentleness of a beauty here. Unknowingly, Longwu had finally finished her work and found this place from the vicinity of the villa. Beside her was Tang Meng. Ling Yan laughed and looked at Longwu proudly. I say, Lawyer Long, if you're jealous, you can come and help me wipe my face. I promise to cooperate fully and not resist. Even though Ling Yan didn't know why Longwu would suddenly appear to help him, he really liked how Longwu looked without her smoky makeup. He couldn't help but tease her. Longwu snickered and said, dream on. I don't have the leisure to wait on you. Remember, if I help you with the lawsuit, you will have to pay. Ling Yan raised his hand and made an okay gesture. He grinned and said, no problem, I can still fork out 3 to 5 yuan. The two of them didn't give in to each other. They chatted and laughed for a while. Soon, they heard the sound of orderly footsteps. Then, they saw 2 teams of police officers with loaded guns. They surrounded a police car and quickly headed toward the south of the neighborhood. That's the car of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Luo Zhong is here personally. Tang Meng noticed the license plate of the police car and reminded Ling Yan. Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a charming smile. The dimple on his left cheek appeared, causing the 2 beauties on his left to be slightly dazzled. We don't need to move. Let's wait for them to find us. Ling Yan casually sat on the lawn and didn't bother to look at the police anymore. He didn't even put them in his eyes. In such a densely populated neighborhood, the fact that the police had guns was just to scare people away. Ordinary citizens would naturally avoid them, but Ling Yan treated them like toys in the hands of a child. The police car that Luo Zhong was in drove straight to the southernmost part of the neighborhood. It slowly stopped in front of the ruins of the villa in the middle. The moment he got out of the car, he was immediately surrounded by reporters who asked for his opinion on this matter. Luo Zhong waved his hand and said in a righteous manner, someone actually dared to demolish a private house and destroy the legal property of others. We will definitely investigate this case as soon as possible and arrest the suspect. Finally, we will give the public an explanation. Ling Yan and Dugu Mo heard it clearly. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other and smile in disdain. After being with Ling Yan for such a long time, Dugu Mo had more or less understood everything that had happened to Ling Yan ever since he returned from Xianxia. Based on his understanding of Ling Yan's character, he thought to himself that Ling Yan hadn't killed anyone yet. Luo Zhong, Ling Yan, should be satisfied. Arresting the suspect? Did you hear that, my lawyer? This director of the Public Security Bureau said that he wants to arrest me. Now, I have to rely on you, my lawyer. Ling Yan said to Long Wu, who was beside him, with a smile. Long Wu snorted coldly and said, you deserve to be arrested. There are clearly better ways, but you didn't use them. Why did you have to use such a stupid method? Is it because you are strong? Ling Yan replied proudly, that's right, I am strong. Big brother, I only need 3 minutes to demolish a villa. Can you do that? Long Wu rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, I can't be bothered to talk to a barbarian like you. Then, she turned her head and ignored Ling Yan. After 5 to 6 minutes, the police led by Luo Zhong had already understood the entire situation. After he roughly understood what Ling Yan was doing, he immediately brought more than 10 policemen and surrounded Ling Yan. Dozens of policemen followed Luo Zhong's orders and surrounded Ling Yan and his group. They aimed their guns at Ling Yan, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Luo Zhong was dressed in plain clothes and had a few competent policemen with him. Behind him were countless reporters, and all of them were running around with their guns in hand. They were afraid that they would miss out on any exciting scenes. When Luo Zhong arrived at the center of the encirclement, the first thing he saw was Ling Yan, who was lying on the ground. Ling Yan supported himself with his left hand, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Luo Zhong walking over slowly, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on Ling Yan's face. That smile was getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Ling Yan raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Luo Zhong's face, cold, sharp, arrogant, and domineering. Luo Zhong didn't expect Ling Yan to do this. The scene that he had seen countless times in his office suddenly replayed, and he was so shocked that he trembled. He stood rooted to the ground and didn't dare to take another step forward. The policemen surrounding Ling Yan didn't know what Ling Yan was going to do. They thought that he was going to sneak an attack on their director, and they were so shocked that they raised their guns. The sound of guns being loaded could be heard. Long Wu's face turned cold, and she was the first to stand out. She sneered at Luo Zhong and said, Director Luo, may I ask what crimes we have committed? Why are these policemen pointing their guns at us? Luo Zhong was stunned by Long Wu's question, and he was a little tongue-tied. After a while, he said, Oh, you guys didn't commit any crimes. These policemen are pointing their guns at you, and you are the suspects. Long Wu smiled sweetly and turned her head to look at Ling Yan, who was sitting lazily on the ground. Then, she turned her head back and asked, Then, may I ask who the suspects are, Director Luo? Luo Zhong exclaimed in his heart that Long Kuan's daughter was truly impressive. He didn't know why Green Dragon would jump out to help Ling Yan, and he said in his heart, whoever destroyed the demolition office, demolished someone else's villa, and held a hostage, they are the suspects. Do I still need to say this? A sweet smile appeared on Long Wu's innocent face. Then, she laughed and said, Oh, so that's the case? Then, who did what you said? Luo Zhong was getting impatient with Long Wu's questions. He snorted coldly and said, Miss Long Wu, I know that you are the daughter of Green Dragon's boss. This case is very serious, and I don't have the time to waste with you. I want to capture Ling Yan and interrogate him now. I hope that all unrelated personnel can leave the scene immediately. Director Luo, don't make it sound so scary. It's fine if you want to arrest someone, but this is a public place. If you want to arrest someone, you have to produce sufficient evidence and a reasonable reason. Otherwise, I'll sue you for indiscriminate arrest and violation of personal freedom. The voice came from the back of the police. Luo Zhong immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Ling Yan and Du Gumo exchanged glances. Du Gumo used telepathy to tell Ling Yan, Hotian Realm Level 7. Luo Zhong turned his head, and his face froze when he saw who it was. He laughed coldly and said, Oh, could it be that the sun rose from the west today? I didn't expect this matter to attract Boss Long's attention. The person who came was none other than Long Wu's father, the boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan. Long Kuan slowly walked into the encirclement of the police and stood 2 meters in front of Luo Zhong. I didn't expect such a small matter to attract the attention of the head of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau. What an honor to meet you. Long Kuan said plainly. Long Kuan's figure was unusually tall, at least 1.9 meters. It was just that his body wasn't as broad as Tai Xiaohu's. Instead, he was slightly thinner. However, it wasn't too ridiculous. He was much more muscular than Ling Yan's deskmate, Zhong Dong. Luo Zhong didn't seem to be in the mood to meet him. He said in a low voice, Boss Long, I suggest that you don't get involved in this mess. You should leave with your daughter. I'm handling a case right now, and I don't have the time to argue with you. Long Kuan laughed out loud when he heard that. Mess? Since you're handling official business, you should just follow your procedures. However, I, Long Kuan, can tell you clearly that I, Long Kuan, have been in Xianxia City for more than 10 years. We've also been dealing with each other for more than 10 years, and we understand each other very well. If you want to arrest people indiscriminately and play the same trick that your public security bureau uses to take people away without any explanation, I, Long Kuan, will definitely not allow it. After Long Kuan finished speaking, he used his chin to point behind Luo Zhong, indicating for him to turn around. When Luo Zhong turned around, he immediately saw more than 100 people standing neatly behind his own people. Even though they weren't armed, they had a condescending smile on their faces. It was as though they didn't care about the police at all. These people were the direct subordinates of Green Dragon, and they were all people who were willing to take a bullet for Long Kuan. They weren't afraid of death, and Luo Zhong was a little shocked when he saw this. Long Kuan chuckled and said, I can't stop Director Luo from handling the case. Since that's the case, please go ahead. As long as you tell us the crimes of the suspect and everyone confirms that there are no mistakes, you can arrest him however you want. However, you can't leave him without giving him a chance to explain himself. Luo Zhong was so angry that his face turned green. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, who was still grinning from ear to ear. He said, Ling Yun destroyed the demolition office, held Go Lianshan hostage, arrested Tian Buetao, and even tore down 2 of his mansions. Tell me, which of these crimes isn't a felony? Should Ling Yun be arrested? Long Kuan nodded his head, and his face turned serious. He said seriously, yes, if a person really committed so many crimes at once, then he should be arrested. However, Long Kuan intentionally turned around and asked Long Wu, my precious daughter, you're a law student. What's the most important thing for a police officer to handle a case? Long Wu chuckled and replied, of course, evidence is the most important. Long Kuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Director Luo, you heard it too. Since you've listed so many crimes for Ling Yun, you should at least produce some evidence, right? Luo Zhong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He said angrily, this matter has already been investigated thoroughly, and everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. What evidence do I need? At this moment, a lazy voice said, Director Luo, if I say that I'm your father, and everyone has seen and heard it, do you think that's the truth? Ling Yun, who had been sitting there as if nothing had happened, suddenly spoke up. The first sentence that came out of his mouth was extremely harsh, and it put Luo Zhong on the spot. Luo Zhong had forced Ling Yun into such a miserable state. If Ling Yun didn't take the opportunity to humiliate him, then he wouldn't be Ling Yun. Sure enough, after hearing this, almost all the reporters and policemen couldn't help but stagger. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Long Wu and Liang Fingyi glared at Ling Yun as they thought to themselves, how can you speak like that? When Luo Zhong heard this, he almost fainted from anger. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Just as he was about to scold him, he felt that it would be beneath his status as the director of the Public Security Bureau to scold him back. Thus, he could only say, you, he couldn't say anything else. Ling Yun laughed coldly. What you? Do you think that everyone has to be polite to you just because you're the director of the Public Security Bureau? Let me tell you, I'm already being polite to you just because you've done so many terrible things. Ling Yun didn't show any mercy as he leaped up from the ground and took 2 steps forward. He then said to Luo Zhong, Uncle Long is right. If the Public Security Bureau wants to arrest someone, you can do so, but you have to produce evidence to arrest me. If you can't, I'll sue you to the ends of the earth, you be *****. After saying that, Ling Yun turned around and asked Long Wu loudly, Lawyer Long, let me ask you something first. Scolding someone isn't illegal, right? Long Wu giggled as she replied, it's not illegal. It's just that it's too immoral. After all, he's the director of the Public Security Bureau, Ling Yun shrugged. It's fine. If I scold him, he can scold me too. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun, you, the director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, didn't expect Ling Yun to scold him in front of thousands of people. He was so angry that his face turned green. Very quickly, it turned red and white, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. One had to know that these thousands of people weren't just ordinary people. Not only were there more than 100 of his subordinates, but there were also many news reporters and television anchors behind Luo Zhong. To Luo Zhong, who loved to create a heroic image, Ling Yan's actions were even more unbearable than pouring feces on him. However, Luo Zhong couldn't do anything about it. Long Wu was right. Scolding someone wasn't against the law. Even though Luo Zhong was infuriated and hated Ling Yan to the core, he couldn't scold Ling Yan on the spot due to his status. Therefore, he could only endure it. Before he brought Ling Yan back to the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong had no choice but to endure. Can an ordinary person scold the Public Security Bureau chief? Of course, you can, but you have to curse behind his back and secretly. It can't be passed to the ears of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, he can blow you away with a casual blow of air. However, Ling Yan was scolding them right in front of their faces. Furthermore, he had purposely used the mystical dragon hell. Even though it was just a normal voice, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. For a time, all sorts of discussions arose, and there were all sorts of opinions. What is Ling Yan up to today? First you demolished the demolition office, then you demolished 2 of Hades Tian's villas, and now you're scolding the director of the Public Security Bureau. Ling Yan is probably the only one who dares to point at the director of the Public Security Bureau and call him AB*****. I think Ling Yan must have eaten the guts of a leopard. After what he did, even if he was in the right, he wouldn't be in the right anymore. That's not necessarily the case. Ling Yan is in the right. The moment Luo Zhong came over, he said that he wanted to bring Ling Yan to the Public Security Bureau. If I were in his shoes, I would have scolded him as well. That's right, so what if he's the director of the Public Security Bureau? Why didn't he send the police to arrest Ling Yan's house when Hades Tian forcefully destroyed it? Now that an official is in trouble, he's here to put out the fire. What the hell? No, Ling Yan isn't the kind of person who would scold people for no reason. I think there must be some other reason. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that Ling Yan will be brought back to the police station so easily. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Ling Yan smiled as he walked to a spot 2 meters away from Luo Zhong. He stood beside the boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan, and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Long." Long Kuan turned his head to look at Ling Yan and nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't say anything as this wasn't the place for a private chat. Ling Yan immediately turned around and glared at Luo Zhong. His smile disappeared as he pointed at Luo Zhong's nose and scolded, "Luo Zhong, you be *****. Listen up now. That temporary demolition office wasn't sturdy at all. It was purely a jerry-built project. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw that the office was on the verge of collapsing and looked like it would collapse at any moment, I wouldn't have gone in and asked the workers in the demolition office to get out. Do you think those people would still be alive now? It would have been crushed under the house." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard what Ling Yan said. Alright, what was a false accusation? Ling Yan was making the most spectacular false accusation. He was the one who personally demolished the demolition office, but now that he was saying it like that, he was the hero who saved those people. Ling Yan chuckled as he pointed at Luo Zhong's nose and scolded, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the workers in the demolition office. Did the building collapse instantly after I chased them out?" Furthermore, when Ling Yan threw Go Lianshan out of the demolition office, he didn't say anything other than telling the workers to get out. As for what he did inside, no one outside saw it at all. After he came out, he used the dragonfish phantom ability to push down the house with his palms. How could the eyes of ordinary people follow the speed of his movement technique? Therefore, even though everyone knew that Ling Yan was the one who demolished the office, they couldn't find any evidence. This included all the workers in the office. Now that Ling Yan said it the other way around, it was the same. That was because the demolition office collapsed immediately after Ling Yan chased everyone out. This. There was no evidence, and Ling Yan's words left Luo Zhong speechless. He was tongue-tied. Good. Ling Yan, good job. Yes, we were all there, and we all saw it. Ling Yan really saved those workers. Ling Yan is right. If it wasn't for him, those workers would have been crushed under the building. What kind of lousy demolition office is this? They even cut corners in their own office. If we let them build a building, how are we going to live in peace? That's right, it collapsed with a gust of wind. What kind of joke is this? As soon as Ling Yun said this, the crowd started to lean towards one side and started to speak up for Ling Yun. Those who followed Ling Yun here had been living on Linjiang Road for many years. Which one of them hadn't gone to Qin Qiuyue's clinic for treatment? Which one of them didn't know Qin Qiuyue? Qin Qiuyue had been operating in this impoverished suburb for many years, so her relationships with people were undeniably good. The tree that she planted could already be used by Ling Yun as a shade. Furthermore, during the demolition process, they were the weaker party. Now that Ling Yun took the lead and dealt a heavy blow to the demolition office, taking care of Hades Tian, who had been bullying them for so long, everyone was extremely satisfied. Who else could they help but Ling Yun? Ling Yun smiled and turned to Liang Fengyi and Long Wu. However, both of them had helpless expressions on their faces. However, Long Wu didn't hesitate to give him a thumbs up. Ling Yun turned around and cupped his fists towards the commoners who supported him to express his gratitude. He then stared at the extremely awkward Luo Zhong and said coldly, "Luo Zhong, you didn't even ask for the truth and directly threw a bucket of sh*t at me. Tell me, aren't you AB** who bullies others?" Ling Yun kept calling him AB**, which made Luo Zhong lose his temper. This was because everything happened too quickly, and no one had any evidence. No matter what they said, it seemed like Ling Yun's explanation was more reasonable, and it even received the support of the commoners. Luo Zhong couldn't be bothered with Ling Yun calling him AB** anymore. He rolled his eyes and immediately said, "Alright, you said that you didn't demolish the demolition office, but you held Go Lianshan hostage. Isn't that the truth?" After saying that, Luo Zhong pointed at Go Lianshan, who was lying on the ground. After saying that, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It was as though he thought that he had hit Ling Yun's sore spot. All the reporters immediately pointed their cameras in Go Lianshan's direction and started snapping away crazily. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head helplessly. He then said to Luo Zhong in disdain, "Held hostage? Who told you that I held Go Lianshan hostage?" Luo Zhong snorted coldly. "The truth is out there, and everyone saw it for themselves. Are you still trying to deny it?" Ling Yun laughed out loud as he pointed at Luo Zhong's nose and scolded, "You still don't believe me when I say that you are AB***? Go Lianshan suddenly fell ill, and his entire body was in so much pain that he couldn't even move. He was sweating profusely. "Even though he brought people to demolish my house, I, as a doctor who saves lives, chose to let bygones be bygones. I even asked my friend to take good care of him. Now that he's getting better, and he can finally move, you're saying that I'm holding him hostage? Huh? This?" Luo Zhong was completely dumbfounded. All the policemen that he brought along were also completely dumbfounded. When the reporters who rushed overheard this, they were all dumbfounded. This was because everything that seemed to be seamless on the surface had been turned upside down by Ling Yun in just a few sentences. First, he saw that the demolition house wasn't sturdy, so he kindly chased the people inside out. Then, the house collapsed. Then, Go Lianshan suddenly fell ill and was in unbearable pain. At the crucial moment, Ling Yun's compassion was stirred, and he let bygones be bygones. He even saved his enemy, Go Lianshan. How was Ling Yun a criminal? He was simply a good person who saved the dying and healed the injured. Du Guimo thought about how he took care of Go Lianshan and how he endured 40 minutes of pain. Now that he heard that Ling Yun was the person who saved him, his handsome body couldn't help but sway, and he almost fell to the ground. Ling Yun's ability to distort the truth and make false accusations had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Du Guimo almost fainted from listening to him. However, Du Guimo didn't forget his own business. He used telepathy to speak to Go Lianshan. "If Luo Zhong asks you later, I believe you should know what to say, right? You don't need me to teach you, right?" Go Lianshan had already said everything he needed to say. He even mentioned Luo Zhong and the deputy mayor. Furthermore, everything was recorded by Liang Fengyi with her phone. Go Lianshan was no longer afraid of anything, and he could do whatever he wanted. Right now, he would rather suffer the revenge of Xianxia and Luo Zhong than endure the pain of his meridians flowing in reverse. Thus, Go Lianshan didn't need Du Guimo's reminder. He already knew what to say. Ling Yan looked at the pale Luo Zhong and said, "You be ****. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Go Lianshan yourself." He was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak just now, but after my treatment, he can speak now. Luo Zhong was very hesitant. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake by coming here today. He felt as though he had fallen into an elaborate trap, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Ling Yan looked at his flickering eyes and laughed coldly. He gestured for Du Guimo to bring Go Lianshan over before asking Go Lianshan, "You, tell that be ****, Luo Zhong, did I save you when you suddenly fell ill?" Go Lianshan nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. He hurriedly replied, "Director Luo, what Ling Yan said is the truth. I did suddenly fall ill, and I was saved by Ling Yan. He was saving me, not kidnapping me." Go Lianshan spoke very sincerely, solemnly, and seriously. When he mentioned Ling Yan, the gratitude on his face was very real, and he almost cried on the spot. Everyone had no choice but to believe him. If Ling Yan didn't remove the restriction on him, Go Lianshan would definitely have died from the pain. It wasn't too much to say that Ling Yan saved him. "Luo Zhong, you didn't investigate anything and intentionally distorted the truth to bring me back to the Public Security Bureau. Tell me, as the director of the Public Security Bureau, do you have no evidence to arrest me? Tell me, aren't you a B****? Ling Yan wasn't going to let Luo Zhong off easily. His tongue was like a lotus flower, forcing Luo Zhong into a dead end. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at starting point. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. After being scolded and questioned by Ling Yan, Luo Zhong could only remain silent. As someone who loved to be righteous, he couldn't care less about his image anymore. His face turned from white to red, then from red to green, then from green to purple. After a series of drastic changes, his face finally turned yellow, and he broke out in cold sweat. It was already 11 a.m., and the sun was getting hotter and hotter. Under the high temperature of 34 degrees Celsius, everyone was sweating profusely. However, Luo Zhong's body was covered in cold sweat. The moment he arrived at the scene, he righteously expressed his vision as the director of the Public Security Bureau. He declared that he had to arrest Ling Yan and give the victims a satisfactory explanation. These words were said in front of countless reporters and hosts. In the end, when it came time to arrest Ling Yan, not only could he not produce any evidence, he was even scolded as a B****. The two reasons he had for arresting Ling Yan had instantly become the biggest joke in the world. Luo Zhong had made a mistake. He didn't have any evidence, but Ling Yan had witnesses, material evidence, and circumstantial evidence. Everything was crystal clear, and even the hostage personally admitted that he wasn't kidnapped. What else could Luo Zhong say? The most beautiful news anchor of the province's television station, Su Lingfei, squeezed her way forward and stared deeply at Ling Yan. Then, she turned around and raised the microphone in front of Luo Zhong. Using perfect Mandarin, she asked Luo Zhong, "Director Luo, what are your thoughts on this case?" Luo Zhong was infuriated. He thought to himself, this female anchor is really not tactful. How dare you ask such a question at such a time? Are you trying to slap me in the face? However, even though he was infuriated, he was still someone who had been through a lot of situations. Furthermore, he was a sly old fox. Thus, he raised his hand and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He said in a deep voice, "This seems like the case is more complicated than we thought. We have to conduct a deeper investigation." Su Lingfei smiled calmly and continued to ask, "Then, Director Luo, do you feel that your judgment of the case just now was a little too blind? What Ling Yan said seems to be true, which means that he is a good person. To be more precise, he is a very outstanding and professional doctor. But you almost arrested him and brought him back to the Public Security Bureau." Luo Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He frantically waved his hands and said, "This still needs to be investigated. Before the truth is out, it's not convenient for me to accept your interview." Su Lingfei nodded, but she didn't let Luo Zhong off. "Then, what is Director Luo's next step?" Luo Zhong's mind raced as he said in a deep voice, No matter what, Ling Yan personally tore down 2 of Director Tian's mansions. This is an irrefutable fact. I don't think he can deny it, right?" Luo Zhong raised his head and asked loudly, "Ling Yan, the Public Security Bureau still needs to conduct further investigations on the two matters you mentioned. Let's put them aside for now, but Luo Zhong raised his hand and pointed at the two mansions that Tian Buetao had turned into ruins. With a stern voice, he said, those two mansions were destroyed by you. If you can give us a reasonable explanation, the Public Security Bureau will temporarily let you go. If you can't, then no matter what you say, we will still bring you back to the Public Security Bureau. Luo Zhong, you are really a bastard through and through. Ling Yan scolded Luo Zhong into Su Lingfei's microphone. He could already tell that Luo Zhong was only putting on a strong front but was actually weak on the inside. He was barely holding on here. Luo Zhong even expressed that he could temporarily let Ling Yan go. However, Ling Yan still had many goals that he hadn't achieved. Of course, he wouldn't let Luo Zhong off so easily. Ling Yan's scolding caused Luo Zhong's mouth to twitch violently. Then, he turned to Tang Meng and said, Tang Meng, get someone to carry Hades Tian over. Tang Meng stood at the back and listened to Ling Yan scolding Luo Zhong. His heart was filled with joy. Now that Ling Yan had allowed him to enter the arena, he immediately gestured for the few people who were responsible for carrying Tian Buetao to come over. Uncle Luo, my big brother Yin scolded you as a bastard. Please don't be angry. It wouldn't be good if you die from anger. That's why I apologize on his behalf. Tang Meng slowly walked in front of Luo Zhong and spoke in a weird tone. Even though he said that he was apologizing, everyone around knew that he was calling Luo Zhong a B*****. How could Tang Meng not scold him? Now that Xia Zhenting and Luo Zhong were in control of Qingshui City, they were like fire and water with Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhu's faction. They could no longer tolerate each other, and the previous secret fight had turned into an open fight. This was a battle of life and death. Both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Luo Zhong knew that Tang Meng's apology was fake, but Tang Meng's scolding was real. However, he was thinking about how to get out of here, and he didn't have the mood to argue with Tang Meng. Ling Yan laughed as he came forward and admitted for the first time. You bastard, you're finally right this time. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I was indeed the one who tore down Hades Tian's two mansions. Everyone was waiting for Ling Yan to continue defending himself. They wanted to see how he would turn black into white this time. However, as soon as Ling Yan spoke, they were all stunned. Ling Yan admitted it. Oh my god, why did he admit it? Luo Zhong finally has a reason to arrest someone. Even Long Wu and Liang Fingyi didn't expect Ling Yan to admit it so easily, let alone Su Lingfei and the reporters. Su Lingfei stared at Ling Yan thoughtfully. Wasn't he supposed to have a glib tongue? Wasn't he supposed to be eloquent? Why did he admit it so easily this time? When Luo Zhong heard this, he couldn't suppress his joy. I was afraid that you wouldn't admit it. As long as you admit it, I will have a reason to arrest you. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Yan continued, not only did I tear down Hades Tian's two mansions, but I'm also going to tear down his third one. Director Luo, don't leave later. You must watch as I tear down his third mansion, Luo Zhong snorted coldly. Ling Yan, you destroyed other people's properties and even destroyed two mansions worth millions. That's enough for you to be sentenced to many years in prison. Take him away. When Liang Fingyi and Long Wu heard this, they couldn't help but feel anxious. A hint of worry appeared on their faces, and they were secretly worried for Ling Yan. Ling Yan chuckled. Why are you so agitated, you bastard? Why don't you listen to what this Tian guy has to say first? After Ling Yan finished speaking, he lifted his leg and kicked Hades Tian, who was lying on the ground. He said coldly, Tian guy, stop pretending to be dead on the ground. Hurry up and get up. Ling Yan's kick was actually to release the numbing acupoint in his body. Tian Buetao immediately felt that he could move again. He struggled to stand up, but his body shook violently, and he almost fell to the ground again. At this point, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to warn Tian Buetao. He could say whatever he wanted. After all, he already had the recording of Go Lianshan and Tian Buetao in his hands. What the two of them said matched up, and as long as it was shown to the media, Luo Zhong's reputation would be ruined immediately. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Director Luo, this matter isn't Ling Yan's fault. I made use of the demolition opportunity to forcefully demolish Ling Yan's house because of my personal grudge. Therefore, I have nothing to say now that he came to demolish my house. This is what I deserve, and I definitely won't pursue Ling Yun's responsibility. Tian Buetao stood respectfully in front of Luo Zhong as he nodded his head and said, "Furthermore, I have already decided to give my remaining mansion to Ling Yun as compensation for demolishing his house. No matter what Ling Yun does with that mansion, it will have nothing to do with me." Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. Hades Tian, who used to bully the people in his village, had finally found his backer. Instead of grasping on to this life-saving straw, he took the initiative to admit his mistake. Ling Yun and Tang Meng exchanged glances and smiled. Then, they looked at Tian Buetao with a playful gaze. Ling Yun snorted coldly in his heart. Tian Buetao wanted to minimize this matter. He wanted to send Luo Zhong away before things got out of Luo Zhong's control. This Hades Tian was indeed an official. Even after betraying Luo Zhong out of helplessness, he still wanted to do Luo Zhong a huge favor in such a difficult situation. He wanted to leave a way out for himself. Even though Tian Buetao was lying on the ground like a dead dog, a bystander could see everything clearly. Ling Yun's tongue was like a lotus flower. After humiliating Luo Zhong repeatedly, he could immediately tell that Luo Zhong wouldn't be able to get away scot-free today. He demolished Ling Yun's house, so Ling Yun came to demolish his house. This was completely illogical. At most, the value was different, but the nature of the matter was the same. Therefore, even if there weren't any other reasons, Luo Zhong had no reason to capture Ling Yun. After all, not only would the people from Green Dragon Gang not agree to it, even the thousands of citizens wouldn't agree to it. Furthermore, Ling Yun had plenty of cards in his hands to play. As long as he played one more card, his obscene video and recording of Luo Zhong would be released. Luo Zhong would definitely be in a passive position, and it would be difficult for him to even leave this place. As for Luo Zhong himself, he would immediately become a street rat that would be hunted down by both sides. The only path left for him was death. However, after hearing Tian Buetao's words that seemed to be helping Ling Yun, Luo Zhong would have been able to tell that things had gone south if he was experienced enough. This was because all the reasons he had for capturing Ling Yun had been overturned, and he would immediately choose to retreat. This was Tian Buetao's plan. Ling Yun had already demolished 2 of his mansions, and no one was able to stop him. If he really wanted to demolish a 3rd mansion, it would definitely be turned into a pile of rubble in just a few minutes. Therefore, he might as well go with the flow and give it to Ling Yun as compensation. This would allow Ling Yun to receive some benefits and appease his anger. This way, the matter wouldn't blow up, and Luo Zhong would have a way out. After he left, he would wait for the thousands of people to disperse. Regardless of whether he continued to fight or sat down to negotiate, he would be able to buy himself some time to breathe. Tian Buetao could be said to be a schemer, but he had underestimated one thing and misjudged one thing. He underestimated Ling Yun's intelligence and misjudged the fact that everything Ling Yun did today wasn't to teach him a lesson. Everything Ling Yun did today was for the big fish, Luo Zhong. He still had many goals that he hadn't achieved, so how could he let Luo Zhong go so easily? Therefore, Ling Yun only smiled at Tang Meng and couldn't be bothered to expose Tian Buetao's plan. Instead, he waited for Luo Zhong's reaction. Luo Zhong wasn't stupid, and he naturally understood the hidden meaning behind Tian Buetao's words. Therefore, he pretended to be angry and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Director Tian, as a grassroots official, how could you forcefully demolish someone else's house? This matter must be investigated thoroughly." He first put on a show, then turned to look at Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, he forcefully demolished your house. You can look for the government, you can look for the court. We are advocating for a harmonious society now. How can you rely on your own strength to take revenge? Furthermore, even though property is considered a personal asset, it is also considered a national asset. It isn't easy to build a house, so how can you demolish it just like that? On a smaller scale, you've disturbed so many citizens and affected everyone's lives. That's not a good thing either." Luo Zhong seemed to have regained his righteous image. After saying a few words from a strategically advantageous position, he suddenly turned to the reporters and said, "Since there's a reason for everything, then regarding the matter of Ling Yun forcefully demolishing Director Tian's house, we will let the 2 parties discuss it privately. Our Public Security Bureau will follow up on this matter, so everyone can disperse now." Luo Zhong used a few simple sentences to conclude his speech before instructing the middle-level officers beside him, "Retreat." This was the key. Now that things had come to this, he had already lost any reason to arrest Ling Yun. Furthermore, he had also realized that Ling Yun was indeed difficult to deal with. He wasn't as simple as he thought. He originally thought that Ling Yun would use force to retaliate. If that was the case, he could even order for Ling Yun to be shot to death to prevent any future troubles. However, every word that Ling Yun said was reasonable. Not only did he seem to be in the right, but he also seemed to be in the right. With just a few simple sentences, he managed to turn the entire situation around. He didn't even need to make a move, and it was already a complete victory. Luo Zhong's face darkened, and he wanted to leave with his team. However, Ling Yun wasn't going to let him get what he wanted. Ling Yun gently raised his hand and pressed it on Luo Zhong's shoulder. His handsome eyes carried a cold and sinister smile as he said, "Be ****, you've settled your matters, but I haven't. Do you want to leave now?" The dagger was revealed. Luo Zhong only felt a tremendous force on his shoulder. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Not to mention taking a step forward, he couldn't even move an inch. He was instantly horrified. Ling Yun pressed down on Luo Zhong's shoulder so that he couldn't move at all. Then, he said word by word, "Aren't you here to enforce the law? Since there are so many police officers here, I happen to have a lot of things to deal with. I feel that it's unfair, and I would like to invite a **** like you to deal with them personally." Luo Zhong's chubby face contorted as he struggled to break free from Ling Yun's grasp. However, he realized that his efforts were in vain. He could only say with a dry throat, "Ling Yun, I have to rush back to the Public Security Bureau for an emergency meeting. Don't go overboard. If you want to report a case, you can go to the Public Security Bureau." Ling Yun laughed coldly. "Emergency meeting? Are you going to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to catch me next? Today is Sunday, aren't civil servants not supposed to be working? Of course I know that I have to go to the Public Security Bureau to report a case. However, all the cases that I want to report are related to you, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Now that you're here, let's settle them all at once. Wouldn't that save us the trouble of taking off our pants and farting?" Ling Yun had finally forced Luo Zhong out of his nest after creating such a huge commotion. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Regardless of whether it was old or new, he was going to settle everything with Luo Zhong right here and now. "I would like to ask, why didn't any of you police officers care about my house being demolished? Why didn't any of you investigate? Why did you, the director of the Public Security Bureau, get involved when I demolished someone else's house? I would like to ask, why did you, the director of the Public Security Bureau, pretend that you didn't see anything when the clinic that I painstakingly renovated was destroyed and the manager and renovation workers were severely injured? I would like to ask, why did you, the director of the Public Security Bureau, pretend that you didn't see anything when you arrested my brother, Tai Xiaohu? What evidence do you have? What kind of crime did you commit? Now that 48 hours have passed, why haven't you released him yet? I would like to ask, what right do you have to seal up my 2 mansions? What right do you have to confiscate the keys to my mansions? What right do you have to say that the source of my assets is unknown? What right do you have to seal up my bank accounts?" Ling Yun used the mystical dragon hell and gradually increased the volume of his voice. Every word, every sentence was like a sledgehammer hammering heavily on the hearts of everyone present. Everyone could hear it clearly. Ling Yun asked Luo Zhong a few questions in a row. In the end, he laughed coldly and shouted at Luo Zhong, "Speak." His voice was thunderous. Oh my god, I was wondering why Ling Yun kept calling Luo Zhong a ****. So it turns out that he has done so many things to target Ling Yun. That's right, Luo Zhong is the director of the Public Security Bureau. How could he do such a thing? He's obviously targeting someone. Look at his behavior today. He must have done something shameful to target Ling Yun. He arrested his brother, sealed up his mansions, and even sealed up his bank accounts. If a director of the Public Security Bureau were to use such methods to deal with an ordinary person, that person would have been killed a long time ago. This is too vicious. Luo Zhong's body was like a sieve, and sweat was pouring down like rain. Finally, an indescribable sense of panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ling Yun. To be continued. Gotcha. The flashes around them flashed crazily, capturing the scene of Ling Yun grabbing onto Luo Zhong's shoulder with one hand and questioning him. On Ling Yan's side, Tang Meng, Liang Fingyi, Long Wu, Long Kuan, and Du Guimo all walked forward and naturally stood by Ling Yan's side. Unknowingly, they formed a strange aura that strengthened his prestige. The discussions of the commoners around them got louder and louder, each wave louder than the last. They were all expressing their dissatisfaction with Luo Zhong for abusing his power and bullying others. Some of them even started to scold him. When Luo Zhong received the news that Ling Yun had demolished the demolition office, he thought that he finally had the chance and reason to arrest Ling Yun personally. He was so excited that he brought over 100 armed policemen to the scene, looking forward to taking down Ling Yun in one fell swoop. However, ever since he met Ling Yun, he had been at a disadvantage. First, he was humiliated and scolded by Ling Yun. Then, Ling Yun's glib tongue turned the entire situation around. To his shock, he realized that he had lost all of his reasons to arrest Ling Yun. Just when he felt that something was amiss and was prepared to leave the scene, he didn't expect Ling Yun to launch a torrent of attacks at him. Luo Chong was surrounded by reporters. In front of the cameras of countless reporters, he was pushed into the eye of the storm by the crowd that had already formed a one-sided crowd. Luo Zhong was panicking, truly panicking. He didn't expect Ling Yun to effortlessly defend himself, turn the tables, and counterattack without using any martial arts. Luo Zhong lost the battle, and he couldn't even escape safely. There was only one thought in Luo Zhong's mind, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. He had to get rid of Ling Yun as soon as possible. But now, Ling Yun's hand was like a steel clamp. He couldn't even move, let alone take a step. Ling Yun. Everything that you said is still being investigated by the Public Security Bureau, and there's no conclusion yet. Luo Zhong used all of his strength to resist Ling Yun's hand, and his knees started to tremble uncontrollably. Naturally, he started to stutter and stutter. Ling Yun laughed coldly as he increased the strength of his hand, causing Luo Zhong's body to become a little shorter. Then, he said leisurely, "Oh? It's still under investigation, but why don't you wait for the results of the investigation to come out before doing this? You seem to be doing the same thing to me today. You didn't even investigate the truth before you brought so many people to arrest me. Could it be that the current Public Security Bureau doesn't need to go through any investigation? As long as you feel there's a problem, you can arrest people, seize their houses, and block their bank accounts? Lawyer Long, can the Public Security Bureau do this now?" Ling Yun asked in a loud voice. Long Wu smiled and purposely raised her voice. "Of course not. Before the Public Security Bureau has concrete evidence, doing such things to citizens is illegal." Ling Yun smiled in satisfaction as he turned around and said coldly to Luo Zhong, "B*****, did you hear that? Everything you did was illegal. As a law enforcer, you openly broke the law and trampled on the legal rights of the citizens. I really don't know how you managed to become the director of the Public Security Bureau." This? Luo Zhong's face turned green. He couldn't be bothered with Ling Yun anymore. Instead, he hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Quick, stop these reporters. Don't let them film anymore. Some of them are doing a live broadcast, nothing else mattered." His career was the most important. If everything that happened today was broadcasted, Luo Zhong knew that his career would truly come to an end. If there weren't strong political opponents like Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, this matter wouldn't be much to Luo Zhong. All he had to do was find a spokesperson and come up with a random excuse to explain himself. Even if everything that happened today was broadcasted live, he would only be disgraced and embarrassed. In his official career, there wouldn't even be a small stain left on it. However, even though Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao were in a passive position, they were still trying their best to deal with the situation. They were collecting all sorts of questions from Xianxia and Luo Zhong, waiting for them to make a bad move. In a political battle, one wrong move would result in the loss of the entire game. Actually, Luo Zhong didn't have to come personally today. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many deaths and injuries, there wouldn't be a need for him to come personally. Furthermore, this wasn't in line with his cautious personality. However, they were here to arrest Ling Yun. Ling Yun held too much weight in the battle between the two factions in Qingshui City's government. Luo Zhong and Xianxia were cautious. How could Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao not be cautious? Both of their problems could be said to be caused by Ling Yun. It was because Li Yifeng gave Ling Yun 2 villas at half price that he was investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. On the other hand, Tang Tianhao went out on his own for Ling Yun. Now that he couldn't explain the whereabouts of Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing, he was temporarily suspended from his duties. As long as Luo Zhong captured Ling Yun and brought him back to the police station, he would have a way to pin down all of Ling Yun's crimes in the shortest amount of time possible. Then, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao would be implicated in Ling Yun's case. They wouldn't be able to extricate themselves from it and would eventually fall from power. Therefore, at such a crucial moment, whether or not they could capture Ling Yun had become the key to the outcome of the battle between the two political factions in Xianxia City. It was precisely because he knew how important Ling Yun was that Luo Zhong was so domineering. He personally came to the scene in such a high-profile manner. After he arrived, he didn't say anything else and kept insisting on bringing Ling Yun back to the police station. This was the most crucial step, if not to mention a small demolition office. Even if an entire office building was demolished, Luo Zhong wouldn't lower himself and personally lead a team to arrest the culprit. However, he would never have thought that all of this was just a small flaw that Ling Yun had purposely shown him, just to lure him out. He also didn't expect that Ling Yun wasn't afraid of the hundreds of armed policemen at all. Not only was Ling Yun able to laugh and talk as if nothing had happened, he even scolded Luo Zhong. It could be said that Ling Yun was showing off his might. Not only was Luo Zhong unable to capture Ling Yun, but he had also landed himself in a quagmire. He had become the biggest joke in the world. Considering the severity of the consequences, Luo Zhong didn't care about anything else. He immediately used his authority to order the police to stop those reporters. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was too late. Not only was it too late, but it couldn't even be carried out. This was because he wasn't the only one with people. Ling Yun had people with him as well. Under Long Kuan's command, the hundreds of brothers from Green Dragon immediately rushed forward and blocked the reporters. They stopped the policemen who were about to take action. Long Kuan smiled lightly and said faintly, "What's wrong, Director Luo? When you wanted to arrest them just now, you couldn't wait for the media to broadcast your glorious image. Now that the situation has changed, you want to confiscate their recording equipment?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "****, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in Xianxia City just because you have power?" He looked at the ashen-faced Luo Zhong with disdain before turning to the reporters and shouting, "Film for me. You can film as much as you want. The citizens of Xianxia City have the right to know. Let the entire Xianxia City see how our Public Security Bureau, under the leadership of this ****starred Luo Zhong, slandered good people, trampled on the legal rights of the citizens, and arrested people as they pleased." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he released his grip on Luo Zhong's shoulder and patted it lightly. ****, can you help me solve the problems that I mentioned just now?" Luo Zhong's shoulder was already swollen from Ling Yun's grip. He had lived like a prince for so many years, so who dared to lay a hand on him? He raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder, only to feel a burning pain. At the same time, his mind was racing, thinking about how to get through the crisis in front of him. He finally understood that before he could solve the problems that Ling Yun mentioned, it was impossible for him to leave this place. Luo Zhong could only think of a way to calm Ling Yun down and ensure that he could escape as soon as possible. Once he returned to the Public Security Bureau, he would think of another way to take revenge. "Ling Yun, I think you might have misunderstood. Actually, the things that you mentioned were all done by the lower-level officers of the Public Security Bureau. I basically didn't know anything about these things." Luo Zhong calmed himself down and quickly analyzed the situation in his heart. The first thing he had to do was to push away his responsibility. However, since you brought it up now, it seems that the staff might not have strictly followed the procedures for handling some cases. I only just found out about these things from you. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other and smiled. However, they didn't refute him. Ling Yun said calmly, "I'm not interested in listening to your explanation. You just have to tell me how you are going to deal with this matter." Ling Yun wanted results. Since he had forced Luo Zhong to this extent, the first thing he needed to do was to reverse all the unfair treatment that he had received. A solemn expression appeared on Luo Zhong's face as he said in a serious tone, "Your house was demolished by the joint efforts of the Demolition Office and the Street Office. Our Public Security Bureau will take this matter very seriously. and we will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. Once we find out the reason, we will definitely punish the culprit severely and give you a satisfactory explanation. Ling Yan smiled as he reminded him, don't forget, the bandits and city enforcement officers that you guys are supporting are also involved. Luo Zhong's face froze, but he nodded his head nonchalantly. Secondly, your clinic was destroyed, but our public security bureau didn't receive any reports. Now that you mention this, I will definitely send people to investigate. Ling Yan knew that Luo Zhong was putting on an act, but he pretended to agree with him and nodded his head. What else? Ling Yan had already dealt with everything that Luo Zhong mentioned. Of course, he didn't need the Public Security Bureau to deal with it for him. What happened next was more important. Luo Zhong's mouth twitched as he swallowed his saliva and said, "You're saying that you have a friend named Tai Xiaohu who was arrested?" Ling Yan snorted coldly as he waited for him to continue. Luo Zhong was used to acting. After calming down a little, he was able to speak with confidence and composure. He said calmly, "I've heard about that case. It seems like your friend is involved in blackmailing a company. The amount involved is in the tens of millions." Ling Yan laughed coldly when he heard that. Bullsh*T. You don't have to beat around the bush and try to stall for time. Let me tell you, when the incident happened, Tang Meng and I were there as well. That company owes us a debt, and we went there to collect it. Seeing that Luo Zhong was still struggling, Ling Yan naturally wouldn't allow him to retaliate successfully. Hence, he interrupted him. Luo Zhong couldn't help but furrow his brows as he said awkwardly, however, when the general manager of Qingyun Productions went to the Public Security Bureau to report the case, he said that the debt didn't exist. You guys were the ones who forced him to sign the IOU, Ling Yan replied calmly. Oh? Does the Public Security Bureau only listen to his side of the story? Whatever he says is the truth, and what we say is false. We still have the IOU from Qingyun Productions. He's obviously trying to renege on the debt. Is it wrong for us to collect the debt? Luo Zhong was forced into a corner by Ling Yan. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "That's why the Public Security Bureau decided to investigate." Ling Yan laughed coldly and asked, "What's the result of the investigation? Was it blackmailing?" Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yan raised his right hand and grabbed onto Luo Zhong's shoulder once again. Luo Zhong wasn't going to give up until he saw his coffin. Ling Yan didn't have the time to waste with him anymore. This time, he wasn't going to be as polite as before. Luo Zhong only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He couldn't help but let out an ah, as his face turned extremely ugly. This was because he realized that his shoulder was almost crushed by Ling Yan. By the side, Go Lianshan and Tian Buetao looked at Luo Zhong with pity in their eyes. "Director Luo, are you still going to rely on your authority to deal with Ling Yan using your old tricks? Before Ling Yan takes out the recordings of our statements, you'd better settle this small matter for him quickly and leave this place as soon as possible." Luo Zhong's face turned pale as he looked at Ling Yan in fear. How could Ling Yan be so strong? Ling Yan stared coldly at Luo Zhong. His gaze was like a blade that had been tempered by ice and snow. A chilly killing intent flashed through his eyes as the darking energy in his body surged. Luo Zhong suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet, and he couldn't help but shiver. He felt an inexplicable sense of fear as he subconsciously said, "It's not blackmailing. Since there's an IOU, it can't be considered blackmailing." After Luo Zhong finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he had really kicked an iron plate this time. Ling Yan was completely ignoring him and the authority in his hands. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. There are still 2 more chapters after midnight, and they're at least 6,000 words long. Let's not wait any longer and read them tomorrow. After realizing that Ling Yan completely disregarded his authority, Luo Zhong's intestines turned green with regret. Luo Zhong had no feud with Ling Yan. There were only 3 reasons why he suddenly targeted Ling Yan. Firstly, Luo Zhong had obtained enough benefits from Go Lianqing and earned a huge sum of money. Secondly, Luo Zhong and Xia Zhenting belonged to the same faction in Xianxia City. They had been fighting with Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao over the past few years. However, Li Yifeng was the most powerful person in Xianxia City. He was in charge of all the officials in Xianxia City. With Tang Tianhao's help, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In the past 2 years, he had been pressuring Luo Zhong to the point where he couldn't even breathe. However, because of Niao Fengjiao and Sun Xing's mysterious disappearance in Qingshui City, the Sun family was enraged. Sun Tianbiao brought people to Qingshui City and directly suppressed Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, who were closely related to Ling Yun. Although Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao had their own connections in Jiangnan province and Beijing, no matter how strong their connections were, they couldn't compare to the fury of the Sun family. They practically uprooted Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao in an instant, since they were officials. Who wouldn't want to be promoted? Who wouldn't want to have more power? As the director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong had seen Tang Tianhao rise through the ranks and was now on the same level as him. How could he feel good about that? Xianxia and Luo Zhong had been involved in politics for so many years, so how could they not know that their opportunity had come? After an urgent discussion, they decided to take advantage of the situation and stand on the side of the Sun family. They used their authority to deal a series of blows to Ling Yun. In the end, as long as Luo Zhong used his authority to openly capture Ling Yun and hand him over to Sun Tianbiao, he would be doing the Sun family a huge favor. With the Sun family as his backing, Luo Zhong's future would definitely be smooth sailing. Not only could he get rich, but he could also step on his opponents in politics. He could also expand his authority in Qingshui City and obtain the support of Beijing's Sun family. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't Luo Zhong do it? However, Luo Zhong and Xianxia had forgotten one crucial point. Or it could be said that they thought of it, but they didn't take it seriously. How could Ling Yun, who could infuriate the Sun family and force Sun Tianbiao to send Qingshui to deal with him personally, be an ordinary person? Luo Zhong and Xianxia had indeed thought of it. Not only had they thought of it, but they had also heard of some of the mystical abilities that Ling Yun had displayed recently. Unfortunately, they really didn't take this seriously. They thought that no matter how powerful Ling Yun was, he couldn't be more powerful than the sky. No matter how strong Ling Yun was, he couldn't defeat the Sun family. Luo Zhong would never believe that Ling Yun would dare to resist arrest and go against the country's public security system. His thinking was very simple. It was fine if Ling Yun didn't appear, but if he did, he would capture Ling Yun with a single command and hand him over to the Sun family personally. In the future, he would have nothing to do with Ling Yun anymore. All he had to do was wait for his promotion. Unfortunately, things did not go according to plan. Ling Yun did not resist arrest, nor did he go against the country's public security system. This was because they had no reason to arrest Ling Yun. Without a reason to arrest Ling Yun, he naturally couldn't arrest Ling Yun. His position as the director of the Public Security Bureau was nothing more than a title in front of Ling Yun. At this moment, Ling Yun's powerful individual strength showed its true effect. Luo Zhong suddenly realized that Ling Yun could kill him with a single thought. In the face of death, money, promotions, and backing were all insignificant things. If Luo Zhong died, he wouldn't even have his life. How could he enjoy those benefits? Therefore, Luo Zhong was very regretful. He felt that he jumped out a little too early this time. Or rather, he shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess at all. What was money? Had he not earned enough over the years? What did it matter if he had a few more million? So what if he was promoted? He was already at the main department level. If he was promoted again, he would be promoted to the deputy provincial level. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, he would definitely be promoted. As for his backing, even though his connections in Beijing and the provincial capital couldn't be compared to the Sun family, they weren't weak either. Of course, this was because Luo Zhong suddenly realized that he was truly a weakling in front of Ling Yun. That was why he was thinking this way. If he succeeded in capturing Ling Yun today, he would, of course, think of the more money, the better. The higher the position, the better. The more powerful the backing, the better. Luo Zhong subconsciously looked behind him and realized that the few people he brought along had actually stealthily distanced themselves from him. The political world was very realistic. Seeing that you had already lost your reputation, others wouldn't care about your relationship with you. They were all afraid of getting into trouble, so naturally, they would hide as far away as possible. Luo Zhong instantly understood that he had fallen into a helpless situation. He was filled with regret and fear at the same time. He quickly thought about it and immediately spoke before Ling Yun could say anything. Since it's not extortion or blackmail, I'll call them now and ask them to release him immediately. The people below us are really too careless. Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart. He thought to himself, if you were this tactful from the start, wouldn't you have saved me so much trouble? He retracted his hand and said calmly, hurry up, don't delay my lunch with Tai Xiaohu. Also, my friend and I will hold you accountable for the fact that the Public Security Bureau is arresting people indiscriminately. Also, if anything happens to Tai Xiaohu while he's with you, you will have to take full responsibility. Luo Zhong finally didn't dare to beat around the bush with Ling Yan anymore. Ling Yan's tone had also changed, and it seemed like he was ordering Luo Zhong around. Luo Zhong's heart trembled when he heard that. He couldn't be bothered with the pain in his shoulder anymore as he immediately took out his phone and called the police station. Get someone to release Tai Xiaohu now, immediately. Yes. We have already confirmed that the general manager of Qingyun Productions didn't want to pay his debts and purposely distorted the truth by reporting a fake case. Tai Xiaohu isn't extorting or blackmailing. Luo Zhong quickly ended the call and raised his head to look at Ling Yan. He asked timidly, do you have any other questions? Ling Yan laughed coldly and said, what other questions do you have? What do you think? Didn't you guys say that the source of my assets is unknown? My 2 mansions and my bank accounts have all been frozen. How do you think I should handle this? The cold sweat on Luo Zhong's forehead flowed down again. He raised his hand to wipe it off and said, this is all a misunderstanding. I'll call you right now to handle this. Luo Zhong didn't wait for Ling Yan to finish his sentence as he hurriedly picked up his phone and made another call. In front of countless reporters, he directly stated that there was no problem with the source of Ling Yan's assets and that there was no need to investigate further. He also unsealed all of Ling Yan's bank accounts and ordered his subordinates to immediately send the keys to Linjiang Garden. A loss was a loss. Luo Zhong's series of attacks against Ling Yan were originally meant to be used against Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. Now that he couldn't even protect himself, he naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts of getting lucky. He cleaned up Ling Yan in one fell swoop. At this point, Ling Yan had more or less turned the situation around. He smiled and nodded his head. I say, you be ****, you really know how to act according to the wind. No wonder you can become the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong didn't dare to retort at all. He could only wipe the sweat off his face as he thought about leaving this place as soon as possible. Now that things had come to this, Luo Zhong didn't dare to think about the benefits anymore. All he could think about now was how he could salvage this pitiful situation so that he could preserve everything that he had now. Ling Yan chuckled. I heard that you're still investigating the case of the people from Qingyun Productions being injured. I wonder if you have any results. Did you manage to catch the criminal suspect? Ling Yan was naturally referring to the incident where he had turned Go Lianqing, Director Zhang, and Manager Wang from Qingyun Productions into eunuchs. This was originally an excuse that Luo Zhong could use to capture Ling Yan and bring him back to the Public Security Bureau for interrogation. However, after the game between the two parties, the situation was completely reversed by Ling Yan. Now, Ling Yan was the one who asked the question. Actually, the matter of Ling Yan kicking Go Lianqing and the heads of Qingyun Productions into eunuchs because of Lin Menghan had already been dealt with by the Lin family, Li Yifeng, and Tang Tianhao. It had been turned into an ironclad case and could no longer affect Ling Yan in any way. Lin Menghan only resigned and left Qing Shui after confirming that Ling Yan would no longer be implicated in this case. In the end, when the people from the Sun family arrived, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao got into trouble under Sun Tianbiao's leadership. The Lin family was thousands of miles away, and Luo Zhong had received benefits from Go Lianqing, who was eager for revenge. That was why he used this case as the biggest reason to arrest Ling Yan. However, even if this was the most reasonable reason, Luo Zhong didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that he would incur the wrath of the Lin family. If he offended the Lin family for the sake of the Sun family, he wouldn't have a good ending either. Compared to the Sun family and the Lin family, Luo Zhong was just a director of the Public Security Bureau. In their eyes, he wasn't even worth a fart. No matter how much effort he put in for the Sun family wouldn't offend the Lin family just to protect him. This was something that Luo Zhong understood. Therefore, he could only use it as a reasonable reason to arrest Ling Yun. He would only mention it after he arrested Ling Yun and made up a crime for him. Now that Luo Zhong had suffered a crushing defeat, he naturally couldn't bring up this matter to talk nonsense. Ling Yun, the case that you mentioned is already sealed. Everything is clear, and there's no need to investigate further. What you've heard are all rumors. Haha. Pure rumors. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. It's just a rumor. When Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau's director Luo Zhong repeated that it was just a rumor in front of thousands of people who were filled with righteous indignation, more than 100 of his subordinates who were covered in dirt, dozens of doubtful reporters, and Ling Yun, he knew that he had lost. He had lost decisively, quickly, and thoroughly. He had lost to the point where he didn't even have a pair of underwear left. Ever since Wednesday, Luo Zhong had gotten rid of his strong opponent, Tang Tianhao, and he could do whatever he wanted. Especially with the series of devastating blows he had dealt to Ling Yun, every single one of them ruthlessly hitting Ling Yun's vitals. For the past 4 days, Luo Zhong had been smiling even in his dreams. Even the mineral water he drank tasted sweet. He was just short of saying in the mirror that he was the most handsome director of the Public Security Bureau in the world. He had been waiting for Ling Yun to return and for Ling Yun to appear. As long as he could capture Ling Yun and personally punish him for all his crimes, Ling Yun would be finished. Luo Zhong's opponents in the bureaucracy would also be finished. Ling Yun's 2 mansions that were worth close to 100 million, Ling Yun's bank assets that were worth tens of millions, the glory of solving a major case, the favor of the Sun family in Beijing. Everything would belong to him. Luo Zhong had been waiting for Ling Yun for less than an hour, but this short hour had become the darkest hour of Luo Zhong's life. It had only been an hour since Luo Zhong met Ling Yun. However, this short hour had become the darkest hour of Luo Zhong's life. It was the hour of his greatest failure. Ling Yun kept calling him a B****, but he couldn't stop him. He couldn't retort, and he didn't even dare to scold him back. In fact, he had to pretend to be magnanimous and help Ling Yun solve his problems. In the blink of an eye, Luo Zhong had planted all sorts of righteous crimes on Ling Yun. Furthermore, he had to pluck these fruits one by one and eat them one by one. In the short span of an hour, Ling Yun had personally ripped off Luo Zhong's righteous mask, turning him into a black-hearted director who accused innocent people, distorted the truth, arrested people randomly, and used his power to oppress people. Ling Yun had obtained a complete victory, but this wasn't the end. Ling Yun patted Luo Zhong's shoulder lightly again. This time, he didn't use much force, but Luo Zhong's heart skipped a beat. Come here, didn't you say that the source of my wealth was unknown? I'll let you see with your own eyes how I got my fortune. Ling Yun smiled as he spoke to Luo Zhong. However, this time, he took the opportunity to turn around and lowered his head slightly. He used his telepathy technique so that only Luo Zhong could hear him. Ling Yun walked in front of Tian Buetao, who was only wearing a pair of red underpants. He looked at Tian Buetao coldly and said, Hades Tian, what did you say about your only remaining villa? My words. My Dao, you, Ling King, Tian, Ling Tian. When Tian Buetao saw that a director of the Public Security Bureau was completely subdued by Ling Yun, he didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly grinned and said with an embarrassed smile, I have decided to give you the only villa I have left as compensation for demolishing your house. No matter what you do with that villa, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Ling Yun pretended that he didn't hear him clearly and asked Tian Buetao to repeat his words as loudly as he could so that all the reporters and citizens could hear him. Then, he turned to Luo Zhong and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. B****, did you hear that? He said that he's going to give me his remaining villa and let me do whatever I want with it. Do you think that's appropriate? Luo Zhong almost couldn't stand straight anymore. He swallowed his saliva awkwardly and nodded his head. Of course. Indeed, you should compensate me. It's very appropriate. Ling Yun looked at Luo Zhong as though he was looking at a clown for a long time before nodding his head and saying, since this B****starred Luo Zhong says that it's appropriate, I'll accept Hades Tian's villa. After Ling Yun said that, he still felt that his anger wasn't vented. He smiled at Luo Zhong and said, "You be **starred, you're the one with the highest status here. You have to be my witness." Luo Zhong smiled awkwardly on the surface, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He thought to himself, this young man is a devil. Why did I provoke him for no reason? Wasn't I just looking for trouble? Ling Yan shouted at Tang Meng, asking him to find a pen and paper. However, he smelled a strange fragrance coming from beside him. When he turned his head, he saw Long Wu walking over with a smile on her face. She had already prepared a pen and paper for him. Long Wu placed the pen and paper in Ling Yan's hands heavily. She pursed her sexy lips and glared at him. "Here." Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Oh, look at my poor memory. I actually forgot about a great lawyer like you. That's great, help me sign this contract. Otherwise, Tian Buetao won't admit to his debt." Ling Yan wasn't afraid that Tian Buetao wouldn't admit to his debt. Right now, he was purely humiliating Luo Zhong. He wanted to take over Tian Buetao's villa in front of Luo Zhong. This felt even better than slapping Luo Zhong's face. "In your dreams." Long Wu rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and snorted. However, she still started to write the contract very seriously. At this moment, Ling Yan spoke again. He asked Long Wu to wait for a while before turning to Tian Buetao. "Hades Tian, you're doing the right thing if you want to use your villa to compensate my family for the house that you demolished. After all, it's only right to repay a debt you owe." Tian Buetao was speechless. Tian Buetao wiped the sweat off his face and nodded his head vigorously. That's true, Ling Yan changed the topic. "However, I'm telling you that even 3 of your villas combined won't be able to compensate for my family's courtyard." "Huh? What?" Tian Buetao's smile froze on his face. The expression on his face was even more shocked than when he heard that the sun rose from the west. He was completely dumbfounded, it wasn't just him. Other than Tang Meng and Dugu Mo, almost everyone present was dumbfounded. Ling Yan had torn down 2 of Tian Buetao's mansions, and now he had obtained one of his mansions. Wasn't that enough? Liang Fingyi was dumbfounded. Long Wu was dumbfounded. The reporters represented by Fang Lingfei were dumbfounded. Luo Zhong was dumbfounded. The 100 policemen, the 100 underlings of the Green Dragon Gang, and thousands of commoners were all dumbfounded. This? Ling Yan seems to have gone overboard, right? That's right. Even though Hades Tian is in the wrong, Ling Yan has already demolished 2 of his mansions. Now that he's giving him another one, it should be enough. This child, why hasn't he taken enough advantage of us? It's not too much to kill. Sigh. This isn't good. When the commoners saw that Ling Yan was being unreasonable, they instantly felt that Ling Yan had gone overboard. They started to whisper amongst themselves. After Liang Fingyi recovered from her shock, she looked at Ling Yan with an unconcealable look of disappointment. She also felt that Ling Yan had gone overboard. When Long Wu heard that, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She raised her head and looked at Ling Yan with a strange expression. It was as though she had never seen this person before. Tian Buetao's expression was extremely ugly. He awkwardly said, "Ling Yan, you." Even though he didn't dare to say "you're going overboard," his expression made it clear that he couldn't accept Ling Yan's conditions. Luo Zhong, on the other hand, was elated. "Ling Yan, you little thief, who asked you to be so greedy and scold me like that? Are you stupid now? Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess." Fang Lingfei's beautiful face flashed with a trace of anger. She directly rushed over to Ling Yan and asked, "Ling Yan, I don't think that courtyard of yours is worth as much as a mansion, right? You've already torn down 2 mansions, and now you're getting another one as compensation. How can you do this? Isn't this extortion?" Fang Lingfei lived up to her reputation as a live broadcaster. She had a glib tongue, and the moment she opened her mouth, she fired off a barrage of questions at Ling Yan. She even handed the microphone to Ling Yan out of habit. Ling Yan sized Fang Lingfei up, causing her to feel uncomfortable. She felt that Ling Yan's gaze was very sharp, and it even had a perverted aura to it. This made her even more disgusted with Ling Yan. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and snort coldly. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up into a smile as he said faintly, "Yes, in terms of value, my mansion is indeed not worth as much as Hades Tian's 3 mansions, Ling Yan's voice was transmitted through Fan Lingfei's microphone. When everyone heard that and saw that Ling Yan took the initiative to admit to this point, they were even more confused. They couldn't help but raise their heads to listen to Ling Yan's explanation. They only heard Ling Yan say coldly, "However, I would like to ask, where are all the furniture and things in my house now? Hades Tian, Go Lianshan, did you take them out before you demolished my house? Were they all smashed inside?" Tian Buotao was speechless, and Go Lianshan was speechless. He thought to himself, who would be interested in the things in your house? Besides, even the house had been flattened by you. Who would be kind enough to help you clean up the trash inside? You can't possibly say that the trash in your house and the medicine in the clinic are worth more than your house, right? Ling Yan, I understand what you're trying to say. However, I think that since your house is just a rundown courtyard, the things in your house shouldn't be as valuable as the furniture in Tian Buotao's 2 mansions, right? Fan Lingfei immediately threw out this question on behalf of everyone else. Ling Yan looked at Fan Lingfei with disdain and furrowed his brows. Can I say that you're a snob? Fan Lingfei was a public figure, and she was the center of attention in the provincial television station. When had she ever been spoken to in such a manner? No matter how well-mannered she was, she couldn't help but tremble in anger. She said angrily, Ling Yan, even though what you did previously was right, you really have no manners at all. The moment you open your mouth, you're full of scolding people. Have you even gone to school? Ling Yan was enjoying the sight of Fan Lingfei's breasts bouncing up and down due to her anger. He couldn't be bothered to answer Fan Lingfei's question. Instead, he lazily asked, how do you know that there's nothing valuable in my house? My house has always been hiding tens of large night-luminescent pearls. My mother said that they're priceless treasures, and she's saving them for my future wife and sister's dowry. Now that they've all been smashed into powder, how do you think I'm going to pay for them? If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. What? Night-luminescent pearl? This? Qin Qiuyue's house has night-luminescent pearls? And dozens of them? How is that possible? Yeah, if Qin Qiuyue really had that many night-luminescent pearls, she could just take one out and sell it. Wouldn't she be able to get whatever she wanted? Why would she work so hard all these years? Sigh, Ling Yan's words are getting more and more out of hand. In order to extort money from Hades Tian, he would even say something so ridiculous. Ling Yan's words caused an even bigger uproar than before. Everyone felt that Ling Yan was asking for too much and wanted to take advantage of his advantage to earn a huge sum of money. Long Kuan, who was standing behind Ling Yan, nodded his head thoughtfully as if he had a sudden realization. Tang Meng's mouth twitched violently. Big brother Yun, you're too ruthless. Dozens of night-luminescent pearls? How dare you come up with such a ridiculous story? When Liang Fingyi heard Ling Yan say that there were dozens of night-luminescent pearls at home for him to marry, she blushed inexplicably and snorted in her heart. Fan Lingfei clearly heard the discussions around her. She snorted disdainfully and said, Ling Yan, if you say that, then you're just trying to blackmail people. Anyway, your house has already collapsed and been flattened. Even if you say there are 10,000 night-luminescent pearls inside, no one can refute you. Ling Yan shook his head lightly and said, that's what you said, not me. My mother taught me to be honest and not to lie. I only have dozens of night-luminescent pearls at home, not 10,000, Fan Lingfei stomped her feet angrily. She did not know why she was so angry with Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan had changed from a hero who was not afraid of power to a hooligan who extorted money from others. Fan Lingfei was disappointed and unhappy. She was very unhappy, Ling Yan reminded her. Don't use too much force, be careful of spraining your ankle. Fan Lingfei was furious with Ling Yan. She snorted heavily and said, Ling Yan, you said that you have dozens of night-luminescent pearls at home. What proof do you have? As long as you have a way to prove it, we'll believe you. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, oh? If I can prove it, will you apologize to me? Or are you going to marry me and become my wife? You. Fan Lingfei was so angry that her face turned red. Suddenly, she looked at Liang Fingyi with disappointment and anger and snorted at her. Only Liang Fingyi could understand the look in her eyes. On the way here, Liang Fingyi had told Fan Lingfei about Ling Yan. This made Fang Lingfei very curious about Ling Yun and full of anticipation for his performance. In the beginning, Fang Lingfei's expectations were fully reflected on Ling Yun. She even secretly gave Liang Fingyi a thumbs up. But now, Fang Lingfei only had disappointment and disgust for Ling Yun. So what if he was handsome? Fang Lingfei worked at the television station and saw many handsome men every day. Even the good-looking guys who chased after Fang Lingfei every day could form a strong company. The surrounding crowd naturally didn't believe that Ling Yun could prove what he said. That's right, Ling Yun, if you can prove that you really have night luminescent pearls at home, we'll still believe you. If not, I think you should just forget about it. You've already demolished 2 of Hades Tian's mansions, and he'll compensate you with another mansion. This is a good deal. Ling Yun smiled leisurely and cupped his fists at the people around him. Everyone, since we've come to this point, I'll have to prove to everyone that I'm not trying to extort Hades Tian. Please take a look. Ling Yun smiled leisurely as he cupped his fists at the people around him. After saying that, Ling Yun pretended to put his hand into his pocket. When he took his hand out again, there were 2 night luminescent pearls in his hand. The crystal clear luminous pearl was pure white and flawless. It shone with a dazzling brilliance under the noon sun and attracted everyone's attention. Ling Yun said coldly, if I didn't sneak these 2 night luminescent pearls from home because I thought it was fun, they would have been destroyed by Hades Tian and his bunch of trash. Tell me, are these really night luminescent pearls? Are these priceless treasures? Am I trying to extort Hades Tian and Go Lianshan? At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the 2 night luminescent pearls in Ling Yun's hand. They were all shocked, speechless. Who had the energy to answer Ling Yun's question? These really are night luminescent pearls, they're so big. Oh my god. Xiao Yu has been quiet all these years. She actually has such a good treasure at home. I was wondering why Ling Yun's family suddenly bought 2 mansions. So they have night luminescent pearls at home, that's right, no wonder Ling Yun was so angry when his house was demolished. Such a good treasure was turned into dust. If I were him, I would have fought him to the death. It's a pity that there are only 2 left. Sigh, Hades Tian is really sinful. Not to mention 3 mansions, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold himself. Once the 2 night luminescent pearls were taken out, everyone immediately believed Ling Yun's words. Their faces were filled with shock, greed, surprise, and regret. Everyone squeezed forward, and the circle shrank by a few times. They were all fighting to see the night luminescent pearls in Ling Yun's hand. So beautiful, these really are night luminescent pearls. Ling Yun raised the night luminescent pearls in front of Fang Lingfei. She had the clearest view, and she was already stunned. She didn't even know what she was mumbling. Liang Fingyi and Long Wu were shocked to see Ling Yun take out 2 night luminescent pearls out of nowhere. Then, they rushed to Ling Yun's side and looked at his hand with their mouths agape. As long as it was a woman, who wouldn't love jewelry? Moreover, these were night luminescent pearls that were hard to come by in this world. Ling Yun waved the 2 night luminescent pearls in front of Fang Lingfei's eyes, causing her to roll her eyes. Then, with lightning speed, he put the night luminescent pearls into his spatial ring. Beauty. Beauty? Ling Yun looked at the stunned Fang Lingfei and called out to her twice. Only then did Fang Lingfei regain her senses. Ah? Where are the night luminescent pearls? Where did they go? Fang Lingfei raised her head and asked blankly. Ling Yun chuckled and said, I've kept them. Now, you should believe what I said, right? Are the night luminescent pearls I took? Are they priceless treasures? Am I trying to extort Hades Tian and Go Lianshan? Ling Yun repeated his question once again. It seemed like he was asking Fang Lingfei, but in reality, he was asking everyone around to hear. Tian Buetao and Go Lianshan's faces turned green. Luo Zhong was even more shocked. God, the source of Ling Yun's wealth was unknown? Not to mention Ling Yun's monstrous money-making methods, just the 2 night luminescent pearls in his possession were more than enough for him to own 2 mansions. It was laughable that she used this reason to make a fuss and even sealed Ling Yun's bank account. Wasn't she courting death? Ling Yun didn't bother about Fang Lingfei, who couldn't react in time. He turned to look at Tian Buetao, who was shivering in fear. In a low voice, he said, dozens of these night luminescent pearls were all destroyed by you idiots. Do you think your 3 mansions can compensate for it? What if my mother gets sick from anger when she returns? What if I can't find a wife in the future? What about my sister's dowry? Ling Yin is right. That's right. Let him compensate. When the crowd saw that Ling Yin really took out the night luminescent pearls and that they were the only 2 left, they instantly stood on Ling Yin's side and shouted for Tian Buetao to compensate. This? Tian Buetao sat on the ground with a thud. His face turned yellow, and his entire body was trembling. Even his lips were trembling, and he couldn't form a complete sentence. Out of everyone present, who was the angriest? Of course, it was Long Wu. After Long Wu recovered from the shock of seeing the night luminescent pearls, she thought about the dozens of night luminescent pearls that could have belonged to her being destroyed. Now that there were only 2 left, how could she not be angry? Long Wu kicked Tian Buetao's body and said angrily, "Compensate me for the night luminescent pearls." Huh? Ling Yin was stunned when he heard that. Those were my night luminescent pearls, how did they become yours? However, now was the time to beat someone who was down. Of course, Ling Yin wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Hence, he squatted down and smiled as he asked Tian Buetao, "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" When Ling Yin took out the 2 night luminescent pearls, Tian Buetao knew that he was finished. Everything was over. All the wealth that he had obtained from bullying the commoners over the years would be gone, he would definitely lose his official position, and now that he had lost his money, he would be left with nothing in the blink of an eye. I'll compensate. I'll try my best. Tian Buetao sat on the ground, feeling as though he had lost all his energy. All he could do was repeat that sentence in a daze. Ling Yin laughed coldly as he stood up. He glanced at the ashen-faced Go Lianshan and laughed coldly. Go Lianshan, don't forget that you still have a share. After saying that, Ling Yin turned around and called Tang Meng over. He instructed him to settle the remaining issues with Long Wu. Ling Yin knew that Tang Meng would be able to handle such matters better than him. After about 15 minutes, Tang Meng came to Ling Yin with the written contract that Tian Buetao had written. Big brother Yun, this is. Ling Yin took the written contract from Tang Meng's hands and kept it without even looking at it. Ling Yin had witnessed the entire process of the written contract clearly. Tang Meng didn't even leave a single hair for Tian Buetao. Alright, it's finally time to beat someone who's down. Ling Yin smiled at Tang Meng and winked at him. Tang Meng had a tacit understanding with Ling Yin. He turned around to look at Tian Buetao, who was sitting on the ground, and took out his phone. Tang Meng opened the video of Tian Buetao fooling around with 9 women in the bedroom. He held it up to all the reporters present and said loudly, "Everyone, take a look. This is the video we captured this morning. This is what Hades Tian is doing." Seeing Tang Meng take out his phone, Tian Buetao, who was sitting on the ground, was so shocked that his entire body trembled. Following that, his eyes rolled back and he fell backward with a thud. He had fainted. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Oh my god, so many women, Hades Tian is really daring, this is just too crazy, this should be the legendary. Hades Tian's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Hades Tian is dead for sure this time. No wonder he became so well behaved today, it's because Ling Yin forced him onto the bed. Seeing that Tang Meng had brought out such an explosive piece of news, all the reporters immediately swarmed around him, snapping away at him madly. Needless to say, Tian Buetao was finished. He had lost everything and his reputation was in tatters. Of course, Ling Yin wasn't interested in such matters. He only stared coldly at the fainted Hades Tian and said, "Humph, you asked for it." Ling Yin didn't care about Tian Buetao anymore as he walked towards the beautiful anchor, Feng Lingfei. Because Feng Lingfei was from the provincial television station, she always had the best interview spot. Her surroundings weren't very crowded either. She only took one look at the video in Tang Meng's hands before her face turned red. She averted her gaze in embarrassment and anger, wondering what was wrong with her just now. Why would she argue for a hooligan like Tian Buetao? Humph, what do you want now? Seeing that Ling Yin had come to her side, Feng Lingfei was both embarrassed and angry. She subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest and made a defensive gesture. Ling Yan chuckled and purposely glanced at her tightened breasts before saying mysteriously, I have exclusive news here, do you want it? Fang Lingfei worked at the provincial television station, so she knew a lot about the dirty things that happened in the government. She wasn't surprised that Tian Buetao had 9 mistresses. This was because she had heard of people who had more than 10 times the number of mistresses Tian Buetao had. Nowadays, some government officials used their power to keep mistresses when they had nowhere to spend their money. There were even cases where a high-ranking official had more than 100 mistresses. Fang Lingfei was annoyed by Ling Yan's unscrupulous stare. She turned her body slightly to avoid Ling Yan's direct gaze before saying, Isn't it just a corrupt official who fooled around with so many women and got caught by you? It can only be considered explosive, it's not really news. Ling Yan laughed out loud. Of course, Tian Buetao's matter isn't news. However, what about the matter regarding the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong? Fang Lingfei's interest was piqued. She looked at Ling Yan thoughtfully and whispered, You mean Director Luo? You've already taught him a lesson. What else can happen to him? Follow me. With that, he brought Fang Lingfei to Liangfengyi. Take out the recording and let our beautiful anchor listen to it, Ling Yan asked Liangfengyi to play the recording for Fang Lingfei. He knew that even though this wouldn't be enough to topple Luo Zhong, it would at least be a thorn in Luo Zhong's heart. Luo Zhong wouldn't dare to do anything to Ling Yan in the future. Furthermore, if they used it well, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao could use this as a breakthrough point to investigate Luo Zhong. As long as they found out that there was something wrong with him, Luo Zhong would be finished. After a few minutes, the recording ended. Ling Yan smiled and asked Fang Lingfei, How is it? Do you dare to broadcast this? Fang Lingfei looked hesitant. She pursed her lips tightly and said after a while, This involves a department official. Before the truth of the matter is fully investigated, we journalists do not have the right to broadcast it. Furthermore, even if we want to broadcast this kind of news, we have to get the approval of the city government and the leaders of the station. Up until now, Ling Yan still hadn't fully understood the power of the mythical river crab of Huaxia. Naturally, he didn't understand the difficulties of these reporters. The more Ling Yan listened, the colder his heart became. His gaze began to become disdainful, and his lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, Seeing how aggressive you were just now, I thought you were someone with a sense of justice. Now, it seems like you're just SOSO. With that, Ling Yan no longer looked at Fang Lingfei, who was about to be angered to death. Instead, he called Tang Meng, who had just finished his work. Tang Meng finally squeezed out of the crowd and wiped the sweat off his face. Those reporters were too fierce just now. They almost snatched my phone away. Big brother Yun, what's the matter? Ling Yan took the phone from Liangfengyi and placed it in Tang Meng's hands. Let's go meet that B***starred Luo Zhong and make him behave. Fang Lingfei was restricted by the various laws and regulations of the country. However, Tang Meng's father was about to be destroyed, and he couldn't wait for Luo Zhong's death. Naturally, he was very excited. Just as the two of them were about to look for Luo Zhong, Liangfengyi and Long Wu came to Ling Yan's side at the same time. They said in unison, I'll go with you. Ling Yan turned his head and smiled at Long Wu before looking at Liangfengyi. Then, he said to Liangfengyi, If you can go, I wouldn't have called Tang Meng over just now. You should stay here in case that B***starred finds a chance to take revenge on you. Hearing Ling Yan's casual words, the softest part of Liangfengyi's heart trembled. She didn't insist anymore and nodded her head silently. As long as Li Yifeng could overcome this crisis, Luo Zhong would definitely fall. Ling Yan knew that a fallen Luo Zhong wouldn't be able to do anything to Green Dragon, so he silently allowed Long Wu to follow along. Just as the three of them took a step forward, Ling Yan immediately stopped in his tracks. He looked out of the crowd and smiled faintly. Zhang Ling is here. Tai Xiaohu seems to be here too. That brat sure is fast. Please make way, make way. The crowd surged, and Zhang Ling was trying her best to squeeze through the crowd. When she received Liangfengyi's call at home, she was extremely surprised. She immediately rushed out of the house and hailed a taxi to rush over. Wait for me. Ling Yan said to Tang Meng as he took big steps forward. He gently pushed through the crowd and quickly arrived in front of Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling was trying her best to squeeze forward, but she suddenly realized that she had bumped into someone's embrace. Her heart jolted, and she lifted her head abruptly. Immediately, she saw Ling Yun's handsome face smiling brightly at her. Ling Yun, where did you go? I was so worried. Zhang Ling didn't care about the crowd as she extended her arms and hugged Ling Yun. She buried her soft and delicate body into Ling Yun's body as hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Over the past week, even though Zhang Ling had been going to class, her worry for Ling Yun was no less than that of Shui Mining and the rest. Feeling Zhang Ling's fiery body, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of tenderness in his heart. He smiled with heartache. Alright, don't cry anymore. See, I'm back now, aren't I? He raised his hand to wipe the hot tears off Zhang Ling's face, but he realized that his hands were covered in dust. Shaking his head, he said, Alright, I'm very dirty. Look, I've dirted your clothes. Your aunt is inside, I'll bring you over. At this moment, Zhang Ling didn't care whether Ling Yun was dirty or not. She was still hugging Ling Yun tightly as if she was afraid that he would run away. She sobbed as she said, When did you come back? Why didn't you call me when you came back? Ling Yun directly told her that his phone was out of battery and was still charging. Seeing that Zhang Ling had no intention of letting go of him, he simply carried her up and walked to the center of the venue where Liang Fengyi was. Liang Fengyi watched as Ling Yun walked over with Zhang Ling in his arms. She had mixed feelings in her heart, and the beauty mole at the corner of her lips trembled slightly. Finally, she sighed in her heart. Ling Yun placed Zhang Ling on the ground and smiled. You can chat with your aunt for a while. Once I'm done with this matter, we'll talk after we leave this place. Okay. Zhang Ling replied obediently, but her hand was still holding on to Ling Yun's hand. She first called Liang Fengyi aunt before turning her head to look at Tang Meng. Tang Meng, you. How did you recover? Zhang Ling looked at Tang Meng in shock. After Tang Meng was admitted to the hospital, Zhang Ling had visited him a few times. Naturally, she knew how serious Tang Meng's injuries were. Tang Meng chuckled as he rubbed his bald head. With Big Brother Yun around, this small injury is nothing. Humph, why didn't you call me when Ling Yun came back? What do you mean? Zhang Ling couldn't help but glare at Tang Meng angrily. Hee, it was too late last night, and I've been busy ever since I saw Big Brother Yun. Tang Meng knew that he had neglected Zhang Ling, so he could only find an excuse to cover it up. However, Tang Meng thought to himself, you didn't even tell me. How would I know that Big Brother Yun had taken you down as well? If I had known, I would have sent you a message earlier. Outside the crowd, a screeching sound of a car braking could be heard. Everyone turned to look and saw a 9-meter-tall young man with a body like a black iron tower alighting from a car. It was Tai Xiaohu. Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was tall, so he could see from afar. He immediately spotted Ling Yun in the middle of the field and shouted excitedly. Tai Xiaohu didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his body. Once he got out of the car, he rushed into the crowd with big strides. He wasn't Zhang Ling, who was so tall and mighty that people automatically made way for him. This kid's stellar condensation technique has improved tremendously again. He actually broke through the third minor realm. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu was safe and sound, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile and nod his head. He was finally relieved. Tai Xiaohu rushed into the crowd very quickly. He raised his hand and pushed aside the police officer who was in charge of guarding the innermost area. He rushed to Ling Yun in a few steps and gave him a bear hug. Big Brother Yun. You're back. I missed you so much. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were filled with tears. He was so emotional that he didn't know what to say. Their brotherly bond was evident in their words. Did you suffer in the Public Security Bureau? Were you bullied? Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu lightly and asked with a smile. The two of them separated. Tai Xiaohu wiped the tears from his eyes and said, Who would dare? I've been practicing inside. I knew that Big Brother Yun would definitely come back. Ling Yun nodded and used telepathy to instruct Tai Xiaohu, Boss Green Dragon is here. Go and greet him quickly. If Green Dragon and Ling Yun were enemies, Ling Yun definitely wouldn't let Tai Xiaohu do this. However, Green Dragon was clearly helping Ling Yun unconditionally. Even Long Kuan and his daughter had personally come. Of course, Ling Yun had to let Tai Xiaohu go and greet him. Tai Xiaohu let go of Ling Yun and walked in front of Long Kuan. He said respectfully, "Uncle Long." Long Kuan had been smiling ever since Tai Xiaohu appeared. Now that Tai Xiaohu had come to greet him, he couldn't help but nod his head. "Good lad, you've improved quite a bit. Work hard with Ling Yun in the future. Green Dragon is in your hands now, huh?" Tai Xiaohu was confused by Long Kuan's words. What did he mean by work hard with Ling Yun? Green Dragon is in his hands now. Ling Yun heard it clearly from the side. He couldn't help but think, why does it sound like Boss Green Dragon is going to give Green Dragon to me? He heard Long Kuan say, "Alright, now isn't the time to talk. You should go with Ling Yun first. Hurry up and go." Tai Xiaohu responded and hurried to Ling Yun. Only then did he have the time to look around. Not only did he see countless police officers, but he also saw hundreds of brothers from Green Dragon. They were the best fighters in Green Dragon. Tai Xiaohu recognized almost all of them. Tai Xiaohu was shocked. What was Uncle Long doing? Was he going to confront the police? Why did Big Brother Yun create such a big scene? Hey, is the food in the Public Security Bureau good? Tang Meng teased Tai Xiaohu as he saw him for the first time. Naturally, he was very friendly. "It's not like I haven't eaten it before." Tai Xiaohu laughed as he gave Tang Meng a punch. He then pretended to be angry. "Tang Meng, you're really not a good friend. You didn't even visit me when I was locked up." Tang Meng's eyes were filled with hatred. "Alright, I feel worse than you. I was beaten up by that bastard Xie Zhenyan the moment you were locked up. I broke a few bones and have been lying in the hospital." "What? F***ck. Tai Xiaohu was enraged. "Stop talking, I'll take revenge for you." Ling Yan looked at the police car that just drove over. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no hurry. Let's go meet the people who ordered your arrest first." The siren of the police car rang as it drove into the crowd. Two policemen walked out of the police car, and one of them immediately ran in front of Luo Zhong. After saying a few words, he passed the 2 sets of keys to Luo Zhong. Before Ling Yun and the others could go over, Luo Zhong walked towards Ling Yun with the 2 sets of keys. He had a friendly smile on his face. "Ling Yun, these are the keys to your 2 mansions. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you can return them to me in one piece," Luo Zhong said as he passed the 2 sets of keys to Ling Yun. He was about to give the order to retreat. Ling Yan casually threw the keys to Tai Xiaohu and held on to Luo Zhong. "Director Luo, I have something else that I think you'll be very interested in." Luo Zhong's face froze. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Ling Yun, look, I've returned your mansion keys, unsealed your bank accounts, and released your friends. This, Do you think that's all?" Ling Yun snorted coldly. He then turned to Tang Meng and said, "Let Director Luo listen to the recording." Tang Meng nodded his head excitedly as he played the recording of Go Lianshan's confession. "Nephew Gu, stop. I beg you, please don't release them." In less than half a minute, Luo Zhong's face changed as he begged Tang Meng with fear in his eyes. This was Ling Yan's fatal blow to Luo Zhong. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Beg me? There's no use begging me. Tang Meng stared at Luo Zhong with a face full of disdain. Luo Zhong immediately pulled a long face as he looked at Ling Yun. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Ling Yun, do you think we can talk somewhere else?" Ling Yun smirked and replied calmly, "Now you know why I called you AB****, right? To tell you the truth, you're still far from being able to deal with me with just 100 guns. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm in the wrong, look." Luo Zhong's eyes were filled with pleading as he lowered his voice. Since he had been caught, he had no choice but to lower his head no matter what his status was. Scram. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Luo Zhong. "Big Brother Yun." Tang Meng panicked when he saw that Ling Yun was about to let Luo Zhong go. It wasn't easy for him to force Luo Zhong to this extent. If he let him go so easily, it would be too easy on him. Ling Yan turned his head and shot a look at Tang Meng, signaling him to calm down. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan still had a backup plan, so he didn't say anything else. This recording. Luo Zhong was indignant when he saw that Tang Meng still had something on him. He wanted to fight for it. Ling Yan said in a low voice, "If I tell you to scram, then scram. I'm very busy now, and I don't have time to waste with you." After Ling Yan said that, he turned around and ran towards the boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan. He couldn't be bothered to say another word to Luo Zhong. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were like an eagle's as he glared at Luo Zhong. "Director Luo, thank you for making me eat detention for 4 days. I, Tai Xiaohu, will return the favor." As Tai Xiaohu said that, he leaned forward with his body that was taller than Luo Zhong. Luo Zhong was so shocked that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared blankly at Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu as they left his side one after the other. He stood there in a daze for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking about. Suddenly, he ordered with a pale face, "Retreat." When the reporters heard Luo Zhong's order to retreat, they immediately swarmed forward and surrounded him to interview him. However, Luo Zhong lowered his head and covered his face. He silently pushed away the reporters in front of him and quickly rushed into the police car he was in. "Hurry up and turn around. Leave Linjiang Garden." As soon as he got in the car, he ordered his driver. The police chief's police car quickly turned around and sped away. It was truly a pathetic escape. The armed police and special forces naturally left the scene one after another. They no longer had the awe-inspiring aura they had when they first arrived. All of them had solemn expressions and dejected looks on their faces. "Uncle Long, you've helped me a lot today. If it weren't for the people you brought, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly," Ling Yan said to Long Kuan with a smile. Ling Yan's words were polite, but Long Kuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. The people he brought were useless. He shook his head and smiled. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. It seems that my coming here today was unnecessary. You're too kind. If it weren't for Uncle Long's men confronting the police, perhaps Luo Zhong wouldn't even have given me a chance to speak," Ling Yan replied politely again. Then, he suddenly said, "Uncle Long, I still have many things to settle today. However, I don't have enough manpower here, and there are 2 pieces of trash here." The 2 pieces of trash that Ling Yun was referring to were naturally Go Lianshan and Tian Buetao. Long Kuan understood what Ling Yun meant. He immediately nodded his head and said, "All right, just go and do what you need to do. Leave these 2 to my men. I guarantee that neither of them will be able to escape." Ling Yun giggled. "Thank you, Uncle Long. Once I'm done with what I need to do, I'll personally pay you a visit to thank you." Long Kuan smiled and nodded his head. Suddenly, he extended his arm and pulled the tall Long Wu over. He then said to Ling Yun, "Let me formally introduce you. This is my daughter, Long Wu. I hope that the 2 of you can get along well in the future." Of course, hee." Ling Yun didn't understand what Long Kuan meant by "get along well," but he still smiled and nodded his head. Long Wu's fragrant body scent wafted through the air. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time before she suddenly snorted and said, "Humph, Ling Yun, you got someone to slap me. I'll remember this debt." Long Wu's sudden words made the 3 of them feel extremely awkward. When Xiao Mimi slapped Long Wu, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were present. How could they not feel awkward now? However, the 3 of them were experts in acting. They looked at each other and made a confused expression at the same time. All of them pretended to have temporary amnesia. Long Kuan laughed heartily as he patted Long Wu's shoulder lightly. He said calmly, "All right, my precious daughter. Now that Ling Yan's matters have been settled, let's go back first." Long Wu turned her head to look at Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling, who were not far away. Then, she glared at Ling Yan and said, "I'll settle this debt with you sooner or later. Let's go." Long Kuan called 2 of his subordinates over and gave them some instructions. Then, he smiled and nodded at Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu before leading Long Wu out of the crowd and into the car. "Big brother Yun, what's going on? Why am I so confused? Boss Green Dragon actually came out personally to help you and even declared war against Luo Zhong?" Tang Meng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Long Kuan and Long Wu's car slowly driving away. Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu and said in confusion, "I'm still wondering. I'm guessing it's because he's the successor of Green Dragon?" Tang Meng glanced at the equally confused Tai Xiaohu and said, because of him? Forget it, he was arrested by the Public Security Bureau for 4 days, and no one from Green Dragon came to rescue him. However, the moment you appeared, Boss Green Dragon came personally and even let bygones be bygones. Big Brother Yun, I don't think Boss Green Dragon wants you to be his son-in-law, right? Tang Meng asked with a smirk. Big Brother Yun, I don't think Boss Green Dragon wants you to be his son-in-law. Ling Yun glared at him and hit his bald head. He scolded, do you guys really think I'm that popular? Don't spout nonsense, or else Ning Er will find trouble with you. The moment Ling Yun brought out Shui Mining, Tang Meng was so frightened that he didn't dare to make a sound. Shui Mining had Tang Meng in the palm of her hand. Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Hu, Boss asked us to bring the 2 of them away and help you look after them. Is there anything else? If not, we'll bring them away. Before long Kuan left, one of the 2 brothers that he had instructed came over and asked. Ling Yin smiled as he looked at them. He then asked Tang Meng, did Tian Buatao give you the keys to his last mansion? Tang Meng shook his head. Big Brother Yun, he came out naked. He only had a pair of red underwear on him. How could he have the key? Ling Yin frowned slightly. Forget it then. After the transfer, we'll change the lock. We can't keep this mansion. Once we change the lock, we'll sell it and use the money to buy a house for big sister Lu Li's family. Before Ling Yin went to the crater, he said that he wanted to buy a house for Lu Li. Now that so many things had happened to his family, he definitely couldn't do it. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he told the 2 brothers from Green Dragon to bring Go Lianshan and Tian Buatao away. After the 2 of them left, he instructed Tai Xiaohu, Dao Yong also sent his man over to help us today. Go and tell Zhang Long and Zhan Hu that there's nothing for them to do here. Let them go back first. I'll personally pay a visit to Dao Yong in 2 days. Alright, Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu looked around and immediately saw Zhang Long and Zhan Hu. He immediately rushed over to them. At this moment, the hundreds of police officers had all left. More than 100 brothers from Green Dragon had also left. The members of the media felt that the tense situation had disappeared. They immediately swarmed over to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you're now a hero in the eyes of the commoners. How do you feel about this? Ling Yun, we really want you to reveal to us how you destroyed 2 mansions with your bare hands. Ling Yun, may I ask if the thing in your hand was the legendary night luminescent pearl? Can you take it out for us to see? Ling Yun, may I ask why the people from Green Dragon chose to stand on your side and support you? What's your relationship with Green Dragon? In an instant, all the reporters surrounded Ling Yun. They raised their microphones and bombarded Ling Yun with all sorts of questions. In his heart, Ling Yun thought that these reporters were too terrifying. However, he only smiled faintly and refused to answer any of their questions. When he won, he naturally had to be arrogant and domineering. However, after he won, there was no need to use words to express himself. After today's battle with Luo Zhong, he had achieved all of his goals without any effort at all. Ling Yin raised his arm and gently pushed aside the reporters in front of him. They were like the willow branches of a weeping willow. Ling Yin easily rushed out of the reporters' encirclement. He quickly ran in front of Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling and smiled brightly at them. Everything here has been settled. Let's return to the city now. There are too many people here. I'll make a move first. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the district. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he nodded at Du Guimo and signaled for him to leave quickly. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, the surrounding crowd applauded and opened up a path for him. Someone even took the lead and cheered loudly, Ling Yun, good job. Ling Yun helped us get rid of Hades Tian. He's our hero. This time, our compensation should be much more than before, right? Ling Yin smiled and nodded along the way. Very quickly, he walked out of the crowd. He intentionally quickened his footsteps and arrived at the entrance of the district in just 2 minutes. Ling Yun, I thought you were going to massacre the police today. You scared me to death. Ling Yin ran very quickly, but Du Guimo wasn't slow either. The 2 of them returned to the Hummer at almost the same time. Du Guimo spoke with a lingering fear in his heart. Ling Yin scratched his head and laughed nonchalantly. Massacre the police? If Luo Zhong doesn't know what's good for him and really wants to capture me by force, what's wrong with massacring them? Du Guimo took in a deep breath and said, "Don't, please don't. If the elders in my family find out about this, they will definitely cut me into pieces." Ling Yan looked at Du Guimo thoughtfully and smiled leisurely. Following which, he said, "What about tonight? Can we go on a killing spree?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan and the Sun family had already reached a point of no return. Tonight, he wanted to save Zhuang Meifeng and her family. He had already decided to start a massacre. If he wanted to establish his authority and intimidate the Sun family in Beijing, there was no other way other than to eliminate all the members of the Sun family who had come to Qingshui City. Du Guimo smiled. As long as I'm not facing an ordinary person, I don't mind accompanying you on a massacre. Very quickly, Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng also rushed out of Linjiang Garden District. Behind them, Liang Fingyi, Zhang Ling, and the beautiful anchor from the provincial television station, Fang Lingfei, followed. After Zhang Ling ran out of the district, she rushed to Ling Yun and wanted to bury herself in his arms again. However, when she saw Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu standing beside Ling Yun, she immediately stopped her actions. Her face was slightly flushed as she saw Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu smiling at her. "Ling Yun, what are you going to do later?" Zhang Ling asked softly with her head lowered and face red. She had lost her usual playful demeanor. Ling Yun laughed and pointed to himself. "Look at me, I'm so dirty, what else can I do? Of course, I have to go home and take a shower." Zhang Ling was agitated and wanted to say, "I'll accompany you," subconsciously. However, she felt that it was inappropriate and swallowed her words. Ling Yin smiled and said, "All right, if there's anything, we can talk about it when we get back to the city." "Where are you going?" he asked casually, but his questioning gaze was directed at Liang Fingyi. "Zhang Ling, sit in Auntie's car and follow her back to the city first." Liang Fingyi's heart skipped a beat when she saw Ling Yun's gaze. Of course, Zhang Ling wanted to go with Ling Yun. However, she felt uncomfortable when she saw Du Guimo beside Ling Yun. Now that she was pulled by Liang Fingyi, she knew that this was the only way. She said to Ling Yun, "You must keep your phone switched on." Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, my phone is almost fully charged. I'll switch it on when I get back." Ling Yun didn't bring his phone with him in the morning. If he didn't switch it on, Ning Lingyu and Shuem Mining would probably think that something was wrong with him. He didn't want them to worry. Zhang Ling got into Liang Fingyi's car reluctantly. Before Liang Fingyi got into the car, she looked at Ling Yun deeply before getting into the car and driving away. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly tossed that feeling to the back of his mind and called for everyone to board Tang Meng's Hummer. "Big brother Yun, why didn't you release Go Lianshan's statement in front of so many reporters just now?" Tang Meng asked Ling Yun the moment he got into the car. Ling Yun and Du Guimo sat in the back seat of the car. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, "That's just a recording. I don't think it'll be of much use against Luo Zhong. Furthermore, even if those reporters heard it, they wouldn't dare to broadcast it. That's why I'm thinking, why don't we give this recording to your father and Uncle Li after we destroy the Sun family? With this, it shouldn't be hard for them to destroy Luo Zhong, right?" Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He thought to himself, why didn't I think of this just now? Hee, Big brother Yun is still the best. Don't worry, as long as this recording is given to my father and Uncle Li, they will have their ways to deal with Luo Zhong. As long as they start investigating, there will be a whole basket of problems for him to solve. He will definitely die. Ling Yin smiled faintly and told Tang Meng to return to the rented house first. Then, he asked, "Tang Meng, how far have you renovated those 2 mansions?" Tang Meng chuckled and said, "Big brother Yun, before Tai Xiaohu and I got into trouble, the 2 mansions were more or less done. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with it." Ling Yin couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he heard that. After being stunned for a moment, he exclaimed, "Oh my god, you're really willing to spend more than 30 million? That's not even your money." Tang Meng chuckled and said, "You first gave me 8 million, then 5 million, and Ming Er gave me 20 million in one go. When we were renovating mansion number 1, Ning Er kept an eye on it. She's even more willing to spend money than you are. Even so, Ning Er still said that she's not satisfied with it. Ling Yun nodded his head helplessly. With Ning Er around, he would definitely be able to spend a lot of money. He smiled and asked, "Does that mean that I can stay in mansion number 1 now?" Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu nodded their heads at the same time. Tang Meng smiled as he drove. "Of course, you'll know when you go back." "There's not a single room in mansion number 1 that's empty," Ling Yun then asked about his Land Rover. Tang Meng told him that the car had always been in mansion number 9 at Qingshui Wharf. Only then did Ling Yun relax. "How much did you extort from Tian Buetao?" "A mansion in Linjiang Garden, a 200 square meter house in the city, and 9 million in savings." Tang Meng answered with a smile. Ling Yun nodded his head. He felt that the rewards were not bad. He then said to the two of them, "After tomorrow, we'll go and take over Qingyun Productions. This time, we can't be as polite as last time. We have to think of a way to catch Huang Feiyang and let him suffer a little." Tang Meng said excitedly, "Take over Qingyun Productions." Ling Yun smiled. "Yes, take it over. Don't we still have an IOU from Qingyun Productions? Let them either pay up or take over their company. No matter what, we have to make up for the hole in the renovations." After saying that, Ling Yun then started lecturing Tai Xiaohu. "Tai Xiaohu, you're really stupid. I say, how did you survive in Green Dragon for the past few years? Did you just obediently let the police catch you?" Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and said, "Big brother Yun, I do want to escape, but this matter involves you. If I escape, our crime will be confirmed, and it will be difficult for you to deal with it when you return. Also, when they caught me, there were more than 20 armed policemen surrounding me. They didn't say anything unnecessary and brought me back to the police station directly. I couldn't even fight with them." Ling Yun was silent for a while before saying, "You're not strong enough yet. When you're strong enough, you can fight when you need to. Don't take those bastards too seriously. Why couldn't cultivators display their martial prowess in front of ordinary people? Why couldn't they use martial prowess to deal with ordinary people?" Ling Yun felt that it was pure nonsense. Even though Du Gumo said that he wouldn't bully ordinary people, Ling Yun didn't believe that Du Gumo would just let himself be captured if a bunch of policemen with guns pointed at him or shot at him. Today, Luo Zhong's men couldn't open fire because there were too many people around. Ling Yun had Luo Zhong under control the moment he appeared, so he didn't dare to order a forceful arrest. If Luo Zhong really dared to use force on Ling Yun would definitely use force to force Luo Zhong to submit. "Is there any news of Zhuang Meifeng?" Now that the other matters were almost settled, the most pressing matter was to rescue Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun started to ask Tang Meng. Tang Meng immediately shook his head. "No, ever since sister-in-law returned to her home, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no news of her." Ling Yun nodded his head solemnly. His eyes revealed a frightening murderous aura as a cold light shot out. Du Gumo could feel Ling Yun's killing intent, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He recalled the time when the two of them killed those East Asians in Xianxia. That kind of decisiveness, that kind of ruthlessness, and that kind of killing intent made Du Gumo's heart palpitate. The Sun family is definitely finished tonight. Du Gumo sighed as he shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. The four of them quickly returned to the rented house. Ling Yun first went to the bathroom to take a comfortable hot shower to wash off the dust on his body. Then, he changed into a new set of sportswear before going to the living room. Ling Yun was actually very anxious. Even though some small matters had been settled, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and Chao Shanshan's whereabouts were still unknown. There was no news of them at all. This made him feel a burning sense of anxiety. Chao Shanshan was still fine. At least she was back at her own home, so there shouldn't be any danger. Zhuang Meifeng was obviously captured by the Sun family as bait, waiting for Ling Yun to deliver himself to them. If Sun Tianbiao had any brains, Zhuang Meifeng definitely wouldn't have died. However, Xiao Mimi was different. There was a 95% chance that Xiao Mimi was captured by the Assassins organization. That was a cold-blooded and merciless assassin organization. Even though Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi got to know each other because Xiao Mimi was sent to kill him, the two of them had already experienced life and death together when they first rescued Zhuang Meifeng. Of course, their feelings for each other were extraordinary. Furthermore, Xiao Mimi and Ling Yun had already had physical contact. Even though Ling Yun didn't enter her body, she was undoubtedly Ling Yun's woman. Now that she was completely missing without any news, how could Ling Yun not be anxious? Big brother Yun, hurry up and turn on your phone. Ning Er. And the rest couldn't contact you the whole morning, so they called me. Seeing Ling Yun come out, Tang Meng immediately said to Ling Yun with a bitter face. He had just been scolded by Shui Mining. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He took out his phone that was already charged and gave Shui Mining a call, telling her not to worry. Then, he spoke a few words to Ning Lingyu and Yao Rou, comforting them one by one before hanging up. Let's go out for a feast before heading to mansion number 1. Ling Yun said directly to the three of them. Hee, rascal, I let you show off for the whole morning, but you actually forgot about me when it's time to eat. You deserve a beating. Just as Ling Yun was about to leave, a slightly aged voice came from outside the courtyard. It was Cui Lao. Ling Yun laughed heartily. Cui Lao, you're a mysterious person. I wanted to contact you, but I didn't know how. Cui Lao laughed and directly used telepathy to tell Ling Yun his contact details. He also instructed Ling Yun not to tell anyone. Ling Yun noted it down and warmly invited Cui Lao out for a meal. The 5 of them left the rental house and went out to find a big restaurant for a sumptuous meal. At around 1:30 p.m., they arrived at mansion number 1. Ling Yun got out of the car. Before he could open the door with his keys, a white shadow flashed by. Little White leaped from the courtyard like a bolt of lightning and directly pounced into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun smiled as he carried Little White and let Tai Xiaohu open the door. Then, he led the group in. The courtyard and the outside of mansion number 1 were like 2 different worlds. The moment Ling Yun walked into the courtyard, he immediately felt the dense spiritual energy. He didn't even need to absorb it as it directly drilled into his body. Ling Yun naturally began to absorb the majestic spiritual energy. His energy center was now strong, and his meridians were thick. The amount of spiritual energy he could absorb was much more than before his breakthrough. However, Ling Yun frowned slightly as he looked at Little White, who was becoming more and more human-like. He knew that Little White could transform at any time. However, Ling Yun hadn't found a place for Little White to undergo the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't possibly transform in mansion number 1, could he? The entire mansion number 1 would definitely be destroyed. This? Ling Yun, your courtyard. After entering, Cui Lao and Du Guimo looked at each other in shock. They both saw the excitement and astonishment in each other's eyes. Both of them were half a step into the Xiantian realm. Cui Lao had been stuck at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 for 10 years, but he couldn't break through. He could feel some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually spiritual energy. The difference was only in the name, classification, and scope. However, the essence was actually the same. Ling Yun turned the entire mansion number 1 into a spiritual energy gathering formation. He hadn't returned to absorb spiritual energy for a whole 7 days, so the spiritual energy in mansion number 1 was naturally very dense. Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Cui Lao and Du Guimo. You didn't come for nothing. My courtyard is extremely beneficial for your cultivation. If you cultivate here, your cultivation speed will be many times faster. Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Cui Lao and Du Guimo. You didn't come for nothing. My courtyard is extremely beneficial for your cultivation. If you cultivate here, your cultivation speed will be many times faster. However, Cui Lao. Ling Yun suddenly used telepathy to say, Cui Lao, I can see that your body has been severely injured in the past. It has affected your meridians and energy center, so it's very difficult for your cultivation to improve. If you trust me, I can help you recuperate. How about that? Cui Lao was stunned. However, his eyes quickly flashed with an uncontrollable joy. Little brat, you can tell that I have internal injuries? During the tragic battle 18 years ago, everyone in the Ling family who knew how to cultivate was severely injured. Cui Lao was no exception. Therefore, even though 18 years had passed, he only managed to reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. After that, he didn't make any progress for the next 10 years. Ling Yun smiled without saying a word. He only made a gesture of invitation to Cui Lao. Du Guimo didn't need Ling Yan to say anything. He had already found a place, sat down cross-legged, and started his cultivation. Ling Yan led Cui Lao to the living room as he said, "Prepare half a basin of dog blood for me." There was still a life and death battle tonight. Ling Yan didn't want it to be as dangerous as the previous time. Even though he still had a lot of fire talismans, he didn't have any healing talismans left. He had to prepare enough healing talismans. However, the Emperor Brush had already entered the space between Ling Yan's eyebrows. Ling Yan didn't have his divine sense, so he couldn't sense it at all. He had secretly tried to pull the Emperor Brush out countless times, but it had all ended in failure. However, even though he couldn't use the Emperor Brush, Ling Yan had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 4. The spiritual energy in his body was abundant, and it circulated endlessly. He felt that even if he used an ordinary weasel hair brush, he could still draw the same level of healing talismans. Cui Lao, this way please. I'll treat your injuries first. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. End of chapter 383. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.